Chapter 596. Zhang Xiaobao's words at first made the three old men happy, but when they heard that they were going to dock, they didn't know what to do. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his answer. The three old men knew that Zhang Xiaobao had just gone back to ask the expert, so now they were waiting for an answer. Why did they have to stop the ship? The fleet of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had been floating on the water for 2 months without any supplies. They had just come out for a few days, so there must be a reason. Could it be that there were more conditions? It's all your fault. You only told me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared earlier. The preparation for taking office is definitely different from the preparation for logistics. It will be too late to gather supplies when we arrive. We'll stop for 1 night and 1 morning tomorrow, and then we'll speed up. Zhang Xiaobao was much more relaxed this time. The new exchange conditions were good, better than the previous ones. The main thing was that they could help the people of Shuzhou to avenge. If his family didn't go to Shuzhou, maybe the 2 mines would continue to be secretly mined, and no one would destroy the river embankment. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the 2 judges who had lurked and waited for an opportunity. After so many years of ambush, their families were established, and they even became officials, but they were still willing to sacrifice everything for the interests of the country. After all, they were not people of the Tang Empire. They had to be prepared for revenge. If you drown my people, I'll slaughter your people. There was nothing to say. As for the praise from the imperial court, Zhang Xiaobao didn't take it to heart at all. Something practical was more attractive than words. What was the use of 10,000 words of praise? After discussing with the 3 old men, Zhang Xiaobao happily found Wang Wan, who was playing with the little ones, and hurried back to his cabin. Taking out the map, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Good news. Now we can make a lot of money from the war. We've also gained a lot of benefits. We're going to war. You're good at this. Help me figure out how to deal with logistics." While Wang Wan was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao told her about his conversation with the 3 old men. The map in front of him was very precious. Even the imperial court didn't have it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a few copies. It was a military map of Tubo. It included mountain ranges, rivers, fields, roads, as well as various villages and shops. There was even a map of the layout of Tubo's Jinchuan city. This was all thanks to Senrini, who had been doing business with him all this time. He had also told him about the new game and even gave him the map of the entire Tang Empire. In exchange, he had added a few more people to his team that Song Jinggong had sent to draw the map. Song Jinggong said that he would help him come up with a set of rules and let him operate the game in Tubo. In the end, after the map was done, the military map was given to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After some changes, it became a map of the game and was sent back to him. It was said that the effect was not as good as that in the capital. Many people didn't follow the rules and mostly carved the characters and goods themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about how much money he earned. With this map, it was enough. Wang Wan looked at the contour lines on the map and the marked roads. She whispered, "The road is too difficult to walk on. They arranged for your father to go to Izhou. It must be to find gold. It's a little far. It would be more convenient if your father went to Zhizhou to be the provincial governor. It's close to Tubo." Yes, Li Longji was also afraid that something would go wrong, so he moved back dozens of miles. There's a province in front of him in case the expert died and there was no one to help him. From the date, this war was prepared in a hurry, especially in terms of logistics. According to the information you received, in order to numb the enemy and give them a warning and revenge, they didn't even gather the local food in Chengdu. The emperor who can mutiny is indeed daring. He's betting that we can organize a complete logistic system under such circumstances. Unfortunately, this matter is only known to the 2 of us now. We can't tell anyone else, including our family, in case the secret is leaked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He also knew how difficult it was, but since he had accepted it, he had to do it well. Basically, everyone knew that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions had to be prepared first, let alone him and Wang Wan. Looking at the roads on the map that shouldn't be used by humans, he held his chin and thought hard. When Wang Wan started to make military deductions, he said, "When we get to Jiangxia tomorrow night, think of a way to pass the news to the fleet in front through the land route. Send 5 members of Team 0. There are many places where there are no roads, only mountains. We need them to block the ships in front of us on the river section where we need to pull the cable. Don't sleep tonight. You make your deductions, and I'll do mine. Li Longji really thinks highly of us." No wonder Grandpa Bai and the others were busy building roads. They were planning to build a supply route. What a joke. Isn't Li Sun going to participate in the war? Good, count him in. We really can't send any troops. Then don't disturb me. It's very difficult, especially when we don't have any data to support it. I don't even have any information on the enemy's generals and our own generals, let alone understand their personalities. Wang Wan took a map and hid in a corner to get busy. She also knew that she didn't have many soldiers in her family. There were only 56 people that she could bring out. The rest of the guards had not seen blood yet. They were far inferior compared to Li Sun's guards. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, the 3 old men couldn't sleep. They were already old, so they didn't sleep well. Coupled with the fact that they had something on their minds, they tossed and turned in bed. Do you think the Zhang family will succeed? Old Man Chang wasn't as knowledgeable as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. He also couldn't compare to them in terms of political knowledge. However, he was also anxious. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would know how big of a problem the Zhang family was going to face. They didn't give them any time to prepare and immediately mobilized. This was because they really couldn't keep it a secret. Otherwise, they would have only told them when they were about to reach Yizhou. In fact, it was useless now. There wasn't enough time. The transportation of military equipment couldn't be delayed. They could only see the situation along the way. If it were him, even if he was forced to die, he wouldn't be able to organize the logistics without solving the local problems. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also uncertain. It was too risky. Perhaps the Zhang family's organizational skills had reached a frightening level, or perhaps the Zhang family had never compromised in the face of difficulties time and time again. That was why they had made such a plan. Old Man Pai pulled up the thin quilt covering his body and exposed his arms. He looked at the dark cabin ceiling and said, "I don't know if it will succeed. That will depend on whether the Zhang family has an undeserved reputation. If it succeeds, it will probably be difficult to arrange an official position for Zhang Zhong. Should he be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of local governance, or the Ministry of War? One person can't be divided into 2 halves. If he doesn't have an official position, the expert behind him won't do anything. Oh, it seems like it's also possible to put him in the Ministry of Works. Then let's use Cuckoo's father as well. Why do you insist on giving him an official position? Give him an actual position. Anyway, there's someone behind him helping. I don't believe that he can't do it well. I think it won't be too big of a problem. Otherwise, Xiaobao wouldn't have agreed so easily when he went to ask. I'm looking forward to his family's actions and see how capable they are. In the past, they always ran to the local areas to build. This time, they will be in charge of logistics. It's different from building. It's not as simple as taking out the family's money to give the people a job and then starting business. There's not much time for them to do this. Old Man Yao simply sat up and turned on the lights in the cabin. As he spoke, he picked up the thermos and made himself a cup of tea. He also took out a handful of sunflower seeds and started munching on them. Old Man Pai looked envious. He also came over and helped Old Man Chang make a cup of tea. He held the teacup in his hand and said, "It's a loss. If I knew this would happen, I would have discussed with the Zhang family in advance. Now, there are even more conditions in exchange. After giving out all the benefits, when the children of the Zhang family and Wang family grow up, with the marriage alliance between the two families, it won't be difficult for the 6 of them to support the 2 families. Moreover, there are still 2 adults. It's not good to tell them in advance. If they know the news and go to Chengdu in advance to make preparations, there will always be flaws. Zhang Zhong hasn't become an official yet, but there are already people buying grain in the area. Plus, with the incident in Suzhou, as long as the people of Tubo aren't fools, they will be able to see through it. I don't know much about other things, but I also know that usually, wars are fought after the autumn harvest. If we go now, it will be the hottest time of summer. It won't be the autumn harvest yet. After the war with Tubo, even if they want to counterattack, they will have to wait for some time. It's enough for Tang to make arrangements. What we rely on is to catch them off guard. Who would have thought that they would send troops at this time? However, the burden will be on the Zhang family. Let's see if they can bear it. Once they do, it will be impossible for them to become local officials in the future. Who can rest assured that such people will be released? Old Man Chang didn't drink tea as gently as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. While it was hot, he drank it in one gulp. He exhaled hot air and expressed his thoughts. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed to eat breakfast and ran to the deck to sleep in the sun. It had rained yesterday, so now the weather was good. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't hot. The little ones were waiting for their older brother and sister to come and play with them. However, after waiting for more than an hour, they still didn't see anyone. They angrily threw away the toys in their hands and went out to look for them. When they found the 2 people lying there sleeping, they became interested and tried hard to express their thoughts. They asked someone to wake them up and let them sleep next to their older brother and sister. The 3 old men woke up early in the morning and began to observe the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. When they found that nothing had changed, they were relieved. After breakfast, they called Li Sun over. "Your Highness, you know why we went there this time. Don't think about going to war. Your guards, Yuanjis and my guards will be responsible for protecting the people in the Zhang family and Wang family. Don't look at the distance. It's 100 li away. If something happens to them, this old man won't have the face to live." Old Man Pai heard Zhang Xiaobao mention yesterday that Li Sun wanted to be a star. Today, he had to tell him in advance in case something happened and disturbed the Zhang family's arrangements. Li Sun was still not convinced. I have a special force." "Stop. What kind of force must be left behind to protect? Otherwise, this old man will tie you up and send you back to the capital. Let the emperor see your special force." Chapter 597. After leaving Jiangxia, the speed of the fleet became faster. They didn't stop to resupply when they passed by Dongting Lake. After half a month, they finally arrived at a dangerous place, Shiling Gorge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the ship and used their 1,000-li eyes to observe the scene in front of them. They looked at each other and were both shocked. They had never seen such a place before. Before, it was very stable, but now, it was terrifying. In just a short while, the 2 of them saw a fairly good ship hit the rocks due to the rapid current. Fortunately, it had just hit the rocks and was still going against the current. The ship immediately broke free and reached the shore before it sank. The people on the ship jumped off one after another, leaving only the mast of the ship above the water. "I think it's good to build a dam. Although it will put pressure on the earth's crust, it's like an earthquake. No one can say that it really has a big impact on other aspects. At least it will be easier to sail. It's not that scary. Right now, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted his fleet to pass through smoothly, so he put everything else aside. Wang Wan was also shocked by the current and the danger below. Looking at the waves that hit the mountains on both sides, she said, "How can we go? Our ships are deep in the water. It's impossible to send people to check the situation below. If one person goes in, there will be no one left. Do you want to rely on luck? Let the ship go up and insert the iron pole diagonally. Explore the way. I don't want to walk for 3 days and 3 nights only to see Yellow Ox Rock when I turn back." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to waste. The earlier they arrived, the earlier they could prepare. He didn't know how the ship in front of them passed, so he immediately ordered the ship to go first. At least the ship would be more stable. At this time, the people on the ship pointed to the mountains on both sides and said, "Young master, look, there is a sign on the mountain. There are words on it." Zhang Xiaobao looked. Sure enough, there was a sign. The words were too small to see clearly, so he used the binoculars to look. "Ship, explore the way. At this sign, go forward 121 meters. 45 meters to the left. The reef is 7 meters above the water. Go around 5 meters. You can avoid it. Well done. This is the advance team. Look at the sign. Tell the people behind to follow closely. Don't worry if you hit the reef." Zhang Xiaobao saw the words on the sign, waved his fist, and said happily. This was the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. They had long considered this matter, preparing for the fleet behind them. As for what he said afterwards, it was to warn those who were unconvinced. So what if it was military transport? How dare they compete with the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family? This made it easy for the various ships following behind. Seeing the large ships in front of them moving forward smoothly, they also followed suit. The 3 old men sat together with Li Sun. Originally, they planned to wait patiently, but they didn't expect the fleet to rush forward. Especially the ships of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Li Sun. Relying on their flexibility, they weren't afraid of being swept away by the current at all. They stood at the front and opened a path for the ships behind. Old Man Pai took the clairvoyant eye and looked at the signs on both sides of the river. He could understand the measurements on the signs, so there was no problem in converting them into feet and feet. He then took another clairvoyant eye and gave it to Old Man Yao. This is the capability of the Zhang family. The people who are scouting ahead are from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. They have long anticipated that the boats behind them would be difficult to pass through and provided the data on both sides of the river. With the performance of the Zhang family's boats, there is no need to worry about wasting time. This is the true inner courtyard of an aristocratic family. When I was in Sanshui County, I didn't realize that their inner courtyard was so powerful. Old Yao went to Shuzhou later. He only heard about the Zhang family from others, especially the shipping fleet. He only knew that it was extraordinary, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today was an eye-opener. When other ships took this route, they had to be extremely careful. Some even seemed to stop on the surface of the water for fear of being washed away by the turbulence. The Zhang family's fleet had never taken this route before. It was the first time they could do it so smoothly, so they couldn't help but be convinced. Why do you have to write such a number? Wouldn't it be better to just write Zhang? Old Man Yao asked in confusion. It's not accurate enough. The Zhang family's current measurement tools are accurate to the millimeter. It's too troublesome to calculate according to the measurements of the current Great Tang. For example, when the Ministry of Works is making weapons, they sometimes use the term half an inch. How much is half an inch? Moreover, every place has a different appearance. It's a mess. Unlike the Qin dynasty, their weapons can be replaced when they are damaged. It seems like we need to unify them. Old Man Pai explained to Old Man Yao. Li Sun, who was at the side, said smugly, "What's this little bit of danger? How can it be more dangerous than the sea? There's no chance to explore there at all. It's all based on experience. That's the real danger." He had reason to be proud. His fleet was the same as the Zhang family and the Wang families. They were all good ships. If he didn't go to dangerous places, how could he show that he was better than others? Old Man Yao had never seen what the sea at Lu Zhou's place looked like. Now was not the time to talk about the sea. He looked at the signs that were specially hung on the mountains on both sides of the river and said, "When we get there, I'll arrange for people to replace the big signs and words with the sizes of zhang and zhang that everyone can understand. It's convenient for the ships to come and go. It's useless. The river rises and falls. We might be able to hide for a while, but when we really go on this route, we'll have to rely on the experience of the boatmen. Unfortunately, they can't read at all. If they could write down their experiences and organize it. Perhaps it would be useful." Old Man Pai said with emotion. He was thinking about the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family and the villagers. When he was in Sanshui County, he found out that all of them had to be literate. At that time, he did not understand why the villagers were literate. Now that he thought about it, if the villagers of the Zhang family and the Wang family encountered the same situation, the result would be different. Li Sun's mansion also imitated the literacy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. At this time, he said, "In the future, let everyone be literate, just like Sanshui County, Huayuan County, and Lu Zhou's place. As long as there are children in the family, regardless of whether they are boys or girls, they will have to go to school for free. When they grow up and have children, they can teach themselves what the school can teach. Where will the money come from?" Old Man Yao also hoped that the entire Tang dynasty would be literate. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not realize the benefits of literacy. Li Sun was worried about other things, but he was not afraid of money. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was so poor that he only had money left. "Lord Yao, you don't have to worry about the money for education. I will contribute part of it, and the Zhang family and the Wang family will contribute part of it. They like to do this kind of thing the most, not only in education, but also in treatment. Since I met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they have been investing a lot of money in education every year. Lord Bai, you should know." "I know. But the money for Sanshui County's Jinjia Academy doesn't seem to come directly from his family. The academy organizes 1 or 2 competitions every year, and the money comes out. Also, they can make money by writing poems and copying books for the students they contact." Old Man Pai was full of anger at the mention of this matter. Zhang family and the Wang family gained a good reputation, and the students remembered them. Other people paid for them, and there were advertisements for other shops on the walls of the academy. Even the clothes they wore had small words embroidered on the corners. Only these 2 families could do such a thing. What was originally an elegant academy was actually filled with the stench of money, but the results were very good. Even if the students were poor, as long as they were willing to learn, they would have good food every day. There were 2 competitions in a year, and they did not have to worry about anything else. Their food, clothing, and accommodation were all taken care of by others, and the people who took care of them felt that they were taking advantage of them. What kind of world was this? Other people would not be able to finish the journey in a few days, but the fleet of Zhang family and the Wang family only took half a day to pass through. The weather was getting hotter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not find anything to do, so they wrote a proposal every day and sent it to their father. After their father approved it, they changed it and sent it to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. After Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao gave their comments, the 2 of them would write another copy and send it over. When the three of them were satisfied, it would be considered complete. After that, they would tidy up what they had written before and after, write down their comments, and prepare to wait for the book to be printed and sold. It could be said that they could learn and earn money at the same time. If they still had time, they would look for Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao to practice martial arts. Old Man Chang basically used fighting techniques and had a lot of experience. Old Man Yao was well versed in all kinds of weapons. He could be said to be an all-rounder. If they did not take advantage of him, they would be letting themselves down. The three old men were also willing to teach, especially Old Man Yao. He came later, unlike Old Man Pai, who had already experienced the carefreeness of teaching Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The days passed in such a fulfilling way. On this day, the fleet finally could not rely on their own strength to move forward. Zhang family and the Wang family might be able to barely swim, but the military definitely could not. They had already reached Cutang Gorge. With the strength of the impact, no matter how good a swimmer was, if they jumped in, it was guaranteed that they would disappear. The fleet could not move on their own, so they had to rely on a tracker. Seeing that the tracker only had a piece of cloth to cover his face and did not even have shoes, Wang Wan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to ask someone to bring them clothes and shoes, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. "Someone, bring them some good cotton rope and canvas. Tell them not to rush. Let them have a meal first and rest before moving. Tell the ships behind to wait." Wang Wan did not say anything after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. She only realized that the tracker had given them clothes and shoes, but they could not wear them when they were pulling the rope. The clothes would tear after a short period of time, and the shoes could not be worn. They had to be steady at every step. If they wore shoes, they would feel uncomfortable. To them, what they needed the most was good rope and canvas. However, Wang Wan was unwilling to give up. She tugged at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Think of something for them. Take out 5,000 strings of cash and make good iron poles and handles for them on this route. That way, they won't have to hold on to rocks to move forward. Generations of trackers will be able to use them." Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 598. The river winds, the river flows, the river tides, the mountains and rivers swirl in the heart of the river. The river bank is steep and the mountains are slanted along the wall. Beside the river, the naked rocks sing ancient songs. Tens of thousands of waves, tens of thousands of ripples, hundreds of big boats, hundreds of small boats. One man, one rope, one shoulder pad, one step, one stop, one sentence mark. The trackers gladly accepted the rope and canvas that Zhang Xiaobao asked his men to deliver to them. They decided to use the rope and canvas to replace the cost of pulling the rope, especially the huge canvas. When the leader of the trackers held the rope and canvas in his hand, a childish smile appeared on his face that was so old that it was hard to tell his age from the wind and frost. "With such a good cloth to cushion your shoulders, you won't have to worry about chafing your shoulders. Where did this canvas come from? I've never seen it before. It's a good thing. I'll definitely pull the boat through this gorge safely." Wang Wan felt like she was just like her little brothers and sisters. She would be satisfied as long as they were given something fun to play with. The calluses on her hands, feet, and shoulders were cracked. She really wanted to do something for the trackers. "Is 5,000 piercings really enough?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that when Zhang Xiaobao spoke, under normal circumstances, it was hard to guess which sentence was true and which was false. Perhaps what Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression was so fake that it couldn't be any more fake. Or perhaps what he said casually was the truth. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Wan. She knew that as long as she forced Zhang Xiaobao, the lies would become the truth. Now, she was going to do this. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to notice the tracker's hard work. His expression was as calm as ever, and his words were as light as a feather. That depends on whether or not someone came over and secretly removed the steel fixed with cement when no one was paying attention. If someone steals, not to mention 5,000 strings of coins, even 50 million strings of coins won't be enough to fill it up. If no one steals, a one-time investment of about 3,000 strings of coins will be enough to open up a path that can be used. In the future, the annual maintenance cost of a few hundred strings of coins will be enough. Be serious. I want to know what you think. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao in dissatisfaction. His life was already so difficult, and he still acted as if nothing had happened. All right, that's serious. I'll be serious now. It doesn't matter what I think. What's important is whether or not the trackers can protect the things that were made for them. We are just passers-by. That's how the rules have been for thousands of years. Give them a chance, and it's up to them to see how far they can go. Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious, but his expression was still the same. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Wang Wan was so angry that she reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's cheeks. She stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes and said, "My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can jump from a height of 15 meters and climb a 9-meter-tall wall with his bare hands. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can deceive the world and take the lives of the politicians of other countries. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can use the money he scams to give the children of his country a better future. He is the Xiaobao who is willing to trade his life for the children of criminals. The only rule that can bind him is his conscience. When everyone is helpless, he can turn the tide. Do you understand, Zhang Xiaobao? Did you develop too quickly and get too much nutrition? Did you reach the sunflower stage early? I didn't say that I wouldn't help. What does your expression have to do with it? My cuckoo, don't you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort to force those words out of his deformed mouth. Wang Wan let go of her hand. "Who's your cuckoo? You're the one who's at the sunflower stage. We'll sleep in separate beds tonight. I'll go see how they pull the cable. I'll leave this to you. If you can't do it well, we'll sleep in separate rooms." Wang Wan was satisfied and left happily. Zhang Xiaobao was left standing where he was. He rubbed his cheeks and mumbled, "Scared of you. Sleep in separate beds. Little brat, what else can I do? Just wait for me to grow up. Hey, someone, why are you standing so far away?" When Zhang Xiaobao felt that his face still belonged to him, he shouted at the person who was standing 5 feet away and was about to fall off the boat. The person immediately came over and whispered, "Young master, please tell me. I didn't see anything just now." "If you didn't see anything, then don't stay in the inner courtyard. Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Since you didn't see anything, I'll give you a chance to take a good look. You stay here and find someone to organize the local trackers. Monopolize them. Each person can only earn a few copper coins for pulling a boat. You don't know how many people and goods are on the boat. When the goods are sold over there, you can earn several times or even more than 10 times the profit. Once you've organized them, raise the price. If they don't want to spend money, let them figure out a way to climb. Use cement and steel to fix the climbing area. If the local boss tries to stop you, use money. If you can't, kill him. Don't worry about not being able to beat him. I'll find something useful for you later. You can ask the local authorities for help. Remember, the person who stays with you is a man. If it's a woman, sleep in separate beds." After talking to the servants in the inner courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He happily went to find Old Man Pai and the other two. The servants in the inner courtyard were stunned for a while before they slapped themselves. "Serves you right. You can't control your mouth. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Zhang, have the 3 of you eaten?" Zhang Xiaobao jogged all the way to the cabin where the three old men were. He asked them sweetly as they enjoyed the scenery outside through the window. Old Man Pai suddenly shivered. If it was in Sanshui County, he would feel gratified when he heard Xiaobao and Cuckoo talk like this. Now, he understood the two more. A few days ago, they were angry with him. They didn't even give him a good face when he asked about knowledge. Now, they became cute in the blink of an eye. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange that they became so cute. Old Man Yao didn't know. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge against his family a few days ago. Now that he saw the scenery of the Yangtze River, he forgot about it. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he laughed and said, "It's not time to eat yet." "Xiaobao, aren't you going to play with Xiaobei and the others? You haven't eaten yet." "That's good. In a while, Cuckoo and I will personally cook for the three grandpas. It's been hard on the boat for many days. You should eat something good." "What do the three grandpas want to eat?" "Cuckoo and I will definitely make it. Usually, Cuckoo and I treat the three grandpas as our own grandpas." Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big innocent eyes and continued speaking. Old Man Chang also felt cold. Maybe it was because the window was open too wide. The wind was blowing. It was cold on the Yangtze River. Old Man Pai didn't see the nervous look that Old Man Pai gave him. He followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "As long as it's made by Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the grandpas love to eat it. The grandpas also treat Xiaobao and Cuckoo as their own grandson and granddaughter." "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, is what Grandpa Yao said true?" Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang, and asked a little uncertainly. The two old men nodded very tacitly. At the same time, they said in their hearts, "It's over, it's over. We don't even know what's waiting for us. Retribution has come, right? I knew the three grandpas were the best. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, where are your famous tattoos?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and started to get to the point. "What?" Old Man Pai asked with a trembling voice. "Your grandson and granddaughter wanted to borrow it. If you don't want to give it to us, then forget it. You're even talking about your own grandpa." Zhang Xiaobao lowered his voice towards the end, but the three old men still heard it clearly. Just as Old Man Pai was wondering why the two little ancestors wanted the tattoos, Old Man Yao happily said, "Xiaobao and Cuckoo want to use it, then give it to them. It's just a name tattoo. Wait, Grandpa Xiaobao will get it for you." Old Man Yao turned around to look for a name assassin. Old Man Bai met Zhang Xiaobao's expectant gaze and was defeated within 2 seconds. He also turned around to look for one. Old Man Zhang did not have a name assassin, so he could only watch from the side. After Zhang Xiaobao got the two old men's tattoos, he happily waved them. He ran out while saying, "Three grandpas, thank you. In a while, Cuckoo and I will make wontons for the three of you. The kind with big stuffing. Don't get me into trouble." Old Man Pai shouted at the empty cabin. He sighed and said to Old Man Yao, "Xiaobao and Cuckoo's wontons aren't delicious. With the name tattoo in their hands, they can do anything. Then why did you give them the gilded name tattoo?" Old Man Yao asked. "What they want is the gilded name tattoo. I just offended them a few days ago. How can I not give it? Don't talk about the name tattoo. If they want my life, I will fight with them. And, in a while, let's eat wontons. The wontons made by the two children are really delicious. Drink tea, drink tea. Empty your stomach and eat a few to make up for your loss." Old Man Pai helplessly said. This time, Xiaobao also learned to keep it a secret. Zhang Xiaobao handed the two-name tattoo to the servants who stayed behind. Then, he turned around and went to find Wang Wan to discuss the wontons. When he found Wang Wan was watching the boatman pull the rope. She clenched her little fists tightly, as if she was helping him. The river is flowing downwards, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist and climb the mountain, yo. Hey yo he. Straighten your back and walk, yo. Hey yo he. There's a whirlpool ahead, grab the lifesaver, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist to the right, lean down. Hey. Hey. Hey yo he. The boatman who commanded the boatman shouted with every step. Following the sound of the boatman's voice, all the boatmen moved in unison and brushed past the whirlpool. It was unknown how they were able to exert their strength. The boatman's voice was sharp, hoarse, and high-pitched. The boatman's voice was deep and resounding. It echoed back and forth on both sides of the Yangtze River, making people hear the legendary song of this waterway. I was wondering why the boatman's voice in the past was different from now. The boatman's voice was modified. The real boatman's voice was used to command, not to express emotions. Wang Wan exclaimed as she listened to the boatman's voice echoing on both sides of the river and the mountains. Which one is better? Zhang Xiaobao did not expect the real boatman's voice to be so shocking. Chapter 599. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not possibly treat the trackers as civilians living at the bottom of society when they saw the trackers climbing and wading through the water. They were real heroes when they used their rich experience and strength to ensure the safety of the boats. If only we had a camera, we could record this moment. When Xiao Bei and the others are older and more mature, we'll show them that there are people like them in the world. Wang Wan said regretfully. Everyone lives the same life, the only difference is the quality of life. It's fine as long as the trackers know that they're tired. There's no need to put them in a high position. It'll be fine in the future. These people are giving us too little money. Let's stick together. If they don't want to spend more money, we'll cross the river ourselves. Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan as he watched the trackers moving forward. You've arranged everything. Aren't you afraid that someone else will take over if the trackers don't pull the boats? Wang Wan was very confident in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. She was just worried that someone else would take over the position if the price was too high. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Pulling a cable isn't just about physical strength. Let's not even talk about newbies. Even if we ask the trackers from the other two valleys to try, we'll see if any of the boats dare to be pulled by them. They'll break every single one of the boats. Just listen to the tune. They've turned pulling a cable into an art. It's the experience accumulated from generations of trackers. What if they find someone to beat them up? Wang Wan asked. Don't worry, we have our dear Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Ya to help us. We can just ask the local authorities to arrest them, Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. What did they use in exchange? Wontons. We'll go make them later. You only know how to bully people. What do you mean bully? We have nothing to do anyway. We'll just take advantage of them and suffer some losses. We understand that it's not a big deal. We'll just treat it as a game. Our mentality has always been to transcend the rules. We're just willing to live within the rules. Ha! Little Zhu, Little Bei, and the others are out. Oh my god, isn't this bullshit? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he turned his head and saw his younger brother and sister dragging a model boat. He didn't know where they found ribbons, but they used them as ropes and hung them on the model boat. Together, they pulled in different directions. Even when the boat was pulled down, they continued to drag it. As they walked, they made yo-yo sounds, chanting. Rushing over, Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be angry and said to the little guys, "Who told you to pull me like this?" As she spoke, she glanced at the maidservants and male handymen who were taking care of her. The few of them were frightened. A courageous maidservant explained, "Little young master, didn't you say that we should let little young master and little young mistress play whatever they want? That's not the way to play. You have to tell them that the purpose of playing is to learn, not to exhaust their strength. At this time, you have to tell them the rules of carrying the log. If 8 people can't carry a log, then 6 people can change. If 6 people can't carry it, then 4 people can change. Let them gradually understand the importance of unity during the process of playing." Zhang Xiaobao finally said the reason why he was angry. Only then did the maidservants feel relieved. It wasn't that they were not allowed to play, but that they were missing a step. At this time, the little guys also stopped. Their eyes looked at the most powerful brother in their hearts. Wang Wan's younger sister, little Zhu, pulled the rope on her shoulders twice and sang, "Hey yo, hey yo. Okay, I'll let you guys pull at the swimming pool on the boat in a while." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the little guy's way of doing things. If he directly told them to be united, they wouldn't understand. They would understand after a while. Xiao Bei tried hard to take off the rope on her body and give it to her brother. She cried out anxiously. When Zhang Xiaobao took the rope in his hand and pulled the boat up by himself, the little guys looked at their brother with eyes full of worship. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed this kind of worship very much. He said to the maidservants, "Cooperate with them and let them know how to use their strength." The maidservants took the other ropes one by one and each found a direction and began to pull. Sure enough, they couldn't pull. Wang Wan cooperated and came in front of Zhang Xiaobao. She pulled with all her strength and said, "Please do this with me. I'll do this with you." If the maidservants still didn't know what to do, they would have been kicked out of the inner courtyard. In order to let the little guys understand, the group talked and walked at the same time. This time, the little ones understood. After their brother and sister walked one round, they all took over and shouted, "Please do the same with me," and pulled the boat up together. However, after pulling a few steps, they thought of something even more interesting. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother asked the others to stop first. He pulled by himself and sang, pull the radish, I-O, pull the radish, remember, take them to play like this in the future." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the little guys' serious faces and said to the maidservants with a smile. This scene happened to be seen by the 3 old men who came out of the cabin. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy making wontons and left, Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, "See. This is the real education. Don't look at how good the schools and academies of the Zhang family and Wang family are. They don't show their real ability at all. When the children grow up and start learning, as long as they learn something, they can understand it according to their previous experience." Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao had to admit that the education of the Zhang family and Wang family was indeed different from others, but it was the best. Now that you mention it, I also remember that the children of other families are told not to do this and not to do that, but the children of the Zhang family and Wang family have never been told that. They are always told what to do or demonstrated when they can't do it well. This won't do, I have to write this down. In the future, when I educate my descendants, I'll write a copy and send it to the palace. I've decided to keep an eye on the children. The Zhang and Wang families always give the children the best things. The best place to sleep, the best food, the best toys, and the best education. As long as the children aren't stupid to death, then they'll all be talents. Old Man Yao also agreed and was ready to shift his attention from Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to the children. This decision was not wrong. After lunch, in the afternoon, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao gave each of the children a set of drawing tools. It was the kind of drawing tools with big circles and small circles. Different small circles were placed in different big circles. No matter how they scribbled inside, they could draw all kinds of beautiful circles or ovals. There were also crayons of different colors. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also accompanied them. Wang Wan took a drawing clip and sketched with charcoal strips. Zhang Xiaobao used a brush to draw mountains and rivers. Even the servant girls who served them had changed into simple and elegant clothes. They were either writing or grinding. All of a sudden, a unique atmosphere appeared. The children, who had slept for an hour, wanted to play. When they saw their older brother, sister, and the people who usually played with them there doing almost the same thing, they changed their original thoughts and picked up their toys to draw. As they drew, Wang Wan's younger sister did not use tools. She only held a crayon and copied her older sister, drawing whatever she saw. No one made a sound. They were all quietly doing their own things. The three old men who had eaten a lot of wontons walked out of the cabin and saw a scene with a special charm in the mountains and rivers. This kind of scene was not something they could bear to destroy. Just by looking, they felt a sense of tranquility in their hearts. Why do I feel a little scared when I look at them? Old man Chang whispered. He found that what he saw was not a group of children, but a silent battlefield. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of horses stood with spears in their hands. What a powerful aura! This is what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo meant when they said that the environment affects people. Remember, children are often affected by the environment. Old Man Pai said with emotion. The three people quietly walked closer. Old Man Pai had long known about Wang Wan's special drawing method. The people or things she drew were as real as they could be. However, he did not like it, because he felt that it lacked the abstract charm that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had described. However, Wang Wan did not only draw like this. She drew well, and the other drawing method he taught her was also good. Zhang Xiaobao was worse. This was compared to Wang Wan. Compared to other children of the same age, he was still better. The maidservants' drawing and writing were average. After all, they were usually busy with other things and did not have much energy to devote to it. Being able to draw and write was not a skill that ordinary maidservants could possess. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's maidservants could do it. The little ones drawing toys were not bad. He did not know what they were thinking, but no matter how hard they tried, they would always be able to draw a beautiful picture. The most interesting one was Xiao Zhu. She actually did not use that toy to draw. Could it be that she wanted to draw something like a cuckoo? This was drawn by Xiao Zhu. Old Man Bai quietly moved closer and began to be evaluated by the people around him. As he watched, he arrived behind Wang Wan's sister, little Zhu. When he saw that she wasn't using any tools and was only holding a specially made crayon in her hand, he thought that she was just randomly drawing. In the end, when he saw little Zhu lying down and drawing, he was finally moved. If this drawing was placed in the academy, anyone who drew it would give the lowest rating. It was really too bad. There was only a rough outline, and the water and trees in the drawing only looked like water and trees. Especially that water, the ups and downs were too bad. The trees were not bad, and one could see the branches. However, this drawing was drawn by a child who was more than 1 year old and less than 2 years old. Furthermore, she used a thick crayon and matched the drawing with similar colors. This was not a simple matter. At this time, Xiao Zhu was worrying about the color of a stone. The stone was yellow, but it was not yellow, and it was not green. The yellow stone had light green moss on it. How could this color match? The crayon did not have a light green color. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao also came over. When the three old men saw that Xiao Zhu had to match the color, they were all worried. Xiao Zhu first used a dark cyan crayon to paint the approximate position, then used a yellow crayon to paint another layer, turning it into a light cyan with a hint of green. Chapter 600. Old Man Pai was excited to see this, so he moved forward and carefully looked at Xiao Zhu's drawing. Suddenly, he couldn't help but say, "Xiao Zhu, this place should be lightly brushed all the way to the end, not brushed over one stroke after another. Xiao Zhu was shocked. She turned around and saw the old man Pai behind her. She knew him, so she calmed down with a puzzled expression. She didn't even understand what old man Pai was saying. It should be like this. Look, I'll draw it for you. Old man Pai grabbed Xiao Zhu's crayon and brushed it according to his idea. There was a sound that couldn't be heard, and the crayon broke. That stroke was actually half a foot long. Old man Pai looked at the half-broken crayon in his hand and the drawing in a daze. Xiao Zhu, on the other hand, stared blankly for a moment before bursting into tears. The crayon was broken, and so was the drawing. Only then did old man Bai remember that the other party had used a crayon and not a writing brush. In a fluster, he began to comfort Xiao Zhu. Old man Zhang and old man Yao also knew that old man Bai had gotten himself into trouble. It was fine if this stroke was done well, but it ended up like this. How old was Xiao Zhu? She didn't know how to endure and compromise. Her drawing was ruined, and her crayon was also broken. She was usually very careful when she used it, as it was given to her by her brother and sister. So she took up her weapon and wept. At this moment, the special atmosphere was broken. The surrounding people all stopped and turned their eyes to Xiao Zhu. Old man Pai looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and explained, I just wanted to teach Xiao Zhu how to draw, but the crayon broke, and there was also a mark on the drawing. This matter, sigh. Wang Wan smiled and came over to look at her sister's drawing. And, not bad. She had improved from last time. She hugged her sister and comforted her. Broken, pen, woo. He's bad, Xiao Zhu cried as she saw her family. She pointed at old man Pai and complained. Zhang Xiaobao took a small knife and came over as well. Old man Pai began to say to him, I saw that Xiao Zhu's drawing was not bad, so I wanted to take her in as a student. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Why didn't you pay more attention to her? If you knew that she was so good at drawing, you should have found her a good teacher. Grandpa Bai, last month, Cuckoo and I found out that Xiao Zhu is still young, so it's not suitable to find a teacher to teach her. We'll let her slowly draw by herself. When she's older, if she still has this interest, then we'll talk about it again. Sometimes, Cuckoo will let her watch her draw, and she's learned a lot. Grandpa Bai, don't think that it's just crayons. If you really practice it well, your drawing won't be worse than drawing with charcoal or a brush. When you draw, as long as you have a soul, it doesn't matter what kind of brush you use. Grandpa Bai, take your time and leave the rest to me. Zhang Xiaobao was raising his younger siblings according to his own education philosophy. He had to wait until they were at least 3.5 years old before he could teach them specifically. At this age, a child's interest was very unstable. If he really forced them to teach, it would easily cause the child to have reverse psychology and escape emotions. Good intentions would spoil things. Holding a small knife, he went over and gently scraped off the long part of the drawing. He also took a clean towel and rubbed it. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The maidservant had already brought over a new box of crayons and placed it in Xiao Zhu's hands. Xiao Zhu, who had just been crying so hard that it could shake the heavens, sobbed twice before immediately changing into a smiling face. Choosing the color she wanted to use, she waved her small hands at her brother and sister in a beautiful manner. The disaster could be considered over. The after effect was that Xiao Zhu always looked at Old Man Pai with a vigilant gaze, as if Old Man Pai was a heinous villain. The atmosphere just now was broken, and it was gone forever. The little ones became lively, chattering in words that only they could understand. Each of them showed their own drawing to their brother and sister. After hearing a word of praise, they would be happy for a long time. Old Man Pai retreated with an awkward expression. He said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, who were trying hard to hold back their laughter. See. This is the education of the Zhang family and Wang family. They are not even 2 years old and they can draw such a drawing. What will they do when they are a year old? But even so, the Zhang family and Wang family are still not satisfied. They want to see it again. Old man Chang nodded and said, I saw it, but this kind of education method is not something an ordinary family can use. Especially that kind of aura just now, there is no need to deliberately do it. Just find a few servants and they can create it. Let alone a rich family, can the palace maids in the imperial palace do it? This is only the part that has been revealed. There are still methods that have not been revealed. If you want to learn, you don't know how long it will take. What if they teach the children until they are 15 years old? Do you want to learn for 15 years? Even if Old Man Chang did not have a prominent identity like Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, he knew that from the education of the Zhang family and Wang family's children, he could see how powerful they were. Li Sun, who was also full, came over at this time and interrupted, so, if you want to understand, you have to ask clearly. You can't just look. Otherwise, even if you learn, you may not be able to understand the meaning. The Zhang family and Wang family are the kind of people that have always been imitated, but never surpassed. When I have children in the future, I will find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to teach. Whatever they know, I will learn. Then, other than Xiao Bei and the others, no one can compare. After leaving the land, the people brought by Old Man Yao began to feel uncomfortable again. They were not like Old Man Pai's people, who had experienced many things. When they went to Shuzhou, they were already uncomfortable for a long time. Fortunately, they were able to reach the shore in the capital at that time. Now, they were in a hurry. As long as the ship's supplies were enough, they would move forward without stopping. The ones who were least affected were the little ones. Usually, their range of activities was not large. They were always in the yard. Occasionally, they would be carried out for a walk. They also brought their houses, which were specially set aside for them on the ship. There was a small swimming pool, a sand pile, and any toy they got could be played for a long time. Moreover, they were provided with a lot of toys and games. The most important thing was that they could play with their brothers and sisters for a while every day. When the fleet was less than a month away from the destination, the fastest ship in the vanguard had already arrived at Chengdu. The people on the ship immediately got busy as soon as they came ashore. This time, the person in charge was Su Si, the person from the Gu family who bought the firecrackers in Sanshui County. Once he came ashore with a heavy responsibility, he found 2 people to protect him and rode quickly in the direction of Shuangliu County. Su Si rode on the horse with a determined expression. The young master and young lady of the main family had given a death order. This time, they could only succeed and could not fail. Since the main family directly handed the money to him at the market by the small bridge in Sanshui County, he was determined to serve the main family to the death. People said that an army was trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He had been raised for a few years, so it was time to use it. The small things he did before were all training. This time, he heard from the members of the Zero team that this was a matter of life and death. No matter what, he had to do it well. The 3 riders only took 2 hours to arrive at the county yamen of Shuangliu County. Shuangliu County was also a middle county. There were yamen runners standing at the entrance. As soon as the 3 riders arrived, the yamen runners' eyes fell on the 3 people who jumped off the horse. Who are you? One of the 4 yamen runners who were guarding the door stood out and asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Su Si took out something from his arms and handed it over. Give this to your county magistrate Tian and registrar Wang. I want to see them immediately. You little fool. You want to see them? Tell me your name. The yamen runner didn't take the thing in Su Si's hand at all. It was a piece of cloth with a very awkward-looking rice seedling embroidered on it. The rice seedling actually had arms and was holding a sign with the word G written on it. Susie didn't have time to waste with the yamen runner. He directly replied, "My name is Susie. I'm from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. I'm a 5-star deacon." "What inner courtyard deacon?" "The master is busy. Wait at the gatehouse. Look at the broken thing you're holding. Even if you're anxious, you can't write the wrong words." The yamen runner curled his lips and straightforwardly refused. "This isn't about being anxious. It's about being anxious. Quickly report it. Otherwise, if something happens, you can't bear the responsibility." "Humph." Susie's face became serious and threatened. The yamen runner still wanted to say something, but another yamen runner behind him pulled him back. This yamen runner was afraid of delaying things. The county magistrate was different from the previous ones. He did things neatly and efficiently. If there was really an urgent matter that delayed things, then he would be guilty. It was fine to report it. If he didn't know who the county magistrate was, then it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. The yamen runner held back his anger and said, "Wait." Then he hurried in. When he arrived at the study, the county magistrate Tian was discussing something with the registrar Wang. Hearing the knock on the door, Tian frowned and said, "Come in." "Sir, there's a person outside who wants to see you and the registrar Wang." This is what he brought. His tone is harsh. It seems that he doesn't take you seriously at all. The yamen runner took his revenge and presented the thing in his hand as he spoke. When the county magistrate Tian and the registrar Wang saw the cloth embroidered with the rice seedling, they were stunned. This thing was very familiar to them. It was a rice seedling. But the words on it made them blush. What happened to the head of the Zhang family? Why did he take out a rice seedling to test them? It was obvious that he didn't trust the two of them. "Sir, don't be angry. I can see that they are not good people. I'll go and deal with them now." The yamen runner who was observing the two thought that they were angry and immediately added, "Bullshit. Open the main door for me. The yamen runners are waiting on both sides to welcome me. Am I, Tian, an ungrateful person? Someone, bring me the clothes I wore when I was studying. I'm the strong grass." County Magistrate Tian scolded the yamen runner and immediately started to prepare. Wang was stunned and said, "Brother Tian, can you lend me some extra clothes? There's no time." Half an hour later, Susie and the other two people who were waiting outside the yamen saw the door creak open. Two people walked out. They were wearing civilian clothes embroidered with the words Jianjia. Chapter 601. "The Zhang family has orders," Susie shouted as soon as he saw the two of them. Tian, Wang, receives the orders. County Magistrate Tian and Registrar Wang responded loudly. Susie spoke naturally, and so did the two of them. However, this made the others feel uneasy. What kind of Zhang family was this? How could they be more powerful than the officials from the imperial court? Not only did the two old masters open the main door to welcome them, but they were also so respectful. Could it be that the people who came were more powerful than the imperial court? Who didn't know what the two old masters had been doing recently? They made the lives of the common people better and gave the people in the yamen more money. With such ability, even Shangguan had to accompany them with a smile the last time he came. Now that he met three people, he became so obedient. Not only the yamen runners, but the common people who passed by also saw their old masters dressed like this and were so sincere. They all gathered around curiously, wanting to see what was going on. Could it be that they were coerced by someone? Then they had to help. Tian and Wang didn't care what others thought of them. They knew who gave them a good life when they were studying, who gave them the status they had today, and who helped them solve their problems. What they did this time wasn't just to respect the Zhang family, but also to respect themselves. People couldn't be without conscience. At the very least, they had to let the Zhang family know that next time they were asked to do something, they didn't have to take out the rice seedlings and just write the word order. The two of them thought this and did this. Together, they brought the cloth over. Tian said, "If the head of the Zhang family orders us, we don't dare to disobey. Please take it back." When Su Si took the cloth, Wang immediately said, "Please come in. Let's talk inside." Su Si and the other two were welcomed in by the two people in the crowd. After an hour of discussion, the three of them came out again. They mounted their horses and hurried to the next place, Guangdu County, where there were still two officials. After the three of them left, a notice was posted in Shuangliu County. The content was very simple. It said that if they wanted to brew better wine, they would buy grain from the county and the surrounding counties. They also invited grain stores and grain merchants to cooperate. After the good wine was brewed, they would share the profits together. Previously, the matter of purchasing raw lacquer and caring for the people's livelihood had already made the people recognize the two lords of Shuangliu County. Now that there was a new business, all the merchants with grain came over one after another. A day later, there was news that Guangdu County had gathered a large number of mules to form a large caravan for the convenience of merchants. They were preparing to travel on the tea and horse road after the autumn harvest. The two consecutive announcements, which were good news for the commoners and merchants, attracted a lot of people. People who had mules and food sent them to the two counties. On the second day after Su Si arrived in Chengdu, he once again rushed to Yizhou. Along the way, he sent out deposits and ordered a large amount of charcoal and leather from the relevant shops. No one knew what the people who took flying money were doing, but if there was money, they had to earn it. If there wasn't enough charcoal, they would burn it. If there wasn't enough leather, they would raise the price to encourage hunters to hunt. When the large fleet of Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, the advance team had already begun to pacify the people in Yizhou. There was nothing else on the mountain, but there was a lot of bamboo and all kinds of wild animals. Apart from the high mountains that couldn't be climbed due to ice and snow, the lower mountains had already been occupied by the locals. Su Si, in the name of a merchant, used the salt and cloth he brought this time to trade for bamboo with the locals. The price he set was very high. In addition to bamboo, there were also various kinds of wood that had to be cut down according to the requirements. They had to be cut down at the designated places. No matter where the locals cut down the wood, as long as they could exchange it for necessities, they were willing to do it. After cutting down the wood for 2 days, they found that after cutting down the places the merchant had asked them to cut down, there were actually roads. When the fleet of Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, it was already the end of summer. After traveling for more than 2 months, everyone was already tired of sitting on the boat. Only Xiaobei and the others were still as happy as ever. Zhang Zhong's arrival was very low-key. He tried his best not to let others know. However, it was impossible for such a large fleet to not let others know. Those who heard some information about Zhang Zhong all guessed what was going on. When Zhang Zhong, who was preparing to continue upward, stood on the deck and looked toward the shore, the people also gathered and pointed at him. Before others knew the situation, news spread from Shuangliu County and Guangdu County that Zhang Zhong had been demoted. He was demoted from the provincial governor of the upper province to the provincial governor of the lower province. It was said that the Zhang family had made too much money and had offended someone they shouldn't have. Furthermore, they also told the local people that if Zhang Zhong's fleet wanted to sell anything, they must ask for more money. This was because the Zhang family was rich. It would be unreasonable if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to earn more money from the Zhang family. If this news was said by ordinary people, perhaps not many people would believe it. However, it wasn't said by ordinary people. It was said by the county magistrate and the registrar of the two counties. This time, everyone was prepared to make a lot of money. Zhang Zhong didn't disappoint the local people. He really began to buy a lot of supplies along the way, especially vegetable oil. He bought as much as he could, and the price was raised again and again. By the time the fleet was about to reach Yingzhou, the price of vegetable oil had tripled. This made the seller of vegetable oil feel embarrassed. It was really too much of a bully. Zhang Zhong also pretended to be wronged, making people feel that he was unlucky to be demoted to a poor place like Yingzhou. Moreover, it was a situation where the local people wouldn't cooperate. Old Man Pai and the other two old men were also anxious. They originally thought that the Zhang family would buy a lot of food when they arrived here so that they could use it for logistics. They didn't expect that they would collect vegetable oil. How could they not be hungry after eating this? Even if they weren't hungry, they would have diarrhea if they ate too much. If it weren't for the fear of the two experts of the Zhang family to a certain extent, the three old men would have really gone crazy from anxiety. It was completely different from what they had originally imagined. What does the Zhang family mean? Are they still not satisfied? The people of the Ministry of Works have agreed to let them open the salt pans. They have also exempted a lot of taxes. Once the matter is settled, the elders of the Zhang family will also have corresponding official positions. Why don't they organize logistics? Old Man Yao had only been in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family for a short time, so he didn't know the style of the two families. He also didn't know that the Zhang family and the Wang family could ignore other things, but they would definitely take care of logistics. He hadn't eaten well for 2 days in a row. He wanted to know what the Zhang family and the Wang family were thinking. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Since the Zhang family has agreed, they won't let us down. If the Zhang family can't do it, no one in the Tang Empire can. Otherwise, why would the emperor send the Zhang family to Yingzhou? They are like the 56 members of the Zero team of the Zhang family. They are the most elite. The Zhang family is also the Tang Empire, or rather, the emperor's elite. If it weren't for the fact that there was no concrete evidence this time and that he didn't want to provoke a bigger war, the emperor would never send the Zhang family here. It's so good to build a place. They can raise the rent and taxes everywhere and let the people live a good life. The emperor has no other choice. Even if there was another person who could reach half of the logistical organization of the Zhang family, the emperor wouldn't send the Zhang family to this unstable place. Do you think that anyone can and dares to build the Yangtze River Bridge? Old Man Pai comforted Old Man Yao, but he was not sure. If he didn't know that the Zhang family had always been bold and unconstrained, he would also go crazy. Why would they collect vegetables, oil, and grain? Grain was the most important thing. They had asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan several times, but the two of them were at a loss. Seeing that they had arrived in Yizhou, Wang Wan played with her brother and sister for a while. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I think it's a loss for the country that you didn't go to military school for a few years and serve the army. Your plan reminds me of Operation Ghost Shadow in Calais during World War II. Without Operation Ghost Shadow in Calais, there wouldn't have been Operation Sea King in Normandy. If this operation had succeeded, it would have been written in the annals of Chinese war." Of course, Li Longji's evaluation of his life had also added one more thing to it, and that was to know how to make good use of people. "Xiaobao, what I want to know the most right now is, why are you collecting so much vegetable oil? I don't think you'll spend a lot of ammunition and electrons to paralyze the enemy like Operation Ghost Shadow in World War II. That's not you, Zhang Xiaobao. You're better at scheming than Eisenhower and Montgomery, and the enemy isn't as capable as Rommel. Tell me, or we'll sleep in separate beds." "Thank you. Can you keep it a secret?" Zhang Xiaobao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He lowered his head and asked with a slightly red face. "Yes," Wang Wan said with certainty. I can do it too." Zhang Xiaobao became more and more shy. Separate. I want to live separately from you. You can live in the mountains. When Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's teams really arrived in Yizhou, the three old men suddenly realized that the things they saw were different from what they had imagined. The people in this place, who had always been difficult to deal with, actually came to greet them. Could this be the charisma that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talked about? Why did the people come out and greet them with a smile? No, that's not right. Wang Wan also sighed at Zhang Xiaobao's arrangements in advance. After her eyes swept around, she selectively forgot about other people and only focused on the two animals in the cage. Xiao Bao, Panda, look, they're so fun. They're looking at me. Let them out and let Xiao Bei and the others play with them. Wang Wan said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao. Forget it. Do you think pandas only eat bamboo? Pandas are omnivores, okay? You want Xiao Bei and the others to feed pandas. There were a lot of reports before that people thought pandas were cute and ate bamboo. In the end, they foolishly went over and got bitten. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that the cage contained domesticated pandas and quickly dispelled Wang Wan's idea. Who said that? I also heard that wild pandas often go to the farmer's house to eat and play with their children. Unfortunately, the farmer poisoned the pandas for money and sentenced them to death. If pandas come to our house to eat, I'll definitely make the best food for them. Wang Wan really didn't dare to let pandas play with Xiao Bei and the others. She wasn't without common sense. Pandas like to eat bamboo with little fiber, not other people's food. Unless there's not enough bamboo and there's no other way, they'll eat other things. Let's go. We still need to use the local people for our later plans. Let's go and greet them. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. Chapter 602. According to the census records, there were 4,422 people in Yizhou. It had not been checked for several years, so no one knew whether it was more or less. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought they would see new clothes, but when they saw the locals, they found that the clothes they wore were similar to what they had seen along the way. However, it was a little difficult to communicate with them. Most of the people did not speak official language, unlike the two of them, who could speak many languages, including dialects. The locals usually had a lot of contact with the outside world, so they spoke fluent official language and praised Zhang Zhong endlessly. Why do I feel that his words sound like a routine? It should be that when he meets an official, he will say that formalism is not good. Zhang Xiaobao hoped that the other party would really praise his father. They don't know who your father is. It's good to say conventional words and not offend them. When the Red Army crossed the snow mountain, there was a mountain here. When they settled down, they went up to take a look. Is it really so cold? Can it freeze people halfway through their journey? Wang Wan took a few deep breaths and found that it was not uncomfortable. There was no altitude sickness as she had imagined. Zhang Xiaobao also looked around and found that Li Sun, who was standing next to him, seemed to have thought of something and looked excited. He knew that he did not need to worry for the time being. He looked at the mountain in the distance and said, the Red Army probably didn't have much time to stay and had no strength to walk, so they froze to death on the mountain. The most important thing was that many people didn't know how to survive on the snow mountain and couldn't find such thick clothes. It's good that Huzi and others can climb up the mountain. The two sides talked to each other for a while and began to walk to the government office. Looking at the road under their feet, all the people who came for the first time felt sorry for the locals. It seemed that it should have rained yesterday or the day before. In addition, the water here had been heavy. When they stepped on it and lifted it again, they immediately sank a few kilograms and were covered in mud. The oldest members of Zhang Zhong's and Wang's families, as well as the three old men of Old Man Pai's families, enjoyed the treatment of sliding poles. Zhang Zhong refused to be carried by others. He was used to exercising, so he found a stick to support himself. Along the way, he chatted with the locals. It was not known that he was here to organize the logistics, but he was also preparing to understand the situation of the locals so that he could help improve their lives. The locals had no choice but to cooperate and answer. They did not expect any official to let them live a good life. Generations of people had long been used to such things. Wait. Old Man Pai sat on the pole. Just as the people carrying the boat were about to start moving, he was told to stop. He looked at the big boat docked at the shore and waited. What is Long Zhe looking at? Old Man Yao saw that Old Man Pai had stopped. He also shouted to stop and turned his head to ask. Xiao Bei and the others are still on the boat. Zhang Zhong's and Wang's families will not throw the children away. Let's see how they are going. Old Man Pai pointed at the boat and said curiously. This time, Old Man Chang also stopped. The three old men waited together. Not long after, the children's house was taken down from the boat. However, it was different from what they had seen before. Below the house was not a shelf that was raised off the ground, nor was it the big wheel that they had seen before. It was also not the small wheel that was pushed around in the yard. The house was replaced with a large chassis. The house was in the middle of the chassis. There were 4 people standing on the left and right sides of the house. Below the board that dragged the house was something that the 3 old men did not recognize. It should be a series of iron plates that were connected together horizontally, forming an oval chain that connected the front and back of the house. In the middle of the chain connected by small iron plates, there was an iron wheel with a groove. The 8 of them found their places and sat down, holding the handle with their hands, just like when they saw people staring at the propeller in the Sanshui River. As the 8 old men moved, the chain rotated and rolled forward section by section. Under such circumstances, the house also moved. When it encountered a small groove, it was not adjusted and directly rolled over. After passing the 3 old men's poles, there was not the slightest obstruction when it went up the slope, even if the ground was muddy. This time, there was no moving balance. It was probably too heavy to be used on the current road. The children were fixed at the window position and curiously looked out. Did you see it? Did you see it? The best things in their house were all used on the children. Who has seen this thing before? This time, if it wasn't for the children needing it, when would we have seen it? Sure enough. Old Man Bai looked at the house and pointed at Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao as he said this to Old Man Yao when he saw the house being forcefully pushed up the slope that was strenuous for people to walk on. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao nodded blankly. They saw it. The house of the children only lacked a pair of wings. With wings, it would not be strange if they could fly tomorrow. It seemed that all the technology of the Zhang family and Wang family was reflected in this house. What kind of terrain could this house not adapt to? This was a difficult road to travel. That was called the power system not being able to keep up. Otherwise, with the addition of the moving balance, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine car or a divine house. It's just that the speed is a little slow. It would be better if it could be faster. Old Man Chang looked for a while and concluded. That's because it uses the technology of small gears to drive large gears. This way, the people on top can save energy. Look at the chain carefully. There are thorns on it. It should be specially prepared for muddy roads. Follow it. Old Man Pai looked at it and found that it was too far away. He called out and the people carrying the poles started to walk towards the house. It was not only the 3 old men who were surprised. It was the first time that the local people had seen a house that could move. Each and every one of them looked back from time to time. The more they looked, the more curious they became. The soldiers in charge of transporting food and weapons were also shocked by the house. At the same time, they wondered if they should make a few more of those things. If they took down the house and put the weapons and food on it, it would not be as tiring as it was now. The three old men chased the poles all the way. Finally, when the house encountered a narrow area and slowly adjusted its direction, they caught up. They also saw Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao beside it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were standing on the slope and directing the direction. The slope was also very muddy, but the two of them did not slide down. After the direction was adjusted, the house continued to move forward. Old Man Pai called out, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, come here. Grandpa has something to ask. It's too tiring. This chassis is not good. When I go back, I have to study it carefully. When will the tanks and bulldozers not be able to change directions? Cuckoo, I'll give you a task. Make the gasoline engine." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he walked towards Old Man Pai. "No problem. Just wait. What's the big deal about the gasoline engine? I'll make an aero engine. When the time comes, we'll fly in the sky. Do you want a 3-stage rocket? Launch a sky full of satellites to specifically monitor the ground." Wang Wan replied unhappily. "Grandpa Bai, are you not feeling well? Then I'll immediately find a doctor for you." Zhang Xiaobao very wisely stopped talking to Wang Wan. He approached Old Man Pai and observed the three old men's expressions. Old Man Pai's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's shoes. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not feeling well. My heart hurts. Someone had something good and didn't even tell me. My heart, isn't it cold?" Zhang Xiaobao continued and lifted one of his feet. Short nail shoes. They're good for gripping the ground. You don't have to worry about the ground being slippery. Do you want me to make a pair for you? What's with Xiao Bei's house? Old Man Pai really couldn't guess how much technology Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had yet to reveal. Whether or not they revealed new technology depended on whether it was needed or not. However, they might not need it now, but did it mean that other people didn't need it? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the house in front of him that was stuck at a turning point. He said in annoyance, "The technology is not mature yet. Look, it's stuck. When the technology is mature, we'll think of a way to apply it elsewhere." "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. My family doesn't keep this a secret. My family only keeps technology that is not directly related to the people's lives and national strength a secret." Zhang Xiaobao indeed didn't have any intention of keeping this chain a secret. Even if he wanted to research it, he probably wouldn't be able to use it in a short period of time. First of all, the iron for this chain was too expensive. It wasn't worth it unless the iron smelting industry caught up. Old Man Pai was satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's words. His heart wasn't cold anymore. He carefully observed Zhang Xiaobao's shoes. "There are nails in front of your shoes." "Yes, if there were nails in the back, it would be tiring. It's very convenient for hiking. When we settle down, I'll give you a pair for you to play with." Zhang Zhong didn't care about the team at home. Naturally, there were people from the inner courtyard looking after them. He asked about the local grain harvest, what they lacked in daily life, and health problems. Every time a local answered, Zhang Zhong would remember it in his heart. When they settled down, he would let his son and daughter-in-law think of a way to solve it. He was very clear that he didn't have the ability. He knew it by listening to the locals' answers. Every year, they would plant some millets in the relatively flat areas at the foot of the mountain and plant vegetables on the hillside. When the year was good, they would have a harvest. Some of it would be left for themselves to eat, and some of it would be carried out to trade for salt. Their clothes were made of hemp that they planted. If the year was bad, it would be washed away by heavy rain for a few days. They didn't raise chickens, ducks, or pigs at home. They would go to the mountains to hunt. When they returned, the meat would be eaten. The skin would be made into clothes, or similarly, they would be taken down the mountain to trade for daily necessities. Other things were fine, but the road was too difficult to travel. There weren't that many boats. In the whole area, there were only 3 boats that could go down and come back. Some people relied on the water to fish, so they didn't dare to go down. If they were sick, they would first endure it or find some herbs to eat in the mountains. Very few people went down to the mountains to find a doctor. They didn't have the money, and it was too late. They didn't have the money, and they didn't buy anything. They just traded. If their family was in a better situation, they would have more food and fur. It would be easier for them to marry off their daughters and get a wife. All these things made Zhang Zhong feel very helpless, especially when the locals didn't spend money and only traded. He felt that he couldn't change this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't put their minds on the construction of Wingzhou at all. After the war, they would be transferred to other places. In the process of arranging logistics, they wouldn't have time to think about the people's lives. Moreover, the situation here couldn't be solved in a short time. It was unlike Luzhou, who had lost everything and had to be rebuilt. It was also unlike Xuzhou, which had a good foundation. The transportation here wasn't convenient, and the things produced here weren't valuable. This was especially so when it came to the thoughts of the local people. Were they really willing to go down the mountain and interact more with the people outside? If they liked and were used to the current life, could they force them to accept another way of life? The road went by while Zhang Zhong was thinking about doing practical things for the people, and Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to arrange logistics. Fortunately, the provincial government office of Wingzhou was not too far away from the disembarkation point. Perhaps the officials in the past had also considered the problem of travel. The prefecture city of Wingzhou was very small. It was sandwiched between 2 mountains and was surrounded by a small plain terrain. A river flowed not far from the city. The adobe city wall was only 5 feet high. It was too small to call it a city, and it didn't include the plain. It was called an inner city, but such a city wall might not be able to stop the wild beasts with good jumping skills. Standing at a high point, one could see the situation in the city clearly. There were messy houses and trees in the city. No matter how one looked at it, there were no less than 4,000 people living in it. It was good enough that there were 400 to 500 people living in it. There was no moat in the city, let alone a drawbridge. Even the city gate was made of thick wood. It was wide open, just like the fences of ordinary farmers. There were no soldiers guarding the gate. There were not many pedestrians coming in and out. There were 2 groups of naked children, holding small sticks and small bows in their hands. They were chattering noisily. They should be playing war games. When the teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family slowly approached the city gate, the children were the first to react. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the big team with a little fear, a little restraint, and a little curiosity. Especially when the team gradually came to the house in front of them. The provincial governor is here. Go back home and tell your family to come out and welcome him. The local people in the team walked quickly to the front of the children and instructed them. The children didn't know who the provincial governor was. They only knew that there was a team that needed everyone to come out and see. They looked at the beautiful house with a little reluctance. They turned around and ran back while shouting. At this time, there was no provincial governor in Wing Prefecture. There was only a Sima and a few minor officials who were sent here. Therefore, Zhang Zhong's appointment was very smooth. There were only 6 yamen runners in the yamen. 2 of them were old and had white hair. Of the remaining 4, 1 was lame and the other 2 were boys who looked less than 15 years old. There was only one who looked good, but he stuttered when he spoke. Zhang Zhong held the rusty seal in his hand and asked the hunchbacked man next to him, Sima Fang, "Is this the provincial capital of Wing Prefecture? What should I do with my family?" Sima Fang was very grateful to Zhang Zhong for coming. Now, he didn't have to be busy and unpleasantly busy. He didn't know what mistake Governor Zhang had made. Such a big family was actually sent to such a remote place. When he heard Zhang Zhong's question, his whole body trembled and he coughed for a while. After he caught his breath, he replied, Governor Zhang has seen everything in the provincial capital. The locals are divided into villages. Usually, things are solved by the villages themselves. Very few people come to the yamen to do things. Of course, when the yamen has something to do, it can't ask the local people to do it. If we want to build a river dam, we have to go to each village to discuss it. When they are free, we can send a few people to help. Half of your family is taken care of. We can tear down the wall on the west side and build a house for you. After the house is repaired, we can build another wall further away. I see that there are many people in your family. I think you don't need the people of the villages. Oh, if you want to eat some delicacies, send someone to the villages nearby to tell them. They are kind enough to send some freshly hunted beasts for you to taste. Zhang Zhong was speechless. What did this mean? Being the county magistrate in Sanshui County was 100 times better than being the provincial governor in Wing Prefecture. At least, he could see the yamen runners and riders in Sanshui County at any time. Now, the 6 of them were ready to retire. After thinking carefully about the position of the provincial governor in Wing Prefecture, Zhang Zhong patted Sima Fang's shoulder and said, Sima, you have worked hard. Sima Fang was so moved that his eyes turned red. Finally, there was someone who could understand his difficulties. It was not easy. Zhang Zhong sighed with emotion for a while. He still had to do what he had to do. At least the house had to be repaired. Otherwise, where would he live? Fortunately, his family was different from the other officials. He came out with a total of 11 people from the yamen. After giving the order, the people from Zhang family and Wang family started to work. Tents were set up one by one. Groups of people went out. Some were responsible for repairing the road to the river, while others went up the mountain to cut trees. Half of the members of Team Zero went out with crossbows in their hands and disposable shotguns on their waists. They stayed at the surrounding commanding heights and observed back and forth with binoculars. The families of Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao also came to help. Everyone knew that they could not count on others at this time. The people in the village only listened to orders but did not listen. The cooks of the Zhang family also dug holes and set up pots to cook. Everything seemed to be in order. This time, not only the 11 people in the yamen, but also the people who were watching the fun were moved. They did not know what was good manners. They only knew that the new official brought people who were not ordinary. They did not need to be specially instructed. They all went to find their own jobs. They were busy but not disorderly. The people in the village had to wait for others to arrange things for them to do well. This large group of people settled down under their eyes. What was the new official's job? A war general. While the others were busy, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do. The people from the 2 families did not need to be instructed. They could quickly take over all the positions in Luoyang. It would be embarrassing if they could not do such a small thing well. Originally, the 2 of them had planned to draw a military map of this place. Seeing that there was no place to stay, they decided to wait for a few days. There was no war here. What they needed to do now was to build a good relationship with the locals. Even if they did not plan to stay here for too long, they might be able to use them when organizing logistics in the future. Under the protection of more than 10 guards, the 2 of them called the 7 children out of the house and prepared to take them to be close to the people. Candy and salt were already prepared. Lu, Xan, Wei Wei, and Young Man also joined in. Li Sun wanted to join in the fun, but he was arranged to rest immediately so that he could adapt to the weather as soon as possible. There was a doctor beside him. As long as Li Sun showed any signs of discomfort, he would immediately be treated. After arriving at a new place, the children were clearly a little afraid. When they saw their elder brothers and sisters beside them, they regained their usual liveliness. They held hands and ran behind their elder brothers and sisters. When the children who were playing near the city gate saw a group of people come out of the group, including even younger children, their wild nature forgot their fear. They also went up to them and stood very close to them. They curiously sized up the group of people, especially the clothes Zhang Xiaobao and the others were wearing. The children were envious. Even if they were ignorant, they knew that the clothes were expensive. Xiao Bei, I'll leave this difficult task to you. Zhang Xiaobao pulled his sister out and grabbed a handful of candy, indicating that he wanted Xiao Bei to give it to them. Ever since Xiao Bei gave candy to De Nan and Xiao Nan, she liked this activity. She often gave things to others in kindergarten, so she was very popular. When she saw the candy that her brother took out, she immediately knew what to do. She put her two small hands together, held the candy, and trotted to the group of children who were older than her. As expected, the children were not afraid. Candy, please eat candy. Xiao Bei raised her arms and raised her small face, seriously inviting them. The children were really not afraid of trouble like other children. When they saw this little girl give things to them, even if they didn't understand what she was saying, they knew that the candy in her hands was edible. This was because the other people who hadn't come over yet were eating. The person closest to Xiao Bei took a piece and followed Zhang Xiaobao's example. He peeled off the outer layer and put the inside into his mouth. When he tasted the sweetness, his eyes immediately narrowed. He flattened the candy wrapper in his hand and pinched it carefully. He had a blissful look on his face. The other children also came over to take the candy, one for each person. When the candy in Xiao Bei's hand was almost finished, there were only 2 pieces left. No one came over to take it. There were too many people, so Xiao Bei's small hands could only hold a few pieces. Xiao Bei, who gave out the candy, was very happy. When she saw others eating, she also wanted to eat a piece. After hesitating for a while, she suppressed the idea. Her brother and sister didn't allow her to eat too much. She had already eaten 2 pieces on the way here, so she could eat 2 more pieces today. She had to save it for tonight. After giving the candy, Xiao Bei turned around and was about to leave. The child who had eaten the candy earlier pulled her back. When Zhang Xiaobao was ready to help at any time, the child took off a necklace around his neck and put it around Xiao Bei's neck. Only then did he smile at Xiao Bei and let her leave. What is this? Why did you put it around my Xiao Bei's neck? Oh, the rope is full of oil mud. How long has it been since I bathed? This is a tooth. Xiao Bao, look, what kind of animal's tooth is this? When Xiao Bei came back happily, Wang Wan pulled her closer and carefully looked at the thing around Xiao Bei's neck. She complained softly. It should be a wolf's tooth. Maybe that child killed the wolf himself and set a trap to kill it. I don't believe that he can kill the wolf when facing it head-on. He has to wear it even if he wants to. Didn't you see that he was staring at us? If he really took it off, our friendship would be over. After we wash it, Xiao Bei will be our ambassador in the future. If we carry her and others see the thing around her neck, they will be kinder. Send the salt over. A child is half a caddy. They will know what to do. Zhang Xiaobao sized up the ornament and called out. The guard beside him brought over a small bag of salt. With Xiao Bei's help, the child was not afraid of the adults. He curiously took the small bag of salt and opened it to take a look. After pinching out some of the salt and tasting it, his face revealed an expression that was even more pleasantly surprised than when he ate the candy earlier. People who lived by the sea would not feel anything even if they were given half a ton of salt, let alone half a caddy. This was especially true in areas that used sun-dried salt, where there was no shortage of salt. However, it was different for the people here. There was well salt in Chengdu, but the good well salt was not for the local people to eat. It was sold for money. Compared to the sea salt, the taste of the well salt was different. It was much better than the sea salt, and the price was also higher. There were no salt wells in Ijo, so where could they get so much salt to eat? The children tasted the salt and found that it tasted much better than before. Some smart ones immediately knew that if they wanted to exchange fur for this small bag of salt, they would have to take out at least 5 pieces of good sheepskin. The salt they exchanged could not compare to the salt in their hands. The salt in their hands was white and fine, and there was no bitter taste in their mouths. They did not know where they found it. The children were not like the adults. They knew that some things could not be accepted. Even if they knew that they could not take other people's things for free, they could not bear to return them with the salt bag. At most, they could go home and find other things to exchange for it. The smart children said a few words to the others, held the salt bag tightly to their chests, and ran home. The other children did not dare to stay outside for too long. They were afraid that the salt in their hands would be gone, so they all ran home. Looking at their leaving figures, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. This saves a lot of trouble. In the future, when we let them do things and exchange supplies, we don't have to worry about them being so vigilant. We have completed the first step of the long march. Yes, during the long march, in Tibet, in order to be able to have a good relationship with the local people, our army also thought of many ways. It was not easy. Should we invite the local people to have a meal together later? Wang Wan took off the necklace on Xiaobei's neck. It was too dirty. She had to wash it a few more times when she went back. This meal is not necessary. They may not be able to eat it. Think of a way to let them work. It will be easy to have a contact and an excuse to invite them to eat. Zhang Xiaobao was really unwilling to have this kind of relationship with ethnic minorities. The main reason was that he was not clear about their beliefs and rules. Good intentions could also lead to bad things. For example, if you invited a prostitute to eat pork, no matter how good you did it, it would not do. That was looking for trouble. If only there was someone to introduce the local customs first. When Zhang Xiaobao returned to the group, Old Man Pai and the other two put down their clairvoyance and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with gratification. They said, "Not bad, well done." What is this called again? This is called children's diplomacy. Other people have madam diplomacy, we have children's diplomacy. Children are always the unchanging theme of life. They represent the continuation of ideas and hope. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood and explained. He even used a new term. Then what's the matter with madam's diplomacy? Old Man Bai asked shamelessly. It is to send the daughter-in-law out to chat with other people's daughter-in-law. The madams of aristocratic families all have this ability. If they are tired and don't want to eat, they can just drink some soup later. Zhang Xiaobao had been thinking about how to distribute the food all along the way. In addition to the muddy road, he was really tired. Chapter 603. Old Man Pai really wanted to stop Zhang Xiaobao, who was preparing to rest, to ask about the logistics. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was tired, he felt that the expert should be tired too. He suppressed his anxiety and said, "After dinner, let the doctor give you a massage. You can sit on the pole together." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa Bai. I heard that there are many herbs here, and some animals can also be used as medicine. If you want to help the local people, you can set up a shop here to buy herbs. You can exchange them with salt and cloth. It's best to take the opportunity to find a few people who are willing to teach here and enlighten the people. Now we have to discuss things with others. How can we still be the land and people of the Tang Empire?" The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He did not blame the local people, but the officials who used to work here. They did not ask for relief supplies from the imperial court when there was a disaster, and they even had to pay tribute every year. They only wanted to get but were not prepared to pay. Now, the people were also not willing to pay. If this was a place where his father was an official, he only needed to call for help when he encountered difficulties, and the people would immediately respond to the call. For example, the donation in Wangjiang was like this. In Izhou, no one would care about you even if you shouted until your voice was hoarse. You left a mess behind, and it was under the circumstances that there was no time to manage it. Old Man Pai also knew the situation here. There were not many people, and if they did not help, it would not be good in the long run. The Zhang family had the ability to manage. If they gave them 2 years, they would be able to make the local people better. However, the Zhang family came here to organize the logistics, not to manage the local area. There were more important tasks waiting for the Zhang family to do. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them in a province with a population of 4,000? Xiao Bao's suggestion was good, but who would be willing to come? Thinking of this, he asked, Xiao Bao, do you think others are willing to come here to teach the people? Yes, there are. Not only that, there are many. The current court officials are allowed to have children according to their ranks. The number of children they have is also different. There are many children in aristocratic families who don't have the ability to take over the position. They can't all be illiterate, right? They couldn't be overshadowed by officials, and they didn't have a position in the clan. If they were told to come here, they would be given an official position, and they would fight to get it. Another benefit was that no matter what their position was in the clan would give them some support for the sake of face. Find 100 descendants of aristocratic families. When they see that the lives of the people here are not good, they will naturally think of a way. After 2 or 3 years of training, the hedonistic descendants will also mature. I believe that most of them will understand what is called responsibility. If such people are given an official position, there is no need to worry that they will not do well. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he didn't have the time to take care of the people in Izhou, so he found someone to take care of them. This place was so poor that no one could have any bad intentions. Once the descendants of aristocratic families came here for an official position, it was impossible for them not to develop. Old Man Pai listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and couldn't help but nod. He knew that Xiaobao didn't have anyone to teach him this method. Xiaobao just thought of it casually. He seemed to have more insight than before. Sigh. It would be great if all the descendants of aristocratic families could be like Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They would be sensible and sensible. Go and rest. Let this old man think about it and see if this matter can be done. Old Man Pai sighed with emotion and turned to find Old Man Yao to discuss this matter. This was not a small matter and it required the emperor's approval. It was not easy to give an official position. Of course, it depended on the person. If Xiao Bao wanted an official position now, there was no need for Zhang Zhong to do it. The imperial court would arrange it. After living for so long, he had never seen children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. There was no doubt about the standard of the Zhang family's cooks. The food was not ready yet, but the fragrance was spread out with the wind. Even if the local people didn't help, they were willing to watch the fun. It was impossible to say that they were not tempted by the smell of the food. They wanted to experience how it felt to eat it. They were both cooking meat, but the food they made smelled so good. No one knew what was in it. Also, the chicken soup was more delicious than the soup made by the mountain pheasant. When it was time to eat, other than the protection team who changed shifts, everyone else picked up their utensils and stood in line to wait. Ever since they ate with the Zhang family and the Wang family, the others stopped cooking. They could not swallow the food they made and just waited for the ready-made food. It had nothing to do with laziness. After all, the food made by the Zhang family and the Wang family was delicious. Everyone had a good relationship with each other. The only thing they had to worry about was what if they could not eat it in the future. Zhang Xiaobao said that he would drink soup, and he really only drank a little soup. He asked someone to boil it with the wild herbs that could be found here. After drinking it quickly, he and Wang Wan went to find a place to rest. Fang Sima and the others ate bowl after bowl. No one knew what they were thinking. They drank tea while eating. Perhaps they thought that it could help them digest faster and eat more. Governor Zhang, is this your family's cook? Delicious, really delicious. Fang Sima really could not eat anymore. Looking at the food in front of him competing with him, he drank the seafood soup slowly and leaned on the stool as he asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong ate slowly and did not have an appetite. One reason was that the situation in the area was not very optimistic. Another reason was that he had not eaten the food cooked by his son and daughter-in-law for several days. To be honest, the food cooked by the chef was really good. However, no matter how he ate, he felt that it was not as good as the food cooked by his son and daughter-in-law. Even if his son and daughter-in-law did not tell him in advance when they were cooking, as long as he ate, he could taste it, especially when it came to the combination of seasonings. His son only needed to smell it to know how much seasoning should be put in during this period of time. It was called accurate. He did not know how to practice. Zhang Zhong did not know that his son used to sell 13 spices. It would be strange if he could not smell the richness and age of each seasonings. Hearing Fang Sima's praise, he said a little absent-mindedly, "It's not bad. It can be eaten. Every chef is proficient in different things. This seafood soup was not made by the best chef." He went to stew. "When there is a chance, I will let you taste the real delicacy. My son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo made it." Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth. However, in Fang Sima's ears, it was not the case. Governor Zhang's son and daughter-in-law can cook. I am convinced. If my son can cook, I will also feel that it is the most delicious food in the world. Governor Zhang, is the chef you brought an imperial chef? What is an imperial chef? Usually, they have to use the seasoning specially sent to the palace by my family. Many dishes have to be written and sent to them for them to learn. They are all like ghosts chasing after you, regardless of whether you are busy or not. When the emperor is tired of a certain dish, he will rush to send a new dish. If such an imperial chef really came to my family, I would not want him. It was also the truth, but Fang Sima felt awkward when he heard it. He thought in his heart, if you are so good, you can send recipes to the emperor. Why would you be sent to Izhou? You are too arrogant. Fang Sima did not dare to offend him on the surface. He humbly asked for advice, then why is the chef in your family so good? If the chef in the restaurant is not good, won't he die of loss? The chain restaurant between the clouds and the water and between the sea and the clouds is owned by my family. There is also the Savant's restaurant in the capital. Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and signaled the person beside him to bring a bowl of wild vegetable soup that his son had just drunk. Ah. Between the clouds and the water is owned by your family. Then you are Zhang Zhong, aren't you? Fang Sima was surprised. After saying this, he remembered that the other party was called Zhang Zhong and told him when he came. Smiling embarrassedly, Fang Sima changed his previous attitude and became even more respectful. He sat up straight and didn't dare to speak as loudly as before. Instead, he said softly, "Lord Zhang, I didn't know that you were coming. Sorry for the disrespect. If I had known that you were Zhang Zhong of Sanshui County, I would have eaten slower and tasted more. Maybe I could eat more." While Zhang Zhong was wondering if he had such a big reputation, Fang Sima continued, "To be honest, my son is studying at Jinjia Academy in Sanshui County. When he went there, he was only given money for traveling expenses. He left the year before last. I don't know what to do when he comes to the capital. But 2 months before you came, my son sent a letter saying that he is now rich and has been praised by the teacher. He is going to take the exam this year and will definitely come back with honors. He said that the job was arranged by the Zhang family and that he was going to teach while learning. He taught all the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family. In the letter, he said that the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family were excellent. When they started teaching, they were always asked questions. They had no choice but to work hard so that they could teach others. Just like the couplet in the Zhuangzi school of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it said, before educating others, educate yourself. Read and read the heart. In the letter, he also wrote many things between the clouds and the water, which made people yearn for it. When they were worried that they would not have the chance to see it, Lord Zhang, you came. But I don't understand, Lord Zhang, why are you here? Fang Sima was puzzled. Why did such an official come to Yizhou? Did he offend someone he could not afford to offend? Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, did not care at all. He smiled and said, being an official anywhere is the same. As long as I can let the common people live a good life, I will also feel at ease. The 3 dynasties have a difficult man as a general, and the 4 seas are at peace. One day, when the common people of my dynasty all live a good life, I will retire and return to my hometown. I will be a rich man, and let Xiao Bao and Wan have 2 more children, to be happy at my knees. Suong is a good place, but I don't want to be an official. I will go wherever it is difficult and let the people live a good life. Yizhou is poor, so I am happy to come here. Zhang Zhong, who did not know about this mission, really wanted to be a good local official. Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Fang Sima stood up and bowed respectfully. He said, Your Excellency has a good temperament. I admire you. When you first came here, I didn't think much about this place. Now that I know you are here, I am relieved. If you have any orders in the future, I will rush to the front and let the people of Yizhou live a good life. Fang Sima was not flattering. If it were someone else, he would not dare to be so bold. But he knew Zhang Zhong. In the letter, his son had written about Zhang Zhong in detail. Every time he went to a place, no matter how the place was like, he would definitely make the local people rich. It was too easy for such a person to govern Yizhou, which had a population of 4,000. Zhang Zhong also stood up. With Fang Sima's words, I will make Yizhou a prosperous place in 2 years. Just as the 2 of them were appreciating each other, Old Man Bai, who was not too far away, had a worried expression on his face. He said to Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao, It seems that Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the 2 masters of the Zhang family really did not tell others about this matter. Zhang Zhong is still in the mood to govern this place. We have to talk to him. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Let's see how the imperial court will discuss this matter. If they agree to let the sons of aristocratic families come here, there will be no need for Zhang Zhong. It's time to talk to him. At the same time, we have to ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo what the arrangement is. If we told them earlier, they should have made preparations in advance. Why can't they see it when they arrive? Can't they think of a way? Old Man Yao was also anxious. He was not worried about whether Yizhou could be governed well. If there was really nothing else, he would let Zhang Zhong manage it well. With the ability of a master, it was too easy. The problem was that he could not do it now. Along the way, the Zhang family did not seem to have made any preparations at all. Old Man Chang swallowed half a steamed bun and said, Let's wait and see. Maybe they are making arrangements. Let's not disturb them. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao had to listen to Old Man Chang and continue to wait. If the Zhang family could not do it, then others could not. Everyone had their own thoughts. When the meal was almost finished, a lot of people suddenly appeared in the city. It was estimated that there were more than 100 of them. They walked straight towards them. Send someone to ask. Could it be that they want to rebel? Fang Sima said nervously. Before anyone went over, the people of the Zhang family had already contacted them. They came back and reported, "Master, they said that they want to help and thank you." Chapter 604. The Zhang family, Wang family, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's families, as well as a small portion of the soldiers who were transporting the provisions and weapons, were already quite a lot of people. If they were to work, it wouldn't be much faster to have 100 or so unfamiliar people. However, Zhang Zhong didn't refuse. It didn't matter how many people came to help. What was important was whether they came or not. He had never done anything good for the local people, and his subordinates were also busy, so it could only be done by his son and daughter-in-law. This was called a breakthrough. Not to mention that the 100 or so people could do some work, even if they were a hindrance. Zhang Zhong didn't want to reward them. He saw this as an opportunity. When the meal was almost finished, Zhang Zhong stopped and asked people to ask if the people had eaten. If they hadn't, he had to make some fast food for them to eat. They couldn't work on an empty stomach. The result of the inquiry was that they had all eaten. They also found out why they came to help. It was because of the dozen or so kilograms of salt. Among the people who came to work, some of them directly benefited, while others were called over by them. All the adults had the same idea, and that was to judge the adults based on the children. If a child wore clothes, the clothes weren't afraid of being old or patched. What they looked at was whether the clothes were clean. If the child was dirty, no one would criticize the child. They could only say that the family's adults were lazy. When the people who received the salt found out that the salt was sent by the children of the new official, they thought that it was definitely because the family's adults were good at disciplining them. They told their neighbors and everyone came to take a look and help out. In order to get closer to the people, Zhang Zhong personally met with the people. The people here were different from other places. If they met a provincial governor, they would be very afraid. The local people didn't care what rank the governor was. They just came to see how the new official was like. The attitude of the people made Zhang Zhong put away his long-winded ideas. He casually found a job and let the people do it. At the same time, he asked people to prepare dinner. Zhang Zhong understood that the so-called meal was 2 meals or 1 meal a day. Very few people could eat 3 meals a day, that was too extravagant. Not to mention this poor place, even the people of the capital couldn't find many people who could eat 3 meals a day. Compared to his own family, who had at least 3 meals a day, and those who worked had 4 meals, the standard of living was far worse. Food was the most important thing to the people. Whether it was deliberately bribing or sincerely helping, dinner had to be prepared well. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan slept for 3.5 hours before they woke up comfortably. The first thing they did was to ask if anyone was feeling unwell. The people working were not bad, but they were more tired than before. Today's weather wasn't too good. It was gray and overcast, and the local area was humid. The temperature difference was relatively large, and the body's heat loss was correspondingly faster. It made people feel uneasy. The local people were used to it, so nothing much happened. The adults were not energetic, and the little ones were more sleepy than usual. One by one, they drilled into the house and slept on the carpet in the hall of the house. Perhaps it would be warmer this way. The two people looked at the window. Even if the 7 little ones were covered with blankets, they were still squeezing together. This was not deliberately done by them. When it was cold in their sleep, they would automatically find a warm place. The little ones sleeping on the 2 sides frowned at the same time. They seemed to be very uncomfortable. It's cold. The temperature difference is too big. When we were eating at noon, we felt stuffy. These 3 hours have been cold. Wang Wan reached in and touched the forehead of the little ones. They didn't have a fever. She was relieved and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The sun is blocked by the mountain, and the humidity is heavy. The ventilation of the house can't be sealed. The body's heat is lost. It would be strange if it wasn't cold. Look, the temperature inside is only 16 degrees. Someone, put a few hot water bags in. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and ordered very discontentedly. Didn't he emphasize that the temperature in the house should be kept between 23 and 27 degrees? What were these people doing? The maidservant was wronged and explained in a low voice, "Little master, it's very humid here. It will be even more humid if you put a hot water bag in. The blanket has been changed twice. Every time it is changed, it will become humid after a while. Still, let Xiaobei and the others warm first. We'll think of other ways." Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to touch the blanket. He could feel how humid his clothes were. As a few hot water bags were put in, the temperature rose. The expressions of the little ones changed. The eyebrows of the little ones on both sides gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was because they had a happy dream, and there was a smile on their faces. Wang Wan looked at the house, opened the compartment, and said, "In a while, send someone to take down the complete set of things from the ship. In order to reduce the weight, take out the lime inside. Add some good charcoal and use it as a drying agent. It's okay if it's bitter for the adults, but definitely not for the children. Xiao Bao, think about it. What can be recycled and dried? Yes, there is a material that can absorb the moisture in the air. When it absorbs to saturation, the water inside will flow down to the groove below due to the influence of gravity. This cycle repeats, but I don't know what material it is. There's no other way. For a period of time here, we can only use charcoal and lime to dry it." Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. He knew little when it was time to use it. In the past, he really did come into contact with this thing. He estimated that it wouldn't be able to cheat a lot of money, so he didn't further study it. Otherwise, he could use it now. While the two of them were worried about their younger brother and sister, Old Man Pai and the other two were also worried about the logistics. In a few days, they would send troops to Tubo to attack the Jinshui, but they still couldn't see the Zhang family's actions. The food they brought this time was only enough to feed 3,000 people for half a month. However, they didn't send 1,000 soldiers, but 15,000. For a surprise attack, the transported food, together with a portion of the local warehouse, would be made into dry rations for 10 days and brought with them to the soldiers. After 10 days, it would depend on the Zhang family's ability. In order to keep it a secret, they didn't announce it in advance. If they collected the food now, the local food price would definitely skyrocket. In a little more than a month, it would be the autumn harvest. This was the season when people had the least amount of food. Wouldn't grain merchants take the opportunity to find all kinds of reasons to increase the price? Methods of forceful competition couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. It would cause a huge impact on the economy. While the three old men sat around the charcoal stove and worried about making tea, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also rushed over to ask if they were feeling unwell. Children needed to be taken care of, and so did the elderly. However, without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to ask, Old Man Pai spoke first. "Xiaobao, is the food prepared? I estimate that we will send troops in 3 days. This time, not only will we attack a city, we will also destroy a large amount of Tubo's farmland. This will make it impossible for them to harvest the autumn harvest and delay their possible counterattack. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. We will send troops in 3 days. The food will definitely not be a hindrance. Even if you say that the troops have already left, the food will still be able to keep up. If no one investigates, even the arrows will be in place. Grandpa Bai, who will be the general leading the troops this time?" Zhang Xiaobao replied with certainty. He was also thinking about which famous general would be going. As for the food, that wasn't a problem. If they couldn't even do this, how could they be called logistics? Gua Tuesday. He will be leading the troops this time. Old Man Yao said a name. Gua Tu. Someone from the Three Kingdoms era. In Zhang Xiaobao's memory, there didn't seem to be such a famous general in the Tang dynasty. What Three Kingdoms era? To be able to live until now, wouldn't he be an immortal? We will send troops in 3 days. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on your family's performance. If it succeeds, not only will your father go to Luoyang, he can even go to Yaozhou to be a provincial governor. Old Man Pai could only choose to believe in the experts of the Zhang family. Everything depended on the situation in 3 days. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that matters of life and death were not child's play, so he said seriously, "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. Wherever the troops go, the logistics will be sent there. If 1 grain is missing, the conditions previously mentioned will no longer count. My father won't be an official anymore. If it succeeds, all the men in your family will have official positions, and the women will have noble titles. Your father can choose any place he wants the next time. Even if you want to be an official now, you will be given a noble title." Old Man Pai also said his promise. In fact, it was the promise of the imperial court or the emperor. There was no other choice. If it were any other official, there wouldn't be so many things. Only the Zhang family was special. Chapter 605. Old Man Pai and the others said that they would set off in 3 days, but they only waited for 2.5 days before they arrived. They seemed to have chosen the most difficult road in Yizhou. General Guo too waited by the river and asked Zhang Zhong to go out. Zhang Zhong was still discussing with Fang Sima how to make the local people live a better life when he was informed to receive the imperial edict. The person who announced the imperial edict was Old Man Yao. He didn't put on any airs and didn't need to set up an incense table. He handed the imperial edict to Zhang Zhong and said, "Yongqing, this is the imperial edict. Take a look. Go out and meet General Guo. Then you can come back and continue your work. If you need to transfer Chongping-tsang, you can go to Yizhou Prefecture to get it. Remember to write it into a memorial and send it to the capital." The meaning in his words was very clear. That was, "Zhang Zhong, you should still be the provincial governor in Wing Prefecture. Don't you need to worry about the logistics? Don't you want to take care of the local people's lives? If you don't have anything, go to Yizhou to get it. You can decide how much to take. Just let me know." Hearing Old Man Yao's words, Zhang Zhong opened the imperial edict in confusion. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Didn't they say that Yizhou was not easy to manage and that's why he was transferred here? Why was there a war in the blink of an eye? Logistics. Grain officer. Without any preparation, where would the grain come from? Old Man Yao and the others saw Zhang Zhong's expression and were very satisfied. It meant that the 2 masters of the Zhang family didn't tell Zhang Zhong. Even Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't tell. They did a good job of keeping secrets. It was good that father and son could do this. They didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao didn't tell his family because he didn't want them to worry. Besides, it was useless even if he told them. The responsibility fell on him and Wang Wan. There was no need to worry. After being excited for a while, Zhang Zhong rolled up the imperial edict and calmed down. He nodded and said, "Zhang Zhong accepts the imperial edict. I'll go to see General Guo now." After that, Zhang Zhong turned back to change his clothes. In fact, he just wanted to ask his son and daughter-in-law what was going on. War was not child's play. If something were to happen, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Zhang Zhong's reaction made the 3 old men even more convinced that the 2 masters of the Zhang family were Zhang Zhong's backbone. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? When Zhang Zhong found his son and daughter-in-law, the 2 of them had just finished writing a plan. Wang Wan had written about the grain deposit, and Zhang Xiaobao had written about the local governance. "Xiaobao, do you know about this imperial edict?" Zhang Zhong was very angry. As soon as he entered and saw the 2 people, he asked Zhang Xiaobao with a sullen face, Xiao Bao, do you know about this imperial edict? I know, but Grandpa Bai didn't allow me to say it. Besides, it's useless even if I did. Do you think I can just not come just because I want to? Father, you don't have to worry about this, it's all been arranged. I have a plan for economic development here, take a look. Me and Juan won't be able to be with our family for a while, we have to go to the front. Father, you just have to do as I say, don't worry about anything happening. The moment Zhang Xiaobao saw the imperial edict, he knew that it was time to leave. He and Wang Wan had to go. Otherwise, in the situation where there was no communication, the situation on the battlefield was unpredictable. It was easy for something to go wrong. He handed the plan to his father. With a bang, Zhang Zhong angrily slapped the plan to the ground. He pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You didn't even discuss such an important matter with us. You want to anger me to death. Do you think it's enough to spend money on war? Is it as easy as governing? You let me. Sigh. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he suddenly sighed. He realized that the result was the same whether his son and daughter-in-law told him or not. The emperor asked them to come here to do something. How could they not come? Even if the two families knew about it in advance, what could they do? In the end, the responsibility fell on his son and daughter-in-law. As a result, his son picked up the plan. Zhang Zhong frowned and asked, My son, you just stay in Yingzhou and command. Can't you not go? Swords and spears have no eyes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, Father, how can I command if I don't go? This time, only 15,000 soldiers will be dispatched. They are divided into 15 reinforced battalions. 5 battalions will be dispatched from Jianan Circuit, and the other 10 battalions will be dispatched from Shannon West Circuit. There are too few people. It must be a sudden attack. If they win, everything will be fine. If they lose, if there is even a little bit of logistical problem, they will have to bear the responsibility. Not to mention that the emperor wants his subjects to die. Even as a member of the Tang Empire, we have to fight. The people of Wangjiang are still waiting for us. This is a matter of the people's hearts and dignity. If you don't fight back after being bullied, they will bully you next time. Besides, Cuckoo and I are only in charge of logistics. We won't go to the front to fight, nor will we leave the border. The furthest we can go is to the border to find a safe place to hide. Who will target 2 children? When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he was very grateful for this era. Not to mention the martial arts, even the literati respected martial arts. Living in this era was much more comfortable. There was no such thing as being bullied and not daring to fight back. If you kill one of my people, I will slaughter your village. Otherwise, how could Korea and Japan be my subjects? Zhang Zhong was also excited by his son's words. He usually practiced swordsmanship and archery. When he thought that his son and daughter-in-law would not rush to the front, he was relieved. My son, since this is the case, then go. Remember, be very careful. Bring the members of the Zero team. I will also train the other members of the Seedling Protection team. If there is a shortage of people, you can make up for it. Remember to bring more people from the inner yard. I will wait for you to avenge the people of Wangjiang. Zhang Zhong suppressed the reluctance in his heart and patted his son's shoulder. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. It was just like when he had lost someone he could rely on to find his own path. He was not afraid, but filled with confidence and anticipation for the future. Zhang Zhong changed his clothes and brought his son and daughter-in-law to meet Guotu by the river. The team was not small. There were 56 members of the Seedling Protection team, 30 people from the inner yard, 200 guards borrowed from Li Sun, and other idlers. It took them more than 2 hours to meet General Guo. Tuesday Zhang Zhong was nominally the person in charge of this matter. Naturally, He was the one to talk to Guo Tuesday. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him. Guo Tu looked to be in his 40s. His beard was not short, from his cheeks to his ears. He did not look like a scholarly general in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's imagination. He spoke straightforwardly and did not show any respect to Zhang Zhong. It sounded like he was constantly questioning Zhang Zhong, asking if he had prepared the provisions. Zhang Zhong did not get angry with the other party. He answered briefly, and the meeting was over. Guo Tu arrogantly led the team and left hurriedly. The team began to return, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed behind with a group of people. They looked at the departing team, called out to them, and followed behind. I don't understand. Why did they send people from the Shannan West Circuit instead of those from the Jiannan West Circuit? They might not be familiar with the climate here. Zhang Xiaobao muttered as he rode on the mule. They have too much money to burn, so they can train the soldiers. It's naturally easier for the border troops here, but it's also impossible for the soldiers in other places not to train. I reckon that Li Longji is planning to go big this time. Speaking of which, we are also responsible for this. Who asked us to govern this place so well, especially when we gave away so many technologies for the people's livelihood? If it weren't for those technologies, Li Longji would still be worrying about the lives of the people. Now, he can relax. Any person in power will have thoughts of expansion when they know that the economy can develop. Wang Wan was also riding on a mule. She was biting on an unripe apple in her hand. It was bitter and astringent, but she still enjoyed eating it. She also answered Zhang Xiaobao's questions while she was at it. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's about right. Who cares what he thinks, we'll just live our lives. Luckily, I made preparations in advance. There are indeed many horses. Is the terrain suitable for riding horses? I don't know what they're thinking, but the distance from here to Jinchuan City in Jinshui is about 150 to 160 kilometers, right? Let's see how they're going to get there in 10 days. From the map, there's a small mountain there. It's the most difficult snow mountain to climb back then. Do you think they can just go around it? It'll be fine when they get to Jinchuan. There's a big river there and a flat plain. It's suitable for cavalry to attack. If it were me, I would let the light infantry go first. The cavalry at the back would be responsible for transporting the armor. The infantry's mission is to kill every village they see. Even if they don't kill, they have to lock them up. Once the cavalry went around the mountain and caught up with the infantry in front, the cavalry would split up. One group would go north and then east across the Ruo River to harass the reinforcements that might appear in the northwest. The other group would go down, ignoring the surrounding villages, and force their way into Damba City to feign an attack. A group of infantry would also follow behind the Damba cavalry to create momentum. Each person would raise a stove and change the group flag to the formation flag, driving the people to Jinchuan City. The rest of the infantry would split into a battalion to form a formation in the north and south. The main force would move slightly north to the shore of the Ruo River. They would set up camp, secretly cut firewood, and sail day and night, diagonally facing Jinchuan City. The cavalry at the front would go around the city to block the reinforcements coming from the west. They would lead the people into the city, encircle but not attack, wasting the provisions of Jinchuan. They would wait for the enemy to move troops from all sides to encircle and suppress them. In the northwest, the light cavalry would go south and point their swords at Jinchuan. When they crossed the river at Jinchuan, they would retreat. The cavalry in the west would take a detour and cross the river together with them. Feigning an attack on Danba, the infantry would cross the river and flee to the west. They would try to lure Danba to send troops to form an encirclement with the soldiers of Jinchuan City and the enemy. At that time, the battalion that drove the people away would quickly regroup and retreat to the border. The cavalry and the camping troops would go down the Ruo River and attack Danba. After that, they would retreat from Chengdu and place the troops on the west side of Danba. They would either succeed in converging with the troops attacking Danba, or Wang Wan couldn't go to the front line to command. She could only talk about strategy on paper. As she talked, she didn't say anything in the end. That meant that the other troops had given up. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know about this kind of military matters. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he sighed and said, "It's really based on Junmo's words. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands of people. I don't know about war, but according to what you said, it's better to equip the cavalry that feigned an attack on Danba with 2 or 3 horses. When the infantrymen converged, the horses would be distributed to the infantrymen. After that, the infantrymen would finish luring the enemy and attack Danba. A small number of them would row boats to the south and wait for a while. Those who have horses would use the speed to go around the river and cross the river to the south. Maybe a few more of them would come back. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's not like I'm the one leading the troops. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. No one can grasp it so well, especially when we don't know the information of the enemy's generals. If Danba sees an opportunity and doesn't make a move, then all of our arrangements would be ruined. Or maybe the general of Jinchuan is a simple-minded person. When he sees the enemy coming to attack, he clearly doesn't know how many troops the enemy has and leads the troops to cross the river and attack the main camp of the infantrymen. This will also disrupt the plan." After Wang Wan finished explaining her battle plan, she felt comfortable in her heart. She swayed on the mule and followed the troops forward slowly. Even if she wanted to go fast, she couldn't. The next day, at noon, the sky became gloomy. The local people who were familiar with the weather knew that it was going to rain. If it didn't rain, it would probably stop at night. It would let the humid and hot weather cool down for a few days. Riding on the horse, Guotu raised his head and looked at the sky. His face also became gloomy. If it really rained, not to mention reaching Jinchuan in 10 days, they wouldn't even be able to reach Pingzhou. They would still have to travel through Jiannan province with difficulty. Every day they delayed would make it easier for Tubo to discover them. "Great General, why don't we let the lightly armed infantrymen go first and watch over the local villages? After that, we can burn the fields and let Tubo fall into chaos for a while." Lu Jun was also worried. He rode to the side and suggested. Wei Wei shook Guotu's head. "No, if the infantrymen go first, the cavalry will be even slower if they help to transport the goods. Perhaps by the time we reach Jinchuan, Tubo will have already arranged their troops and are waiting for us to attack. At that time, the advantage of the cavalry will be used. Moreover, although we said that we are going to launch a sneak attack, we don't really plan to launch a sneak attack. With 15,000 people, even if we can't take down Jinchuan, we will be able to make Tubo not dare to make any big moves. When the time comes, we will seize the land and harvest the food. Let's see how Tubo will deal with it. Will the soldiers of our dynasty not be able to wield their sabers? What this general is worried about is whether the provisions can keep up. If the army is everywhere and the provisions are not delivered within 5 days, this general will definitely not spare Zhangzhong. Send out an order to the entire army to increase their speed. Take advantage of the time before it rains and make it out of the rainy area. As you command." Lu Jun also knew that if the infantrymen were to advance, it would be easy for Tubo to discover them in advance. If they really listened to him and something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Thus, he could only follow orders. "Xiao Bao, it is going to rain. This is really a bad start. I hope that our arrangements will be effective. I am puzzled. How did you know that it would rain?" Wang Wan, who had also noticed the change in the weather, didn't sit on her mule anymore. She ran over to Zhang Xiaobao's mule and sat in front of Zhang Xiaobao. This way, when it rained, they wouldn't have to worry about the front and back getting wet. With a large umbrella, the two of them could lean on each other for warmth. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and took a few deep breaths. After he felt a little more comfortable, he said, "How would I know that it would rain today? I only know that it often rains in Sichuan. There are many mountains here, and when the hot air flows over, it will encounter the cold air flow of the mountains at high altitudes. In addition to the effect of the mountains, it is very easy for it to form rain. It is also good that it is raining. It will let Guotu see what logistics is. This time, we have paid a lot of money, and I don't think Li Longji will be able to return it to us. Maybe he will just give us some policies. I am thinking about what policies we should ask for when the time comes. Policies are better than giving money directly." "I think so too. The imperial court won't be able to take out so much money to return it. What kind of policies do we need? Something that reduces taxes. That's not good. We should pay the taxes. If we don't, the country will be short of money. It would be best if it is related to the tea and horse trade. I remember that there was a person who was 3 years older than me in the courtyard where my family used to live. He made a lot of money by getting a customs clearance from his father. When he got a customs clearance, other people would partner with him to do business. They would split the profits 50-50. At that time, other people also advised me to ask my family for money to repair the roads. But I don't like to make money. Why don't we also have a road repair policy?" Wang Wan was the person who understood the benefits of a policy the most. With a policy, there would be a lot of money. How could Zhang Xiaobao agree to such a policy? He said, "No, definitely not. Even if you give it to me for free, I don't want it. We might even have to fork out the money to repair the roads. Who are we going to earn from then? There are no tolls to be collected. It would be best if we could get a decree that allows free trade at the borders. Both on land and in the sea are fine." The rain finally fell from the sky. Guotu's team couldn't get out of the rain area. Not to mention that people and horses were walking on bad roads. Even if a sports car was driving on the highway, they wouldn't be able to avoid the rain. The range of the rain was too large. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team put on their raincoats and umbrellas. Even the mules were covered with a layer of oilcloth. They continued to move forward in the wind and rain. Their speed was even faster than the army in front of them. Of course, the fighting ability of the team led by the two people was much better than the army in front of them. Although there were less than 300 people, it was not a problem for them to deal with the army in front of them. "Quick, quick, faster. Find a place to take shelter from the rain." Guotu's beard was completely soaked by the rain, and his armor was also soaked. He wiped his face with his hand and shouted. There was no need for him to say more. The 15,000 people also tried their best to hurry on, hoping to find a comfortable place to rest. At least they had to set up their tents. In such a narrow place, they couldn't even set up a tent. There was a mountain next to them, and the water kept rushing down. After an hour, the path soaked by the rain became even more difficult to walk on. Just when Guotu didn't know where to vent his anger, a flat area finally appeared in front of them. A tent had already been set up there. There was a fire in the tent, and when the wind blew, they could smell the aroma of food. Guotu picked up his binoculars and looked around. He said to Xiaoling, who was next to him, "Let's go and see what's going on." Xiaoling nodded and hurriedly ran forward. Before he reached the place, someone came out to meet him. He stood in the middle of the road and also looked in their direction with a pair of binoculars. "Ah! Clairvoyance! What's up ahead? How come there's also a clairvoyance? Who leaked it?" Guotu looked at the person in front of him through the curtain of rain. This time, he didn't feel uncomfortable, but angry. Could just anyone have a clairvoyance? There were marks in the army, and whoever had one would be recorded in a book. If everyone had one, how could other countries not have one? This thing was a precious treasure. Perhaps the person standing in the middle of the road also considered the issue of identity. He took out a flag, put away the binoculars, and pulled the flag open with both hands so that the people in the group could see it. At this time, the people in front of the group had already stopped and looked at this person warily. Guotu tried hard to look at that person's flag. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who knows what that flag is?" "It's drawn in a way that's neither human nor ghost." Looking at it vaguely, "It looks like a rice sprout." When the army officer heard this, he remembered something. He moved closer and said, "General, are you sure it's a rice sprout? Isn't it a very interesting rice sprout with big eyes and thin arms?" "Yes." Guotu nodded in response. The army officer was relieved and said, "General, that's the flag of the Zhang family. It's the special flag of the family of Governor Zhang Zhong, who is in charge of logistics. It's between the clouds and the water." "Oh. I see. But what's his family doing here?" As soon as Guotu heard, "between the clouds and the water," he knew who it was. He was even more puzzled. At this time, Xiaoling was near the people in front of the group. After talking for a while, he ran back happily. General, good news, very good news. This is the resting place that the logistics camp of Izhou prepared for us. They set up a shelter from the rain and cooked meat porridge. They told us to rest there. He said that there's also medicine. I'm afraid we'll get sick." Xiaoling excitedly reported to Guotu's day. Guotu was immediately stunned. The army officer next to him called out twice before he recovered. He said in disbelief, "What? The logistics camp? How did they go to the front and set up a shelter? Let's go and have a look." Guotu wasn't the only one who was surprised. The other generals and soldiers were also surprised by what they saw. It was the first time they heard that the people in charge of escorting provisions were in charge of this kind of thing. When the group in front of the army entered the shelter, Guotu found the person in charge here. "General Gua, this way, please. There's tea and snacks here." "General Gua, you've worked hard," the person in charge here said respectfully to Guotu's day. Guotu felt that he was scolding people. If he had worked hard, what were the people here? Since when did the logistics team become so crazy? Yes, it was usually said that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions would move first. But it was just a saying. He had never seen it before. Today, he had learned something new. The people in charge of logistics ran to the front of the army and set up a shelter and porridge. If all the people in charge of logistics had this kind of ability, who would be the main force? Thinking of this, Guotu had to ask. If he didn't ask, he would feel that there was one more thing in his heart. At this time, he regretted his attitude towards Zhang Zhong in Izhou. He thought that Zhang Zhong, a civil official, couldn't do anything. Now he understood. Looking at the shelter, it was clear that it could be used to attack and retreat. It was actually set up in a marching formation. This was in the territory of the Tang Empire. He didn't even send out scouts. If the other party could set up such a formation, it meant that they were used to it. It wasn't deliberate at all. Could it be that the Zhang family had been in the army for generations? "How did you get here?" Guotu asked. Replying to the general, "We came here in advance. The main family said that there would be a lot of rain in early autumn. In order not to delay the army's journey, we set up the shelter in advance. When it rains, we set it up. When it rains, we set it up. When it rains, we set it up. When it rains, we set it up." Chapter 606. Hearing what the person in charge said, Guotu's face was burning. He was embarrassed to set up the tent in such a hurry. The tent was set up in the heavy rain, the fire was lit, and the meat porridge was cooked. If this wasn't good enough, then what was? No wonder the imperial court sent Zhang Zhong here in such a hurry. The imperial court did not send anyone else to be in charge of logistics. It turned out that this was the reason. Zhang Zhong seemed to have just arrived in Ezhou not long ago. 5 days. How did he do it? General, take off your clothes first. Here is a clean towel. Your clothes will be dry in a while. The straw raincoat and bamboo hat are also ready. After the meal, we can continue on the road. If anyone is not feeling well, you can take some medicine. It's for colds. The person in charge still said respectfully. Guotu did not dare to neglect him at this time. His strength was there for all to see. He also said politely, "Thank you. I didn't expect to meet people from the logistics camp in such a situation. You came in time. You are really extraordinary." Guotu was indeed speaking from the bottom of his heart. It was the dream of every general to have such logistics to provide assistance to the troops. It was too comfortable. If they could not win the battle, they would be letting down the people in charge of logistics. The soldiers also made up their minds while drinking the hot meat porridge. Even if they had to die, they would kill more people. Otherwise, how could they have the face to come back and see others? Did they want to be a coward by providing good food and drink for them? Even a dog knows how to help bite people. After the meal, the clothes were almost dry. The soldiers put on their clothes, bamboo hats, and straw raincoats. When they moved forward again, they felt full of strength. "General, look at the map. The road ahead is not easy to walk. There are continuous hills and the road is slippery in the rain. Do you want to think of something, such as cutting some branches on the side?" The team moved forward for another 2 hours, but the rain still did not stop. The officer held a military map printed with ink in his hand and said to Guotuesday. This map was sent to the imperial court by the Zhang family. When Guotu saw the map, he sighed again. With the help of the clairvoyance, the Zhang family seemed to have prepared everything. Looking at the terrain on the map, Guotu hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go there and take a look. The road here is narrow, so let's go quickly. If we really can't go up, we can cut down branches nearby." Half an hour later, when the team in front arrived at the foot of the hill, Guotu, who had seen the situation through the 1,000-mile eye, was shocked again. There were many people laying sand and stones on the hillside in the heavy rain. The sand and stones had been laid from the bottom of the hillside to the top of the hillside. Beside them, there was a flag that was wet and rolled up by the rain. It didn't need to be unfolded to know what was painted on it. It must be a cute rice seedling with a pair of big eyes, indicating that it was from the logistics battalion of the Zhang family in Ezhou. Run forward. If anyone is delayed, you have to ask for punishment from the logistics camp. Motherfucker, did you see that? This is what we call logistics. Unimpeded. Everyone, follow me. Guotu shouted excitedly and the order was passed down. The team in front rushed up the hillside in an orderly manner. When they stood on the hillside and looked down, they saw that the road here was also paved. The other hillside in front of them was also paved with sand and soil. At first glance, they knew that it was paved in sections. Looking at the figures in the rain, bending down and shoveling sand onto the road, it would be a lie to say that they weren't moved. All the soldiers had a different feeling in their hearts. If the logistics camp could do logistics to such an extent, then what about the main force? This battle could only be won, not lost, even if there was only one person left. Many of the soldiers had tears in their eyes as they walked through this so-called most difficult yet easiest mountain path. When Guotu walked over and looked back, he said with emotion, "Zhang Zhong is really amazing. No one dares to challenge the Zhang family's logistics. This is good. We don't have to worry about the logistics not being able to keep up. I just don't know to what extent they can do logistics. Lu Jun listened on the side and agreed. General is right. After we win this battle, we must thank Zhang Zhong properly when we come back. No wonder the emperor transferred Zhang Zhong from Shuzhou to Yingzhou instead of sending someone else. No one else could do this. This kind of logistics is too scary. Lu Jun nodded and said, "You are right. After winning this battle, we must thank Zhang Zhong properly when we come back. I just don't understand. How did they arrange all the way to Yizhou? Where did they get the time? I heard that in the imperial court, Zhang Zhong's name has long been familiar and no one is allowed to impeach him. At first, I thought it was fake. Now it seems that it is true. Whoever impeaches Zhang Zhong has bad intentions. Not to mention that such a person rarely does anything wrong, even if he does, he is right. No matter where he is, he can immediately take care of the local affairs. What's the big deal if he makes a mistake? General, don't you think so?" "Yes, that's right. If someone badmouths Zhang Zhong to me, I won't be willing either. If I have someone like Zhang Zhong as my subordinate, if anyone dares to badmouth him, the first person I'll deal with will be that person. Then, I'll ask who asked him to come here. Zhang Zhong is really too comfortable to use." Guotu nodded in agreement. He had decided that after winning the battle, he would give some of the things he got to Zhang Zhong as compensation for his previous rudeness to Zhang Zhong. At that time, Zhang Zhong didn't lower himself to his level. Otherwise, he would have done something to the logistics. Now he saw that not only did he not do anything, but he also arranged it very carefully. When he looked down on Zhang Zhong, he was actually looking down on himself. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also arrived at the location of the first shed. The two of them were not in a hurry. Everything in front of them was arranged. The team stopped to rest and listen to the report of the person in charge. "Young master, young lady, Guotu's team has already gone over. What do I need to do here?" The person in charge brought a big bowl of soup and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the soup and praised, "Not bad, you put in a lot of ginger. You don't have to worry now, it's still raining. Once the rain stops, we'll act according to my plan. We'll move the logistics forward. Cuckoo has made some calculations, this attack might not be successful, so we must be prepared." Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the new plan to the person in charge. The person in charge took it and respectfully left so that the young master and young lady could drink the soup. As for whether the young lady's judgment was wrong, he didn't even dare to think about it. What the god said was right. He had never encountered a situation where he was wrong. It was fine to move the logistics forward. It didn't cost him anything. Wang Wan had learned to maintain appropriate silence when doing things outside. Her mother and Zhang Xiaobao's mother had taught her that when she was with a man outside, she should try to let the man take charge as much as possible. No matter how capable a woman was, she couldn't show it, let alone show that she was better than a man. Wang Wan was very obedient, not only because of her mother and future mother-in-law here, but also because it was also like this at home. Even if her father occasionally overdid things, her mother wouldn't say anything to him face to face. When the person in charge left and there was no one around to disturb the two of them, Wang Wan poked Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Didn't we agree that I would be in charge of things on the battlefield? When did you write the plan? How come I didn't know? Drink the soup, drink the soup. And, the soup is not bad. There's a lot of aged vinegar. Try it," Zhang Xiaobao said evasively and pushed the bowl of soup in front of Wang Wan. "I'm asking you a question, please answer it directly." "I just realized, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, after being with you for so many years, why can't I see through you?" Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know you very well. Even if I had the chance to know you, I wouldn't know. Think about it, we were originally a police officer and a bandit, so we know each other very well. We live together here. If we really know everything, then what will we do when we grow up? Will we still have passion in bed? Men and women are attracted to each other in mystery and conquer each other as they gradually understand each other. Don't you want to use your own judgment to conquer me? So you want to conquer me. What do you mean by passion in bed in the future? Why does it sound awkward to me? Do you mean, in the future, I'll lie in bed and wait for you to conquer me? You've made it clear. Wang Wan's eyes widened. You can conquer me in the future. I'm easy to talk to. Drink the soup, while it's hot. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he really didn't understand Wang Wan in this matter. What future? I'm conquering you now. How old are you? You dare to talk like this? You have to respect me. Wang Wan reached out her hand to pinch Zhang Xiaobao, but stopped. She knew that this little bit of pain had no effect on Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao decided not to continue this conversation. He nodded and drank the soup with his head lowered. If his ears were good, he would be able to hear his vague words, respect you conquering me. I'll save my energy and enjoy it when I'm passive. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the team to rest and continue on the road, Guotu's team came to a difficult place to walk. This time, they didn't have to worry about the mud. The road ahead was full of bare stones. Some were round and some were sharp. It was very difficult for the soldiers to walk on them. The main reason was that the armor on their bodies was too heavy. If they were not careful, they would sprain their ankle or cut a wound on their calf. Guotu looked at the seemingly endless road. The first thing that came to his mind was not how to cross it, but whether the logistics camp would appear again. He stopped and looked around with his clairvoyance, hoping to get help. Just as he was about to be disappointed, a team appeared from a nearby mountain valley. His eyes lit up. General, look, are those people from the logistics camp? Too many. Where did they find so many mules? At the same time, Shenjun also saw the situation over there and shouted excitedly. Chapter 607. Today, there is an official who travels 1,000 miles to come here. Glistening white rice, cook it for me to eat. Kindness far away in the water. Today, there is an official who travels 1,000 miles to come here. Fine it into salt and add it for me to eat. Kindness far away in the mountain. I think. The mountain knows, the river knows. Add to my clothes and feed me medicine. I am willing to rule with you. After his son and daughter-in-law left, Zhang Zhong suppressed the worry in his heart and began to govern. There were only about 4,000 people in a province. It was a small number, but no matter how small it was, they were still common people. Since they had come, they had to let the common people live a good life, even if their purpose was not AI. There was nothing to do anyway. Opening the plan left by his son, Zhang Zhong read it from beginning to end. He had a rough idea of what to do. He ordered the servants in his family to start implementing the plan that very night. Old Man Pai and the other two also stayed in the manor. It was not that they did not want to go to the front to take a look, but the weather was really unbearable. With their old arms and legs, they could only join in the fun with the Zhang family with the presence of a doctor. If they really had to march, they would die of exhaustion on the road. The three old men could not find anything interesting to do. When they were about to go and see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they found a very serious problem. The two children were gone. They had seen them before, and Xiao Bao had even told them a story. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? After some questioning, the three old men were dumbfounded. The two children were too bold. They actually ran to the back of the army to help. If something happened, wouldn't the Zhang family and Wang family go crazy? They immediately sent 50 guards to chase after them. Now that it was almost dark and Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had not returned, the people chasing after them did not believe them. When they found out that 200 of Li Sun's men had followed them, they were not so worried. They thought that as long as they followed behind and did not cross the border, nothing would happen. That night, the Zhang family and the Wang family did not work overnight to build a house. Instead, they found thick branches and started a bonfire on the flat ground outside the city. They ate the oily roasted meat, drank the boiled rice wine, and sang and danced. The commoners who helped out were also invited to join in the fun. Zhang Zhong did not mention anything about wages at all. When the commoners came to work, they had no intention of asking for money. When they saw the other party inviting them to work, they happily ate, drank, sang, and danced together. The Zhang family and the Wang family had people in charge of entertainment. They knew many kinds of dances and were very adaptable. If there were locals who were willing to learn, they would teach them. If there were locals who danced by themselves, they would learn and dance with them. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Even Zhang Zhong had put down his pride and pulled Jiang Wang clan to dance around the bonfire. Even the 7 children were dancing and shouting. It was hard to tell what style they were dancing in, but they even sat on the ground. The commoners originally liked to be lively. They would sing and dance when there was something to do. However, in the past, other than harvesting, farming, marriage, and funerals, it was very difficult to find a time when so many people gathered together. The total number of people in the Zhang family and the Wang family was more than 1,000. This was not the village, but the inner courtyard and the doctors. Old Man Chang was alone, while Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's family were more than 500 people. This was under the condition that each family sent out 50 guards. The 2 people were having fun on the flat ground outside the city. It was so lively that the remaining commoners in the city could not stay still. They all dragged their families out to join in the fun. If anyone wanted to sing for everyone, there would be improvised accompaniment by the band. There were even dancers who moved to the music. The commoners did not know how good Zhang Zhong was as an official. They only knew that this new official was a good person. He was not like the previous officials who occasionally came to check on them. They ate and drank for free and did not pay attention to the commoners. They did not even sing or dance with the commoners. The second impression was that the wine in this official's family was delicious, especially the rice wine that was cooked with shredded ginger and fruits. It was sour, sweet, and cold. Together with the powder and the roasted meat, it was also good. The best impression was that this official's family members could sing and dance. They had many musical instruments. When they sang and danced, there was immediately someone who came to play with them. Where could they find such an official in the past? Good official. That official's wife was also very good. She could not even sing to her. This ability was worthy of respect. The commoners were satisfied, but the 3 old men were dumbfounded. They had lived for so many years, but this was the first time they saw the provincial governor bring his family and commoners out to play in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. What do you mean? Old Man Chang did not believe that Zhang Zhong was so free that he would mess around. Especially after understanding the Zhang family's way of doing things, it seemed that every action had a deep meaning. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also puzzled. This was not the style of the Zhang family. Didn't Zhang Zhong have a pattern when he became an official? First, he would find work for the commoners, then give them wages. When they worked, they would eat well. Then, he would find a way to lead the commoners to make a fortune together according to the local situation. In the process, he would also lend money to the commoners. The interest rate was very low. What was wrong with him today? He actually did not give wages, nor did he mention anything about loans. Could it be that he was sick from being cheated here? Old Man Pai drank a cup of medicine wine and also drank half a bowl of rice wine. He waved his hand and called over a person from the Zhang family's inner courtyard, who was in charge of delivering the wine. "What is your family doing? If you don't sleep today, can you still get up tomorrow to build houses?" Old Man Pai asked the person who walked over. In reply to Sir Bai, "There is no rush to build houses. Everything will be done according to the plan. Winter is still far away, so the houses can be built slowly," the person respectfully replied. "What is the plan?" Old Man Yao asked from the side. "The local economic development plan. Master said that every time I come, no matter what I do, as long as I am the provincial governor, I have the responsibility to let the commoners live a good life. Even if there is only one commoner, I can't ignore it, let alone more than 4,000 people. When the war is over and I withdraw, I have to at least double the income of the commoners." The person who came was still very respectful, but when he said these words, it made people feel his arrogance. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao looked at each other. The two of them really didn't expect the Zhang family to do things like this. They were still busy with logistics, but they didn't give up on this place. If it was any other official who dared to say that they could double the income of the commoners in Izhou, they wouldn't believe it. But when it came from the Zhang family, they had no choice but to believe it. Waving his hand, Old Man Chang signaled for the person to go back to work. He didn't ask for details, because he couldn't ask. The Zhang family and the Wang family each had their own division of labor, so the person who delivered the wine definitely couldn't know the details of the plan. If only all the officials of the Tang Empire could be like this. Zhang Zhong is a bit stupid, but he can't find fault with the way he acts as an official. He is wholeheartedly devoted to the commoners, has never been greedy for taxes, and has never accepted bribes. It's hard to find someone like him, really hard to find. Old Man Chang took a big bite of meat, swallowed it, and evaluated Zhang Zhong. Old Man Pai also drank the rest of the wine in his bowl and said, "That's because his family has the ability to make money. How much can he be greedy for? Even if he wants to accept bribes, he needs someone to dare to give it to him. Giving him money once isn't even enough to let him relax a little. The government makes a lot of money doing business, so who can afford it? If he gives less, wouldn't he be scolding Zhang Zhong?" "That's true, but what's the meaning of Zhang Zhong jumping around now? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have left, so it's not good to ask Zhang Zhong directly." Old Man Yao also admitted that the Zhang family's way of doing things wasn't easy to learn. The main reason was that there were very few officials who could make money like the Zhang family and think of ways to let the commoners earn money. Building roads required money, and if they didn't have money, they had to wait for the imperial court to give them. That would be troublesome. Since it's not easy to ask, then let's wait and see. I'll be able to figure out something. I'll write it down and let other officials learn from it. Old Man Pai drank some wine and felt comfortable after relaxing. He leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes as he waited for the results. Zhang Zhong was still dancing with the commoners. He didn't have the talent for dancing, so he looked awkward when he danced. Fortunately, the commoners didn't care about how others danced. Most of them were actually dancing for themselves and for others to see. When they gathered together, there was food and drink, and they were happy when it was lively. The bonfire party didn't end until dawn the next day. People were arranged to send the commoners who were tired from dancing and fell asleep in the middle of the night, as well as the commoners who drank too much and fell asleep to their homes. During this time, there were a few doctors here to take a look at them. If they were sick, they were directly sent home with medicine. They also wrote down the method of boiling the medicine. Those who couldn't read would naturally find someone to ask. The next morning, both the Zhang family and the Wang family were sleeping. They only woke up when it was about to rain in the afternoon. The cook made a large amount of pastries, and the craftsmen used local materials to make a few hundred fishing rods. They also prepared the bait. When it started to rain, Zhang Zhong opened a large umbrella and led a few dozen people to the riverside to fish. Old Man Pai and the other two also put on an extra set of clothes to fish with them. The commoners who also woke up were busy with their own family matters, while others were holding prescriptions and asking people how to boil the medicine. There were also some who wandered out to see if the new official had anything to do. When they saw the official who had danced and sang with them yesterday fishing by the riverside, they also came over to join in the fun. Zhang Zhong gave everyone fishing rods and prepared pastries at the same time. Suddenly, there were a few dozen more people. After the commotion last night, the nearby strongholds on the mountain all knew about it. They all sent people to find out what the new official was going to do. It would be good if he wasn't going to force them to fight for rent. After understanding the situation in detail, the people in the stronghold were puzzled, but they also had more expectations. They hoped that the new official would dance again so that they could join in. After all, the new official had many musical instruments at home and many people who knew how to dance. When he was fishing, Zhang Zhong didn't care about how many fish there were. Every time he caught a fish, he would show off to the locals. Every time the locals caught a fish, he would go over and celebrate with them. He gave people the impression that he wasn't a provincial governor, but a very ordinary person. After the old man Pai caught a big fish and was flattered by Zhang Zhong, he said in confusion, "Is this still Zhang Zhong?" In the past, Zhang Zhong didn't do anything. He was polite and didn't panic. He didn't show any joy. He was so steady that it made people feel that he was like a towering mountain. Could this be a person changed by the environment? On the third day, there was no rain at night, so the bonfire party continued. This time, it was amazing. Not only did the people in the city come out, but many people in the stronghold also came out. The young chiefs of 2 strongholds also came out and joined in the fun. They drank and chatted. Zhang Zhong and the 2 chiefs had their arms around each other's shoulders and walked around. From time to time, they would joke with each other. When it was dawn, he gave the people in the stronghold a lot of rice, salt, and cloth. He talked with the 2 chiefs and agreed that tomorrow they would go to one of the strongholds to play. If they wanted to eat mountain delicacies, it wouldn't be interesting if they didn't have enough. The 2 chiefs also agreed and took away a lot of wine. They said that when they went back, they would let everyone have a taste. They had to come and bring their families, including the children. Otherwise, they would look down on them. The people in the stronghold were very satisfied. This official was too good. He was so good that he didn't seem like an official, but like the chief of a stronghold. The people were satisfied, but Old Man Yao and the other 2 were not. Zhang Zhong was such an official. Wasn't he smearing the face of the imperial court? They couldn't help but look for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong received the 3 old men in the tent. The charcoal stove was burning, and a teapot was sitting on top of it. A tea set was set up, and the Westlake Longjing tea was placed to the side. The melon seeds and dried fruits were also placed around it. When the 3 old men saw this, they knew that Zhang Zhong was going to treat them to kung fu tea. When they thought of Zhang Zhong's actions yesterday and this morning, it formed a strong contrast, making it difficult for them to get used to it. After watching Zhang Zhong heat the cups, pick up the tea leaves, wash the tea leaves, and rinse the water, the 3 old men each took a sip and poured away the remaining tea. Only then did Old Man Pai, who had been waiting impatiently, open his mouth. Yongqing, Xiaobao, and Cuckoo went so far away. It's better to let them come back as soon as possible. They can go out and watch the fun. They can't delay their studies. Old Man Pai didn't have the right to question them directly. He didn't have the right to question them, so he could only beat around the bush. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said that it would delay their studies, even he didn't believe it himself. There was nothing left to teach. What needed to be memorized, the 2 people with high IQ had already memorized it all. They had the ability to understand adults and the memory of children. Now, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were together with Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, they were mostly discussing or learning from the 2 old men's way of thinking. When Zhang Zhong heard Old Man Pai mention his son and daughter-in-law, his eyes flickered. As a father, he didn't feel bad for them, but no one else did. If there was someone in the two families who could do this, other than Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, even if they were only half as good as his son and daughter-in-law, he wouldn't have to let the two children go out. He sighed and said, other people's children are still young, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are older. If they want to go out and play, they can go out and play for a few days. I can't control them. Yongqing, don't be like this. I think Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are not bad. Before they left, they told me about the people in Izhou. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to ask them. Yongqing, do you know what the two children are thinking? Old Man Pai casually asked Zhang Zhong as he took the third cup of tea that Zhang Zhong poured for him. Zhang Zhong missed his son even more now. The plan didn't only write about how to carry out economic development, it also wrote about the reactions of the three old men. This was part of the development process. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to handle. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong directly poured away the small cup of tea in his hand, which was already cold, and poured another cup of tea for each of the three old men. He didn't need Old Man Pai to continue beating around the bush. He straightforwardly said, Sir Bai, are you here to denounce me? Say that I shouldn't have disregarded my position and played with the people like this. Once the words were out in the open, the three old men really didn't know what to do. It was not good to say yes or no, but they couldn't say anything. Old Man Chang was more straightforward. He replied, I have such thoughts, not to condemn, but to ask what the deep meaning is. The Zhang family's way of doing things has always been difficult to understand. Learn from them. Yes, learn from them. Hey. Actually, I don't want to do that either. Wouldn't it be better to directly recruit workers and give them wages like the local people in Suzhou? The same trick can be used back and forth, but it definitely can't be used. Just like the godson I took in Luzhou. Do I lack a son? If you don't take in the mountain people, they won't believe you. The people here are the same. Each of the strongholds only listen to orders. Unless I am ruthless enough to send troops to suppress them, otherwise, they will be the same as before after I leave. If it really comes to a point where I have to use force to solve it, it can only mean that I have failed. If the officials are incompetent, the people won't cooperate. Zhang Zhong began to complain. What he said was not wrong at all. It was all the truth. If he didn't think about the link in his son's plan and didn't scheme against the three old men, it would be perfect. The three old men didn't know that before Zhang Xiaobao left, he had dug a hole for them to jump into. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words and looked at Zhang Zhong's helpless expression, they felt the same way. Wingzhou was not easy to govern. It took a lot of effort to collect the annual tribute. It was not easy to beg. If they didn't use some other means, they could not expect the local people to cooperate. Old Man Chang was not too particular. He drank the cold tea, smacked his lips, and said, What do you have in mind? Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao listened attentively. They wanted to see what other means the Zhang family could come up with in the face of such a situation. This was different from before. When Lu Zhou was in charge, the mountain people cooperated. One reason was that Zhang Zhong did give them benefits and even took in a son. Another reason was that the local people were affected by the disaster. Now that Wingzhou was not affected by the disaster, they couldn't think of a way to make others suffer. Zhang Zhong didn't speak this time. He seemed to be thinking, but he didn't forget to pour tea for the three old men. When the tea leaves were brewed for the 7th time, he said, My solution is simple. Since I can't use my identity as an official to gain the people's trust, then I'll become brothers with them. I'll invite them to play now and go to their stronghold tomorrow. We'll give each other things. Don't let them think that they owe you, and don't let them think that you owe them. After a period of time, when you're familiar with each other, you can discuss with them how to get rich as brothers. That way, they won't think that you're lying to them. To be honest, I've even prepared the rooster and yellow paper. I even asked someone to bring me a scalpel. I'm ready to drink blood and marry them. I always feel that the prestige of an official doesn't depend on how powerful you are. It depends on whether you can make the people in the place you govern treat you sincerely, and whether you can make them live a good life. Even if I'm demoted now and don't have any official position, when I return to Sanshui County, will I still lack face? Will I lose face if I'm sent to Luzhou to be a scribe? Not to mention a little face, I'm even willing to give up my life. When Zhang Zhong said what his son and daughter-in-law said to him, he suddenly felt noble. The three old men were shocked. They did not expect Zhang Zhong to say such heroic words. At the same time, they had to admit that Zhang Zhong was right. This was especially true for Old Man Pai. He had seen with his own eyes the scene of thousands of people sending Zhang Zhong off when he left Huayuan County. He also knew how Lu Zhou came up with the 10,000 people watch. Not to mention that Zhang Zhong still had an official position, and the Zhang family and the Wang family still had business. Even if they had nothing, as long as they were still alive, as long as they were in a place like this, all they had to do was say hello, and thousands of people would get along well. So, if I don't do this, it's still wrong. Old Man Pai suddenly had such a thought in his mind. Zhang Zhong continued to pour the tea. This was the 9th time, and the color of the tea was still as strong. Old Man Yao was the first to react. He looked at the tea in the cup and asked, "What's wrong with your tea? Why is the Westlake Longjing tea so bland that I can't drink it anymore after 8 steepings? How can your tea still be brewed?" It's not that the tea given to Master Yao is not good. It's just that we've recently adopted a new tea frying technique. Moreover, the tea we picked is really good. That's why I can make 2 more steepings. The tea will be bland if I make 2 more steepings, it's just 2 more steepings. Please, Zhang Zhong said modestly, but he was very proud in his heart. Of course, his son and daughter-in-law had to keep the good stuff for their own family. It was good enough that they drank it. The tea they sent to the palace only had 7 steepings. They did not dare to send good tea. Otherwise, how would they explain if the tea was not good enough in a bad year? Old Man Chang did not care about the number of steepings when he drank tea. He felt that the thick and large steeped jasmine tea was better than the current Longjing tea. He had nothing to do with 100 steepings. However, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao understood that even if there were 2 more steepings, the price would increase by several times. This method of drinking tea was no longer to eliminate indigestion. If one really wanted to aid digestion, it was better to drink black tea. There was no need to drink green tea. Drinking tea was a kind of status. If it was better, one would be better than others. Old Man Pai looked at the small clumps of Westlake Longjing tea in the tea box beside him. He finally could not help but say, "The new technique is good. Let's try it later." Zhang Zhong took out the 3 boxes that he had prepared earlier. There was this part in the proposal, and even the person who proposed it was indicated. Sure enough, it was not bad. What his son left behind was not a proposal, but a life-saving silk pouch. It was a foresight. Even if Sir Bai did not say it, I would have someone send the new tea over later. Let's see how the new technique is. Sir Bai, do you like outdoor sports? As Zhang Zhong spoke, he pushed the 3 boxes in front of the 3 old men. Old Man Chang was the most straightforward. He held the box in his arms and was ready to send it to his master, Zhang Jiuling. He asked, "What kind of outdoor sports are outdoor sports?" "It's sports outside the house, such as horseback riding, archery, and alpine skiing. This alpine skiing is suitable for this place. There is snow on the mountain now. When winter comes, it will be even more amazing. Use the skis to quickly slide down from the top. Feel the cold, the blood in your heart, and the heroism of flying. Zhang Zhong awkwardly used the advertising slogan written by his son. After seeing the three old men nodding to show that they understood, Zhang Zhong continued, even if this place is done according to the method of tourism, ordinary people are not willing to come here. There must be a special feature, which is alpine skiing. It is not convenient to transport things out, so it is better to lead people in. Experience alpine skiing, find a relatively fast-flowing river, and experience the singing and dancing of the local people. Then, write a few fairy tale-like stories and print them into books. Build a fairy tale-like world here. The local people will be able to earn money, and at the same time, it will promote communication with outsiders. I hope that Sir Bai, Sir Yao, and Uncle Zhang can help with this matter. In the name of the three of you, invite officials or rich people from Jiannan to come here and write poems. The first time is free, and there will be gifts. Zhang Zhong was not afraid that the three of them would not agree. He had made it clear just now. If anyone did not agree now, they would be disregarding the livelihood of the people. As expected, Old Man Pai and the other two nodded happily. They were also willing to do something. However, Old Man Pai felt that something was wrong, especially with the tea leaves. Why did they prepare it so well? It seemed like they had been tricked. Chapter 608. Thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, thousands of miles of distance, vast mountains and rivers at the border. Winding paths light into lines, dark mountains and dark bridges. Without seeing the galaxy, the wind is not warm, how can the moon and leaves wither? Before leaving the border, the boats of the Jinchuan branch await. In the dark night, there were no stars and no moon. After the rain stopped, the cloudy day seemed colder than before. Guotu led the team to light torches and walk down the path that could easily slide into the deep stream at any time. Knowing that he had been delayed, he wanted to grow wings and fly across this distance. The only thing that satisfied him these days was the logistics camp. They always waited in front of him to arrange everything. If he wanted to rest at night, there was a special place. When it was time to eat, there was also hot food. If he didn't know that he had a mission, he would think that he was traveling in the Yaowang mountain of Yaozhou. It gave him the feeling that this was not marching. It was too comfortable. Even before walking this path, there were people who prepared ropes and connected them one by one to prevent them from falling into the stream. But the speed of the march was still slow. If this continued, they might not even see the border, let alone reach the Jinchuan in 10 days. If it was another time, they might find a reason to blame the logistics camp, saying that the food supply was not in time. But facing the logistics camp of Izhou, even the most shameless general did not dare to do so. If they all thought that the logistics camp was not doing a good job, how could they expect the logistics camp to carry them through? It was better to withdraw the army and let the logistics camp fight. If only the logistics camp could let us grow wings. Thinking of the magical logistics camp, Guotu could not help muttering to himself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still leading the troops and following behind the soldiers in front of them for half a day. Their progress was very relaxed, and the troops had expanded a little. The guards that Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao had sent to look for them were persuaded to stay behind. They were prepared to complete a logistics mission together. It is estimated that Guotu's team will reach a suitable place to board the ship in another 2 hours. This is the last journey in the border to see them off. I hope they can complete the mission successfully and try to let as many people come back alive. The people who transported food and cooked along the way can be paid to go home. Zhang Xiaobao looked through his binoculars at the long line of torches on the winding road ahead and gave his blessing. Wang Wan also knew that people had to die in war, whether it was actively or passively. There was no such thing as zero casualties. Many of the soldiers in the front line had not yet married and had children. Who knew how many of them would come back alive and how many of them would be buried in a foreign land? After changing into a pair of short spiked shoes, she held a stick in her hand to prevent herself from accidentally falling down. She looked at the dark night sky and said, "The grain should have already been transported to the border. The follow-up grain is also being gathered. By the time we arrive, they should have entered Tubo's territory. It will be difficult to transport the subsequent grain. We can only wait for Guatu to send a message back to know where to send the grain." What was this? He didn't reveal the battle plan in advance and had to wait until after the border. Even now, I still don't know what his intentions are. I think it's not that he doesn't want to tell us in advance, but that he himself doesn't know how to fight this battle. Perhaps there will be changes at any time. If he tells us his plan now, what if it doesn't work when the time comes? That would be a scam. Let's follow him. This is why logistics is difficult. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the compressed biscuit and chewed it in his mouth, speaking in a muffled voice. After 2 hours, the vanguard of the army led by Guatu saw a path that led downwards diagonally. If they didn't take this downwards path and walk directly, they would have to continue on the small path. However, there was a sign erected at this place. Looking at it with the light of the torch, there was an arrow on it, and below it was a row of small words. "Go down, you can take a boat. Once you pass the border." The news quickly reached Guatu's. He led the army forward and looked at the sign before looking at the downwards path. Just as he was hesitating, the river below lit up. Under the illumination of the light, countless boats stopped on the river and moved up and down with the waves. This scene gave Guatu a fright. Fortunately, they didn't pass the border. Otherwise, he would really think that Tubo wanted to launch a sneak attack on him. Of course, this was just a sudden thought. He didn't think that anyone in Tubo would be stupid enough to launch a sneak attack from below. If they wanted to launch a sneak attack, they would lay an ambush on the mountain and throw down a rock. "General, look at that flag. It belongs to the logistics camp. Should we take a boat?" the army asked softly. He admired the logistics camp even more. They even prepared a transport boat. Along the way, they received a lot of care from the logistics camp. It seemed that Zhang Zhong lived up to his reputation. Did Guatu have a choice? If they didn't take a boat and continued on the mountain path, it would really delay them. Now, it seemed that if they took a boat and followed the river, they could even shorten the time by 1 or 2 days to reach Tubo's Jinchuan. He didn't hesitate and ordered, "All soldiers, pay attention to your feet. Get on the boat." Following the order, the vanguard began to walk down. As they walked, they realized that there was no danger. There was actually a railing on the side of the road. Even if they accidentally slipped, they would hit the railing first. There was also a place for a torch on the railing. If they stuck it up, they wouldn't have to worry about suddenly falling. Guatu looked at the railing carefully and said, "It's newly built." It seems that Zhang Zhong didn't have enough time to prepare it. Otherwise, he might have built railings on both sides of the road. "I just don't know if they can still deliver the provisions in time after we pass the border. General, they don't even know how we are going to move. How would they know where to send the provisions? Moreover, the imperial court only asked them to gather the provisions. Once we pass the border, our army will receive the provisions. Do we still need them to continue sending the provisions?" Lu Jun didn't think that Zhang Zhong would do anything more. What he did now was already good. As long as they didn't lack provisions when they passed the border, then Zhang Zhong's mission would be considered complete. Of course, this would depend on how the imperial court arranged it. If Zhang Zhong continued to take the opportunity to provide support, then the logistics camp would have to wait at the border. At the very least, they would have to transport more provisions to the border cities so that they could provide enough provisions when the army in front needed them. Guatu also knew that he was thinking too much. How could the logistics camp follow to the front? Even if they did, they wouldn't go too far. Zhang Zhong was a civil official and didn't have an army. The consequences of going deep into Tubo were obvious. It was just that the logistics camp did too well, making people reluctant to leave. Unfortunately, once they passed the border, it wasn't the logistics camp's world anymore. He raised his hand and rubbed his face that was a little uncomfortable from the cold night air. He also followed the group and walked down. Every time they walked to a place that they thought was dangerous, they would realize that not only were the railings beside them higher, there were even steps under their feet. Just like that, 15,000 people were separated into hundreds of boats and went down the river. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, the fleet in front of them was already nowhere to be seen. Now, we don't have to continue making arrangements for the matters in front. There's no way to arrange them anyway. It's good now that we don't have to worry anymore. I haven't seen what the border here looks like, so I'll go over and take a look. Wang Wan stood at the temporarily built pier by the river and waited for the boats prepared for them to arrive. Zhang Xiaobao's mind wasn't on the battlefield at this time. He was thinking about how to recoup his losses. This time, we paid 120,000 strings of cash in advance. Li Longji is a black-hearted guy, so it's impossible to expect him to pay us back. I'm wondering if we can ask him to give us a piece of grassland and raise some good horses there. When the time comes, we can ship them to various places and find rich people to participate in horse gambling. It's a very interesting activity. That's a good idea. Even if it's further away and the conditions are more difficult, it's good to have a piece of land in Fengzhou, which is also Inner Mongolia. There are grasslands and deserts there, and we can raise more cattle there. If the climate isn't good, we can plant some cash crops like jujube trees or grapes. Those things will be more expensive if we ship them back. Wang Wan couldn't do anything about this. Even if Li Longji didn't do anything and gave her and Zhang Xiaobao a chance to avenge the people of Wangjiang, she would have to think of a way to take revenge on her own. However, it was different now. Li Longji was the one who suggested it first. If they couldn't pay back the money, they could use the land in exchange. She believed that Li Longji would agree very quickly. That place wasn't a good place to go now. The winds in the desert were strong, the weather in the grasslands changed frequently, and there were many wolves in the wild. The population was pitifully small, and they were all nomads. Ordinary people wouldn't go even if you gave them money. If they asked for a piece of land there, wouldn't Li Longji go crazy with joy? Thinking of this, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do we need to send someone back to tell Grandpa Bai and the others? We can only be at ease after we get the land." "Don't say it, we definitely can't say it. If we say it now, with those shrewd people in the imperial court, and Li Longji, this emperor, who is not stupid, they will definitely tell us a lot of difficulties. They will also talk about how good Feng province is and make us take out new things to exchange. In the end, the land they give us won't be big. Don't we have an account of the money spent this time? When it's over, we'll send the account book to Grandpa Bai. He'll naturally know what to do. According to my analysis, the biggest possibility is that they'll come and ask us what we want. We can't count on money. When the time comes, it'll be easy to handle." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to be so proactive. At this time, it wasn't as simple as a confrontation with a local official. None of the people in the imperial court were easy to deal with. It wasn't just a matter of economics anymore. It involved political exchanges. Political exchanges required wisdom. Unless there was a real falling out, whoever exposed their intentions first would be unlucky. The so-called exchange was carried out when both parties thought that they had taken advantage of the other party and made a compromise. The simplest explanation was that the other party had achieved their goals, but they were still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of the other party. If the bear understood politics, it would want to eat honey in the monkey's territory, but let the monkey bring it up himself. It would also say that there were too many bees and that it needed to be compensated. The moment it ate the sweet honey, it would make the monkey feel that it had gained an advantage. Wang Wan nodded to show that she understood. She was even more puzzled. Then what do you say? Say that you want all the management rights of the Tea-Horse Path, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Impossible, unless you think that the people in the imperial court are all fools. Wang Wan didn't have any hope in this. Zhang Xiaobao looked upstream and said, I also know that it's impossible. In psychology, this is called an inch when given an inch. Sometimes, it's better to use this method. In layman's terms, it can be said that we're asking for sky-high prices and waiting for them to sit on the ground and pay us back. As long as they refuse, we'll ask for a good place. The area has to be large. If it's not a good place, then the area has to be larger. If it's a place that's too difficult, then it's also fine. However, we need to waive 10 years of taxes and rent. Where do you think that guy Li Longji will arrange for the place? He'll arrange for it to be in Inner Mongolia or the northeast. Ling Nan definitely won't let us go. Then how can you guarantee that you'll get the grassland? Wang Wan immediately understood. Even if it was her, she would also arrange for it. Wasn't the Zhang family very powerful? Then let's see how powerful they are. If you want the land, then I'll give it to you. In any case, no one is willing to go to a bad place. If I give it to you, then I'll make it difficult for you. Zhang Xiaobao also thought the same. In fact, it wasn't referring to Li Longji. Many people wanted to see the Zhang family make a fool of themselves in business. This was a common flaw in human nature. It wasn't that they had to do anything to the Zhang family, but they subconsciously wanted to suppress the Zhang family. Otherwise, wouldn't the Zhang family become a legend? Wouldn't it be difficult for you? After hearing Wang Wan's question, Zhang Xiaobao said, when it's about time, I'll give others instructions. For example, I'll vigorously develop hot pot and say that this method is very good in the northeast. At the same time, I'll use glass to make greenhouses to increase the output of vegetables in the off-season. I'll buy a lot of furs and use them to make beautiful winter warm clothes for our clothing store. I'll build ships at the estuary of the Yellow River and go to Liaodong Bay to hire local fishermen to understand the marine environment there. I'll also send people to open a new restaurant between the clouds and the water there. What do you think I'm going to do? What else can you do? Of course, you're going to wait until there's land there to develop. You're too evil, Xiaobao. I know you're doing this on purpose. You're letting people watch, but you don't want the land there. The only place left is Inner Mongolia. Are you trying to deceive us? Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao's character. Since he wanted to get a piece of land in Inner Mongolia, he would definitely fill in the details and lead others step by step to get the land there. Although there were times when he failed, it also depended on whether Zhang Xiaobao was persistent. If he insisted, he would find a way to achieve his goal. Zhang Xiaobao had been thinking about this matter along the way. In an era of power, unless one was prepared to be the emperor and overthrow the original regime, it was impossible to face it head-on. However, it was not so easy to be the emperor, especially for someone like himself. After becoming the emperor, he would definitely do his best to do everything well. That would be exhausting. More importantly, it was very difficult to overthrow the current regime. Even if one spent more than a decade to prepare, they would first have to go to a remote place to be the regional historian. Otherwise, they would not be able to get soldiers and would have to learn from Enlushan. After that, they would have to launch a coup, and the consequences would be even more severe than the Enlushan rebellion. They would weaken the great Tang strength and give the surrounding countries a chance to see whether they would settle their internal affairs first or the other countries would make a move first. Even if they won in the end, they would be old. They might be in their 40s or 50s, and they would not be able to enjoy anything. In terms of enjoyment, it would be the excitement of war. However, there was no regional historian now. It was better to play games and enjoy life. Sometimes, it was more comfortable to influence an era in the dark than to stand on the stage personally. What are you thinking about? Get on the boat. The boat is here. Wang Wan waited until the boat arrived. Zhang Xiaobao still had a contemplative look on his face. She nudged him and stepped forward. Nothing much. I'll immediately send a letter back. Some things have to be planned in advance. Write a letter to Grandpa Bai and ask him to help find people who are not afraid of the cold while skiing in the mountains. At the same time, help train the guards who will be joining my family to resist the cold. At the same time, get the people in charge of business in my family to purchase aged black tea. Get the cloth merchants in the capital to send silk here. Get Grandpa Yao to take the lead and get in touch with the local officials close to the tea horse path. Hire a team that frequently walks the tea horse path at a high price. That's all. I'll add more when I think of something in the future. Zhang Xiaobao came back to his senses and immediately got on the boat to write the letter. Chapter 609. The water flowed, and it was never too late to be happy. They cooked cows and sheep, drank wine, and exchanged cups. Zhang Zhong really brought his family to the village. The three old men also wanted to see how life there was, so they followed along. When they arrived, the three old men found that it was not easy to come to a conclusion. If they said that the locals were not living well, all of them seemed to be very happy, and there was no sign of worry in their eyes. If they said that they were living well, all of their clothes were made of linen, and even the chief was the same. His face was obviously pale, and the little boy did not wear clothes, running around the mountain with his thighs exposed. This is the relationship between spiritual civilization and material civilization that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo often talk about. It would be good if we could let them obtain more material income without destroying their unity and upward spirit. Old Man Pai was now like a theorist who specialized in this field, and said to Old Man Yao and Old Man Chong beside him. Old Man Yao was also used to this kind of talk. Anyone could say it, and it was the kind that kept saying it. However, the most difficult thing was how to increase the income of the local people. The outspoken Old Man Chong asked for Old Man Yao's opinion. Yongqing, what do you think we should do to increase the income of the local people? When Zhang Zhong heard Old Man Chong ask him, he was just about to say his idea, but after thinking for a while, he asked, I wonder if Uncle Zhang has a good idea. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong glanced at Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, which meant that they had thought of a way. Old Man Zhang shook his head at the same time. If they had a way, they would have said it long ago. The food produced in this place was enough for them to eat. Now that they were close to the prefectural city, it was more convenient to go outside. There was also the village that was far away. Only the wild animals on the mountain could be sold for some money. There were many fruits, but no one wanted them. Using the method in Shuzhou to raise them. What could be raised on the mountain? This place seemed to be a place where people could ski, so that the commoners could earn a little money. However, not every mountain could ski. Seeing that the three old men couldn't answer, Zhang Zhong stopped talking about this topic. He pointed to the trees on the mountain and said, there are many trees here. Even if it is cold in winter, there is no lack of coal. Yes, cut them all down and make terraced fields. Old Man Chong thought Zhang Zhong was reminding them of the idea of harvesting the trees, so he immediately followed suit. Uncle Zhang, there are already enough mudslides here. Let's stop tormenting people. What I mean is to choose a mountain that won't affect the roads and people. We can cut down and plant on it. The skiers need to keep warm when they come here, so we can earn some money. This won't solve the fundamental problem. When Zhang Zhong heard Old Man Chang's words, he was shocked. If they really did that, the commoners here would be finished. Although they didn't deliberately protect the environment, they couldn't deliberately destroy it. They could make use of it, but they couldn't risk their lives and not care about the survival of the future generations and destroy all the resources. Now Old Man Chang understood that they were talking about the matter of skiing, not the way to make the commoners really rich. The four of them talked and watched. The Jiang Wang clan brought the 7 little ones and chatted with the 3 wives of the local clan leader with the help of the translator. Zhang Zhong wasn't afraid that his wife would say something wrong. Even if he said something wrong, his wife wouldn't do it. Even if the Jiang Wang clan didn't wear the title of nobility, she still looked dignified and amiable, which made the 3 wives of the clan leader feel very comfortable. Especially the 7 little ones' cute appearance, they immediately conquered everyone. Even the clan leader, who accompanied them, wanted to snatch one back and raise it himself. It would be even better if he could snatch 2. The few of them talked and laughed as they entered the hall in the stronghold. This was the center of the entire stronghold. It was made of stone, and the walls outside the stronghold were built with a mixture of stone and wood. The clan leader, Chang Hu, was very enthusiastic. He didn't care if it was time for dinner. As soon as they arrived, he began to prepare. The cows used for farming were killed, the sheep were killed, and all kinds of animals hunted in the mountains were killed. There was no need for other methods. In fact, they didn't have many cooking methods. They just took out the meat and roasted it. It was lively and convenient at the same time. Old Man Pai and the other 2 saw that the cows were killed and felt distressed. They glanced at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong seemed to be indifferent. It was as if the cows were no different from pigs. While roasting the meat, the people in the stronghold danced and sang with Zhang Zhong and the Wang clan. Wang Wan's father finally played a role at this time. Although he usually didn't care about anything, he had a high tolerance for alcohol. He was the kind of person who drank until the cup was empty. He helped Zhang Zhong drink a lot of alcohol. Zhang Zhong didn't drink much usually. He was always drunk, so he usually drank some medicinal wine and wine. Even if he was socializing with others, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't allow him to drink too much. The medicine and soup for hangovers were all prepared. Before coming this time, Zhang Zhong and the Wang clan had prepared. They specifically drank the diuretic medicine prescribed by the doctor. At the same time, they also made a medicine that simulated the absorption of alcohol into the blood. This allowed the alcohol to be excreted through the urine as much as possible. The people in the inner courtyard of Zhangzhong and the Wang clan were specially used to compete with others in drinking. They tried to eat as little as possible. That would fill their stomachs and make it difficult for the alcohol to be excreted. After mixing with food, more alcohol would enter the bloodstream. Chief Chang, who drank a little too much. When he wasn't drunk, he also spoke a lot. He hugged Zhang Zhong, who was also full of smiles, and said, "Brother Zhang, good official. I've never seen an official like you, especially one from your family. You can sing and dance. Don't worry, I'll pay the rent this year and also the tribute. Even if the other strongholds don't take it, I'll gather enough money for you to send to the capital. Then I'll have to thank Brother Changhu. Brother Changhu's wine is also good. Come, let's drink." Zhang Zhong didn't care about the rent or the tribute. He just didn't want to send the wine to the capital. Who could do anything to him? This place wasn't like Shuzhou, where the annual rent was not high and the tribute was high. The rent from Yizhou was paid by the province. If he refused to pay the tribute, who would dare to impeach him? The rent was not even enough to cover the salaries of the 2 families. Wang Wan's father, who had a mission, also came over. He threw away the cup in his hand and said under the puzzled gazes of others, "It's not enough. Change bowls and drink." Chang, who also knew who this was. He was a rank 3 official. Seeing that the official was so bold, he also changed bowls. The other people who were drinking also changed their cups. Only Old Man Pai and the other 2 didn't move. They still couldn't tell what was good about the wine. Seeing Zhang Zhong praise it without blushing, the 3 old men were really helpless. If the wine was good, then what was the wine made by the Zhang family? When did the people who opened the restaurant learn to lie with their eyes wide open? As they drank, a problem appeared. The meat was mostly eaten by the people in the stronghold. The people of the Zhang family and the Wang family rarely touched it, but they drank a lot of wine. How much wine could there be in a small stronghold? Wine was made with grain. After Zhang Zhong drank another bowl of wine, the people in the stronghold found Chang Hu and whispered that there was no wine left. This time, Chang Hu was dumbfounded. He was drinking to his heart's content, but the wine was gone. This was embarrassing. Could he tell the guests to stop drinking and drink all the wine? Just as Chang Hu was in a dilemma, Wang Wan's father spoke. He said to Zhang Zhong, "In-law, I remember that we also brought a lot of wine when we came. Don't drink the same kind all the time. Let's change." Yes, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Indeed, brother Chang Hu, why don't you try the wine I brought? Zhang Zhong had been waiting for this opportunity. He was really afraid that they wouldn't be able to finish the wine in the stronghold, so he used a negotiating tone when he asked. After all, it wasn't good to take the wine when someone was treating you to a meal. Chang Hu couldn't care less about anything else. All the wine in the stronghold had been drunk. Since Zhang Zhong brought the wine over, he might as well drink it. He happily agreed and ordered someone to follow him to get more wine. When the wine was changed, the three old men who had been drinking quietly poured out the wine in their cups. They held their cups in their hands and waited for someone to pour the wine brought by Zhang Zhong. Only after drinking the wine made by the Zhang family did they know what wine was. They thought that Zhang Zhong wouldn't send bad wine to the stronghold. Besides, the Zhang family didn't have any bad wine either. As soon as the people in the stronghold drank the new wine, they all became excited. It was good wine, and it wasn't brewed with grains. When they drank it, it was quite strong. There were all kinds of fruit flavors. Even the children drank a few mouthfuls and clamored to drink more. Chang Hu drank a bowl of wine and smacked his lips. He looked at Zhang Zhong in confusion and asked, "Brother Zhang, where did your wine come from? Why does it taste better than mine?" Zhang Zhong thought to himself, "Isn't this nonsense? If my wine can't catch up with your strongholds, why would I open a restaurant? The most important thing is that you don't have a good son and a good daughter-in-law." Brother Chang Hu, to tell you the truth, there are countless restaurants in my family. There are people who specialize in wine making in each place. They make wine according to the local conditions. This time, when I came to Yizhou, I also planned to find a place to specialize in wine making. It should be in Mengdao County. I want to make wine with strong flavor, not soy flavor. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You just need to know that I want to build a winemaking place here. The wine you drink is made with fruits from Suzhou. There are wild fruits all over the mountains and plains there. No one wants them at all. In Haitian, no one wants them, but I want them. I make them into fruit wine. After fermentation, I add some white wine during the second fermentation process. See, the taste has changed. It tastes good and has a bit of aftertaste. When you drink it, it lingers in your mouth. After drinking it, you feel dizzy and comfortable. I originally planned to sell it in the restaurant, but unfortunately, before I could brew some, I came here and couldn't sell it. The main thing is that there are many people there who can help pick the fruits. There are also many fruits. It's a pity that a wine that can make you rich doesn't have the benefits here. Zhang Zhong seemed to have drunk too much. He squinted his eyes and complained to Chang Hu. Chang Hu was also confused, but he understood. When he heard Zhang Zhong's words, he had an idea and said, "Brother Zhang, there are many fruits here. And the Haitian you mentioned, is it this thing?" Seeing the residue left in the wine for some reason, Chang Hu wandered to the side of the wall and found several black fruits the size of soybeans. He brought them to Zhang Zhong. Yes, this is it. It can also cure diseases. Are there many fruits here? Zhang Zhong took one, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Many, 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 the whole mountain is full of them. No one eats them, and people don't want them when you ship them to the outside. There is no need to be afraid of few people. Everyone, adults and children, will do it. Since you have nothing to do, you can take out and sell the good wine and let others taste the wine here. Chang, who was simple and didn't know what Zhang Zhong was thinking. He felt that he had a good relationship with Zhang Zhong, so he wanted to help. Old Man Yao and the other two listened at the side. At this time, they finally knew what Zhang Zhong wanted to do. Instead of ordering others to do something, it was better to let others find it themselves. This move was really silent. No wonder he insisted on holding a banquet and a ball at the foot of the mountain. It turned out that he wanted to drink the wine of others and take out his wine to seduce others. Good ability, they couldn't help but be impressed. If all the local officials can be like this, why worry that the people of Tang can't live a good life? Yongqing is usually listless and afraid of his wife, but now he is quite pleasing to the eye. Old Man Chang whispered to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. He felt that the wine in his mouth tasted better than before. Good wine. Many of the wild fruits here in the mountain have turned into wine, which is valuable. The first method is to build a ski resort. The second method is to make wine. Let's see what other methods there are. Old Man Yao was also in a good mood. Being able to see the local people living a good life was sweeter than eating honey. Old Man Pai was also very emotional. Seeking merit, not publicity. The Zhang family's way of doing things is still so unpredictable. Perhaps in the future, the people here will understand Zhang Zhong's good intentions. Zhang Zhong had already started to discuss cooperation with Chang Hu. Zhang Zhong began to propose to help the stronghold make wine and sell it for free. Chang Hu didn't agree. He wanted to help Zhang Zhong pick fruits for free. As for selling them or not, it didn't matter. Neither of them gave in. In the end, Wang Wan's father came up with an idea so that neither side would lose out. This year, they would let people pick fruits and the Zhang family would buy them to make wine. They would make wine in the city and let the people in the stronghold learn. Next year, Zhang Zhong would no longer buy fruits. He would buy wine, do the second fermentation himself, and sell it in the restaurant. This way, no one would lose out, and no one would take advantage of the other. Zhang Zhong, who was in a daze, and Chang Hu, who was in a daze, agreed happily. The matter was settled in this way. After that, it was time to drink and celebrate. Zhang Zhong also sent a lot of spices to the stronghold to test on the barbecued meat. The taste was really good. The Zhang family will lose out this time. The wine will be sold immediately after the fruits are put away. The Zhang family needs to put in money first to give the locals a chance to make money in advance. The first fermentation will take at least 3 months to make wine, and the second fermentation will also take about 5 months to make wine. When did the Zhang family pick fruits and make wine in Shuzhou with the locals? There don't seem to be many wild fruits there, and there's not enough time. As Old Man Pai spoke, he suddenly thought of this very important question. Old Man Chang explained, those are Luzhou's fruits. They've been there for 2 years. Of course, the taste is good. It's impossible to achieve this taste in 8 months. If the taste is not good enough, Chang Hu will think it's not easy to sell. How can he agree? I think it will take at least 2 years for the Zhang family to turn the fruits in Yizhou into wine before they can make money. What's this called? Yes, holding the goods. The Zhang family usually likes to use the quasi-cash flow method when doing business. That is, they try to transfer as much money as possible. When doing business, they always put in a small part of their money and let the local merchants cooperate. If it weren't for the sake of the local people, they wouldn't be willing to put money here. That's right. I heard Xiao Bao and Cuckoo occasionally mention that there's a method called cash flow to make money. Something like borrowing, splitting, and mortgaging should be more profitable. However, Cuckoo doesn't seem to agree, and Xiao Bao also said so. I really don't know what kind of method it is. Why don't they use it? Old Man Pai also knew some things. He didn't know that this kind of business model would cause financial turmoil, especially when Zhang Xiaobao was operating it. In this era, if Zhang Xiaobao wanted to, he could mess up the entire financial system of Tang. The financial system was already unstable, especially when it came to currency exchange. Chang Hu didn't know what this brother of his planned, and he didn't know the specific situation of the Zhang family. He didn't even know where Shuzhou was. He only knew that this official was good, and Zhang Zhong's little guys were fun to play with. It was a pity that he couldn't snatch them. Looking at the 7 little guys and then looking at his own children, the difference was like heaven and earth. Even if they changed into the same beautiful clothes, it still wouldn't work. Brother Zhang, how did you raise your children? I wish I could take a pair of them and put them at home. They sit there like little adults. When other people go over to talk to them, they always welcome them with a smile. My family's children are far worse. They are not big, but their tempers are not small. Chang Hu pulled Zhang Zhong and asked with jealousy. Zhang Zhong thought to himself, of course. Look at who's teaching them. You haven't seen Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Otherwise, wouldn't you be jealous to death? How can the methods of immortals be compared to mortals? Sigh. He didn't know if his son and daughter-in-law had suffered along the way. When this matter was over, he would really have to become an official in Luoyang or Beijing. He didn't want his 2 children to run around and suffer along with him. Sighing softly, Zhang Zhong put on a smile and said, Brother Chang Hu, this isn't easy. Send your children to my place and see if they can play with Xiao Bei and the others. It'll be fine if they stay with me for a while. It's not easy to control my 2 children. If I'm not careful, they'll run away. They won't listen to me no matter how I beat them. If I leave them with you, won't they cause trouble for you? Chang Hu was really tempted. Not to mention whether he could learn to be as sensible as the other children, even the food and drink at the foot of the mountain was better than on the mountain. However, he heard that when Zhang Zhong came, the 7 children had their own big houses, the kind with wheels below, and there were specialized doctors to take care of them. If he really sent them down, they wouldn't have to worry about getting sick. They could eat well and play well. They could even learn how to read and write with other children. Look at other children. They could actually use a branch to write their names on the ground. If they learned it, when they met people from other strongholds in the future, they could squat there and write their names. That would be so embarrassing. Now, he could only be envious of other children. When Zhang Zhong saw that Chang Hu's words had some meaning, he immediately said, Don't worry. Children run around looking for things to play with. I have a lot of toys. As long as there are children to play with, they'll be safe. This matter is settled. We'll take them back at night. The more the merrier. This time, Chang Hu didn't insist and happily agreed. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Brother Zhang, how about this? I'll look for people from other strongholds to pick fruits together so that your family can brew more wine. Really? Then Brother Chang Hu has helped me a lot. Drink. Zhang Zhong was completely relieved. He raised the bowl and drank it all. Chapter 6:10. Fruits are fragrant in autumn, and people are busy picking them in Izhou. Rich people look forward to skiing, and craftsmen work hard to burn vats. Zhang Zhong, who was drunk, refused Chang Hu's invitation to stay before nightfall. He took Chang Hu's son and daughter with him and left the stronghold to prepare for the relevant matters. The next morning, Chang Hu, who had sobered up, remembered what he had said the day before. He quickly gathered the adults and children in the stronghold to pick ripe fruits in order to help Zhang Zhong's family make wine. Zhang Zhong found the 3 old men to discuss sending invitations to various hedonistic sons and daughters of wealthy families to come here and play. He also found nearby craftsmen to make vats for fermenting fruits. He also posted notices in the city, asking the people in the city to help the craftsmen as much as possible so that they could learn the craft and make vats for themselves in the future. With Changhu taking the lead, the people in his stronghold began to work hard. With such a big commotion, it was difficult not to alert others. Changhu, who was thinking about how to get the other strongholds to help him pick the fruits, did not have to take the initiative to look for others before they all came to him. When the people in the nearby strongholds found out that wild fruits could be exchanged for money, and that the officials who treated them to food, drinks, and dancing would make a fortune, they happily joined in. 3 days later, piles of fruits were delivered to the prefectural city of Wing Prefecture. Zhang Zhong's family had also hurriedly built a temporary residence. A large part of the adobe city wall had been dug up, and they hadn't had time to rebuild it yet. They had to wait until the fruits were almost harvested and the autumn harvest was over before they found the local people to do it. After another day, the people that Zhang Zhong had sent out in advance returned with carts of daily necessities. They began to pay the local people for the fruits. This was because the local people were used to bartering. When Zhang Zhong paid for the fruits on the first day, Changhu was worried. He didn't know how to go out and use the money to buy things. He was afraid that people would deliberately ask them for more money. He told Zhang Zhong that it was better to use things to barter. They all knew how much their things were worth and weren't afraid of being cheated. Zhang Zhong was speechless. How could they not be cheated when using things to barter? When Zhang Zhong heard Changhu say that they had a fixed person to exchange with, he understood that they were being controlled. Seeing Changhu's awkward expression, he could only send someone to buy something. As a result, the largest and most comprehensive store in Wing Prefecture City was created. It was responsible for trading with the locals and purchasing all kinds of furs and medicinal materials at 80% of the price of goods sold outside. The remaining 20% was included in the transportation fee. When the people in the nearby villages learned about the market situation outside and found out the price of the items they had exchanged, they all clamored to go out and kill the people in the shop who had exchanged with them. A bear skin could be sold for 15 strings of coins, and the better ones could even be sold for 20 strings of coins. The salt they bought with that much money was enough to feed a village of 100 people for 2 years, and there was still leftover salted meat. In the past, they could only exchange for a scoop of salt, which they thought was cheap. If they ate sparingly, it could feed the people in the village for more than a month. How could Zhang Zhong let them go out and cause trouble? He persuaded them in every way possible and promised that the store in the city would continue to provide all kinds of daily necessities in the future. He would also be responsible for collecting money and going out to buy the designated items. Of course, this required the local people to get used to using money as currency in the future. The people held back their grievances of being cheated and began to work harder to pick fruits for Zhang Zhong. They acknowledged Zhang Zhong's position in their hearts. He was a good official. He even told them such an important thing. At the same time, a few people who were the most proficient in speaking official language were also dealt with. They were the people who often brought people out to trade. In Izhou Prefecture, they actually had a big house and many good lands outside. Needless to say, everyone understood what was going on. After solving the income problem of the people in the nearby villages, Zhang Zhong began to prepare to let the people in the distant villages know about the situation here. However, before he could send people to the villages further away in the mountains to think of a way to persuade them, the people in the distant villages accidentally learned about the situation here. Gong Shi was the son of the chieftain of Little Bear Village, Gong Mu. His father was old and wanted to pass on the chieftain's position to him. However, this year did not seem to be good. The continuous rain made the crops in the fields not even half as good as last year. In addition, there was an accidental fire in the village, which burned a lot of linen and the furs they were going to trade for. They did not know how to survive this year's winter. He had to think of a way for the people in the village. He had to take the people in the village outside to see if he could find some work that they could do with their strength. When winter came, they could trade for some food and linen before coming back. At that time, they might be able to survive the winter. They would not have to suffer from the cold because of the continuous rain. With this thought in mind, Gong Shi turned around and looked at the strongest person in the 20 villages walking behind him. He looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dark. He thought that there was a village not far from here. Perhaps they could go there to have a good rest, or they could continue on their journey and live in the city. Hurry up, hurry up. We don't have to sleep outside today. Hurry up. Gong Shi shouted at the people in the village and began to speed up. He lowered his head and looked at his feet as he moved forward. The people in Little Bear Village also knew that this was a mission. They had never done this before. When faced with the unknown, they felt a bit of worry in their hearts, but also a bit of excitement and expectation. They were prepared to do a good job outside, and when they came back, they would become heroes of the village. Therefore, they, who had already been on the road for more than 10 days, didn't care about the fatigue of their bodies at all. They followed behind their future chief, hoping to have a good sleep in the city and eat a full meal so that they could save up enough strength to work. When it was almost night time, the sky became overcast. Those familiar with the weather knew that there would not be rain. At midnight, they might be able to see the stars, so they didn't have to worry about being soaked through like they had been a few days ago. Just as the group of people picked up their pace and jogged forward, many dots of light suddenly appeared in front of them. They swayed and illuminated the people nearby. There were actually many people holding torches and swaying in that direction. It was unknown what they were doing. With curiosity in his heart, Gong Shi couldn't help but stop and look in front of him in a daze. The people behind him also stopped and pondered. The people in front of them didn't rest early at night, but instead ran up the mountain to do something. After thinking for a while, Gong Shi, who still couldn't figure it out, began to slowly move forward. When he got closer, he let out a sigh of relief. He recognized the people in front of him. They were the people from the mountain village who couldn't make it in time to stay for the night. Not only were there adults, but there were also children climbing up and down. When he discovered the other side also noticed that there were people moving around. Because they didn't light torches, the other side couldn't clearly see who they were. Immediately, a group of people gathered together and shouted at them in a chaotic manner. "Is Chang Mountain here?" "It's me, Gong Shi of Little Bear Village." Gong Shi didn't want to misunderstand and let the other side shoot a bunch of arrows. He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the mountains. After shouting, Gong Shi signaled the people behind him to not move. He walked forward alone. When they were within the range of the torch, the people on the other side finally relaxed their vigilance. A person holding a bow walked out from the crowd and came in front of Gong Shi. He laughed and said, "Brother Gong Shi. Sure too, why did you come here? You must be tired. Come, eat some fruit. Later, come to my place and drink some wine. Good wine, the new official surnamed Zhang wants to sell it. Yesterday, when I was picking fruit, I caught a deer. I gave half of it to the official surnamed Zhang, but the other half hasn't been eaten yet. Just in time, I'll let you taste it. The new seasoning is different from before." Chang Mountain was very enthusiastic. His enthusiasm made Gong Shi feel as if he didn't know Chang Mountain. Generally speaking, if a deer was caught, it would be taken outside to exchange. Whether it was deer skin or deer meat, the exchange was more than usual. If a deer was caught alive, it would be even more amazing. How could he be willing to eat it? What puzzled Gong Shi the most was what kind of official had come and even gave him half of one. Could it be that this new official was so powerful that he could control the people here? With doubts in his heart, Gong Shi first waved his hand to the people behind him and asked the people in the stronghold to come over. He asked Chang Mountain puzzledly, "What's the new official? How many people did he bring?" "A big official, the most senior official. The whole Wing Prefecture has to listen to him. Even that Fong guy has to listen to him when he sees him. He has a lot of people, almost 2,000. The city can't accommodate all of them, so he tore down the city wall and built houses there. When the houses are built, people can live in them. When it gets cold, they have to rebuild them." Chang Mountain passed a fruit in his hand to Gong Shi and took a bite. He said while chewing. After hearing this, a trace of worry appeared between Gong Shi's eyebrows. He looked at the people in the stronghold who were picking wild fruits and said sympathetically, "Is it because he has a lot of subordinates? You can't beat them, so he forced you to take a lot of things. You have nothing to eat, so you go to the mountain to pick wild fruits to eat. I don't know if they will also go to my little bear village to rob. If they do, I will fight with them." "Fight!" The people in Little Bear Village also shouted hot-bloodedly. "Ha ha ha!" Chang Mountain spat out all the fruits in his mouth that he hadn't swallowed. He pointed at Gong Shi and laughed loudly. His other hand was still covering his stomach. It looked really funny. Even the people behind him also laughed. Gong Shi didn't find it funny at all. His face turned red from the laughter. At this moment, a 7-year-old child in the mountain village fished out a piece of candy from a small pouch hanging on his body. He handed it to Gong Shi and said, "This is the first time I've seen you. Uncle Gong, here's some candy for you." The new official is called Zhang Zhong, and his youngest child is called Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei is very fun, and there's also a lot of candy. This is called malt candy, and it tastes like wheat when you put it in your mouth. Zhang Zhong is a good official, so I gave him the deerskin that I got from my family to make a cushion for him. I brought someone to deliver it to him, and his family even let me eat a meal called hot pot with this big prawn. The child was very excited as he spoke and gestured with his hands. Gong Shi was even more confused. He looked at the candy that the child from Chang Mountain's family handed over. He wanted to refuse, but he also wanted to understand. He could only take it in his hand. He carefully squeezed it and found that there was a layer of wrapping on the outside. He peeled off the wrapping and found that there was a translucent thing inside. There was also a layer of glutinous rice paper on the outside. He knew that this thin layer of paper could be eaten, but it was only wrapped on the outside of something delicious. He couldn't hold back the doubt in his heart, and under the child's expectant gaze, he threw the candy into his mouth. A sweet, honey-like taste instantly filled his mouth. "Uncle Gong, is it delicious? I still have a few pieces." The child was looking forward to sharing the candy with others. Gong Shi suddenly had a feeling of recalling the candy he ate several times when he was a child. He was so happy. This candy was obviously better than the ones he ate when he was a child. He wanted to take it out and put it back into the child's mouth, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He could only hold back the idea and ask, "Is this candy very expensive?" "I don't know." One of Xiaobei's sworn brothers named Young Man said that the candy was made by himself. "You can't buy it or exchange it. I know that Xiaobei's house is very beautiful. There are bright lights inside. Unfortunately, I can't get in. There are 3 floors, and the blanket inside is very smooth." The child didn't know the value of the candy. He only knew that it was delicious. He also knew that Xiaobei's house was beautiful. The courtyard where the house was placed was built first. The ground inside was very smooth stone, which could reflect people's shadows. Gong Shi found that the child couldn't understand it for a while. He had to look at Chang Mountain and wait for him to explain. Chang Mountain's life was better recently. He exchanged a lot of things that he usually needed with fruits, including beautiful porcelain bowls. He was in a good mood. When he saw Gong Shi looking at him, he laughed and told Gong Shi what happened in the past few days. From Zhang Zhong bringing people here, to eating, drinking, and playing outside the city, and then to collecting fruits to make wine, to opening a new shop, and to being cheated when he exchanged things before. The more Gong Shi and the others listened, the more surprised they were. The more they listened, the more they didn't dare to imagine. How could there be such a good official? The one surnamed Fong had never found people to drink, sing, and dance with, let alone exchange things for the wild fruits that no one wanted. Every year, when it was almost winter, the Fong guy would go to the villages one by one and ask the people in the villages to pay the rent and also hand over the land as tribute. If it wasn't for his pitiful appearance, they wouldn't have given him anything at all. The land he was given did not produce much at all. It was the worst land. The new official was so good. He didn't mention the rent and tribute, but collected the fruits as soon as he came. He even sent the good things outside to open a shop in the city. What was his plan? Sure too, since the fruits can be exchanged, we don't need to look for work outside anymore. The people outside are not good. They always bully us. Let the people in the village pick the fruits and send them here. One of the people in Little Bear Village was smarter. He immediately thought of the key point of the problem and came to Gong Shi's side to propose. Gong Shi was no fool. How could he not think of this? But he had other ideas, so he asked, then can we also exchange things for tribute? Yes. This year, Gaoshan village is prepared to pay more tribute. The rest will be left for the official surnamed Zhang. Changhu's village also said that even if the other villages don't pay, they will take care of everything. Changshan said generously. So the official surnamed Zhang is the same as the official surnamed Fang. He wants to use us and is afraid that we won't pay the tribute. He's just giving us benefits first. Gong Shi analyzed. You idiot, do you really think the official surnamed Zhang is the same as the official surnamed Fang? The official surnamed Zhang isn't afraid of not paying. Yesterday, when I brought people to deliver the fruits, the official surnamed Zhang was standing in front of the shop and watching. It just so happened that the imperial court sent a fast horse to deliver the imperial edict. An imperial edict, something written by the emperor. Guess what? If it were any other official, they would have set up an incense table and brought their family to kowtow, but the official surnamed Zhang didn't care at all. He took it, opened it, and threw it to the servant behind him. The person who delivered the imperial edict even had a smile on his face. He didn't dare to say anything disrespectful to the emperor. How could he be afraid of not paying the tribute? Also, after delivering the fruits, I sent people to ask around. Guess what? This time, he wasn't the only official who came. There were several third and fourth rank officials. Later, I heard that the imperial edict wrote that the old man and his family was going to be an official. They were all second rank officials. His mother was also a second rank official. What kind of imperial title is that? Even a kid called Xiao Bao, who I've never seen before, is a sixth rank official. The people I sent heard from the three old men that the emperor felt that the road was too far, so he didn't give them the money or the official robes. He only sent people to bring a few goldfish bags and told them to prepare everything else themselves. Chang Shan pretended to be mysterious as he talked about this gossip. The crowd also listened mysteriously. After one of the people in Little Bear's stronghold heard this, he said, "Is it because the emperor doesn't treat his family well? He didn't even give them a reward. I think you're also an idiot." Chang Shan looked at this person and continued, "This means that the emperor doesn't treat his family well. How could he give them a bad title? How could he treat the imperial edict like that? I saw it clearly when he threw it to others. It was like throwing a rag." Listen to me, you don't have to pay the rent this year. If you do, you'll just be giving the official surnamed Zhang his salary. He may not be used to eating and doesn't care about that bit of food. However, you can only give more, not less. Don't use the tribute to threaten him. Otherwise, before he gets angry, the strongholds on my side won't agree. That's right, we'll definitely pay. We don't have much food, but we have a lot of tribute. It's useless to keep it in our hands, so it's better to give it to him. If it's really like you said, he really doesn't care whether or not he can send tribute to the capital. The emperor also didn't give him a title, so it's even. But if we don't give it to him, he'll be unhappy and think we don't treat him as a brother. Gong Shi finally understood. As for whether or not Chang Shan was lying to him, he would know when he went down. At the thought of going down, Gong Shi had an idea and said to Chang Shan, "How about this? Let me take some of the fruit you're picking now. Each of you will carry a basket and see if we can trade." "Oh, we have to wait until tomorrow. Then we'll pick the fruit together first and go tomorrow." "There's no need. There are people at night too. I can deliver it once in the middle of the night and again before dawn. I'll give each of you a basket. Go and take a look. This shop is open 24 hours a day. There's another place called the hospital. It's also open 24 hours a day. When you go down, go to the hospital first and let the doctor take your pulse. If you're sick, he'll make you medicine. It's not expensive. He said it's included in the 20% profit when you trade for fur and other things." Chang Shan explained the situation in the city to Gong Shi and the others. At the same time, he signaled the people in the stronghold to give each of them a basket of wild fruit. With hope for a better life, Gong Shi led the others to thank Chang Shan and went down the mountain. After walking for a long time, the originally tired people felt that they were full of energy again. After walking for more than an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. From afar, they could see the prefectural city in front of them and could hear the sounds of singing and musical instruments coming from the brightly lit area outside the prefectural city. Occasionally, the wind would blow over and they could smell the aroma of meat and wine. After walking for a long time, they couldn't help but inhale. The group couldn't help but speed up, wanting to see what was going on down there. When they got closer, Gong Shi and the others finally heard a toast song that they had never heard before. However, it was indeed a song from their side. They didn't know what kind of musical instruments were used, but it was very well coordinated. When they heard it, they had the urge to dance. When they could see people's faces with the help of the light, Gong Shi found another person he knew. This person was squatting next to the person using the musical instrument. It seemed that he wanted to learn. That person also felt that someone was looking at him. When he turned his head and saw that it was Gong Shi, he immediately stood up and approached him. "Sure too, you also heard the news and came here. Just in time. You've been rushing all the way here. Drink a cup of wine first. This wine is very good. 1 cup will make you feel dizzy. Eat 2 roasted fish. Chang Hu, why didn't you stay in the stronghold and come down here at night?" Gong Shi put down the basket full of wild fruits, rubbed his shoulders, and looked around curiously. "I came down today to see my 2 children. After they eat dinner and go to sleep, I'll come out and join in the fun." Chang Hu waved his hand vigorously at the person in charge of delivering the wine. Gong Shi didn't understand why Chang Hu's 2 children wanted to come down the mountain to see. His eyes swept over the people dancing and singing in front of him, then looked at the people around them. He asked Chang Hu, "Didn't you say that there was an official surnamed Zhang here? Where is he? He didn't come out today. Do you want him to accompany you all the time?" "That's an official. He has official business to do. In the future, I'll be fine here. Except for the rain, every night outside the city is like this. You can sing and dance as you want. However, it is said that after the new year, you have to prepare your own wine and food. Chang Hu took the wine that someone brought and handed it to Gong Shi. He sighed with emotion about the situation here. Chapter 6:11. Just as more and more people in Ezhou found out that wild fruits could be exchanged for money and joined in, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's troops had already arrived in Pingzhou. 9 days. It took them 9 days to travel from Ezhou to Pingzhou, while the troops in front took 8.5 days. With the difficult journey and the rainy weather, it could be said to be a miracle. For this miracle, Zhang Xiaobao spent more than 30,000 strings of coins to supply and take care of the troops along the way from Ezhou to Pingzhou. On average, he spent 2 strings of coins on each soldier. After Guotu arrived in Pingzhou and rested for a while, he led the soldiers and set off in the direction of Jinchuan City. At the same time, he didn't forget to write a letter to the imperial court about what had happened along the way. There was no lie in the letter at all. It was as it should be, including how much food was available, the condition of the soldiers, and so on. He praised the Zhang family fiercely. What he meant was that if the Zhang family were to organize the logistics, then no one in this world could compare to them. Of course, he didn't know how much money Zhang Xiaobao had spent on them for these 8.5 days. He also didn't know how many commoners had carried them on their shoulders and used wheelbarrows to pave the steep road for them. There were no less than 100 mules that had been used to transport the grain into the mountain stream. Zhang Xiaobao still had to settle the follow-up matters. There was an excuse for collecting grain and mules. He had to let the other party benefit, which required even more effort. Without the logistical support provided by manpower, not to mention 8.5 days, even 16.5 days wouldn't be enough for them to reach Pingzhou. Zhang Xiaobao practically used his planning skills to the extreme, only then did he manage to perfect the entire layout and take care of every single place. Guotu left with the provisions that Zhang Xiaobao had prepared for him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in Pingzhou. The two of them only had Zhang Zhong's name on them. At the same time, they weren't in charge of Pingzhou's defense and didn't care about the local matters. Therefore, the officials in Pingzhou didn't pay attention to the two of them and treated them as if they were here to play. They didn't arrange a relay station for us to stay and just told us to find our own place. No matter what, we're contributing to the country. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could say anything, the people in the inner courtyard were already dissatisfied. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly berated them, "If you say anything more, then go back. We were arranged to gather grain for the army, not to take over other people's defense. The reason why we're still waiting here is because we're afraid that the imperial court will continue to order us to gather more grain. I reckon that it's impossible. Even if we gather more grain, they won't need us. With the Jiannan military governor around, he'll be busy when the time comes." Wang Wan also said from the side, "Hurry up and find a place. This place is not bad and there are many mountains. It's perfect for training. Even Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao's people will be trained together. Remember, if you see any pandas with dark circles on their eyes in the mountains, catch a few for me. If you see any pregnant pandas, it'll be even better. When the time comes, bring them back for Xiao Bei and the others to play with." As Wang Wan spoke, a scene appeared in her mind. A 4 or 5-year-old Xiao Bei and the others wearing beautiful clothes walking on the streets with a silly panda following behind them. They would stop from time to time and look around. It must be very interesting. Then they had to be trained from a young age. Otherwise, the pandas would easily eat Xiao Bei and the others as snacks. After getting used to being together, the pandas were still very cute. Wang Wan immediately carried out her plan, leaving the people in the inner courtyard to follow Zhang Xiaobao's plan. She and Zhang Xiaobao led the 56 members of the Zero Squad, Li Sun's 200 bodyguards, and Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's 100 people. A total of 358 people went to the nearby mountains to play. This place is good. It's rich in resources and all kinds of minerals. It's a pity that we can't develop it right now. We can only wait until we have the conditions in the future. It's said that there's a lot of limestone here, which can be used to make cement. There's also a lot of medicinal herbs. Since there aren't so many people picking them, let's gather more and bring them back to the research institute. Wang Wan changed the environment and didn't think about the war in front of her. She happily talked to Zhang Xiaobao as they walked on the road. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking of other plans. He couldn't let this trip go to waste. No matter what, he had to obtain enough benefits to scare Li Longji. Otherwise, he would send them to the border for no reason in the future. Most people wouldn't be able to adapt to the climate here. Thinking about the various frontier poems written by Gao Shi in the future, he knew that once they left Pingzhou, they would only be waiting to suffer. Hearing Wang Wan's words, he said absent-mindedly, "Yes, there are still a lot of things that we have to think of ways to make use of. For example, the bamboo and coal here. If we don't use them properly, it would be a waste for us to come so far. I'm talking about medicinal herbs. What coal and bamboo? I remember that this is the most suitable place to produce medicinal herbs, especially the temperature and humidity. Why don't we set up a medicinal herb plantation here and contribute to opening welfare hospitals everywhere in the future?" Wang Wan bent down and grabbed a handful of grass from the mountain road. She looked at it in her hand, as if it was medicinal herbs that were everywhere. "Then let's try to plant one. Even if it doesn't succeed, we can let people know that there is such a method. Nowadays, people just go and pick them directly. As the tools become more and more advanced, there are no good medicinal herbs left. Now, why do I feel that Guo might not be able to win? Isn't it a little too little to send 15,000 people? I remember that a few years ago, Tubo sent 100,000 or 100,000 soldiers. Jinchuan is such an important place. Who wouldn't arrange more soldiers here?" Zhang Xiaobao always had a premonition that Guo would easily rush over and fail to escape back. If he could escape back, it would be fine. If he went with 15,000 people and returned with only a few hundred people, not only would the people of Wangjiang not be able to report their worries, but many people would also die. That would be very sad. Because Wang Wan had cooperated with the people here, she also knew that Jinchuan was not a place to fight. However, if it was her, she felt that there should be hope. The art of war was to use one's strength to overcome the enemy's weakness. As long as the quality of the soldiers was high enough and the logistics were sufficient, she was confident that she could divert the enemy and find a chance to win if she was the commander. If she was given 10,000 bodyguards like Li Sun, equipped with horses, she would be the general, and Zhang Xiaobao would be in charge of logistics. She would dare to fight her way to the capital of Tubo. If she was given the people from the Zero Protection Team, she would be able to sweep through all the surrounding countries. It would not be a problem even if she were to fight her way to Arabia. Of course, the premise was that Zhang Xiaobao would organize the logistics for her. She really did not feel at ease with other people. As the two of them talked, the team started. The 56 people of the protection team guarded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and did not move. The rest of the people started to practice various tactics according to the previous method. Li Sun's team had already adapted, but Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's people were much worse. They were not used to such a terrain. When they were going up the hill, they felt that it was nothing. They were similar to Li Sun's people. Everyone was the same. However, when they started their normal training, they realized that things were far from as simple as they thought. In the beginning, because they were full of stamina, they did not know how to conserve their energy when running up the hill. In the process of chasing back and forth, as time passed, they realized that they did not have any energy left. On the other hand, Li Sun's guards were completely unscathed. They were able to execute all the tactical maneuvers. In just half a day's time, 100 people were annihilated by 200 people. The other side actually had 0 casualties. One of Old Man Pai's team angrily found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the two of them, "Young master, young lady, this is not fair. They have more people, and we have fewer people. 200 against 100 people, of course the 100 people will lose." "Oh. You think so? Good, you have the guts to say what is in your heart. You deserve praise. You guys take a rest first. At the same time, you are responsible for my and Cuckoo's protection work. Let the others continue to train. After 4 hours, the protection team that has finished training will not do any rest and will directly fight against your 100 people. What if you still lose?" Zhang Xiaobao did not expect that someone would find an excuse for himself. During a battle, who cared how many people you had? You were just one person, and the other side would still fight. It was just 2 times the number. How many? In history, there were so many battles where fewer people won. It was not about who had more people. If it was about the number of people, then it would be simple. The 100 people were indeed tired and wanted to have a good rest. They thought that it would be easier to guard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Therefore, that person said on behalf of everyone, "If we lose again, we will be punished with 50 strokes of the military rod." No need. It hurts so much when the military rod hits the body. I won't hit you. After you lose, you will help out when you go back. No matter what work you are given, you are not allowed to be picky. Even if I ask you to jump into a cesspool to catch maggots, you have to catch enough for me. Otherwise, I will talk to Grandpa Bai. Zhang Xiaobao usually could not command people like them. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he not take advantage of it? This person agreed without thinking. After all, they had never fought against the people from the seedling protection team. Usually, they only heard about how powerful they were. No matter how powerful they were, they only had 1 nose and 2 eyes. He did not believe that 100 people could not take care of 50 people. The job of the guards changed. The people from the seedling protection team went to fight against the 200 people from Li Sun's guards. These 100 people wanted to follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to have a good rest. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to let them relax now. If he did not teach them a good lesson, they would not be obedient in the future. In the army, strength was the most important thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said to the 100 people, "How about this? It's boring to be idle. Cuckoo and I will run 100 steps forward and then hide. You guys find me and Cuckoo. How about it? Just treat it as hide and seek." Wang Wan was happy when she heard this. In the past, when she was at home, she could only find a suitable place to exercise, but she could not play as well as she did today. At home, she had to pretend to be dignified when she met others. Today, it was really exciting to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and play hide and seek with 100 people. She said happily, "Let's do it this way. I'll leave you 2 binoculars. You can use them. You have 2 hours. If you catch them, you will be rewarded with 10 strings of coins. If you don't catch them, you will be rewarded with 10 strings of coins. Is there any objection?" The 100 people looked at the height of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and thought about their age. They did not take it to heart at all. They nodded and agreed, ready to earn 10 strings of coins. One by one, they rubbed their hands and waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to run away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the surrounding environment, chose a direction, and ran out holding hands. After running 100 steps, they shouted, "Okay, you can come and catch us. As long as you catch us, I will give you 10 strings of coins." The 100 people were excited. They did not need binoculars at all. They could see the clear figures of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan now. It was just that there were more trees, so it was nothing. They spread out and surrounded them, in case Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran away. In this way, the 100 people began to play hide and seek. The figures of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appeared in front of them from time to time, but when they reached the place, they found that they were still so far away. They did not know how the two children could run so fast. As they ran, the 100 people found that one person in front of them was missing. Wang Wan was gone, and only Zhang Xiaobao was left. This time, they were confused. Just now, they wanted to catch Wang Wan, but they did not know when she had hidden. The person who complained at the beginning quickly ordered 50 people to look for Wang Wan on the way here. He thought that Wang Wan had hidden while the others were not paying attention, and the remaining 50 people continued to chase Zhang Xiaobao. The more they chased, the more trees there were. If it were not for Zhang Xiaobao's figure flashing from time to time, they really could not find him. This chase went on for an hour. The 100 people who had not had a chance to rest finally felt a little tired. However, they were not willing to take out 10 strings of coins for nothing, so they could only grit their teeth and continue to chase. After chasing for about a quarter of an hour, the person who complained first gestured for the 50 people to stop. He pointed to a place in front of them. There was a big tree there, and beside the tree, a corner of clothes could be seen. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. Be careful. Surround it and surround this place. We finally caught one. I don't know if the people on the other side have caught Wang Wan. It's better to catch one than not to catch one. When the time comes, it will be hard to determine the winner, so we don't have to worry about taking out 10 strings of coins. The person whispered to the others. The crowd began to disperse and slowly surrounded the place. When the encirclement was successful, the 50 people shouted happily and rushed over. However, when they came close, everyone was dumbfounded. There was only one piece of Zhang Xiaobao's clothes here. It was held up by a stick, and from the angle they found it, there was a corner of it. There was also a piece of paper stuck to the clothes with a few words written on it, "Remember to bring my clothes back. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as 10 strings of coins." What do we do? A person in the team asked. Chase, chase. Pay attention to your feet and look for traces. The person who complained felt that he was sweating uncontrollably. He clearly saw Zhang Xiaobao running over, so how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? The 50 people began to look for traces on the ground again. If they hadn't surrounded him and ran in such a chaotic manner, they might have had a chance to find him. But now, no matter which direction they looked in, it seemed to be in the direction Zhang Xiaobao had left. The 50 people split up again to look for him, but the result was obvious. When Zhang Xiaobao was escaping, he had police dogs. Even so, they couldn't catch him, let alone the 50 of them. These 50 people couldn't find him, and the 50 people who were searching for Wang Wan were also at a loss. Where was Wang Wan? The 50 people discussed for a while and decided that Wang Wan was still with Zhang Xiaobao. They decided to meet up with the 50 people in front of them first. When the 100 people successfully met up, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating at the place where they first came out. We made a profit. 10 strings of cash per person, so 100 people will have 1,000 strings of cash. That's enough to do a lot of things. Xiaobao, do you think they can take out the 10 strings of cash per person? Wang Wan sat there and leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She ate a hazelnut as she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao held a fruit that he had just plucked. He didn't care that it was so sour that his teeth were about to fall out. He ate it in small bites and replied, "They probably can. They don't usually have much to spend. Their meals are all ours. Just as well. We'll treat the 1,000 strings of cash as food money. If there's a chance in the future, organize a few more such activities. We can't let them take advantage of us for nothing. Then tell me, how do you think Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Ya will treat them when they know about this?" Wang Wan stuffed a hazelnut into Zhang Xiaobao's hand. "That's none of our business. Or we can help them keep it a secret and let them get all of Grandpa Bai's and Grandpa Yao's guards to play hide-and-seek with us. It's still 10 strings of cash. If we win once, we'll give the 100 people a tenth of what we won. If we win 10 times, they can earn back the money they lost. I think this is fine. I'll tell them later. Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao have quite a few guards. Perhaps Zhang Xiaobao felt that life was too dull, so he had to bully Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's guards. He believed that even if they knew that their guards had lost, they could only vent their anger on their guards. Who asked that guard to be so stupid? The 2 hours they agreed on earlier passed quickly. The 100 people knew that they had lost, so they could only return, hoping to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If they couldn't see them, then it would be even more troublesome. Sure enough, when they returned, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opening the small tent on their backs. The two of them were sleeping inside. If I knew this would happen, I would have left a few people to guard this place. When they came back, I would have caught them. 10 strings of cash. Do you have enough? The person who complained first complained again and asked the others. They didn't have any money on them now. No one could bring a few kilograms of money out to do things, so they could only go back and give it to the others. The others nodded one after another, indicating that they had enough. However, this money was saved through hard work. They didn't have a military salary, only a monthly allowance. Occasionally, they helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang deliver things. Only then did they save some money. After taking out 10 strings of cash, they all became poor again. One person didn't understand. He sat on the ground and said, "How did we lose them? We were watching. They were clearly right in front of us, but we lost one when we ran away." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao's voice came from the tent, "Hurry up and rest. There's less than 2 hours left. The others will be finished, and it's time for you to compete. Let me tell you, Cuckoo and I went to climb the trees. Next time, remember to look for traces. Tracking is a skill. Sleep." After that, there was no sound in the tent. The 100 people looked at each other. They also looked at the trees, but there were too many trees, and they were so dense. How could they know who had climbed a certain tree? Thinking that they would have to compete later, one by one, they lay on the ground. They didn't care if they were wet or not. They closed their eyes and slept, so that they could recover enough energy to compete with the 56 people who didn't have a chance to rest. While waiting for them to sleep soundly, the two groups of people returned. From their expressions, it was really hard to tell who had lost. Li Sun's 200 people hung their heads dejectedly, while the 56 people had gloomy expressions. The tent door opened, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out. They looked at the two groups of people and asked, "Who lost?" "We lost," the two groups of people said at the same time. While the 100 people were still puzzled by the noise, the leader of the 56 people, Huzi, said very dispiritedly, "We had 56 people to deal with 200 of them, but we actually lost 41 people. Of the remaining 15 people, 9 of them were also judged to be injured. If it was really us who protected the young master and the young lady, the other side sent 300 people like young Master Li's bodyguards. The young master and the young lady couldn't be protected anymore. Later on, we were given special treatment, and the loss was too great. If I had to fight again, I promised to reduce the number of deaths to. Another time is another time, it has nothing to do with this time. A person only has one life, which means that there are only 6 people who are unharmed. Not bad, it seems that we can continue to increase the intensity of the training. It has been 5 years, you have been trained for 5 years, the special forces have even been trained. Drink some water, we will go against the 100 of them again soon, 7 minutes to prepare." Zhang Xiaobao was very dissatisfied with the data. The 56 people were trained bit by bit according to the training method of the special forces. After 5 years, they actually got such a result. What was the special forces? They were the existence that could take the enemy's general's head from thousands of miles away. Using the special forces, there could only be one result. Alright. After all, the training methods we've summarized aren't very scientific. We'll take it slow in the future. Let them accumulate more experience first. When the next batch of people is in place, we'll select them bit by bit. They're directly incorporated into the team. Normal special forces selection is 1 in a million. Wang Wan mediated at the side. Then, she looked at Li Sun's 200 people. These 200 people were now speechless. They had also received training when they were in Luzhou. When they became the guards of the prince's mansion, they were selected again and again. In the end, after a fight, they were all defeated. 200 people against 56 people. Before they could feel sad, the other side had already felt sad. At this time, it was useless to say anything. It was embarrassing. When the young master found out, they did not know what kind of punishment they would face. Chapter 6:12. After resting for a while, the 56 people who were full of anger and the 100 people who were also uncomfortable ran out to fight again. At this time, the 100 people were very careful. They finally understood what the 56 people represented. They were the glory of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They defeated the 200 people they had defeated. Even if they didn't rest, they might not be able to win. As for what the 56 people said, they couldn't guarantee the safety of the young master and young lady because the other side had 300 people. They didn't believe it. They were exactly 100 people. They were fooled just now. If they lost again this time, they estimated that they would need at least 500 guards like Commander Princely to catch the young master and young lady who were protected by the 56 people. It was no wonder that Zhang Zhong let the young master and young lady out. It turned out that the 100 people who chased after them were the weakest. They were 100 steps ahead of them, but they couldn't even catch the 2 children. Who else in the country could threaten the young master and young lady? There was no need to mention the result of the confrontation between the 100 people who were scared before the battle and the 56 people who were waiting to vent their anger. 4 of the 56 people died, while the 6 people who were affected by the battle ended up completely annihilating the 100 people. This was under the rule that they had the same weapons. If they had used the weapons specially prepared by the young master and young lady, they believed that there would be no problem in killing the 300 people. Well, it was just in the forest. In order to help the guards of Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao improve, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also specially taught them tactics, the application of terrain, camouflage, and psychology. Even though the 56 people and Li Sun's 200 people had already learned, they also listened carefully. This was because the young master and young lady would add new content in every lesson. Even if the general idea was the same, the details were absolutely different. There were also examples that the 2 people found somewhere. It was the first time that the 100 people of Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao had listened to such a lesson. The more they listened, the more shocked they were. At this time, they understood that they didn't lose unjustly. While they were slowly exploring, the other side had already formed a whole set of theories. Especially the psychology part, the analysis of human nature made people tremble. Thinking back to himself, that was indeed what he was thinking at that time. Even his thoughts had been grasped by others, how could he not lose? That's all for today's class. In a while, we'll massage each other to relieve fatigue. After eating, have a good rest. At the same time, think about what you've learned today. In the next class tomorrow night, I'm going to talk about how to adjust your rhythm when you're tired and excited. Cuckoo will explain it to you. Excitement is the cause of body control errors. Class dismissed. Zhang Xiaobao threw away the stick that was used as a pointer and said to the crowd. Whoosh! Li Sun's 200 bodyguards and 56 members of Squad 0 stood up at the same time and respectfully bowed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Their uniform movements shocked the 100 people. They had never seen others act like this before. Today was an eye-opener. They were indeed different. They had actually secretly learned so many things. It seemed that they had to go back and tell Master that they didn't take out the good stuff. Just as the 100 people had such thoughts, Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth again and said to them, "Go back and tell Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao that I, Xiaobao, said that if they want to train military officers, they should arrange for smart people to come over. I will only say the same thing once with Cuckoo. Learn as much as you can, and don't answer any more questions after class. Cuckoo and I don't have time for that. Also, the most important thing is that they have to be literate. If they don't understand, don't blame others. We will only teach 100 people at a time. The quota is limited, so you have to cherish it. Yes, all of you, just tell the truth. If anyone dares to mix their emotions in, don't blame me and Cuckoo for being rude." The 100 people were scared out of their wits. How did he know when they had just had such thoughts? Furthermore, he had even mentioned all the details. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their lessons, they began to rest. During this period of time, the two of them wanted to train everyone, especially Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao's people, so that they would be useful in the future. During the days when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were training people, the people in the various strongholds in Wing Prefecture were busy picking fruits. No matter how far away they were, they all received the news. Countless fruits were sent to the prefecture in Wing Prefecture. The craftsmen from outside also burned many large vats to ferment the fruits. A portion of the charcoal that Zhang Xiaobao had people purchase earlier was used to turn the red pond into white sugar. After that, it was processed into rock sugar so that it could be used to make wine together with the fruits. When this portion of charcoal was delivered, Old Man Pai and the other two were puzzled. When did they buy the charcoal? In the end, after asking around, they found out that they had already been purchasing charcoal when the fleet was sailing on the river. After obtaining this result, the three old men fell into a daze again. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless they have an immortal in their family. Didn't they just receive the news on the river? How could they have started preparing? Could it be that at that time, they had predicted that this would be the result? Old Man Chang couldn't accept this fact no matter what. Old Man Pai clearly knew that the Zhang family was magical, but he couldn't help but be shocked again. When he got on the ship, he told Xiaobao and Cuckoo about this mission. At that time, they also told the Zhang family that they couldn't find an expert. In a short period of time, the provisions were prepared and the transportation problem was solved. This was already shocking enough, but this time, they even considered the current situation. What was wrong with their heads? They had calculated to this extent. After listening to Old Man Chang's words, he said with deep sympathy, "Indeed, the news just came back. If all of this started after we told them about the situation, then I really don't know what they can't do." That's right, that's what I thought too. The news that just came back was sent by Great General Guotu from Pingzhou. Along the way, they actually opened a path in the mountains and built bridges in the rivers. In the rain, they even built shelters and made food. Then, they prepared a fleet to send the soldiers to the border. Originally, they thought that they would arrive in 10 days if the weather was good, but in the end, they arrived in 8.5 days if the weather was bad. Look at the words that General Guotu wrote at the end. This is logistics, the real logistics. The logistics of Izhou is unparalleled in the world. The Zhang family's logistics matters were told after they got on the ship. If they had told us before, I have no doubt that the Zhang family would have sent the logistics camp to Jinchuan to supply our troops. Old Man Yao thought about everything that had happened after they arrived in Izhou. The first thing he felt was powerlessness. He and the others had been keeping an eye on them, but in the end, they couldn't do it. They couldn't even keep up with their rhythm. Yes, rhythm. This word was used too well. It was like playing chess. While he was thinking about how to make the knots, the other side had already started to count. There was a big gap. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao said, "What do you think will happen if we make trouble for them?" "They definitely won't think of it, right?" "They won't, especially Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. How could they think of the 3 grandfathers making trouble for their family behind their backs? These 3 grandfathers are still eating the dishes made by their family, enjoying the medical conditions, and always stabbing them in the back when they are accompanying them to relieve their boredom." Hearing Yao Chang's words, Old Man Chang was dissatisfied. They were eating other people's food, receiving benefits from them, and being respected by them. How could they still want to make trouble behind their backs? If they really did such a thing, his grandson Xiao Bao and granddaughter Cuckoo would be completely gone. Then, they would just have to wait for the other side's revenge. What kind of situation would that be? Looking at the way the Zhang family handled things, it was obvious. For those who directly opposed them, they would use soft-heartedness and suppression. But for those who betrayed them, they would definitely launch an overwhelming attack. As long as they achieved their goal, they would do anything. Old Man Pai was also dissatisfied. He looked at Yao Chong, meaning to say, "Yuanji, have you forgotten who led a team to save you when you were about to die? Whose family's doctors and fast boats were used? If you didn't have a past with the Zhang family, you would have to die." "I'm just asking. I don't intend to do that. The Zhang family is too powerful. I suddenly had the idea of competing with them. If this goes on, I will die of discomfort." How could Yao Chong not know the meaning of the 2 old men? He quickly explained. He really didn't intend to make trouble behind their backs. At that time, he really felt like he was going to die. Later, Old Man Pai came and stabilized his condition. Then, he went to Shuzhou. As soon as he met the Zhang family and Wang family, he was specially taken care of. The most powerful medical team of the Zhang family, or the most powerful medical team of the Tang Empire, kept checking his pulse, giving him a prescription, and contacting the people in the restaurant. Since then, what he had to do every day was regulated. What he could eat, what he couldn't eat, how he could eat, and how much he could eat. It was so detailed that it was hard to imagine. It was precisely because of this that his body gradually improved and he could occasionally drink like now. Just the cost of the medicine and food alone was more than a few thousand strings of coins. If he was stabbed in the back, there was no need for the experts of the Zhang family to take revenge. All the officials of the Tang Empire who knew about this matter, including the emperor, would immediately deal with him. Enemies were not hateful, but ingratitude was the most intolerable. Chapter 6:13. They collected a lot of fruits and shipped them out in batches while they were fermenting. They were sent to the outside and sent to the capital by ship to continue fermenting there. When Zhang Zhong saw that most of the fruits had been picked and the local people had exchanged for the necessities they needed, he gathered the chiefs of the strongholds to drink and have fun with them. The chiefs of the strongholds were quite satisfied with Zhang Zhong, the new official. He didn't use his official status to pressure them like the other officials. Of course, they weren't afraid of him. During the days when Zhang Zhong was here, he was like a brother to the locals. He did things from the perspective of a brother, which made the chiefs feel very comfortable. Because some of the people were near and some were far away, Zhang Zhong had no choice but to first prepare the things and settle the people who came first. After all, the matters to be discussed later required the participation of all the patriarchs. If he told a portion of the people in advance, the people who came later would not be willing. "Fang Sima, how many people are missing?" Zhang Zhong sat in the yamen and asked Fang Sima, who came with a list. "Sir, we are missing 2 people. It is estimated that they will arrive in less than 2 days. Sir, do you want to summon all of them here now?" Fang Sima replied respectfully. He now not only admired Zhang Zhong, but also feared him. He had been the Sima of Wing Prefecture for 6 years. In the past, it was very troublesome to do things every year. The local people didn't cooperate at all. He didn't dare to scare them. If he didn't scare them, it would be easy for them to rebel. When Zhang Zhong came, he thought that Zhang Zhong would do the same thing as him. When it came to collecting tribute, he would go to each stronghold to discuss it. Who knew that this was not the case at all? Zhang Zhong came here to have fun, and he even built a good relationship with the local people while he was having fun. Now, it was needless to say that all the strongholds recognized Zhang Zhong as the new official. From this, it could be seen that the Zhang family was not only good at business but also as officials. His son had indeed found a good place in the academy. He could not afford to offend him. Even if this Zhang Zhong was much younger than him, he still had to look up to him. Otherwise, he would lose his chance. Fong Sima had been warning himself like this for the past few days to avoid making a mistake and provoking Zhang Zhong's displeasure. Zhang Zhong also wrote a letter back because of his relationship with Fong Sima. He asked the people there to take care of Fong Sima's son. It would be best if he could become a jincher and get a high position. Zhang Zhong shook his head and said, "No, even if it's just one person, we have to wait for him. If something happens to him on the way, I'll have to go and ask him personally. Then, we'll have to wait for another person from the stronghold to come here and discuss this matter. What about the limestone that I asked you to purchase under the name of the government? That's the key to the success or failure of this matter. We can't be careless." "Sir, it's all ready. The people who took the job are burning it. If we don't give them the money now, they'll be worried. This is not the first time they've asked someone to tell me. Should we give them some benefits first?" Fong Sima didn't understand why Zhang Zhong wanted to buy so much limestone. He asked people to burn it, and he also asked people to pick it. He even used the government's name to buy it. Even now, he still owed money. If it was a normal business, he would have stopped doing it long ago. Zhang Zhong was not worried at all. He said to Fong Sima, "Don't worry. If anyone wants to quit, tell them to send the finished goods over and pay immediately. But they won't use their goods in the future. Let's see how many people can stay in the end." "Sir, where do we get the money from?" Fong Sima did not think that the manor could take out the money. "Of course, it's from my family. There's no need for the rest. It's better to use the government's means to solve the problem. Now I understand that as long as it's not necessary to use my family's money, I won't use it." Zhang Zhong was going to experiment with his idea in Wing Prefecture. That was, his family would not easily invest money in it unless they had no other choice. After everything was arranged properly, the 2 human leaders who had arrived late had finally arrived. The meeting could begin. Old Man Pai and the other 2 also came to join in the fun. They wanted to see what other tricks the Zhang family had. At the same time, they wanted to verify their own guesses. Sometimes, this kind of game was really interesting, even if they guessed wrong. One by one, the patriarchs sat in the hall, waiting for Zhang Zhong's arrival. At this time, they did not have the usual idea of calling each other brothers. After all, Zhang Zhong invited them in the name of the government. Of course, it was different. In the past, if anyone dared to invite them in the name of the government, they would not come. They would be lucky if they did not fall out with him. But now, they did not feel disgusted with Zhang Zhong at all. Zhang Zhong had brought them a lot of benefits, especially the hospitals in the city. Many people had been treated after they came here. In addition, they collected fruits and exchanged goods with the shops. The lives of the 4,000 or so people in Wing Prefecture were much better. Not to mention other things, they could eat salt every day for every meal. Compared to the past, it was really unbearable to look back on. Zhang Zhong did not make any long-winded speech. He directly told them his plan, which was a part of the plan left by his son. Yes, a part. After this, there would be more. It was the kind of plan that was closely linked. He had not seen it for a long time. This time, it finally appeared again. Old Man Pai and the other two also listened carefully. There was not much content. It was very simple. It was to build a dam in a place that was suitable for each village. It did not need to be big, just small ones. They would store the snow water on the mountain. The materials for building the dam had been prepared. As long as the patriarchs agreed, it could be implemented in a few days. This should be to burn the cement locally. It is estimated that after it is burned, the place will be flattened immediately. This secret cannot be leaked out. Old Man Zhang held a glass of wine in his hand and took small sips as he spoke. His wine was not for him to drink casually. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao did not have the medicinal wine that was specially prepared for him. The main reason was that he had always practiced hard skills in the past and did not take care of his body. When he was older and in such an environment, his joints could not take it anymore. The pain could no longer be alleviated according to the treatment methods in the past. Fortunately, there was a good person in the medical team of the Zhang family, who wrote a new prescription. That was to drink half a liter of ant wine a day. The alcohol content was not high, but it was pure grain wine. With hot water packs and massage, the pain was not so bad yesterday. He continued to drink today. Old Man Pai also wanted to drink, but was stopped. He could only stare. When he heard Old Man Chang's words, he said, "We all know that we need to use cement, but the question is what to do next. What is the purpose of building a dam? Storing water and then irrigating it. This is something that everyone can understand. It is definitely not the Zhang family's way of doing things. I understand now. If you want to know what the Zhang family is going to do, you have to think about it in an abnormal way. The more you think about it, the closer you are to the truth. In my opinion, the Zhang family is building a dam here. First, it is not entirely for irrigation, and second, it is not entirely for the purpose of raising fish and shrimp. This is the most correct consideration in the eyes of others, but it is not suitable for the Zhang family. Think about it, other than these two, what else can the dam be used for? What else can it be used for? It is convenient to wash clothes, they don't have to find a river, and they don't have to dig a well to draw water. Does that count? Old Man Yao also agreed with Old Man Pai. If the Zhang family's plan was so easy to guess, then the Zhang family was not the Zhang family. That would be disappointing. That counts as one, but I don't think it is possible. The Zhang family is not stupid. They would spend a lot of money to build a dam to make it convenient for others to wash clothes. I think they will put a boat on it and wait for tourists to come, Old Man Chang added. Old Man Pai was now confident. He said to the two of them, "After listening to you, I know that the Zhang family will not build a dam specifically for irrigation. They will not raise fish, wash clothes, or boat. I have concluded that whatever other people can think of is not the Zhang family's main purpose." Then why not? Old Man Chang asked. For example, we know that charcoal is used to filter sugar. That is definitely not the most important step. Otherwise, why would the Zhang family only use a part of the charcoal they bought? They even bought it in advance. Could it be that they did not think that the wood here can also be used to burn charcoal? It is not possible that they prepared it for skiing. Old Man Pai believed in his intuition and said with certainty. Just as the three old men kept guessing and denying, Zhang Zhong had finished the arrangements. All the chiefs of the strongholds agreed with Zhang Zhong's idea. It was not that they thought it was a good idea, nor was it because of Zhang Zhong's official position. It was because they felt that since their brother had brought up this matter, they had to give him face no matter what. Anyway, they did not have to pay for it. They just had to put in some effort. When the time came, they would benefit. If they did not do it well, they would help their brother. They could not be laughed at by outsiders. Since their brother was an official here, they had to support him. They had to let the people who wanted to see a joke know that their brother's words represented the people of Ijo. It was a very simple way of thinking. Regardless of the result, whether it was right or wrong, once Zhang Zhong brought up the matter, they would do it. This was because they all regarded Zhang Zhong as a brother. Zhang Zhong also understood their thinking. His son's plan was based on this. He said that the local people were actually the best people. If the official did not do well, it was the official's problem. The local people could be summarized in the simplest words: if the king treats me like a country scholar, I will repay him like a country scholar. When you treated them as brothers and sisters, they also treated you as a brother. When you wanted to use the identity of an official to suppress them, then you just had to wait. In the face of such a situation, if you wanted to use the army to solve it, you would know that the people were not afraid of death. You could only use death to scare them. Zhang Zhong succeeded. He was the first person, other than Zhuge Liang, to be recognized by people as a non-ethnic person. This was because he had the people in his heart. After arranging everything, the details and follow-up matters would be slowly told to each clan leader in the future. Zhang Zhong took this opportunity to have a good time with everyone. Therefore, wine and meat were prepared. In the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, Xiao Hongqin, who was singing and dancing, and the night was long without dawn. Everyone spent a night that they had never had before. Everyone was present. It was worth remembering. While the people of Ijo were busy building the dam before the autumn harvest, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also finished the 10th day of lessons. Just as the two of them were preparing to continue the training, Ping Zhou suddenly sent someone to deliver a message. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the message, they really couldn't believe that Guotu was stupid enough to directly use all the troops in one place. He didn't even feint or restrain them. Does he think that his army is 150,000? That's only 15,000 people. The most infuriating thing is that he didn't capture or kill the people along the way. Isn't that stupid? He's too soft-hearted. Since it's a war, it's either you die or I die. Look at what happened now. We were discovered in advance, and the logistics provisions were burned. Wang Wan complained with a gloomy face. She didn't know what Guotu was thinking. He led such a small number of people, but he still let the local people do what they were supposed to do in the past. At this time, if you can't do it, you can only wait for others to do it. As a general, would he be afraid of carrying too many wronged souls? How good would it be to go home and be a farmer? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't expect Guotu to do such a thing. Did he think that he was an international peace organization or a member of the peacekeeping force? This was an invasion. What was there to say about invasion? Those who should be killed would be killed, and those who should be burned would be burned. When the time came, he would take all the blame. So what if he killed more people? The people of the motherland would remember his kindness. The Japanese killed a lot of people, but didn't they still have a shrine? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After carefully reading the message twice, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily, "Who the fuck made the imperial court's decree? Why didn't they come earlier or later? Why did they have to come at this time? They said that they wanted us to follow the vanguard to victory. Damn it, from the imperial court to here, the news would take a long time to spread, right? Did they really trust Guotu that much? They even let us follow behind him. I'm so angry. This is good. The officials of Pingzhou don't have to worry about dereliction of duty." Wang Wan was also very helpless. She knew that this was the imperial court's compensation for her and Xiao Bao's family. They thought that Guotu could fight to the end and achieve a perfect victory, so letting them follow him was an advantage. When the time came, they would continue to receive benefits when they contributed. It should be Li Longji. He felt that it was wrong to directly transfer my father from Shuzhou to Yingzhou and hide the situation. He used this war to gain benefits for my family. But why didn't he think about it? Guotu isn't like other generals. He was stunned when he went up. I admit defeat. Could it be that Li Longji's luck is so good that he knew that I made preparations? Alright, let's go back. Let's go back to Pingzhou and continue to reinforce Great General Guo Tuesday. Damn it, I should have done what I should have done. If I didn't use the resources on him, I could have done something else. Great, now I didn't earn the money I should have earned. Zhang Xiaobao was really helpless at this time. He couldn't blame Li Longji. He had good intentions. If possible, he really wanted to strangle Guotu and let Wang Wan command the army. At least, he couldn't make such a stupid mistake. Fortunately, Wang Wan was also a talented student. She couldn't attack, but she didn't know how to defend. Wang Wan was also very depressed. She called out to the people who were still training and rushed back with the team. Li Longji's order had been issued. They couldn't just leave him in the lurch. This was the place where the logistics were tested. Xiao Bao, don't be afraid. When we resisted the United States and aided Korea, we received the most classic strangulation tactic used by the United States Air Force. We survived, so why should we be afraid of the current Tubo? Wang Wan comforted Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't someone who didn't know anything. He immediately retorted, what does that have to do with us? At that time, their planes were flying everywhere. If the Soviet Union didn't join the war and sent so many outstanding pilots and planes, do you really think that the anti-aircraft guns hidden in the mountains and the trains would be useful? Then what should we do? We can't do anything even if we tell them. Should we just let them wait for their deaths? Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and said to Wang Wan, Cuckoo, actually, in my heart, I've always felt or hoped that Guotu would lose the war and give you a chance. This is also the reason why I borrowed Li Sun's 200 people. I've already prepared everything else. I hope that you can do something at this time to show your value. You've never been a subordinate in my heart. Let's go, I'll show you the workings of an international scam. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan onto a horse. The two of them rode together and led the 300 people in the direction of Pingzhou Prefecture. It took them more than 2 hours to reach their destination. The people in the inner courtyard had already prepared everything according to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. Wang Wan looked at the things Zhang Xiaobao prepared behind her back and couldn't say a word. Everything in front of her was prepared for her by Zhang Xiaobao to show her value. If he didn't need it, he would immediately go into hiding. But now that he needed it, she didn't need to worry about the equipment. As long as she prepared the battle strategy well, everything would be fine. Xiao Bao, these things are prepared for the female general in my heart. Right now, you're no longer a member of the Special 2nd Division, nor are you China's Overlord Flower. You're a general who commands thousands of soldiers and horses. Take out everything you've learned before and the battle strategy you've slowly figured out after coming here. Let me see the battle strategy that gathered the wisdom of generations of people. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao felt that this was the most successful moment of his life. He prepared everything for Wang Wan so that Wang Wan could achieve her dreams, instead of standing behind him as an obedient woman. Wang Wan planted a big kiss on Zhang Xiaobao's face and changed into the armor that Zhang Xiaobao prepared for her. She waved her spear and shouted at the 300 people who were equally shocked, "Let's go and reinforce the front lines. Logistics camp, follow me." The 300 people now knew what they had to do. They also flipped onto the backs of the prepared horses, picked up their weapons, and led the supply and medical teams behind them to follow Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. While the Pingzhou officials were still in a daze, they rushed out of the pass and headed for Guotu's troops who were blocked on the mountain. Chapter 6:14. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the troops and rushed out of the pass with the cute rice seedling flag fluttering in the wind. The officials of Pingzhou looked at the shadow of the setting sun that was getting longer and longer. For a moment, they didn't know what to feel. According to the information that was sent back, Wang Wan analyzed the approximate location of Guotu's troops. Although the person who came back to report didn't say Guotu's plan, Wang Wan could still understand what he wanted to do. That was to not directly cross the river from Ruoshui and attack Jinchuan. Instead, they would secretly go to the other side of Jinchuan's mountain range and launch a sneak attack on Jinchuan. The idea was not bad, but it was not ruthless enough. Now, their retreat path should be blocked, and the road ahead was open. The Tubo people wanted to lure the Tang army to the most comfortable path forward. Once they entered, they could forget about coming back. I'm sure that Guotu will escape north along Jinchuan's mountain range. Oh, it's called tactical diversion. He won't force a breakthrough. Even if he escapes back, not to mention the loss of troops, the mission will not be completed. Will Li Longji let him go so easily? Of course, he won't go west either. Once he goes in, he will be buried in a foreign land. The Tubo people will send people to surround that place like an iron bucket. As long as a general is not a fool, he won't be able to rush over. However, the mountain range is also getting more and more difficult. If he walks halfway up the mountain, he will be easily discovered by the enemy below and be followed all the way up. If he goes up, he will be waiting to become an ice sculpture. This time, Guotu can recite a poem. The Green Mountain is blessed to bury the loyal bones, why should he bury the corpse on the battlefield? Wang Wan opened the military map here and compared it one by one. Then, she analyzed it for Zhang Xiaobao to hear. Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand military matters. To be precise, he could fool people, but it was a dream to ask him to analyze the situation of a battle. If this kind of professional knowledge could be mastered so easily, then he would really become a god. At the very least, he would have to lead the army and fight a few battles before he could think clearly. Looking at the troops behind, Zhang Xiaobao found a place on the map that was easy to go up the mountain and said, "Do we need to reinforce from here?" "No, you've seen it for yourself. Don't the Tubo people know which part of their territory is suitable for others to enter? Head north, continue to head north. Make use of our current mobility to rush ahead of the two armies. I estimate that we will need to travel for 4 days. Let's hope that Guotu's army won't travel too fast on the mountain. That way, the Tubo people will be able to catch up faster. When we turn from the north to the west and prepare to go up the mountain to provide reinforcements, we will bump into the Tubo army at the west of Jinchuan. With the amount of people we have, we can only run if we bump into them. If we can't run away, then we'll just kill one to break even. If we can't kill two, then we'll make a profit." Wang Wan's hand drew a line on the map. Once they passed through the checkpoint, they would head north. Zhang Xiaobao was worried and asked again, "Then Guotu and the others still have food?" "It's long gone. When the informants return to Pingzhou, their rations will be eaten. The rations in the early stages will be burned." "How many days of rations do you think they can bring with them?" "Now, I reckon that they have killed most of their horses and are hunting wild animals in the mountains. They are also looking for edible wild vegetables and fruits." Wang Wan had already thought of the general situation. This kind of thing was too common in the history of war. Some people escaped, reorganized their troops, and looked for an opportunity to obtain the final victory. Some people were drowned in the river of history. As for a person who could immediately organize an effective sneak attack and obtain a great victory in such a situation, she had never heard of anyone who could organize an effective sneak attack and obtain a great victory. "I remember now. Then we have to go over and help. Even if we can't attack the enemy, we have to deliver the food to them." Zhang Xiaobao could imagine the situation when so many people had no food on the mountain. Of course, if it were the people from the protection team, he wouldn't have to worry. If the 15,000 people were all part of the protection team, they would at least be able to kill more enemies. However, it was impossible to rely on the resources on the mountain for supplies. There were too many people and too few resources, unless they could spread out. Wang Wan looked up at the sky and pretended that it was sunny. After thinking for a while, she said, "They won't starve to death in a short time. If they are hungry, they won't have the strength, so they won't hinder us from going over. Let's go and advance. I want to see if the Tibetan army can also surround us in the desert." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out of seclusion and followed the orders of Li Longji, who didn't know the situation and wanted to give credit to the Zhang family, to provide reinforcements, the non-combat inner courtyard members left in Pingzhou also sent the news to Yizhou as fast as they could. Wing Prefecture was developing well. Various strongholds began to cooperate with Zhang Zhong's plan to find a way to build dams. They diverted water away from places that originally had water, and directly built dams in places that couldn't hold water or had little water. There was a wage for this, and it wasn't paid by the Zhang family and Wang family. It was put in the profit of the cement and paid in advance with the profits of the prefecture. To be precise, it was owed. While Zhang Zhong was happily drinking and having fun with the chief of the stronghold, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's first letter arrived. The letter emphasized that they wanted to develop transportation here and purchase tea leaves. Old Man Pai and the other two's mission was to help open up channels here. The Zhang family wants to continue developing here. Occupy the tea horse path. Otherwise, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't have written this letter. It seems that they went out this time to check out the terrain. When Old Man Pai saw the proposal written in the letter, he guessed Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao. Old Man Chang didn't think too much. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he said happily, "That's really good. The Zhang family can finally make more money. Otherwise, they will keep throwing money in. That's not good." Old Man Yao thought more deeply. He stared at the letter and said, "The Zhang family's plan is good, but we can't let them occupy this trade route. If they do, their family's power will spread here. The people in the imperial court, and even the emperor, won't agree. The trading area here must be occupied by various local forces. Then, the imperial court can collect taxes with peace of mind. If the Zhang family is given to them, no matter how much tax they pay, they won't feel at ease." That's right. The Zhang family is giving the imperial court a difficult problem. If they are not allowed to carry out the tea horse trade here, then the money owed to them will have to be returned to them. But I always feel that things are not that simple. Don't they know that doing business here will make people worry? Look at what it says. It says that they want to find some local people who aren't afraid of the cold to work on the snow mountain. It's best if they can stay on the mountain for 10 to 15 days. Don't you think it's strange? If they want to find people to stay at the ski resort, why do they have to deliberately emphasize it? Old Man Pai was analyzing again. He was used to the Zhang family's way of doing things. It was one thing to let people watch, but it was another thing to actually achieve the goal. No one could guess what the Zhang family's ultimate goal was. It was precisely because of this that many people liked to play guessing games with the Zhang family. Even if they had never guessed correctly, sometimes it was very interesting to know the Zhang family's thoughts in advance, or to find some obstacles for the Zhang family. Old Man Chang saw the two of them talking so mysteriously, so he said in annoyance, "Who cares what they want to do? When the time comes, it'll be fine as long as we don't agree. When the war is over, we'll know what the Zhang family's plan is. If they want oranges, we'll give them dates." I understand what you mean and what the imperial court is thinking. That is, we can't do everything according to the Zhang family's plan. It's easy for things to go wrong, and they have to mess up what was going smoothly for the Zhang family. Old Man Chang now understood. The Zhang family was too powerful, so those who truly cared about national affairs couldn't give the Zhang family too much freedom. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control them in the future. I'm just afraid that the Zhang family's plan isn't so simple. They set one trap after another, making people confused. They don't know what the Zhang family's final plan is. Even if the Zhang family and Wang family are given the official positions they deserve, they can't relax. After being set up once, with the Zhang family's strong personality, they won't be able to get back at them. Think about it again. Things won't be so simple. When they really find out, it'll be difficult to stop them. Unless they arrest everyone in the Zhang family, the emperor won't do something like that would destroy the Great Wall. Old Man Pai was still carefully reading the contents of the letter, trying to get some inspiration from it. Old Man Chang couldn't think of anything, so he sat on the side and drank tea alone. Old Man Yao frowned and tried hard to put himself in the Zhang family's shoes. This was a new term that he had learned. It was called thinking from another's perspective, and it was very helpful. Zhang Zhong also thought about his son and daughter-in-law's plan. He also couldn't understand why they would send back a letter that everyone could see at this time. It was as if they were afraid that Old Man Pai and the other two wouldn't know, so they specifically wrote details for the three of them to help. Compared to Old Man Bai and the other two, Zhang Zhong was not willing to spend more effort. Regardless of whether his son and daughter-in-law were scheming against others or if they really wanted to earn more money, as long as they followed the instructions in the letter, they would definitely not go wrong. Thus, Zhang Zhong began to look for suitable people in the area and around to sign a contract. When the time came, he would cooperate with his son and daughter-in-law. 4 days later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally arrived at the place that Wang Wan had thought of. After resting for a while, they began to move towards the mountains in the west. Along the way, whenever they encountered a village, they would try to avoid the big ones and kill all the small ones. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan even personally killed a few people. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't painful to watch one life after another disappear in front of their eyes. Fortunately, the two of them already knew the cruelty of war. Rather than exposing themselves and losing their lives, it was better to let others die. Not only the two of them, but even Old Man Pai, Old Man Yao, Li Sun's bodyguards and the people from the seedling protection team had to see blood on their hands. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had to temporarily act as mentors and give psychological counseling to the people who killed. They didn't want the people they brought along to end up like the American soldiers from more than 100 years ago who returned home after fighting in the Korean War and suffered from many sequelae. According to the records, when the People's Liberation Army was under the sound of the charging horn, it was a kind of suicidal charge. The horn didn't stop, and they continued to charge, causing great psychological pressure to the American soldiers. Many people didn't even dare to listen to the sound of car horns when they returned home. The People's Liberation Army, who had fought many wars, had fewer sequelae. The main reason was because of the existence of mentors, who could also be said to be battlefield psychologists. They turned killing and war into an existence that protected their beliefs. Through various means, they let the soldiers know that they were right to kill and that it was wrong to not kill. The effect was quite good. Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were like this. They repeatedly emphasized how the people of Wangjiang died and how miserable they were when they died. They also said how arrogant the people of Tubo were. They were clearly asking for peace, but they actually said it in the tone of a victorious country. Moreover, they were always attacking the border. Under such psychological counseling, more than 300 people finally got used to killing people bit by bit. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to feel that they were right to kill, even if they killed civilians. Since their civilians support their political system, then they have to bear the consequences and responsibilities accordingly. Especially when Guotu let them go, they still went to report. This shows that they are not ordinary civilians. Zhang Xiaobao continued to give ideological guidance during the night's rest. He said this to more than 300 people who had personally participated in the killing. In his heart, he was thinking about the information he learned in the past. During the Sino-Vietnamese War, the Vietnamese civilians wrapped explosives around their bodies to blow people up. He used this to make himself feel less uncomfortable. When more than 300 people were thinking the same, Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan's expression was very calm, he could not help but admire her. It seemed that he was not as good as Wang Wan in this aspect. Even though he had killed many people in the past, after all, the people he killed were people who he thought deserved to die. At that time, his thoughts were very simple. Since the law was a weapon to protect everyone, then when this weapon was used, he should use other means to protect the justice emphasized by society. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao looking over, smiled and said, "Are you still not feeling well?" "Actually, it's nothing. You have to remember that we are committing a crime, but in order to protect a certain kind of belief, then let us bear all the sins." "No, it's not that bad. I just feel a little unaccustomed to suddenly participating in a war. In the past, it was others who killed people. This time, I will do it myself. Give me some time to get used to it." How could Zhang Xiaobao admit that he could not do it? He really admired the criminals who robbed and killed people. They were too good, especially serial criminals. How could they do it to their own people? He felt a little pity for the people who were still not feeling well. Then eat some more food, especially the half-cooked meat. While eating, think about the bloody scene of killing. To be honest, I have killed many people, but most of them were with guns. Many people will not wait for you to catch them. They will run to the mountains or the corners of the city. You have to catch them. If they resist, then you can't be killed by them. I also had nightmares at that time, but later on, my family told me, especially my grandfather. He said that soldiers in war are not only the ruler's tools, but also the ruler's wealth. There is no ruler who does not want their people to live a good life, but some people are not capable, so the result is different. The development of human beings has never been separated from war. No matter what kind of flag is raised, the world's peace is always maintained by force. Even animals are like this, so how can humans not be compared to animals? Wang Wan began to counsel Zhang Xiaobao. Perhaps she was also comforting herself. When people did something, they always had to find a reason for themselves, even if it seemed so weak. Everyone spent the night resting. Needless to say, with the help of psychological counseling, everyone slept soundly. Tomorrow was the day they would enter the mountains. How well they slept tonight would have a huge impact on tomorrow's operation. Early the next morning, everyone got up in a hurry. After eating a half-full breakfast, they sped up their pace. When it was almost evening, everyone finally saw the mountain range in front of them. If it was not for the map, no one would know how long this mountain range was. It looked like there was no end to it. At this time, Wang Wan did not let the small supply team continue to follow them. She let them continue to advance north along the mountain range under the leadership of Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. She also let them not kill the villagers they occasionally saw on the way and gave them all the horses. If they encountered people chasing after them, they would take enough food to eat for half a month and continue north until they entered the desert. At that time, there would be people to take care of them. After the burden left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the rest of the people to carry large bags and began to climb up the mountain. They also let the people who did not leave erase the traces to avoid being discovered by the Tubo people. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's figures disappeared into the forest, the rest of the people began to prepare and then quickly headed north. They did not need to directly participate in the war, they only needed to protect themselves. 3 days later, Peng Zhou's letter was sent to Yizhou. This time, Old Man Pai and the others did not see it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family knew what was written in the letter. When Zhang Zhong saw this news, he was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that this trip, which was supposed to be like a vacation, would have a different meaning. His son and daughter-in-law actually personally led the troops to reinforce them. He really wanted to grab Li Longji's neck in Beijing and ask him what he was planning. However, he also knew that he could not blame him. When he sent the letter, the battle had not started yet. He originally thought that it would be an easy attack, but it turned out to be like this. No one could have expected it. Sigh. Good intentions have made a mistake. Zhang Zhong sighed. He really wanted to go and help on behalf of his son and daughter-in-law, but he also knew that he did not have the ability. If he went, he would definitely not be able to come back alive. Zhang Wang clan and the people of the Wang family also stayed here. They also knew about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's situation. Wang Wan's father was a general, but it had nothing to do with war. In fact, he could barely recognize the words on the letter, and he even mispronounced a few words. Seeing Zhang Zhong's reaction, he immediately became anxious and said to Zhang Zhong, "Isn't Xiao Bao's group too few people? Why don't we call Bai Shu and Yao Chang's people, as well as the guards in our inner courtyard to help?" "What nonsense are you talking about? We can't let others know now. Besides, even if we go there, we won't be able to find them. They have been out for so many days, who knows where they went. I just hope that they don't meet the Tubo people. Otherwise, what will happen to my Cuckoo and Xiao Bao?" Wang Wan's mother was also anxious, but she also knew that there were many things that she could not say. She kept praying in her heart, and she begged all the gods, hoping that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could come back safely. Zhang Wang clan was the calmest at this time. It was not that she was not worried, but she knew that it was useless to worry. She comforted everyone. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are not ordinary people, they are gods. Even if others are dead, no one can stop them if they want to come back. Instead of being anxious, it is better to settle the things here first. When they come back, we don't have to worry anymore. Zhang Wang clan's words were really effective. When the people of the two families thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's magic, they felt a little relieved. They thought that if two gods went over, even if they were little gods, ordinary people would not be able to hurt them. Therefore, one by one, they began to cooperate with Zhang Zhong, trying their best to settle the things in Yizhou. They did not have to wait for the children to come back and have to be busy again. Guo walked on the mountain road with difficulty. In fact, there was no road. There were many people walking on it, so it became a road. There were people in front of him cutting branches, making it more comfortable for the people behind to walk. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If I had known, I would have killed all the people, tied them up, and sealed their mouths. Unexpectedly, it didn't work. They must have told on us. Otherwise, how could we be discovered by the Tubo army? It's good that they are dead. If we fail and go back, how can we face Zhang Zhong's logistics camp?" Guo usually read a lot of military books, and he even passed the military examination. However, this was his first time fighting a war. Back then, when the imperial court used the sand table to make deductions, he was the most powerful general of the same period. That was why he was sent out. In the end, before he could even touch the enemy's city, he was already in danger. Out of the original 15,000, only 12,000 were left. It was unknown whether the other 3,000 were all dead, or if some of them had lost their way in the mountains. The provisions they were escorting were also gone. When the military staff at the side saw that Guo seemed to have lost his fighting spirit, he hurriedly advised, "General, you can't be so reckless. The soldiers are still waiting for you to lead everyone to attack Jinchuan. There are still 12,000 people. As long as we avoid the Tubo army, we can continue to stop them." Although he said that, the military staff was already in despair. It was true that there were 12,000 people, but there was no food left. If this continued, not only would they not be able to break out of the encirclement, they would also starve to death. When they rushed down, they would have no energy. How could they fight? The scariest thing was not fighting desperately, but that the Tubo army would not give them a chance to fight desperately. Once they rushed down, the Tubo army would retreat and widen the encirclement. How far could they rush? Perhaps the general and himself could escape. At that time, there would be only 1,000 people left. 500 people. Or dozens of people? Not to mention how to explain to the emperor when they returned to the capital. Even the logistics camp in Pingzhou would be ashamed to see them. Along the way, the Tubo army had done everything they could, hoping that they would be victorious. Now, they did not see victory, but they were forced to flee. How could they face the people who built the tents to cook porridge in the rain? How could they face the people who paved the road in the heavy rain? How could they face the people on the boats who were waiting for their triumphant return? If it was really time to break out of the encirclement, they would die here. They would definitely not go back alive. Wang Gang was the leader of a scout team. He had 50 people under him. Today, it was his turn to open up the path in front of the team. At the same time, he was also responsible for scouting ahead to see if there were any enemies and to get more prey. The scorching sun above his head did not change at all. It was already noon. Since 2 hours ago, he could not stop sweating. It was partly because he was nervous, but also because he kept chopping the branches with his knife. If the sky could be cloudy, he would really want to exchange a year of his life for it. It was really unbearable. The leather armor on his body was like a hot iron plate, making him feel uncomfortable. It would be even hotter in the afternoon. It would be better if he could drink a mouthful of cool water, just like the tea that the logistics camp gave him on the way here. There was no need to mention the taste. Unfortunately, the sun was still so hot. Although the forest could block a lot of the sunlight, it was unbearably hot in the forest. What about going up? They would freeze to death. He could not go up. He definitely could not go up. Once he went up, he would be even more tired. Moreover, it would take a lot of effort to breathe. At the same time, his hungry stomach would be even more unbearable. Leader Wang, I really can't take it anymore. I really want to die so that I don't have to suffer. It would be great if I could eat the food prepared by the logistics camp before I die. The smell is still there. Especially the mutton meatballs they made. I don't know what they put in, but they don't have any rank odor at all. One of the squad leaders beside Wang Gang licked his lips as he looked forward and said. Wang Gang glanced at the squad leader who came from the same village as him and sighed. Sigh. This is life. Stop dreaming. Hurry up and open up the path so that the team behind can move more easily. Maybe we can still have a chance to survive. Don't move. The grass under your feet can be eaten. Dig it out and eat it when it's time to eat. Don't let others see it. When we first came in, we saw a lot of wild beasts. I don't know where they are now. It would be great if there was a big rabbit. I can roast it and recover my strength. Of course it ran away. There are so many of us here. The wild beasts will be scared too. I don't expect a rabbit, but a snake will be fine too. Even if it's a rat, I really hope that this is a dream. When I wake up, I'll find that I haven't reached the border and that the logistics camp is taking care of me. The squad leader carefully dug out the wild vegetables under his feet, not even sparing the roots. The more the vegetables, the higher the chances of survival. He looked around and put the wild vegetables in his arms. He wanted to share them with Wang Gang when no one was looking. It would be great if there was salt. Another ordinary soldier beside him saw what the squad leader was doing but did not point it out. He smacked his lips and said, There is everything. When we get back, the logistics camp will definitely prepare food for us in Pingzhou. You can eat as much as you want. There's also wine. As Wang Gang comforted the soldier, he casually plucked a leaf and put it in his mouth. The dry and astringent taste immediately filled his mouth, and the refreshing taste appeared as well. It was an addictive feeling. The team continued to move forward. No one knew what was waiting for them. Because they had not eaten any salt for several days, the strength of their bodies had become much weaker. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Of course, they did not know the principle of how salt worked in the body. They only knew that they had to eat it. Time passed quickly. Wang Gang, who was already numb, was about to ask the group under his command to stop and look for something to eat when the scout who was walking at the front hurriedly turned back and said to Wang Gang, "Something's wrong. It's too quiet in front. There's not even the sound of birds chirping. Maybe there's a spitter waiting for us in front." This scout was quite experienced. Through the sounds in front of him, he discovered that something unusual was going on. At this time, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also teaching others. "Did you see that? The scout who just appeared in front has already discovered us. Do you know why? It's because we haven't hidden well enough in this place. We should spread out as much as possible. Otherwise, even the birds will be afraid. As long as there is an experienced person, he will be able to discover that something is wrong." Wang Wan had already seen the people in that group through the binoculars. From the expressions on their faces, she knew that they were not having a good time. The people in the protection team had already reached the front. However, the people in front did not discover them. Perhaps it was because they had exhausted too much energy, or perhaps it was because they were not comfortable fighting in the jungle. While Wang Wan was teaching others, Wang Gang seemed to be nervous. One by one, they pulled out their weapons and prepared for an attack. They also sent people back to quickly tell the people behind them about what happened here so that they could be more vigilant. If there was a battle here, the people behind them would have to think of a solution. Continue forward. Let's see who it is. If it's a few hunters who came to the mountain by chance, then. Wang Gang tried to make himself not so nervous. After giving orders to the people around him, he took down the bow on his back and pulled out the arrows, ready to kill later. The meaning of his words could not be clearer. They had encountered local people and must be killed. The team of 50 people began to move forward carefully. After waiting for half an hour, the person in the front finally discovered the situation there. However, he did not release the arrow in his hand. Instead, he stood there stupidly with a look of disbelief on his face. Wang Gang's eyes had a small problem. Usually, he could not see it. However, after coming to the jungle, he always could not see things that were slightly further away. To be precise, he had pseudomyopia or night blindness. Seeing that his subordinates had stopped here, he approached and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Ah. Boss, you're here. Look, in front. Am I dreaming? There's actually someone there. And there's a flag with a rice seedling drawn on it. It's very cute. It's the same as the one we encountered at the border." The man rubbed his eyes hard twice. When he looked over again, the people in front of him were a little blurred. Who asked him to rub his eyes too hard just now? There's someone. Be careful. Wang Gang did not hear the man's words. He was so nervous that he only remembered that there were people. He quickly lay down on the ground, wanting to make his target smaller so that he would not be shot to death. After lying down, he suddenly thought of something and ordered, "Archers, go to the tree." As soon as his voice fell, before his subordinates could climb up the tree, a voice came from the surrounding trees. "There's someone in the good position on the tree. Don't go up. How can you be a scout like this? If I were a tubo, I would have no problem dealing with 10 of you. Go to the front and eat." "Who is it?" Wang Gang rolled twice, turned over, and raised the bow to the tree. "Logistics camp of Izhou," the person in the tree replied with a trace of arrogance. "Then who is in front?" Wang Gang was too nervous. When he heard the words, logistics camp, he thought that they were in the territory, so he asked casually. The person in the tree snorted and said, "Nonsense, of course it's the logistics camp. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Are you confused because of hunger? Put away your weapons. If you accidentally hurt the young master and the young lady, don't think about eating anything." Wang Gang and the other 50 people felt that they were dreaming. Some even pinched the thighs of the people next to them to see if they were dreaming. Wang Gang understood what he said, but he was dumbfounded. In a daze, he walked to the front and finally saw a group of people waiting in front of him. He whispered to the people who saw him, but he didn't know what he said. "You're here. Are you here to bring us food? This dream is so good. I'm not afraid at all. Don't go first. Let me have a good dream. There's a girl here. Not bad. She's small. She can accompany me to sleep. Hee hee, hee hee." With a paw sound, he was slapped in the face. At the same time, he saw the angry expression of the people here. "Who hit me? Aw. Who are you?" Wang Gang, who was woken up by the slap, looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head hard. No one answered him. Fortunately, the people in his team were not as mentally weak as him. They were in a daze and said to him excitedly, "Boss, they're here. Boss, it's the logistics camp in Ijo. They're here. I fucking see people from the logistics camp. Boss, that's right. Look at their clothes and flags. Boss, we have something to eat." Wang Gang, who woke up, didn't need others to remind him. Seeing so many people in front of him, the clothes they wore and the flags they held, he knew that they were from the logistics camp. But because he saw them, he was even more confused. How did the logistics camp come here? If the surrounding scenery didn't tell him that this was the territory of Tubo, he would have thought that he was in the territory of the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the subordinate who was about to slap Wang Gang again and said to him solemnly, "The logistics camp in Ijo is here to receive you by imperial decree." "Aw. It's really the logistics camp. Quick, send the news to the people behind." Wang Gang had forgotten the pain on his face. He screamed and ordered his subordinates. Soon, the news was sent to Gua Tuesday. Looking at the two scouts in front of him and hearing what they said, Gua Tu blinked his eyes that didn't have many eyelashes and repeated in disbelief, "The logistics camp in Ijo is here. They appeared in front of us. Do you believe it?" The two shook their heads at the same time. "Then why are you here? Are you kidding me?" Gua Tu roared. "But we did see people, and that lovely flag," one of the two replied timidly, in a small voice. Chapter 6:15. Gua Tu knew how the logistics camp came into existence, and he also understood the significance of its existence. It was nothing more than Zhang Zhong, who was transferred from Shuzhou, temporarily helping to collect food in Jiannan province, relying on his family's financial resources. It was because of this that he didn't give Zhang Zhong a good face when he first came to Ijo. How could a mere rich civil official compare to a military general like him? Later on, while marching on the road, he changed his opinion of Zhang Zhong and found that Zhang Zhong was a good person. He organized things in a short time and made his army unimpeded all the way. It was also at that time that he discovered the benefits of money. But this was only his opinion of Zhang Zhong in terms of logistics. It wasn't Zhang Zhong's turn to manage a war, and they didn't have the ability to do so. Now, after hearing the scouts say that the logistics camp of Ijo had come to deliver supplies, especially with the confident expressions of the two scouts, he had no choice but to go and see if it was true. Thinking of this, Gua Tu tidied up the extremely uncomfortable armor on his body and ordered the two, lead the way. After the two scouts finished their report, they were still thinking about the situation they had just seen. It was like a dream. They didn't know how much food the logistics camp could deliver this time. Even a mouthful of fried noodles would be better than eating wild vegetables now. General, could it be that the logistics camp is really here? On the way here, the logistics camp had a lot of mules. If each person has 2 mules, it's really possible. Lu Jun said to Guotu with hope. He was really afraid that this was a dream and that when they came to the front, they would find that it was just 2 hungry scouts who came to give a false report. Guotu dragged his legs forward. Hearing Lu Jun's words, his expression changed and he cursed, "Damn it, do you believe that the logistics camp can come here? If the logistics camp can come here, then what are we? Let's go and see what's going on." Guotu walked forward little by little with the general beside him. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped when he saw a shadow in front of him. He frowned and looked at the forest in front of him. Lu Jun also stood still vigilantly at this time and took out his binoculars to look carefully. "General, there seems to be an ambush ahead, but we can't see the exact location of the ambush. Could it be that the scouts were caught by the enemy and disguised as 2 to lure us over?" Shen Jun said worriedly. He had a feeling that every bush and tree was an enemy. Right at this moment, Wang Gang ran over from the front. He was still chewing something in his mouth. He stood in front of Guotu and tried his best to swallow the food in his mouth before saying, reporting, "General, the people from the logistics camp are here. They even brought us a lot of food. Ah. Drink some water." Guotu looked at Wang Gang who had choked on something and was finally relieved. He knew Wang Gang. He was a pretty good scout. After giving the order, he strode forward. Since he had already confirmed that the people in front of him were from the logistics camp, he couldn't be as careful as before. He didn't want to be looked down upon by the people from the logistics camp. After a few breaths of time, Guotu and the group of generals finally arrived in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There were only about 20 people here, and they were chatting with the scouts. In fact, it was mainly them who were asking questions. The scouts answered vaguely while eating. At this moment, Guotu's feeling of being surrounded was even stronger. He felt as if someone could take his life at any time. He looked around but couldn't see anyone. This situation was unusual. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao walked up and opened the decree in his hand for Guotu to see. At the same time, he said, "Great General Guo, quickly call people over to get the food. The Tubo soldiers behind us may appear at any time." Guotu didn't look at the decree first. Instead, he carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Whose child was this? He was still so young, but he was so much better than other children of the same age. He should be 13 years old. 14 years old. The tight clothes on his body matched with the leather armor on the outside. He looked quite spirited. His own family's children were also around this age, right? Compared to this child, he was more powerful but not delicate enough. Not bad, good child. Why did he look a bit like someone? Who was it? While thinking, Guotu's gaze moved to the decree. He read it from the beginning to the end and finally knew who the child in front of him looked like. Zhang Zhong. The emperor asked the logistics camp to follow and provide support. This was Zhang Zhong's matter. This child should be from Zhang Zhong's family. He didn't expect that a civil official like Zhang Zhong would give birth to such a good child. Could it be that he was from a rich family? "You are Governor Zhang's child. Where is your father?" No matter what, Guotu was still a great general. He naturally had to find the appropriate person to talk to. After reading the decree, he tried his best to ask Zhang Xiaobao in an amiable manner. At this time, he no longer doubted whether the logistics camp was real. He suppressed the puzzlement and unwillingness in his heart and wanted to see Zhang Zhong. "Yes, I am the eldest son of Zhang Zhong, the governor of Yizhou province. My name is Zhang Xiaobao. My father is governing Yizhou province. He sent me and Cuckoo to help." Zhang Xiaobao said solemnly. However, his biological age was still there. The more he was like this, the cuter he looked. Wang Wan also stood up with her chest out. She was now a general, so she couldn't be weak. When the two stood together, people's eyes lit up. What a perfect pair. Zhang Zhong was lucky. He had heard of this cuckoo on the way here when he chatted with the person in charge of supplies. She was the future daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. What they didn't expect was that Zhang Zhong actually let people bring the two of them here. He probably wanted to see the bloody and cruel battlefield. Unfortunately, they came at the wrong time. They might not even have the chance to go back alive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tried their best to appear more mature so that no one would look down on them. However, no matter how they tried to act, it was hard for people to associate them with the leaders of the logistics camp who came over this time. Guotu had been in a bad mood because of running away for several days. At this moment, when he saw the two big boys standing in front of him with serious faces, he finally felt better. He reached out to touch Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "Good, good. Okay, be good. Call the person in charge here. I have something to ask. Tell uncle, how old are you?" Zhang Xiaobao stood there gloomily and looked up at Guotu's. He really didn't know what to say. Didn't he see that he was holding the imperial decree? If he wasn't the person in charge, would he dare to hold the imperial decree? Looking at the similarly gloomy Wang Wan from the corner of his eye, Zhang Xiaobao gave up the idea of being treated as an adult. He smiled and said, 10 years old. In fact, he was only 9 years old. It was still a fake age. After the new year, he would be 10 years old. Then where is the person in charge? Guotu nodded. It was not strange that the two boys were older than normal. He had a guard son at home. At 12 years old, he looked like an 18 or 19-year-old. Only Cuckoo and I are in charge. We were originally in Pingzhou waiting for the victorious return of the army. However, an imperial decree suddenly came. So, Cuckoo and I had to bring people here first. We have already sent people to report to my father. I think my father has already sent people here. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Since the other party treated him as a child, then he would treat him as his own child. As for sending people here, that was a dream. There would be no more reinforcements in the future. Whether or not they could return alive would depend on Wang Wan's ability. When Guotu heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was immediately shocked. Was Zhang Zhong crazy? He actually directly sent his son and daughter-in-law here. Where did he think this was? Did he come here to hunt for fun? Looking carefully at the dozens of people from the logistics camp, he saw that they all had a look of agreement on their faces. He finally understood that the person in charge here was the two boys in front of him. How was that possible? Just as Guotu was about to ask more questions, the military officer reminded him, "General, shouldn't we let the brothers eat something? Ask while eating." His words woke Guotu up. Indeed, there was no need to ask questions right now. Since the logistics camp people were here, then they should have brought some food. If they could eat a meal, then it was a meal. If they couldn't eat until they were full, then they could fight with the Tubo people. With this thought, Guotu said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, this, General Guo, please call me Battalion Commander Zhang for the time being." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to smooth things out in name. He couldn't let people call him Xiaobao left and Xiaobao right. It would be easy for them to take away his military power. Without military power, how could Wang Wan command? If Wang Wan didn't command, was she going to wait for Guotu, this stupid general, to lead the troops to their deaths? Guotu was stunned. He thought about the current situation and the dozens of people with unkind expressions. Finally, he said very awkwardly, "Battalion Commander Zhang, how many people did your logistics camp send over?" How much food did you bring? General, there's only food, no food. I think you also don't have animals to ride on. This time, there are 258 people going up the mountain, so I brought some salt and hardtack. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to be serious anymore and just said casually. Anyway, no matter how mature he acted, people wouldn't treat him as a mature person. It was very different from the feeling of commanding the inner courtyard at home. When Guotu heard that there were 250 people, he looked at the dozens of people in front of him and then began to look around. Where did the rest of the people go? Everyone listen up, remove the alert. Wang Wan's crisp childish voice sounded. As soon as she finished speaking, more than 200 people suddenly appeared around them. Each of them had a crossbow in their hands, which gave Guotu and the others a fright. They were so close yet they didn't discover them. If they were enemies, what would happen if the arrows flew past? After taking a closer look at the people who had appeared, everyone finally understood why it was so difficult to discover them. These 200 people were wearing clothes that were dyed green, black, and yellow. There were also circles of grass on their heads. Even their hands and faces that were exposed outside were smeared with traces of stains. Not to mention that they were dozens of steps away. Even if they were squatting on the side of the road, they wouldn't be discovered if they weren't careful. The adjunct at the side was very curious. He pointed at a person and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "This outfit is?" "It's just a disguise. When you're on the mountain, you have to look like something on the mountain. Otherwise, you would have been discovered long ago. Spread out and continue to be on guard at the periphery. Let our brothers have a good rest." Zhang Xiaobao explained and then gave the following orders. The people who just appeared once again disappeared into the forest. No one knew how they ran, but no one could find any trace of them more than 100 steps away. Guotu was very conflicted at this time. To be precise, he was very jealous. He didn't pay attention to the two children in front of him, but he couldn't help but think about these 200 people. His subordinates were not at this level, even his personal guards were not at this level. These people were actually from the logistics camp. Looking at how they obeyed orders, it was clear that the two children's words were very effective. They would do whatever they were told. Where did they come from? Could it be that they were Zhang Zhong's private soldiers? If the people from the logistics camp were all so powerful, then wouldn't it be very embarrassing to compare his own people? With conflicted thoughts, Guotu ordered people to go to the front to get food. Eating was the most important thing right now. He could slowly understand the rest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't bring any jerky or fried noodles this time. Everyone in the team was carrying a big backpack, and there were also a lot of things on the horses. The backpack was full of compressed biscuits, fat, vegetable oil, dried vegetables, flour, minced meat, bean powder, and egg yolks. They could be eaten directly in the mouth or cooked under conditions. They were very high in calories. If eaten together with water, the soldiers would be able to survive for half a day. There were more than 200 people on the mountain, and each of them carried 300 pieces. If they ate one piece a day, they could feed more than 70,000 people for a day. Now, with Guotu's remaining troops, there was no problem for them to survive for 5 days. Guotu had never seen compressed biscuits before, and he didn't know the use of these things. Looking at more than 200 people who only brought so little, he sighed and said, "Did you hide all along the way? Did you lose a lot of things?" "No, we killed and killed along the way. We kept eating the food in the houses of the local people who were killed. This kind of good food is specially reserved for the generals." Zhang Xiaobao took out a piece of biscuit and held it in his hand. Before anyone asked, he said, "This is called compressed biscuit. The calories, no, the amount is very high. If you eat one piece and don't move, you can survive for a day without any problems. Eat one piece and drink water. Remember not to eat too much. Otherwise, your heart will beat faster and your body will heat up. If you eat more than 5 pieces in a meal and drink more water, your stomach will be bloated. Send someone to get it. At the same time, call the injured people here. The logistics camp also prepared some medicine, but not much. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Guotu's face changed again. When he came, he let the local people go. He didn't expect the logistics camp to be so ruthless. They killed along the way. No wonder they could safely run to the front and wait. What was this? Who was the logistics? Who was the main force? But he also knew that he couldn't blame the logistics camp for doing too well. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself. But if they really killed along the way, who gave the order? Judging from the respect of those 200 people to the 2 children, they had to listen to the 2 children. Could it be that they gave the order? No matter what, Guotu couldn't associate the 2 children in front of him with the people who gave the order to kill ordinary Tibetan people. If that was the case, the children in front of him didn't seem to have anything to do with being cute. While observing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, trying to find the inhuman ruthlessness in their eyes, Guotu took the 2 pieces of compressed biscuit and put one of them into his mouth. A special taste suddenly filled his mouth. The first feeling was that it was oily and sweet. It was as if he would be full without waiting to swallow it. The second feeling was that it was fragrant. The taste of chopped green onions increased his appetite. The taste of ginger could stop him from vomiting. The third feeling was that it was chewy. After holding it in his mouth for a while, the originally hard compressed biscuit became soft. There was also the taste of meat and egg yolk. It was delicious. If he didn't know that it was specially used as military rations for soldiers, he would easily eat it as a snack. It was good stuff. No wonder he didn't want to eat too much. How did the Zhang family think of this? If every soldier carried a big bag of compressed biscuits, why would there be a need for food? They just needed to prepare some emergency fodder for the horses. When they came here, they could find food for the horses at any time. Guotu ate half of the biscuit and wondered if he should impeach the logistics camp. If they had such good stuff, why didn't they take it out earlier? Otherwise, why would the rations be burned? But on second thought, if he really wanted to impeach them, not to mention whether he was worthy of the care they had taken along the way and the support they had provided now, the first person the imperial court would punish would be him. Who said that the logistics camp had to take out compressed biscuits that had never been heard of before? He failed because he was exposed. Who asked him to not kill anyone? Why was the logistics camp fine? General, do you think it's feasible? At this time, Lu Gan couldn't hold it in anymore. He was also hungry. When the troops were fleeing, the generals didn't dare to eat good food alone. Otherwise, the morale of the troops would be ruined. He had eaten wild vegetables for 3 days in a row. The rest of the food was a small piece of meat from an unknown animal at noon yesterday. Now that there was food, it didn't matter whether it was biscuits or compressed biscuits, as long as it could fill his stomach first, it was good stuff. Besides, when he asked closely, the smell was really good. The people in the logistics camp were all good people. At this time, Guotu finally reacted. Thinking that there were more than 200 skilled people in the logistics camp helping to guard against them, his people could rest at ease. He hurriedly ordered, "Orders, everyone take 5 pieces. You are only allowed to eat 1 piece a day. After eating, drink water." The people waiting at the side immediately went to distribute the food happily. 1 piece was fine. Although it looked a little small, it was better than nothing. If they ate some wild vegetables, they might be full. After making the arrangements, Guotu looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He stuffed the remaining half of the biscuit in his mouth and washed it down with water. He let out a comfortable breath and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, oh, it's Battalion Commander Zhang. is your logistics camp going to be under my command? Guotu had his eyes on the more than 200 people in the logistics camp. This kind of people was really rare. The clothes they wore were different, and the weapons in their hands were all made of stainless steel. There seemed to be some other bits and pieces that Guotu couldn't figure out at the moment. If this group of people were under his command, then they would be very useful. He knew that these 200 people would be very useful. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not know that these people were trained by them and equipped by them? How could they not know that these 200 people could fight against a small number of enemies? The equipment on each person's body was at least 300 strings of coins. Did they think that the success rate of making firearms was so high? Did they think that the one-time use rocket launchers were given away for free? Did they think that the production of sleeve arrows was so easy? Did they think that all kinds of poisons and drugs that could stimulate one's potential could be found so easily? Did they think that the self-igniting grenades were produced by a large-scale military assembly line? Did they make one for the next? The cost of equipment for more than 200 people was 70,000 strings of coins. In addition to the difficulty of training and the expenditure, as long as they weren't really stupid, they wouldn't give it to others to use. These were all the golden troops that Zhang Xiaobao had prepared for Wang Wan. They were the best of the best. In terms of military force, these were the only things that they could take out. Other than the gunships, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that these were their last trump cards. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about how much money they had spent on this group of people, Guotu seemed to be a little impatient. He said to the two of them, "With these 200 people, I will take you back to Yizhou safely. Governor Zhang must be very anxious. You will be able to see your family very soon. You will eat the food cooked by your family and have your family tell you stories." When Zhang Xiaobao heard Guotu's words, he had already given Guotu a position in his heart. Shameless, despicable. He even said words that were used to deceive children. It was really difficult for him. The problem was that if he and Cuckoo were at home, it would be the two of them who cooked and told stories to others. At this time, Wang Wan opened her mouth and said, "Great General Gua, if we don't let them listen to you, will it be easy for me and Xiao Bao to not be able to go home if the battle continues? We won't be able to see our parents." "That's right. If you are not careful, you will be captured by the Tubo people and be sent there to work like cattle or horses, just like the servants in your family. You should know how your life is like, right?" Guotu felt that he had a chance and continued to scare them. "Sir Gua, the servants of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have a good life. If they want to, they can eat meat for every meal. It seems that the Tubo people can't do that, right?" Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could speak, a member of the Miao Protector team could not help but speak up. He could also tell that Guotu wanted to persuade them. Unfortunately, he had met someone he should not have met. If he wanted to rely on the young master and young lady's persuasion and deceive them like this, it would be more difficult than conquering Jinchuan. Guotu recalled what he heard on the way here and realized that he had said something wrong. The servants of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a better life than other rich people. He couldn't use this to scare Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Therefore, he changed the topic and immediately said, "Indeed, if you are caught by the Tubo people, you will be very sad. You will be whipped every day and not given food. If the two of you really go there, you won't be able to see your family again." When Guotu said this, he felt that his face was red. If he didn't really want 200 people, he wouldn't say such shameless words. If he really got them, he didn't know how to explain to Zhang Zhong when he returned. How could he lie to other people's children? Chapter 6:16. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Guotu was stunned. The other officers were also stunned. Guotu started to blame himself. The others looked at Guotu and didn't say anything. Their meaning was obvious. "You scare them, continue to scare them. Bring them away after scaring them. Looking at the situation, the other party still had more supplies to send over. Don't underestimate the fact that there were less than 300 people. As long as they were equipped with horses, even 1,000 Tibetan soldiers would not be able to stop them. Who would send out 10,000 soldiers to stop them under such circumstances? It would be easy for them to go back, but what about their own supplies? If they let the people from the logistics camp go back, what would they do? Not to mention that they couldn't deal with the Tibetans, they couldn't even deal with 2 kids. In order to cooperate with Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and showed a scared expression. He ordered the people around him, quickly call them back. We will run. While the horses at the foot of the mountain haven't been discovered yet, it is still not too late to run now. Don't, wait a moment. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's people were about to call for the people, Guo Tu quickly stopped them. They could run, but he had many people here. They couldn't run at all. General Guo, Cuckoo, and I don't want to be caught. We still have parents, grandparents, and Xiaobei at home. Without us, they will be sad. Zhang Xiaobao said to Guo Tu timidly. Guo Tu was speechless. This kid was really hard to deal with. He wanted to run after being scared. He could only comfort him, Battalion Commander Zhang, don't be afraid. I am here. Don't you want to make a big contribution and go back to make parents happy? No, I just want to go back alive. I still have to tell stories to Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobao's reply made Guo Tu slap his forehead. Depressing, it was really too depressing. These 2 kids were so easily scared. Battalion Commander Zhang, as long as you let me command them, I can let you go back alive. You don't have to worry about being caught by the Tibetans. Guo Tu said in a different way. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. If Cuckoo and I were in command, we would also be able to return alive. We wouldn't have to worry about being caught. Guards, protect Xiaobao and Cuckoo so that Governor Zhang's children won't be harmed. Guo Tu wanted to persuade him, so he could only use this method. As soon as his voice fell, a cold object was pressed against his forehead. Guo Tu, if you dare to put the young master and young lady under house arrest, I will immediately make your head explode. Do you believe me? The same cold words came out of Huzi's mouth. Guo Tu didn't know what was on his forehead, but he believed what this person said. The cold feeling of the metal told him that this was not a toy. Since it could be used on the battlefield, it could definitely take people's lives. At this moment, Wang Wan spoke. Guards, Great General Guo is tired from the journey and needs to rest. Protect Great General Guo. If anyone dares to move, kill them. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came, they wanted to persuade Guo Tuesday. However, at that time, they wanted to use gentle means. Now that Guo Tu showed his true colors, they didn't need to be polite. Once the order was given, Guo Tu and the generals around him were all controlled. The cold blue arrowhead made them understand what kind of weapon the other party was holding. While they were shocked that the logistics camp had such good equipment, they also understood their situation. If it had been an adult, they would have been able to threaten him, such as how they would explain it to the imperial court or talk about the righteousness of the nation. However, was it useful to say such things to 2 children? The children always thought about themselves. They were unreasonable even in front of their parents. There was no reason to reason with them. They seized power as they wished. Guo Tu was frightened. While he was being tied up, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "If you guys tie me up, your family will be finished. Once the imperial court knows about this, your whole family will die." Xiaobao, is what he said true? Wang Wan asked worriedly. I don't know. Maybe it's true. If the imperial court knows, we will be finished. Unless the imperial court doesn't know. Zhang Xiaobao also had a fearful expression. Then kill him. This time, the imperial court won't know. Just say that he ate too much biscuits and died. Wang Wan waved at the guards, indicating that she was going to kill Guo Tuesday. Guo Tu finally believed that the people who gave the order to kill the people were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were too vicious. They even wanted to kill the people of the Tang Empire. How could the people of the Tubo Empire be any better? He really didn't know if these two children were smart or stupid. Would anyone believe that they would die from eating too much biscuits? But no matter if anyone believed it or not, he and the others would be killed first. In the instant when he was facing death, Guo Tu understood. He finally understood that he couldn't play tricks with the children, especially the smart children. Otherwise, he would die very miserably. When the other people put the knife on his neck and prepared to pull, he understood many things. Thus, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, we won't tell anyone. We will listen to you. You can do whatever you want. We will definitely let you go home. The other soldiers will also listen to you. You really won't say? Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and asked in disbelief. I won't say. If you don't believe me, you can ask them and see if they also think the same. Guo Tu already felt the coldness of the knife. He only hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would believe him. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes looked at the other generals and got a very uniform answer. The generals above the battalion level were all here, including the battalion commanders. Everyone did the same action and nodded. They didn't want to die. To be precise, they didn't want to die like this. That would be too unjust. If they were killed by the enemy, they would be considered heroes. But if they were killed by two children, they would be sullen. They would be resentful ghosts. Then I am relieved. Bring them to rest. Now, the army will be commanded by me and Xiaobao. If anyone has a different opinion, kill them. Wang Wan revealed a happy smile. However, no one felt that her words were funny. The decisiveness to kill was actually reflected in the body of a little girl. Wang Wan's cold eyes and pure smile made the generals feel that they weren't facing a child from an ordinary official's family. Instead, they were facing a child from the palace who had known cruelty since childhood. Guo Tu and the others were locked up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to take their official seals to receive the troops. The process was relatively smooth. The main reason was that Guo Tu wasn't the original commander of these soldiers and didn't have much prestige. However, the logistics camp in Izhou had left an indelible impression in their hearts, especially now that they were sending food. Damn, now I know why more than 200 people listened to two children. How are they children from ordinary families? Look at their calculation and ruthlessness. It's not that Zhang Zhong didn't have the time to take care of the logistics camp. He just felt that his children could do it. Looking at the time, they should have been following us all the way to Pingzhou. That's why they were able to move so quickly once the imperial court's decree arrived. I didn't believe it when I heard that there were portraits of the two children hanging in the emperor's palace, but now I understand. The two of them have long been favored by the emperor. Guo Tu, who was locked up, ate something good again. It was actually fried melon slices. When he ate it, he felt nostalgic. It tasted better than any meat or wild vegetables. After eating half a steamed bun, he remembered what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had done. He realized that the two children shouldn't be treated as ordinary people. He told the other generals. The other generals also realized this. Unfortunately, it was too late. Their power was taken away and they couldn't turn the tables. They could only watch the two children do things. Of course, they admired Zhang Zhong more. They didn't know what kind of teaching could make two 10-year-old children like this. The adjutant who had been giving advice to Guo Tu said, "From now on, Zhang Zhong's name will be more famous. The logistics camp in Izhou will become a legend of the Tang Empire." To be honest, I don't hate the two children now. They are indeed more capable than us. At least under their leadership, the logistics camp found us. But who asked? He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was very clear. He was complaining that Guo shouldn't have tried to seize the military power of others. Otherwise, the result wouldn't have been like this. Guo didn't refute. He was silent. He finally knew where he was lacking compared to the old general who was good at war. He wasn't decisive enough in killing and couldn't see the situation clearly. He didn't speak, so the others also kept silent. It wasn't until they were all fed a steamed bun and a bowl of soup that a battalion commander, or rather a regiment commander, said in a low voice, "I don't know what the two of them want to do after seizing our power. If they want to escape, it won't be easy. If we behave normally, we may be able to figure out their plan." Even if the generals didn't approve of letting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan command the army, they couldn't do anything now. They were under house arrest. They could only hope that the two children wouldn't act rashly and get everyone involved. After half a day, Wang Wan successfully took over a team of 12,000 people. Guo and the others didn't directly command this group of people before, and the logistics camp took care of them on the way here, but more importantly, Wang Wan used the name of Between the Clouds and the Water to bribe the 12,000 people. That was, if they all died here, Between the Clouds and the Water would give their families enough money and food to let their families live well. If they returned alive, they would also be able to receive a reward from Between the Clouds and the Water outside of the imperial court. In order to prevent the soldiers from not believing them because of their young age, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent out people from the seedling protection team to take over the duties of each battalion. This way, others wouldn't know who was in command in the end. They would only think that someone more powerful had come. "Xiaobao, I'll give you a mission. That is to take 32 people from the seedling protection team other than the 12 battalion commanders and deputy commanders. Organize your equipment and go find our soldiers who are alone. It's impossible for all 3,000 people to be killed. Especially when they were close to the mountain range, there must have been people who escaped into the mountains. You go and look for them. Find as many as you can. 2 days, only 2 days. After 2 days, no matter how many people you find, no matter whether you find them or not, you must continue to follow the path I took. I'll wait for you in front." After Wang Wan seized the military power, her first order was given to Zhang Xiaobao. 24 people from the seedling protection team were to be the officers of the remaining 12 battalions. Zhang Xiaobao was to lead 32 people to search for people who might have escaped to the mountains. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll lead them to search here for 2 days. Once 2 days are up, we'll immediately evacuate. If we encounter an unexpected situation, we may evacuate even earlier." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao ordered the remaining people from the seedling protection team, "Huzi, get into formation and follow me." Zhang Xiaobao led 32 people and left. He wasn't afraid at all. If he really had to command a small-scale battle, he might be unfamiliar with the application of battle tactics. However, with only 32 people, it was suitable for him to lead. If the number of Tibetans searching the mountains was less than 100, he even dared to face them alone. Moreover, he had an 80% chance of keeping those Tibetans who were less than 100 in the mountains forever. Before he went abroad, he had already escaped from the armed police and police dogs time and time again. After he went abroad, he specially looked for various countries' veterans or special forces who wanted to earn pocket money to learn. If there were too many people, he wouldn't be able to control them. If there were fewer people, it would be just right for him to form a team. He had already gotten used to it. The jungle battle experience that generations of people had written down with their lives was not something that the current Tibetans could understand. They were not on the same level as him. After Zhang Xiaobao left, Wang Wan immediately made arrangements. Actually, she was very reluctant to let Zhang Xiaobao lead the team, but she had no other choice. Huzi was a good person, but in terms of flexibility, he was definitely not as good as Zhang Xiaobao. At least Zhang Xiaobao knew how to make a choice. He wouldn't be hot-headed and use his big knife to fight with the enemy's gun formation. Order, everyone tear the clothes under the armor into strips and use them to tie the legs. Battalion 1, 2, 3, and 3 will become the scout battalion and quickly open up the path. Everyone else will gather and advance. Battalion 4, 5, 6, and 7 will be the back of Battalion 7, 8, and 9. Battalion 10 to 12 will be the cooking stoves. There will be enough food for 30,000 people. Wang Wan started to give orders to the people on her side. No one knew what exactly she wanted to do. The officers of the various battalions were all her people, so they immediately followed her orders. Those who opened up the path, those who carried the soldiers on their backs, and those who made the cooking stoves also immediately started to work. This situation was quickly found out by Guotu and the other officers. Although they couldn't issue any orders, the news would still be passed to them and let them know. This was also something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed. If they were to constantly be in a situation where they couldn't interact with the outside world, it would be easy for them to develop other thoughts. Thus, the best method was to let them be able to clearly understand the information of the troops. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think that they would be able to guess the final goal of Wang Wan's troop deployment. Not to mention them, even Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be able to guess it if Wang Wan didn't say it out loud. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao had always done in the past, those who weren't professionals wouldn't be able to understand the depth of the situation. Zhang Xiaobao's original arrangements were dazzling to the eyes. Even Old Man Pai, Old Man Yao, and the others couldn't guess the final goal. And now, what Wang Wan was doing was the same. Every step had a deep meaning, strategic and tactical. It made people's heads hurt just by looking at it. Now, Guotu and the others had a headache. They knew the way to move the troops, but no matter what, they couldn't figure out why it was like this. Guotu thought about the contents of the military books that he had learned in the past and said, "I understand. They are confusing the enemy and making them think that we still have a lot of people. It's not just 12,000 people, but at least 30,000 people. Then, dealing with 30,000 people is different from dealing with 12,000 people. The reason why they made a fake camp is to make the Tubo think that we still have a lot of provisions. It's impossible for them to use the siege method to starve us to death. This way, what do you think the Tubo people will think?" At the beginning, his analysis was still smooth, but towards the end, he was also confused. What did it mean? To make the Tubo people think that they still had 30,000 people and sufficient provisions, this had to have some effect. However, he really couldn't think of what effect it would have. If he had to say something, it would be that the Tubo people would send more troops. If there were more Tubo people, it would be more troublesome for them to break through the siege. The problem was, if that wasn't the case, why did they have to make such a layout? From the layout, it made people feel that the person who commanded the troops was definitely someone who didn't know anything. Guotu couldn't figure it out, and the other generals also couldn't understand. After a while, the military staff said, "Could it be that they want to make the Tubo people lower their guard? Today, they have 30,000 camp, tomorrow, it will be 25,000, and the day after tomorrow, it will be 20,000. They want the Tubo people to think that our morale is not stable and that they have all become deserters. When the camp is reduced to 5,000, do you think the Tubo people will still send more people to encircle and annihilate us? I reckon that they will think that we don't have enough people and only send out 20,000 people. 12,000 against 20,000, we still have a chance of winning. If you can think of it, do you think that the Tubo people can't think of it? If it was me, I would send out 100,000 people to encircle and annihilate them. I don't care how many people you have in the end. Who doesn't know that the camp can be fake?" A battalion commander beside the military staff said at this time. He didn't think that the Tubo people were fools. Such a classic layout, how many times had others used it? It doesn't matter whether the Tubo people know or not. What I am saying is whether they really have such a plan. The military staff retorted. At this time, the others didn't say anything. They were really worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's men had made such an arrangement. This kind of method that could be understood by those who had read military books didn't seem to be effective. Their guesses changed again on the second day. This time, Wang Wan only sent 1 battalion to open the path. Out of the 10 battalions, 5 battalions were carrying the other 5 battalions. The last battalion built a camp that could only be used by 50,000 soldiers. The speed of the troops slowed down a lot. That's not right, that's not right. They should be reducing the camp. Why is there more camp? Oh, I know, they are trying to scare the Tubo people and make them think that there are too many people here. Guotu said to the other generals after he found some information that he thought was possible in the military books that he had read. No one could agree with his thoughts. The military staff retorted, if that's the case, why did they ask people to carry people? Don't tell me they have nothing else to do. The other generals nodded. They really couldn't think of anything. It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's methods were a little strange. On the third day, it was still 50,000 people carrying 50,000 people. The people who opened the path in front and the people who built the camp at the back didn't change. The people who were carrying each other changed back and forth. Today, they were building a camp for 70,000 people. Thus, Guotu and the others who were under house arrest found new things to do and continued to research. They didn't have time to think about how to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaobao brought 32 people and gathered more than 300 people today. After giving them some food, he asked them to speed up and meet up with the main group in front. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of bringing up the rear. The 33 people didn't go to the back to welcome them. They just spread out horizontally and waited. If they met someone, they would help. If they didn't, they could only blame the other party's bad luck. Huzi had been following Zhang Xiaobao. One was to listen to orders, and the other was to protect Zhang Xiaobao. Even though he knew that if it was a life-and-death battle, he didn't have the slightest confidence in killing the young master. It was more likely that he would be killed by the young master. He still had to protect the young master. Whether the young master was powerful or not had nothing to do with whether he protected him. Zhang Xiaobao crouched in the underbrush, wearing a pair of tactical gloves, the kind that exposed part of the fingers in front of the gloves. After killing an inch-long bug that was about to crawl up his neck, he didn't even look at what kind of bug it was. He said to Huzi, "There's still 2 hours left. Once the time is up, retreat." "Understood, young master. Can you make arrangements for the young lady?" Huzi agreed, but he was very worried. In the past, he had always listened to the young master's orders. He felt that the young master was more powerful than the young lady. He didn't know why the young master gave the command to the young lady on the battlefield, and he seemed to trust her very much. How could Zhang Xiaobao not know what Huzi was thinking? He made a smiling expression and said, "Don't doubt Cuckoo. If she can't do it well, then no one can do it well in my heart. Your tactics were all taught by Cuckoo. I can only teach you psychology. If I were to fight with someone like Cuckoo, I could beat 2 of them. But if I and Cuckoo were to fight 1,000 people each, she could beat 3 of us by herself. Do you understand?" "I understand. Young master is more powerful in normal times. When it comes to war, the young lady is in the leading position." Huzi remembered the situation when he was learning tactics from the young lady, so he nodded and said. It wasn't Huzi's fault. He really hadn't seen the young lady commanding people in battle, and he didn't know to what extent the young lady's art of war was. He also didn't understand what was a major, so how could he know the level of people who had skipped grades and graduated from the Central Military Command Academy in 2100? Zhang Xiaobao said to wait for 2 hours, so he waited for 2 hours. During this time, he found 25 people. When the time was up, Zhang Xiaobao ordered without hesitation, retreat, full speed ahead. Chapter 6:17. When the fire is extinguished, the pursuers are in a hurry. Deep in the forest, the stove becomes a mystery. Where is the future? In the land of death, the wind blows without intention. Weak water continuously rushes against the embankment. When the time was up, Zhang Xiaobao immediately retreated and led his men to chase after Wang Wan. This young master, there are still people behind. There are still people behind. In the end, one of the 25 people caught by Zhang Xiaobao panted heavily as he chased after Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted this kid who could command others to wait a little longer. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at him and said, "I know there are still people. Not only are there missing soldiers, but there are also Tibetans chasing after us. I can't mess up the battle plan for a small group of people." 2 hours later. Just 2 hours later. This person still tried to persuade him. He didn't know who this kid was, but he recognized the people who were waiting for them. The embroidered pattern on the chest of their clothes was from the logistics camp in Izhou who had given them supplies along the way. He really didn't know how the people from the logistics camp ran to the front of the group. He just wanted the people from the logistics camp to save as many of his brothers as possible. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and said decisively, "No, we can't wait even 15 minutes, let alone 2 hours. 2 hours is enough for tens of thousands of people to occupy the advantageous terrain. If you want to stay, stay by yourself. Don't be a burden to the group. Besides, the order I received was to retreat within 24 hours. Military orders are absolute. Except for the weapons used, throw away all the bronze and iron in the armor. The first 5 camps will spread out to hunt and collect animal hides. The 6th to 11th camps will take turns to carry them. The 12th camp will collect the materials to start the fire. Start the operation." Wang Wan looked up at the sky and gave the order to the messenger. The orders were immediately carried out. Guotu and the others also understood the content of the orders. They had been trying to guess what the logistics camp was thinking, but they found themselves even more confused. Logically speaking, at this time, they should think of a way to escape to a place where the Tibetans couldn't find them and then look for opportunities to do other things. Not only was it slow to carry another person on his back, it would also drain their energy. By the time the Tubo people caught up with them, they would have lost their chance to escape. Furthermore, they were getting further and further away from Jinchuan City. If they didn't go and fight, even if they failed this time, they should still escape to Pingzhou. The most infuriating thing was that they were ordered to throw away all of the armors. As long as there was copper or iron, they were not allowed to leave anything behind. How were they supposed to fight if they encountered the enemy? Money, it was all money. Before this, it wasn't from Wing Province. After discussing with each other for a while without coming to a conclusion, Guotu couldn't help but shout to the person guarding them, "I want to see the person in charge of the logistics camp. I have urgent matters to discuss. You guys won't be able to handle it if you delay." Wang Wan was still studying the military map, hoping to find more inspiration from it to achieve her goals. The knowledge she had learned before could only be used as an aid and could not be used to form a doctrine. In the current situation, there was no opportunity to seek a direct confrontation with the enemy, so she could only rely on the word strange. If only these 12,000 people were the ones that I and Xiaobao had trained for 3 years, or even 2 years. It would be much easier to use them than now. Wang Wan rubbed her eyes and longingly muttered to herself. When the person came to report that Guotu wanted to see her, she muttered, "What is there to see? What urgent matters? Could it be that he still has heavenly soldiers that he hasn't taken out yet? I want to see the person in your team who really came up with the idea, not a little girl like you." Guotu stared at Wang Wan, who had rushed over in a hurry. Wang Wan curled her lips and said, "I am." Tell me, what is it? Hurry up, don't waste my time. Okay, then I will tell you. You go back and tell the person who came up with the idea that all of his ideas are bad. If this continues, no one in the entire army will be able to escape. This mission is to attack Jinchuan. Since you have seized the power, you have to follow this plan. Guotu suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Wang Wan word by word. Wang Wan burst out laughing and said, "Forget it, attack Jinchuan. The order you received should be to find a chance to attack Jinchuan. The most important mission is to launch a surprise attack and do your best to anger the Tubo people and burn a large amount of Tubo's autumn harvest grain. Do you think the imperial court is a fool to send 15,000 people to attack Jinchuan? Don't give me orders and ideas. When a general is outside, he can't accept military orders. Your idea is good. You made the team to this point. If you want to be a benevolent and righteous general and not kill people, then you have to bear the consequences of your actions. Stupid, you are playing around with the lives of the soldiers. You, a little girl like you actually dared to piss me off." Guotu pointed at Wang Wan and his face turned red. "What do you mean? You want to be a general like this? How many exercises have you participated in? How many red and blue army experiences have you had? Do you really think that you are an invincible general just because you won on the sand table? With 12,000 people defending the mountain, can't you win a victory that raises the morale of the soldiers? Run, you only know how to run. You ran until the soldiers ran out of strength and morale. I know that you want to leave the battlefield first and then find a chance to fight back. The essence of mobile warfare is not to escape, but to mobilize the enemy's superior forces and find a chance to destroy them one by one. When we go back, I suggest that you go to the game room of the flagship store between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County to learn." Wang Wan was also angry. She and Xiao Bao had spent so much money, but Guotu had wasted it and even wanted to criticize them. Guotu was speechless for a long time. She was not wrong, but other than not killing the civilians, the other aspects were just bad luck. It was not that he was not good at commanding. He had been praised by General Gao, but now he was being scolded by a little girl. The staff at the side had to protect their interests, so he interrupted and said, "Cuckoo, then you have to tell us the purpose of marching like this. What is the use of people carrying people? Are you waiting to defeat the enemy? If I don't tell you, don't think about continuing to participate in the command during the time when your military power was taken away and I safely returned to Yingzhou. I will tell you a little. Who said that carrying people is useless? At least it can exercise the lung capacity a little. It has a little effect, so as to avoid more accidents in the operation the day after tomorrow." After saying this, Wang Wan walked to the place where she was just now. After walking for about 10 steps, she said without looking back, "Stay here obediently. If anyone wants to make trouble, I don't mind killing a few of them to show the monkeys. I believe that the emperor will not trouble me. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm so angry. This little girl is too much. Wait for me to go back, I will, wait for me to go back." Guotu shouted until he couldn't see Wang Wan's figure. Just now he didn't dare to, for he was really afraid that the little girl would kill him. He kept saying that he would wait for him to go back, but he didn't say what he would do when he went back. It seemed that he couldn't do anything. The key was whether he could go back alive. Wang Wan returned to her place and continued to study the tactics. The soldiers who were supposed to hunted, carried people on their backs, and collected flammable things. The morale of the army under Wang Wan's control was not bad at this time. It was not because of her charm. She was a little girl, but she had no charm. The key was her promise. With the financial power of between the clouds and the water as the foundation, she gave the soldiers hope. One day later, the operation of carrying people on their backs stopped. They collected a lot of beast's fur. Regardless of whether it had been needed or not, it still smelled of blood. She asked people to sew simple coats and leather bags with the intestines of the beasts using simple needles made of branches. Because the speed of the march was affected by carrying people back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao caught up with them in the evening. Wang Wan ordered everyone to rest. After eating wild vegetables and animal meat, she only asked everyone to leave a piece of compressed biscuit. Except for the people who were on guard, everyone went to sleep. After a long journey, the two pigeons finally flew back to their home in the capital from Yizhou. They were taken from their claws. After eating something hurriedly, they cooed and went to rest. Gao Lishir, who was the chamberlain, hurried to Xingqing Palace with the things sent by the person who received the letter. At this time, Li Longji was enjoying the singing and dancing of the concubines while working. He had not decided which woman to accompany him tonight. The women were also trying their best to show off, hoping to be favored tonight. Li Longji, who had just called out, "Good, Weiss," saw Gao Lishir's expression and knew that something had happened. He hurriedly dismissed the women and called Gao Lishir over. "Lishir, is there something urgent?" Li Longji looked at Gao Lishir and asked. "Pingzhou's fast horses have not yet arrived. Yizhou's Yao Chong and Baishu's flying pigeons arrived first. Guotu could not bear to kill on the way and exposed his tracks. His provisions were robbed. He was defeated and retreated to Dachuan." Gao Lishir said to Li Longji. "Defeated? Did Pingzhou have provisions to escort?" Li Longji did not expect Guotu to be defeated before even reaching his destination. His expression could not help but turn ugly. He then asked about the provisions in Pingzhou. He meant to send people to deliver provisions to Guotu's day. Pingzhou has sufficient provisions, but no one dares to send troops privately. Coincidentally, His Majesty's decree was sent to Pingzhou and received by the logistics camp in Yizhou. They reorganized their troops overnight and left to reinforce. Their whereabouts are unknown. In addition, Zhang Zhong's eldest son, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo are traveling with the troops to assume command. Gao Lishir's tone changed slightly when he said this. He also liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. From Bai Shu and Yao Chang's letters, he often learned about the two little fellows. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also smart and eager to learn. They were filial to their elders and were well educated. They were also good at cooking and often cooked for their family and Bai Shu. Gao Lishir could not have children himself, so he liked other people's children. If possible, he really wanted to make Zhang Xiaobao his own child. When he received the news this time, he could not help but worry about the two little fellows. Li Longji also became nervous and asked, "How many people did they bring?" The Zhang family's protection team has 56 people, Bai Shu and Yao Chang's combined protection team has 100 people, Prince Tang's protection team has 200 people, and the rest are ordinary people escorting provisions. "This trip is very dangerous," Gao Lishir replied. That was all that was mentioned in the letter he received. Li Longji also knew that it was dangerous. What could 300 people do? He could not help but complain to Gao Lishir, "Why are the Zhang family so stupid? Look at other families. Which family doesn't have a large number of guards? They make a lot of money. When it's time to use people, they have 56. Chapter 618. Li Longji's plan was to first send troops over to launch a surprise attack and then burn a portion of the grain that was about to be harvested in autumn. Tubo requested peace every year and attacked the borders every year. When they requested peace, they actually used the attitude of a victorious country. Naturally, they wouldn't allow Great Tang to give them anything. Taking advantage of the fact that the Zhang family was able to popularize the seeds in Great Tang and had the method of hatching chicks and thermometers, they would be able to produce a lot of grain next year. This autumn, when Tubo retaliated and attacked, Great Tang would have finished harvesting the grain in many places. They wouldn't have to worry about not having enough grain to fight a war. using the method of fighting a big war to make the people of Great Tang work hard to support the borders. The method of support was to learn how to plant seeds and use war to stimulate that thing called domestic demand and promote the development of productivity. Li Longji learned this from Baigo's letter. He felt that if it was successful, it could also be used to train the soldiers. After 2 years, when Great Tang had more grain, poultry, and livestock, they could use it to expand their territory. However, he didn't expect that the usually smart and capable Guo would make such an idiotic mistake. Yes, he was an idiot. If he made a mistake, he should just die there. He even implicated Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the personal disciples of the 2 experts of the Zhang family who didn't show themselves. It was said that the 2 little fellows were able to pass the imperial examination. How capable were they? If the experts weren't willing to show themselves, then so be it. Wouldn't it be fine if the 2 little fellows learned their skills? The 2 little fellows couldn't possibly hide and not show themselves, right? Regardless of whether it was for their own use or for their children or grandchildren, it would be fine. Now that the 2 little fellows had come out of seclusion and brought more than 300 people who could fight, would they be able to come back alive? If they were really unlucky, where could they find 2 such people? Who knew how long the experts of the Zhang family could live? More importantly, the 4 children of the Zhang family were indeed stronger than ordinary people, but they were far inferior to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The more Li Longji thought about it, the more fearful and angry he became. He had even told the Zhang family to visit Xiao Bao and Cuckoo when they returned to the capital after finishing their business in Yizhou. Now that their lives were at stake, if it was possible, he really wanted to bite Guo to death. Let the 2 children bear the consequences of their own actions. Of course, Li Longji didn't want to talk about it, nor did he want to think about the fact that he had sent out a decree to give Zhang Zhong credit. He could only hope that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, the 2 future talents, would return safely. When the time came, he would immediately send out a decree to ask Zhang Zhong to take good care of the 2 children and not let them run around. If something happened, would Zhang Zhong be able to take responsibility? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't his own children. How could he wait for them to grow up and do more things like experts? Li Shi, go and call Song Jing, Zhang Shuo, Zhang Jiuling, and the others who can discuss this matter. Let's see if there's anything we can do. Li Longji wasn't in the mood to let the concubines dance to liven things up. He had Gao Lishi call for people to discuss this matter. Gao Lishi hurriedly left. He was worried about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. He was also preparing to find an opportunity to recognize a godson, or daughter-in-law. In any case, he just wanted to recognize a relative. He also wanted to take some time to enjoy the 2 children's cooking and take them for a stroll in the imperial gardens. Guo Tu didn't know that he had already been hated by someone, and it was a very powerful person. He continued to analyze what the logistics camp wanted to do with the general who was also under house arrest. This is too much. This is too much. They arrested us and didn't even tell us their purpose. Everyone, think about it. If we really escape, we won't be able to answer correctly if someone asks. Also, is this food for humans? Guo Tu complained as he ate the wild vegetable soup that didn't have any meat. If he didn't make such a big mistake this time and put the army in danger, he might continue to praise the logistics camp. However, it seemed that his psychological quality was not high enough. After encountering a setback, not only did he become absent-minded, but he also tried to push the blame from himself to others. The bad side of human nature was undoubtedly revealed, especially when he was under house arrest and did not know the purpose of the logistics camp. In fact, he really wanted to participate. Even if he could say a few words occasionally, it would be good to remind them. However, they didn't give him the chance at all. Facing the fear of the unknown, he finally exploded. The other generals didn't say anything and didn't complain about the food. In the current situation, it was very good to have stuttering food. Usually, when fighting for power, it was not as simple as house arrest. It was very normal to kill a few people. Even if they killed all of them, they could find an excuse. With the help of the former Prime Minister and the former Minister of Revenue, they couldn't do anything to the two kids. Seeing that his words didn't get the support of the others, Guo hurriedly ate the wild vegetable and stared back and forth at the generals. Lu Jun finally couldn't stand being stared at like this. He sighed and said, "General, I think it's really possible to successfully escape back. Since the people who followed us couldn't understand, how could the Tubo people guess the intentions of the army? Eat, it looks like they are going to make a big move." As if to support Lu Jun's words, early the next morning, Wang Wan's new order was passed down. 10 battalions were to be close to the mountain. All the food that they collected was to be given to the 10 battalions. The remaining 2 battalions and the few hundred people who came back later were to continue forward. After 3 days, they would descend the mountain and be met by people there. Along the way, they were to reduce the number of stoves. Every 3 hours, they would burn the stoves. From 70,000 to 60,000, then to 50,000. After 2 days, the number of stoves would be back to 2,000. When they reached the front and descend the mountain, they would listen to the instructions of the people there. Another point was that when the 10 battalions continued to ascend the mountain, they would use flammable objects to create a thick smoke to obstruct the Tubo people's pursuit and erase their traces. After the order was passed down, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the 10 battalions and set off. Guo and the others continued to lead the 10 battalions. Otherwise, if the 2 battalions were to be handed over, it would be easy for them to take back their authority. You all don't want to live anymore. Do you know how cold it is on the mountain? All of the food added up is only enough for 2 days. You all killed 10,000 people just like that. I want to see the person in charge, I want to see the person. When Guo was being watched climbing up the mountain, he knew that they were preparing to ascend the mountain. He kept shouting and shouting. According to what he had learned, he had already come to a conclusion about the future of the group. The face of the bodyguard who was watching them darkened. He kicked Guo from behind and said, "Behave yourself. What are you shouting for? If you shout again, I will chop you up. Let's see how many people are willing to offend Royal Prince Tang and for a failed general." Royal Prince Tang and Royal Prince Li. What does he have to do with you? Guo asked in surprise. He didn't dare to call Li Sun by his name. I am the personal bodyguard of His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness is a guest in Izhou and calls young Master Xiaobao his younger brother. What do you think it is related to him? Li Sun's bodyguard replied in dissatisfaction. Guo didn't say anything, and so did the other officers. Only now did they realize how big of a backer the 2 kids had. They were all killed, but when they went back, they could just find an excuse, and no one would cry out for them. After a long while, Guo whispered to the bodyguard, "Xiaobao and the others are wrong. Aren't you afraid that? Can they be more wrong than you?" "Shut up." The guards did not show him any respect at all. They knew the little young master and the little lady's abilities very well. They had seen it when they were in Luzhou. Then, they went to Shu province and then to Peng province. They learned from the 2 of them along the way. There were many tactical ideas that they had never thought of before they met the young master and the young lady. They were very good at analyzing human nature and terrain in various situations. However, they were not done yet. It seemed like there was more to come. Would such people make an unwise decision? After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led 10 battalions up the mountain with more than 10,000 men, the 2 battalions below started to light the fire. Thick smoke drifted with the wind. It was only because of the wind today that Wang Wan made the decision. Otherwise, they would have to continue waiting. After the smoke was released, the 2 battalions cleaned up all the traces as much as possible. Then, they started to rush forward. 3 days later, they would go down the mountain and see if there were any reinforcements. The Tubo people were almost catching up, but they had to slow down. Their generals were also afraid of falling into an ambush. First, they observed the campsites. Day by day, they increased the number of campsites. They could not figure out what was going on. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived? Then they should be fighting with them. They only increased the number of campsites but did not fight. Were they trying to set up an ambush? There was no need to be afraid. They just had to be careful. It was easy to mobilize troops in their own territory. However, the problem was that from the footprints left behind, the number of people was not fixed. Sometimes, there were more than 10,000 people. Sometimes, there were more than 1,000 people. Sometimes, there were more than 6,000 people. When there were fewer people, what did the people do? Did reinforcements come and follow them for a while and then hide? Or did the people in the army make some arrangements? There must be something wrong with increasing the number of people. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. To chase or not to chase, they had to wait for the reinforcements. Hiss. This was not easy to handle. Tatatatu was the leader of the 10,000 men in the headquarters. This time, he led 20,000 men. If it was in the past, he could have more men. He had 2 Yuhuan's men to help him. Now that he had no more men, he could only use his own men to fight. He thought of himself as a capable general. He was literate and had read a few military books. Usually, he led his own men to guard the front line of Jinchuan. He felt that he knew a lot about war, especially all kinds of strategies. He had memorized them. When he saw the situation in front of him, the first thing that came to his mind was that all is fair in war. As the saying goes, what is true is false, and what is false is true. However, he could not tell whether the other party was lying or not. If they wanted to lure the enemy by reducing the number of campsites, they should not have set up so many campsites. If they wanted to increase the number of campsites to scare the enemy, they should not have left behind footprints. From the footprints, there were at least 10,000 people. Sometimes, there were even fewer. Increasing the number of campsites when there were fewer people? Did they think that he could not tell, or were they doing it on purpose? This was troublesome. According to the scouts in Pingzhou, the general who came this time was a person called Gua Tuesday. He had never heard of this name before. Could he be a wise general of Tang? At this moment, there were only 5,000 people chasing in front of the headquarters. Should they chase quickly or be careful and slow? Should they send out all the scouts to increase the distance, or should they just charge forward without thinking? Chapter 6:19. Tatatu was dumbfounded. He was really dumbfounded. He wanted to find the relevant information from the military books that he had read, but that was just a thought. In reality, there was nothing. To be able to use a strategy to such an extent, one must be a god. No, it was better to be safe. Otherwise, even if the Tang Empire only had 10,000 people, it would be easy for something to happen when they were starving. Yes, it was better to be safe. Now that there was no need to be afraid of them running away, what else could they do if they followed slowly? Thinking of this, Tatatu ordered the troops behind to speed up while he sent out a large number of scouts. This was the bolder battle strategy that he had come up with himself. When he had more troops than the enemy, he would not be fooled by them. As soon as the order was sent out, the scouts in front reported that they had found a large number of armors neatly placed and tied with branches. From the footprints, there were about 10 to 15,000 people. There were many leftover bones of wild beasts and small pits where wild herbs were dug up. Armors. And they were tied up. Placed neatly. What does this mean? For me. The bones of wild beasts and the pits where wild herbs were dug up. Are we going to starve to death? The number of people did not change. Is it still the same as before? Tatatus suddenly had doubts about the boulder battle strategy that he had just decided to use. He did not know if the enemy was trying to scare him so that they would move forward lightly or if they were trying to trick him so that they would have more time. The crux of the problem was whether to chase after them or not. This feeling was very uncomfortable. To be safe, Tatatus suppressed the urge to chase after them quickly and waited for the people behind to catch up. At the very least, there had to be more people than the Tang soldiers who had left their footsteps behind. The troops slowed down. Tatatu, who was still feeling uneasy, could only comfort himself that this was the right decision. Half a day later, on the morning of the next day, a total of 16,000 people had gathered. The remaining 4,000 people were responsible for escorting the supplies. With 16,000 people under his command, along the way, he only caught more than 100 people who were originally in charge of escorting the provisions. They were all good slaves who could be exchanged for many things when they returned. However, he did not see the main force of the Tang army. Just as at once the smoke came out, the Tubo people started to feel uncomfortable. Not only did the smoke affect their eyes, but it also affected their breathing. They kept coughing and rubbing their eyes hard. Some even wanted to stick their heads into the ground to avoid the smoke. In the morning, the forest was already humid. In some places, the fog had yet to disperse. Once it was mixed with the smoke, the smell was extremely irresistible. Advance. Pick up the pace and rush over. Tatatu ordered with reddened eyes. He really wanted to run back. He was afraid that he would be chased by the smoke while he was running. The people chasing him must have been prepared. At least they could cover their faces with wet cloth. When his troops were almost unable to see clearly because of the smoke, not to mention 16,000 people, even 61,000 people would not be able to defeat 10,000 people. The only way was to rush over. Once they reached the other side, they would be fine. Judging from the thick smoke, they should not be too far away. They could only face it head-on and could not retreat. The 16,000 troops rushed forward under his command. The further they went, the more uncomfortable they felt. Some people were smart enough to wet their clothes with their urine. Everyone followed suit. In the end, Tatatu also used the water in his water bag to cover his mouth. However, the others did not dare to follow suit. If they ran out of water, they would have to go up the mountain to melt the snow. This would delay the progress of the troops. After a fierce dash, Tatatu finally led his men to the other side of the mountain. They went around the mountain slightly and rushed to the other side of the smoke. The fire was still burning and the smoke was still coming out. The entire troop was in tears. Their eyes were swollen like peaches. A scout came to report again. They had found traces of the enemy. Judging from the temperature of the stove, the enemy had left less than 2 hours ago. They seemed to have left in a hurry. Go after them. Pay attention to the surroundings to avoid being ambushed, Tatatu ordered. General, the footprints in front seem to belong to 2,000 people. We can't find the traces of 10,000 people, the scout said worriedly. Go after them. Even if there are 1,000 people, we will still chase after them. Tui. The smoke is killing me. Tatatu was wary of the enemy's ambush while he ordered the troops to chase after them. He could see that the enemy was deliberately scaring him to increase the distance between them. The traces of 2,000 people were easy to explain. Along the way, they had wasted a lot of time. The Tang army had already run far away. The people in front had left first, and the people behind to set up the smoke were left to clean up the traces. It seemed that this was the situation they had seen before. They did not know how far the main force of the Tang army had run. If they did not chase after them, they would wait for the next rain. By then, there would be no traces left. They had been fooled. What was false was true, and what was true was false. It was useless here. The 16,000 people hurriedly chased after them. The 2,000 people in front were indeed tired. Fortunately, they had binoculars and could see the Tibetan troops in advance. They knew how to adjust their schedule. When the 16,000 Tibetans were chasing after the 2,000 people, there was a troop on top of the mountain moving in the opposite direction. They were advancing at full speed. The 252 people who came later each had a leather bag of liquor in their backpacks. They were not Zhang Xiaobao, who only needed to walk on the mountain. It was a standard equipment. Everyone took a small sip and held it in their mouths until they were numb from the spiciness. Then, they swallowed it slowly. Less than half of them were wearing winter clothes that were made not long ago. The thick smell of blood had not dissipated. It was not comfortable to wear it. It was hard and made rustling sounds when it rubbed against their bodies. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any blankets in their backpacks at this time. Those things took up too much space. It was okay to trick Li Sun, but it was not okay to do it for real. Xiaobao, you finally gave me a chance. The enemy's general is so stupid. He did not see through such a simple arrangement, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was beside her as she followed the troops forward. Zhang Xiaobao did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Was the enemy stupid? He was not stupid, right? But he also did not expect that Wang Wan would make such an arrangement. Was this the tradition of the Red Army? Dashing around the enemy and dancing on the tip of the blade. There was only one feeling, excitement. Wang Wan could also guess what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. She said, actually, I have no choice. If I was the one leading the troops from the beginning, I would not have done this. It is too dangerous. But a cornered dog will jump over the wall. When a person is cornered, what can they not do? Who said that our troops have to passively endure the enemy's attacks when we are on the mountain? This time, I have to take the initiative to attack and mobilize the Tibetan troops. Most importantly, our morale is very low now. We need a symbolic victory to boost our morale. There was no need for Wang Wan to explain further. Zhang Xiaobao already knew who would win the battle. They would attack the Tubo supply team, or the team that was coming from the back and preparing to meet up with the front. In any case, they would just attack any team that had fewer people than them. With the use of advanced weapons, they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. Change your clothes. After running for a while, Wang Wan ordered the messenger. The people who were wearing winter clothes were to take off their clothes and give them to others to prevent non-combat casualties. Guotu and the other officers also ran. Li Sun's guards were watching them. If anything went wrong, they would be killed without question. In fact, there was no need for others to watch them. Guotu and the others were very clear about what the logistics camp wanted to do. They had used binoculars to see the Tibetan troops pass by below. At that time, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. But in the end, they were not discovered. The enemy scouts were only a few dozen steps away from here. At that time, the people on their side were all lying on the ground, not daring to move at all. This was all thanks to the binoculars. Guotu looked at the binoculars in his hand and could not say anything against it. They had such a good thing, but they did not make full use of it. Look at the logistics camp, they used all of their resources. After advancing for another 2 hours, it was time for the troops to rest. Guotu and the other officers who usually practice martial arts did not have anything to do. Every one of them was very energetic. The officer took a pair of binoculars and looked down. He said to the other officers, "This is the true use of the clairvoyance. We can see the enemy, but the enemy can't see us. We can react first. This is a good thing. I hope that the commanders of the 3 camps who were escorting the provisions have smashed the clairvoyance in their hands when they met with danger. Otherwise, they would be condemned by history." The other officers nodded. Even Guo did not refute. The clairvoyance was really too important. At this time, a battalion commander opened his mouth and said, "The clairvoyance seems to have been made by Provincial Governor Zhang, who was specially sent to gather provisions for us. Since it was made by him, he naturally knew when to use it. What I am thinking about now is not the clairvoyance, but the people in charge of the logistics camp." Impressive, really too impressive. From the moment they took over the army, they had already started to plan. I put myself in the perspective of the Tibetans. If I were to lead the Tibetans in pursuit, what would my judgment be when I see the situation in front of us? The result would be that I would be stupid. Another battalion commander finished the sentence. When Guo heard this, he also fell into deep thought. He thought of himself as the Tibetans in pursuit. In the end, he realized that he was also unable to judge what the Tang army wanted to do. If it was him, he would not know whether or not to continue advancing. He really could not think of how the logistics camp could have such a commander. He could not help but speak out his thoughts. If the logistics camp had such a commander, why would the imperial court send us here? They directly let the logistics camp be in charge of the provisions and command. It is better than us coming all the way here. Perhaps we would have already attacked the Tibetans. Chapter 620. Snow and ice, hidden sharpness, close at hand, thousands of hidden soldiers, gritting their teeth to endure the cold. Take off their clothes, bare their chests, engage in close combat, bravely advance, unstoppable in their pursuit. Wang Wan did not expect that after the Tubo army went over, what followed was not the reserve soldiers who were there to reinforce the key points, but the grain escort team. If this was the case, she would be as stupid as Guo Tuesday. In fact, even Guo knew that he had to fight now. 10,000 people against 4,000 people, if he did not dare to fight, then there was no need for him to lead an army. After discovering the Tubo people escorting the grain ahead of time, Wang Wan immediately started to make arrangements. Everyone drank the last bit of wine, took off their clothes and put them under their bodies. They lay on their stomachs and waited for the 4,000 people to come over. The people who took off their clothes were Guotu's original men. The people from the logistics camp were still wearing their clothes. They could not take them off as they would be the vanguard later. From the time the scouts discovered the 4,000 Tubo people until the Tubo people came, they waited for a full hour. In just 1 hour, more than 10,000 people lay on their stomachs, gritting their teeth and enduring the cold, all for the sake of launching a surprise attack. Listen to my orders, the logistics camp will attack first. The crossbowmen will follow and suppress them immediately. When the sword-spear team charges, the crossbowmen will attack and push forward. If we win, we will have everything. Get ready. Wang Wan passed down the order one by one. She nervously took out her musket and tried to take a deep breath. This could be said to be the first real battle she commanded in this era. She could only succeed. Failure was not an option. The Tubo people who were escorting the provisions were also very careful along the way. They knew that the ones who were most vulnerable to attack were their own troops. Along the way, they looked around vigilantly as if there were enemies everywhere. There were even some people who would shoot arrows at places where people might be hiding every once in a while, as if they were beating the grass to scare the snake. When the 4,000 people were about to reach the ambush site, a few people in the team shot their arrows at the mountain. The others missed, but one arrow pierced into the shoulder of a Tang soldier. Puff! The soldier who was shot opened his mouth and bit his own arm. He opened his eyes wide and swallowed the scream that was about to come out. He let the arrow pierce into his body and did not make any extra movements. From Zhang Xiaobao's position, he could see the soldier. He secretly praised him and prepared to reward him when this matter was over. At this time, Guo also held a saber. He knew that he had no chance to command, so he had to fight. No matter what, he had to kill a few people to absolve himself of the blame. Even if he died in battle, he had to fight. The Tubo archers' ears were not at the level where they could hear what the arrow hit from dozens of steps away. After they finished their routine shooting, they no longer paid attention to that area and followed the group to continue forward. Kill. Seeing that the enemy had already arrived at the preset location, Wang Wan pulled the trigger, and the flint ignited. With a shout, she fired a shot at the enemy below. With the sound of the command, countless disposable rocket launchers with long trails of smoke flew down from the mountain and exploded in the crowd. Amidst the rumbling sounds, bows and crossbows were fired at the same time, catching the people who had been vigilant. Kill. The people with sabers and spears rushed over under the leadership of the logistics camp. The Tubo people who were frightened by the explosion quickly divided into groups and wanted to organize people to face the enemy. The people from the logistics camp were the first to come into contact with the enemy. When they were 20 steps away, they took out their guns and shot randomly. The Tubo people who wanted to face the enemy immediately fell. When they were 10 steps away, another group of people was killed. The people from the protection team held a slow match in one hand and threw grenades into the crowd with the other. The Tubo people were not lacking in bravery, but they had never seen such a weapon before. They were beaten silly in just a single exchange. The rumbling sounds were like thunder. Countless topless people ran down from the mountain, holding broadswords or spears in their hands. They were shouting loudly as they charged towards the Tubo people. In just a short moment, 500 to 600 Tubo people were killed. When they realized that it was the Tang army, it was too late to fight back. The Tang soldiers who did not have anything to protect themselves had already lost the idea of dodging and fighting back. There was only one thought in their mind, which was to attack and attack again. Zhang Xiaobao held a gun and stood beside Wang Wan to protect her. He vigilantly observed the situation on the battlefield to prevent Wang Wan from being hit by the stray arrows. Blow the signal to the logistics camp. The first camp to the left, the second camp to penetrate the enemy. The crossbowmen are free to scatter. The strong archers are ready. The scouts are to look for the enemy commander and kill him. The seventh camp, move out. Don't care about the battle, go to the back of the enemy. Quick, start running. The eighth camp, support the middle. Don't fight too long, quickly split up and surround the enemy. Fire the remaining 10 camps. Fire the remaining 10 camps. As Wang Wan passed down her orders, all kinds of bugles sounded in the sky above the battlefield. Other than the 9th camp that stayed by Wang Wan's side, the remaining 9 camps had all entered the battlefield. Wang Wan held the binoculars and gave orders from time to time. She was in charge of the overall situation. Order the 4th camp to retreat. The 5th camp to the right. The crossbowmen are to abandon their bows and engage in close combat. Reinforce the 4th camp. The scouts are to coordinate with the strong archers to kill the enemy's valiant soldiers. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams of the 9th camp are to press forward with their spears. Pull the formation horizontally and stabilize. The Tibetan soldiers on the battlefield had already lost their commander and were fighting for themselves. As Wang Wan passed down her orders, the 3 teams of the 9th camp, which had close to 600 people, pulled the formation horizontally and stepped forward with their spears. They allowed the people who wanted to be the last to fight to the death to charge forward without breaking the formation. They gave people the feeling that they were as immovable as a mountain, suppressing the enemy in terms of momentum. Under Wang Wan's command from above, the Tubo soldiers were quickly separated and surrounded in panic. The Tubo soldiers, who were already small in number, were ambushed and could only run around randomly. It was as if they were surrounded by enemies. For the first time, those who were wearing armor realized that armor was a burden in a battle in the mountains and jungles. The people who were standing on the flat ground were better off. The Tibetan soldiers who were fighting on the slanted ground had to maintain their balance. There were people attacking them from all directions, making it impossible for them to coordinate with their own people. Those who can speak the Tibetan language, shout out. Those who surrender will be spared. Seeing that the battle had become one-sided, Wang Wan heaved a sigh of relief. Following the shouts, the Tibetan soldiers who had already lost their will to fight threw away the weapons in their hands and knelt down to surrender. The remaining people were also killed one after another under the siege of the Tibetan soldiers. The ambush lasted for more than half an hour from the beginning to the end. All of the Tibetan commanders were shot to death. After counting the number of people, out of the 4,000 Tibetan soldiers, 1,000 had surrendered. There were also more than 600 Tang soldiers who had sacrificed their precious lives and could not return to their homeland. Those who are injured, bandage your wounds and bring your clothes back to wear. Take 10 days' worth of food from the Tibetan army provisions and burn the rest. Tie up the surrendered Tibetan soldiers and listen to my orders. Kill them. After the battle, Wang Wan began to prepare. When most of the things were done, he started to kill the 1,000 Tibetan soldiers who had surrendered. He did not take any prisoners. The Tibetan soldiers who knew their fate began to curse the Tang soldiers who did not keep their words. When they surrendered, they said that they would not kill them. In the end, they were unable to escape death. The Tang soldiers did not care about how the Tibetan soldiers scolded them. Once the military order was given, they swung their swords and chopped. They allowed the enemy's blood to spray on their bodies as they felt warm. Remember the names of the soldiers who died in the battle and retreat with me. It was impossible for Wang Wan to take the prisoners, let alone the corpses of the dead soldiers. He could only leave them on the mountain and become food for the wild beasts or the target of the Tibetan soldiers to vent their anger on. The soldiers in the army that had less than 10,000 people put on their clothes and took 10 days' worth of food before disappearing into the mountain. They only left behind a ground full of blood and corpses, as well as thick smoke from the burning of the provisions. The soldiers who were tired from winning the battle retreated at lightning speed. They were willing to obey Wang Wan's orders from the bottom of their hearts. Whoever could lead them to victory would be able to gain their respect. Guatu and the other officers were also watched as they moved with the army. They were quite lucky as none of them died. They even killed quite a number of Tibetan soldiers. This might have something to do with their usual practice of martial arts. Guatu might have made a mistake in his previous command, but his fighting skills were not weak. He alone killed 6 Tibetan soldiers. His sword was broken and his body was covered in blood. He did not know who stabbed him on the right side of his chest. The tip of the spear went in by more than an inch. He casually bandaged the wound and did not complain even when the blood soaked the bandage. He was very quiet as he moved with the army. Occasionally, he would look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a different gaze. Some of the officers finally knew that the real commander of the logistics camp was the little girl, Wang Wan. All the orders came from her mouth. The evaluation they gave her in their hearts was that she was ruthless, decisive, and flawless in her command. Her grasp of the situation on the battlefield had reached an unbelievable level. When the battle was at its most chaotic, she was actually able to command the troops in groups. Each group in the reinforced camp had close to 200 people, and each group had 4 groups. In other words, this little girl was able to command a small group of 50 people to attack, defend, divide, weave, cover, and surround. She was able to make countless soldiers in groups work together on the battlefield. The sound of horns, drums, and the constantly changing flags never stopped during the battle just now. When the officers were frightened by Wang Wan, they could not help but think, where did this little girl come from? Who taught her? To be able to command a group of 10,000 people to such a level, normal people would not even dare to think about it. Wang Wan did not feel any sense of accomplishment. What was the point of commanding troops in groups? Powerful people were able to command troops in groups. On the battlefield, the strength of every group would be unearthed. A group had close to 50 people, but a group only had a few people. Chapter 621. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was still feeling regretful. If only he could bring back the corpses of the soldiers and bring back the captives to work as slaves. There were more than 1,000 people. Whether it was farming, mining, or building roads, they would be a great help. Unfortunately, it was impossible to bring them back. Cuckoo, I've realized that our one-time use rocket launchers aren't very useful. Other than scaring people, they can't kill many people. Especially when the nails inside are shot at people wearing armor, they are easily blocked. It's the same for the grenades. Some of them can only emit thick smoke. It's not like they're playing with flowers. The muskets aren't easy to use either. After firing a shot, there's no time to reload. All that fly out are iron balls. If they hit the enemy's face, it's fine. If they hit the enemy's body, they can still continue to fight. When they hit the armor, they make clanking sounds, just like a music box. Zhang Xiaobao began to make a post-battle summary. Due to the lack of technology, the use of firearms had been reduced by a lot. Wang Wan couldn't do anything about it, unless they could continue to improve it. However, she was still satisfied. She said, "It's actually very good to be able to scare people, especially when facing the enemy's cavalry. When they are frightened by the sound of the explosion, the horses can't take it. When we have cavalry, we can let the horses hear the sound of the explosion every day. After they get used to it, it'll be very useful when facing the enemy." While the two of them were discussing the use of the new weapons, Guotu and the others also thought of the weapons used by the logistics camp at the beginning. The rumbling sounds were quite spectacular. There were also those small gadgets in their hands that could hit people's faces or people who weren't wearing armor. With a single sweep, it would cause a large number of injuries. Rich people are really different. Where did the Zhang family get such good things? Also, there's the sleeve arrows. Those who came face to face with them at the beginning didn't even have a chance to attack. They were shot down from afar. They didn't even have to wear leather armor. They were all shot through. Join Army said enviously. He thought that if every one of the 10,000 people was equipped with that kind of equipment, there would be no need to worry about death when facing 10,000 people. Even if there were casualties, it would be very, very small. They would be hit by throwing weapons and long-range weapons. The other generals also knew that the weapon was good, but they didn't have the money to equip it. No wonder they didn't agree when they wanted to take over their people. It was all because of money. They had a lot of miscellaneous items on them, and the materials used to forge weapons were different. When someone's broadsword struck, it could cut through the other party's weapon. While Guotu was also envious, he was thinking more about how Wang Wan's commanding skills came about. The little girl actually had such skills. No wonder she was sent here to help. It seemed that the military power couldn't be taken back before they went back. While he was thinking about this, Guotu suddenly stopped and carefully looked at the surrounding scenery. He said to the general beside him, "What do you think they're going to do?" "From the looks of it, it looks like we are going down the mountain. But there are Tubo cavalry patrolling at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, I would have brought people down long ago." All the generals shook their heads. They didn't want to guess what the logistics camp's people were going to do. In the afternoon, the troops suddenly changed direction and went in the direction of the 2,000 people escaping. Without the burden of armor, they put on leggings and hurried. "Don't tell me they want to go down the mountain and go up the mountain again?" Guotu asked in surprise when he saw the troops change direction. This was too risky. They had just gone down the mountain, and now they wanted to go back. They were too bold. Were they afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to find them? "Quick, quick, keep up. Those who are injured, walk slowly at the back. Don't worry, those who can still fight, run forward." Wang Wan didn't forget to urge the troops when she walked with the troops. Zhang Xiaobao also followed beside Wang Wan. He also didn't understand Wang Wan's plan. He asked while running, "Where are you going to take the troops?" Of course it's going to the battlefield. If the army doesn't go to war, do you think it's going to be farming? I'm betting that the other party will give us a chance. Wang Wan wiped her sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Then she didn't say anything. She had to conserve her energy as much as possible. She couldn't let others carry her while running. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's speed was not slower than the adults. The logistics camp's people were already used to the young master and young lady's inhuman abilities, but the people Guo brought had never seen before. The people who were running next to them looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a complicated expression. It was these two brats who had infiltrated deep into Tubo and delivered a few days' worth of supplies to them. It was also these two brats who had taken over the military authority and led them to boldly infiltrate and successfully ambush Tubo's logistics team. The little lass's superb command had saved a lot of lives on their side. Who would have thought that when they were forced to march, they didn't need anyone's help at all? They could run at the same speed. Beautiful faces, cute smiles, decisive thoughts, ruthless methods, and unswerving character actually appeared in these two children. This was the son of Governor Zhang Zhong, who was very good at making money. How did he give birth to his son? How did he raise him? Normally, a child of his age would be so tired that he would cry for his mother after running for such a long time in the mountains, let alone being able to lead the support of the logistics camp and command the army. If the two kids could do this, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't keep up. The opportunity that Wang Wan wanted was given to her by Tatatu. When the scout returned and told him what happened, at all 4,000 were dead. Even the provisions were burned. Did the Tang army do this? The scout who came back to report nodded and replied carefully, yes, I saw the corpses of the Tang army. There were about 600 of them. The rest were all corpses of our soldiers. The blood flowed like a river. After looking for traces, they rushed down from the mountains. They should be on the opposite side of us. They killed 4,000 people at the cost of 600. When did the Tang army become so powerful? Could it be the elite Tang army of Mo Dao Qingwei? Tatatu muttered the death count of both sides and trembled. He knew what the most powerful team of the Tang army was. The Mo Dao Qingwei was not a battalion, but a battalion was invincible. After he finished speaking, he shook his head. It was impossible. The strength of the Mo Dao Qingwei was that their long swords were like a forest, advancing steadily. They could not play their role in the mountains. They were suitable for fighting against cavalry on the plains. When they held their swords and made a sudden movement, no one could stop them. But when they were on the mountains, they were waiting for death. He thought about the scout's words again and suddenly said, I understand. Their actions in front deliberately made our army suspicious so that they did not dare to rush up to kill. If I had rushed up at that time, it seemed that both sides would have suffered losses. Or they would have thought of ways to continue to escape. If they had released smoke again, it seemed that I would not have gained any advantage. They did not want to kill too many people. Smoke, I see. The smoke was not to smoke our army, but to cover them going up the mountain. In this case, the 2,000 people running in front were really 2,000 people. Their main force passed by us on the mountain and ambushed our logistics. Tatayuta had figured it out, but he also knew that it would not make any difference to the outcome. However, he still felt that something was not right. If Guo was really that powerful, how could his logistics team have been defeated by him? How could such a commander make such a mistake? Who was it? Who was the commander of the Tang army? Just as Tatatu was trying to figure out the opponent, a team of scouts came from the foot of the mountain. They belonged to another Tubo team. They came to report and at the same time, asked about the situation here. After the people came down the mountain and reported the recent situation, Tatatu exclaimed, What? The people's villages that led to here were all massacred? Pingzhou sent a logistics camp to support Guo. The reason why Guatu's team was able to arrive here so quickly in such an environment was because of this logistics camp. The people who came over said the recent news. They had spies in Pengzhou. When Guatu came out, the spies did not have time to react. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the logistics camp out, the spies could not delay any longer. But Pengzhou cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to seal the entrance. It was not easy for the spies to get the news out. At this time, the villages that were massacred were also discovered by the Tubo people. When the two sides were connected, they immediately knew who did it. The logistics camp in Izhou, the Zhang family of Between the Clouds and the Water in Sanshui County. They were the ones who ruined a big plan on their side. Now, they appeared again. After thinking about how Zhang Zhong was demoted to be the provincial governor and how the Zhang family bought a lot of food here and organized a team of mules, they understood the situation better. It turned out that they did not want to be discovered and let the Zhang family collect the food. At first, when they knew that Zhang Zhong was demoted, they were happy. Now, they knew that he did not lose favor, but was put in the most important place to deal with them. The Zhang family's team was the last trump card of the Tang army. Damn it, no wonder I always felt that something was wrong. It turned out that the people were changed. Thinking about it, how could Guatu have the guts to fight against me? How could he set up a puzzle that made people not dare to move? In this case, the person who is commanding the Tang army now is the Zhang family. Damn it, the most powerful person was put in the logistics camp. I can't blame myself for losing this game. I don't know my enemy well. Tatatayatu felt much better. After all, losing to a person who couldn't even protect the provisions was two different things from losing to a person who had ruined the plan of Tufan. After explaining the situation here to the messenger, he asked the messenger to go back and tell the army at the foot of the mountain to cooperate with the search for the main force of the encirclement of the Tang army. At that he thought that he had lost this round because he had underestimated his opponent and didn't know that his opponent was going to drop. But now that he was taking it seriously, it was different. Pass on my order. 3,000 people will continue to pursue the 2,000 Tang deserters. The rest will follow me back to pursue the main force of the Tang army. The troops split up at once. The 13,000 men left quickly under Tatata's lead. He thought that the Tang army must have gotten some supplies after the sneak attack. They wanted to leave the battlefield quickly and go back to Pengzhou. He would be able to chase after them from behind. As for the 2,000 men who helped to hide their tracks and release smoke, they probably did not have any supplies left. If the 3,000 men chased after them, they would be exhausted and could win. 3 hours after Tatata chased after them, the 3,000 Tibetan soldiers who were following behind the 2,000 Tang soldiers gave Wang Wan a chance when they were resting at night. When the people who escaped found Tatata the next afternoon, the main force of the Tang army had disappeared in the vast Jinchuan. There were 2,500 to 600 Tibetan corpses left at the place where they disappeared. Tatatu, who wanted to chase after the Tang army, was so scared that he didn't know if he should continue to chase after them from behind the mountain. He only had 13,000 men now, and the Tang army had lost less than 1,000 men in 2 battles. The difference in the number of men was not too big. Moreover, the Tang army had a ghostly commander. If he chased after them, he might even kill himself. But if he didn't chase after them, he would lose 7,000 men for nothing. He wouldn't have a good time even if he went back. I'll send a message to ask for reinforcements. I'll fight with the main force of the Tang army. If I lose my men, I'll give the credit to the reinforcements. Tatata finally made up his mind to fight with the main force of the Tang army. Even if his men were to be destroyed and only the reinforcements came from behind, it would be considered his contribution. That night, Tatata's men waited for the reinforcements from the troops at the foot of the mountain. They set off in the night and chased after the main force of the Tang army. A group of men below also issued orders for the 3 10,000 men teams to send 2,000 men each to go up the mountain as reinforcements. It would be best if they could hurry up and catch up with Tatata's team. 2 days later, Tatatu, who still hadn't found the main force of the Tang army, received new news. The 3 reinforcements were defeated by the main force of the Tang army one by one. The location was where the first 4,000 men were killed. At the same time, Tatata knew where the main force of the Tang army was. How did it go? It turned out that it passed by his troops on the mountain and went around in a big circle. Furthermore, it went down the mountain and ambushed a 1,000-man team that was escorting the provisions here. Then, it disappeared again. Logistics Camp, Yizhou Logistics Camp, Zhangzhong, between the clouds and the water. Tatata didn't lead his troops to chase after them again. He was afraid that something would go wrong if he chased after them. He was especially afraid that the Tang army would always play the game of going up and down. How could he find them in such a vast river? He had to think about it carefully. He didn't want to be confused by others. So, he just lay in the camp and looked at the stars in the night sky. While tat-a-tat-tat-a-tat, the last 3 ambushes were well done. Nearly 10,000 men attacked 2,000 people who let down their guard each time. After killing 3 teams in a row, there were only slightly more than 9,000 people left. Wang Wan didn't expect to be able to kill 3 teams. He planned to come back and have a good rest before thinking about the next move. However, the scouts found the people on the mountain ahead of time. It was still 2,000 people. So, he killed them. After asking for information, he found out that there were 2 more teams and killed them all in one go. On the battlefield, luck is also a part of strength. Don't underestimate it. Of course, there aren't many situations where victory is based on luck. You have to find your own opportunities. The essence of mobile warfare is to divert the enemy while moving. Think of what the enemy can't think of. Don't always rely on luck. Excellent command is the guarantee of life and death. As long as you use the knowledge I teach you flexibly and don't stick to the dogma of books, you can escape unscathed even if you are unlucky. Opportunities are everywhere for people with strength. Zhang Yu, take your small team to do map practice. Give me the record later. Wang Wan taught everyone in a temporary house made of branches. The military map of Jinchuan was hanging on the wall. Wang Wan needed to tell everyone her thoughts about the command and her hesitation so that they could judge. If it were them, how would they deal with it? When Zhang Yu took people to do map practice, Wang Wan began to talk about the tactical application of small troops under the constraints of the terrain. Zhang Yu and the others had learned this before, so they didn't need to learn it again. Although every time she talked about the same content, Wang Wan would add new things she summed up. Guo Tu and the other generals who were under house arrest were also allowed to listen. The more they listened, the more frightened they were. The more they listened, the more afraid they were of Wang Wan. Especially when Wang Wan was talking about her mentality in these few battles, she was very honest about her fear, hesitation, and gambling-like emotions in her heart, and made corresponding criticisms, opinions, and suggestions for her own behavior. This kind of mentality that faced one's own weakness was the most admirable. Which ordinary person would tell such a thing to others and criticize it so mercilessly? As long as I win, I'll be the most powerful. But this little girl could face it bravely, dared to bear her own responsibilities, and could wake up at any time and correct her mistakes at any time. In the hearts of Guo Tu and the other generals, a new generation of famous generals was slowly rising. Such a serious attitude and so many strategic and tactical thoughts were all concentrated on the little girl. Such a person would not be doubted even if he won 100 battles. He had no weaknesses. If one were to say that this little girl's adventurous command could be seen in the past few days of operations, then the content of her current lecture was to tell people to try their best not to think about taking risks unless there was no other choice. If they could defeat the enemy in a direct battle, then they should not always think about how to take advantage of the situation. That kind of victory would not last long, and that kind of general would not be qualified. After the lecture, when Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao went to guide Zhang Yu's team, Guo and the others didn't want to rest at all. They had been attracted by the content of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's lectures in the class and were comprehending it through a comprehensive study, hoping that they could be as powerful as them in the future. No wonder His Majesty transferred Zhang Zhong to Yingzhou. It turns out that this is his plan. I will never forget in my life that there is a place called Yingzhou where a logistics camp once appeared. In the name of logistics, they reinforced the front line and won many battles. People had to look up to them. Two little guys casually sent there could lead the troops to victory. Their foundation was so profound that no one could compare with it. When Shenjun thought about it, he looked up at the sky and sighed with emotion. No one refuted him. They all lowered their heads and pondered, or looked up at the stars and the moon, as if the mysterious starry sky was the little girl. When I go back, I won't talk about my sand table practice with others anymore. Don't mention it, either. I'll fall out with whoever mentions it. That's scolding me. When I go back, I'll go to the game room between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County and play war games with them. Who taught the little girl? Guo also spoke. He was beaten by Wang Wan and lost confidence. Looking at the things she taught in the class, he had never touched them before. Every time she talked about a place, she would take out the specific situation of the previous war to prove it, making the profound content easy to understand. What did this mean? This showed that the little girl had already learned this kind of strategy and tactics well. If he had half the ability of the little girl before he met the little girl, he would also proudly face all the opponents. It was impossible for him to criticize himself like the little girl and take out his own shortcomings to be used as a teaching material for others. If what she said in the class was her shortcomings, then this kind of attitude was her merits. She was modest, eager to learn, and could summarize at any time. When a victorious general could put down his pride and self-criticism, it was hard for him not to succeed. Shenjun said at this time, in fact, there is one more thing that is more important. That is, the things that the Zhang family figured out are like fireworks but more powerful than fireworks. Also, they didn't talk about their training methods. Look at the people sent by the logistics camp. I don't believe that Commandery Prince Tang can train such elites. If it was really because of Commandery Prince Tang his people wouldn't trust the little girls so much. Chapter 622. Guo and the others couldn't sleep, so they gathered together to discuss the next step of the march. It would be difficult to return directly or take a detour without the support of the people from Pingzhou. They thought that the Zhang family was very powerful, so the two kids they sent were also very powerful. However, they didn't know who the Zhang family sent this time were. They were the lifeblood of the Zhang family and Wang family. They still wanted to learn from the same teacher. When it was almost dawn, Wang Wan ordered the troops to set off. She couldn't wait until dawn as it would be easy to be discovered. She wasn't prepared to achieve any kind of victory immediately. If she deliberately took risks for the sake of victory, the troops would encounter unexpected situations. It was better to lower her mentality. What she wanted to do was completely different from what Guo and the others had guessed. Guo and the others' biggest wish was to return. As long as they could bring 10,000 people back and kill so many Tubo people, they would be victorious. How could Wang Wan be satisfied? She finally had the opportunity to command, and she felt sorry for herself if she didn't use it to her satisfaction. 10,000 people for her to command wasn't a small number. In the past, during the Red and Blue battles, she had only commanded 5,000 people at most. Of course, the 5,000 people at that time were harder to command than the 10,000 people now. The opponents were also not comparable to the current Tatatu. When there was a satellite signal connection, the experts could make full use of every flashing symbol on the soldiers. She could be one of the top few in her school, but when it came to a battle with a really powerful instructor, she was nothing. She didn't know what those people were thinking. Although she had always been praised as a genius, she knew that being a genius was useless. In a real battle, would the opponent send a 20-year-old opponent to you just because you were 20 years old? Now, she could finally combine the knowledge she learned in the past with the things she knew now. She wanted to see what could be done with 10,000 people. Wang Wan's troops carried the wounded and continued to march. She needed to catch up with the 2,000 people in front of her and cooperate with the people from the logistics camp before she could continue to make other arrangements. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to fight Tatatu's 10,000 people head-on. Even if she could, she wouldn't do it. That was equivalent to sacrificing 800 of her own men to kill 1,000 of the enemy. Tatatu woke up after a night's sleep. Before he went to sleep, he was also thinking about what the Tang army was going to do and what their next step would be. He couldn't figure it out even after he fell asleep. He even had a dream that his team was surrounded by the Tang army. The commander was an old man. He looked good when he smiled, but when he killed his own people, he showed no mercy at all. In fact, he was awakened by the scene in his dream. He opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw that it was dawn, he let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't so scared anymore. His clothes were wet from the cold sweat he had gotten from the night before. It was very uncomfortable. After hurriedly eating something, he suddenly felt very relaxed. 6,000 people had been dealt with, so even if he went back, he should not be punished. The other party was indeed powerful, and was not someone he could compare to. General, what else do we need to do? After serving Tatatu frowned. He didn't know what to do. It was obvious that the main force of the Tang army was not here. Should he lead his men to chase after the 2,000 Tang soldiers? Not to mention whether they could catch up with them, even if they were lucky enough to catch up with them, they would have rested enough. His men were tired from the journey. If they rushed over and killed all 2,000 of them, he would lose at least 4,000 men. He didn't know what the Tang army's clairvoyance was. It seemed that they could always find his men in advance and then set up a trap. He had interrogated the Tang soldiers who were escorting the provisions, but the general did not manage to catch them and committed suicide. In the end, he got a piece of news, that was, the general of the Tang army and above had something called clairvoyance. What was a clairvoyance? From the broken thing at the feet of the Tang army's battalion commander, he knew that there was such a thing. However, he didn't know how it could be seen so far away. He thought that there was no place to sell it even if he wanted to. How could he let people from other countries know about it? The clairvoyance was also made by the Zhang family. Zhang family, Zhang family. Damn it, why did the Zhang family of Sanshui County always make trouble? General, General. The messenger saw that the general didn't speak for a long time, so he asked again. Tatatu trembled and came out of his thoughts. He thought for a while and said, "Let the troops continue to move forward. Don't worry. Send out the scouts." Yes, scouts. We can only use the method of sacrificing scouts to avoid the ambush of the main force of the Tang army. Tell the scouts to go as far away as possible from today onwards. They must come back every 2 hours. Otherwise, they will be ambushed. Hurry up and go. Sigh. If we send out scouts like this, we will suffer a great loss. As long as we encounter the Tang army, we may not be discovered and kill them. When the troops discover the situation, they will run away again. Let's wait and see. We will decide when the time comes. Tatatu couldn't stop, let alone go back. He could only follow the traces left by the 2,000 people. No matter what, he was still chasing after them. He was worried that he would be ambushed. After following the traces left by the troops in front of him for 2 days, he found more traces. There were at least 15,000 people. This discovery made him worried. From the direction, the other party seemed to be heading north. The desert was in the north. What were they going to do there? 15,000 people. He had 13,000 people. No, he couldn't go up alone. Tatatu thought carefully and asked someone to tell the other troops about this. At this time, he was traveling at the foot of the mountain. This was the trace left behind. He hoped that someone else would go and find it first. In the end, he waited for another 3 days. The cavalry had already circled the mountain a few times, but they didn't find anyone. The other troops wanted Tatatu to go back to the mountain. They suspected that the Tang army had entered the mountain again. Tatatu had no choice but to ask for help. He borrowed 5,000 people. He only dared to go up the mountain when he had 18,000 people. A lot of things could happen in 5 days. The troops led by Wang Wan met up with the logistics camp and the 2,000 people who had left first. They changed their direction slightly, but in general, they continued to head north into the desert. Wang Wan wanted to lure the Tubo people there. She had already prepared everything. In fact, it was Xiao Bao who prepared everything. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't command a large-scale war, but he knew what the army usually needed when it came to strategizing. In order to support Wang Wan, he found everything. Wang Wan really wanted to set up a trap to lure Tatatu's troops into it. However, she was worried that the Tubo cavalry would react too quickly. She could only bear with it and wait for an opportunity. In these 5 days, the spies of the Tang Empire had gathered a lot of information and sent it to Pingzhou. The thing that made them the happiest was that Guotu's main force had met up with the logistics camp in Yizhou. From the enemy's information, they found out that the logistics camp in Yizhou had the command of the army now. The officials in Pingzhou were very surprised. The information was written from the perspective of the Tubo people. It was about how the troops were arranged and how the troops were defeated one after another. The Tubo people were still guessing whether the Tang army had sent out a large number of troops to avoid the spies and come here. However, the officials in Pingzhou were very clear. A total of 16,000 people went out. How could they kill 13,000 Tubo people? This was done when the provisions of the vanguard troops were intercepted and the 3,000 people were captured, killed, and scattered. The officials in Pingzhou knew about this. The servants left behind by the Zhang family and the Wang family also quickly sent the news back to Yizhou. Zhang Zhong had already achieved good results. With the cooperation of the people and the support of Old Man Pai and the others, as long as they stayed here for a few more months, they would be able to change Yizhou. While he was happy, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but worry about his son and daughter-in-law. Swords and spears had no eyes. Even if one of them was missing, it would be an unbearable blow to his life. Old Man Pai and the other two were also very irritated. Last night, the military station in the capital sent an urgent message, asking them to bring Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back safely no matter what. That's right, the imperial decree directly wrote the words Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It seemed very intimate. With Gao Lisher's handwriting and the emperor's seal, it could be seen what kind of attitude the capital had towards the two little fellows. Old Man Pai and the other two were worried and worried. Where did they go? There wasn't even any news. Could it be that they were all wiped out? How were they going to live without the two little fellows in the future? Just as everyone was worried, the news from Pingzhou came. The handwriting on it was very ugly. It should have been written in a hurry. After carefully reading it, Zhang Zhong's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He continued to busy himself with the people's affairs. He was finally relieved. His son and daughter-in-law were indeed outstanding. And immortals were immortals after all. Wasn't it easy to deal with mortals? So what if there were 15,000 people? So what if they were defeated? As long as immortals took over, it would immediately be different. What was the point of dealing with 13,000 Tubo warriors? It was acceptable to deal with even more. Old Man Pai and the other two didn't know whether they were immortals or not. They read the news from Pingzhou from beginning to end. They rubbed their eyes and read it twice in succession. After confirming that they didn't see wrong, the three old men stared at each other speechlessly. Ijo's logistics camp is now famous. There seems to only be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo there, right? From Zhang Zhong's actions, the experts of the Zhang family should be in Ijo. After all, the economic construction here is closely linked. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the ones commanding the army in battle? Old man Chang pinched himself. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai nodded. The logistics camp rushed over to provide support. Then the Tang army's tactics changed. With the remnants of the army, they continuously launched sneak attacks and ambushes. They eliminated more than 13,000 Tubo warriors. How did they fight this battle? If it's really like this, then the ones commanding at the front are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Then we have to treat them differently. Could it be that the experts of the Zhang family even know how to fight this kind of battle? They taught these two children. Old Man Yao touched his slightly numb face due to excitement and said. Chapter 623. After the news of Tubo was stolen by the Great Tang spies, it quickly spread throughout Jiannan province. The people of Pingzhou were the first to learn about it. They were all worried about the army in front of them, but they also hoped that the army could kill even more Tibetans. The logistics camp in Ijo instantly became famous, and the matters of Zhang Zhong's family were quickly dug up. From Zhangzhe Zhuangzi in Sanshui County to his promotion to the rank 3 provincial governor of Shuzhou, as well as his taking orders in the face of danger and enduring his demotion, these were all publicized by people with ulterior motives. Even though the Zhangzhong and Wang clans rarely publicly admitted that the businesses between the clouds and the water were their own, they were still branded as their families. Zhangzhong's reputation was unparalleled, and in the area between Pingzhou and Ijo, people further away still didn't know about it. Some people liked fame and were pleased with themselves, while others were afraid that fame would bring them trouble. The Zhangzhong and Wang clans were a perfect match. This time, Zhang Zhong didn't need to ask his son and daughter-in-law to understand that they had to make good use of their reputation. They couldn't keep too low a profile, or else they would be letting down his son and daughter-in-law who were risking their lives on the front lines. He immediately used the reputation of the Zhang Zhong and Wang clans to attract investment, spreading the idea of Ijo's natural environment and investment benefits to the surrounding provinces so that businessmen could participate. Of course, what he spread was only his intentions. As for the specific plan, he didn't. That kind of plan wasn't something that an ordinary person could come up with. He had formed a team with the remaining members of the Zhangzhong and Wang clans, and he could come up with a plan that no one else in the Great Tang could compare to. However, compared to his son, who did nothing, he was far inferior. Many of the businessmen who received the news were tempted. There was no need to doubt how good the Zhangzhong and Wang clans were at making money. The businessmen who had cooperated with the Zhangzhong and Wang clans in the past had all made a lot of money, at least more than if they had done it alone. What's more, Zhangzhong was now asking for help in Wing Prefecture out of goodwill. If he went over to help this time, with the strength of Zhangzhong's family that could do both business and war, he would be able to benefit from it in the future. Just like that, Zhang Zhong used the reputation he had gained to develop the local economy. He was even willing to share a few ways to make money with others. Originally, it was for his own family. At that time, there was no such opportunity. This kind of righteous action of Zhang Zhong was immediately analyzed by smart people and spread to the ears of the common people. Because Zhang Zhong always did things in the name of the imperial court, the common people first thought that the emperor knew how to make good use of people, sending such a great talent to Jiannan Road. Then, they praised Zhang Zhong. This was how it was in the era of imperial power. After the excitement of the old man Pai and the other two, they also tied the news to the legs of a messenger pigeon and sent it to the capital, telling the capital not to worry anymore. The two children were very powerful and seemed to have grasped the essence of the expert's skills. They led a group of defeated soldiers and took a stroll in the mountains and killed 13,000 Tubo soldiers. As for when he would return, he did not know. He would wait for the Tubo to conclude the news before deciding. It was also impossible for them to send reinforcements. He did not know where he was. There was no trace of him, as if he had disappeared. I am puzzled. Don't tell me the two experts of the Zhang family know everything. As for how powerful they are, you can imagine it from the children they taught. This time, I am absolutely right. The experts of the Zhang family did not follow them and stayed in Izhou to teach Zhang. The logistics camp can only be commanded by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I don't know which one. Old man Chang did not know much about the affairs of the scholars, but he liked to march and fight. When he thought about the more than 10,000 people running and fighting at the same time, making the Tubo soldiers unable to find their direction, he became excited. He said this to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai was still worried. He was afraid that the two little fellows were not good enough and won 2 battles by luck. They really thought that they were the best in the world and led a team to attack Jinchuan City. They would be surrounded by the Tubo cavalry unless they grew wings and flew back. I hope that they will come back immediately. It is already a great achievement. If they bring people back safely, it will not weaken the reputation of the Tang Empire. The Emperor will also be completely relieved. The Emperor has a good idea. The experts of the Zhang family cannot force Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. We will wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to learn the skills and grow up to serve the country. Maybe the Emperor did not expect that before they grow up, they have already started to make military achievements. It will not be easy to arrange them in the future. Xiao Bao will definitely be the top scholar. If he is the commander of the battle, will he be the top scholar or the top scholar? If Cuckoo is the commander of the battle, one of them will be the top scholar and the other will be the top scholar. Should we arrange them together or separate them? What's more, Xiao Bao's martial arts and Cuckoo's literary skills are not bad. The most suitable place for the two of them to go is the border. Some people are involved in the local economic construction and people's livelihood, and some people are trained to resist foreign enemies. Especially the Zhang family, they can have a good relationship with the people in the mountains. Well, think about it first. It is still early. The two of them may not have learned all of the expert skills. No matter how old they have to wait until they are 15 or 16 years old. Old Man Yao meant that if the two little fellows came back and were targeted by others and arranged to be officials with real power, he had to stop them. At least he had to wait until they learned all of the expert skills. According to normal thinking, the expert was not young anymore. Maybe he would die one day. How could they not seize the time to learn? Old Man Pai also had the same idea. He agreed and said, yes. After they come back, no matter how others recommend them, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo must not be officials with real power. It is better to give them low-ranking officials and noble titles. I have to work hard to live for a few more years and see their achievements with my own eyes. I'll eat the medicinal food. When Old Man Chang heard Old Man Pai say to live for a few more years, he remembered that he still had something to eat. He asked someone to get it and said, I don't care about official positions. I just want to see this scene of the two little fellows killing thousands of people with a wave of their hands. Kill more Tubo people. Let them invade the border every year. Well, yes, where the sword points. When others were busy with their own things, Li Sun could not stay still. After he arrived in Izhou, he was restricted a lot. He was not allowed to climb mountains, eat greasy food, or do strenuous exercise. He could only exercise a little every day. He was also not allowed to drink too much. He was not allowed to go out in foggy weather. With all these restrictions and the danshan pill he ate every day, he really did not fall ill. He was grateful for the Zhang family's kindness, but he did not want to continue like this. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were not on the battlefield, he could still find them to play. Now, he just had to accompany the group of children to play games and sing songs. The children were smart, but it was not as comfortable as being with Xiao Bao. Since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could go to the battlefield, he was not bad when he was not sick. He did not have too many illnesses, just 2. Naturally, he could also go to the front to command the army and fight together. After all, he was a commandery prince. As Li Sun thought about it, he began to organize the troops. In addition to the 200 people he sent, he still had many people. After becoming a commandery prince, he could bring 1,000 to 3,000 people. Now, he had 600 people. Although it was not as good as the 200 people he lent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was not bad. Li Sun, who wanted to bring people to reinforce Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, found a servant of the Zhang family and ordered, "Go and tell my uncle Zhang that I want to support Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I can't let them fight alone. I will bring people to find them and form a triangle with them." The servant who was found was shocked by Li Sun's words. He thought to himself, "You want to support them like this? It is not certain whether you can find them or not. Even if you are lucky and find the young master and the young lady, they will definitely be a burden. Do you have the ability? The young master and the young lady will have to take time out to take care of you. They will just be a burden." The servant respectfully agreed. When he found Zhang Zhong, he told him Li Sun's idea. He also suggested that Li Sun be watched in case something happened. Zhang Zhong naturally could not let Li Sun run around. With his ability, he would be caught if he brought people out. Even if he had 6,000 people, what could he do? When he found Li Sun, Zhang Zhong threatened him. What he meant was, if you want to go out, go back to Tang and County first and come out from there. You can't come out now. Your father and uncle know that you followed me here. If something happens to you, I can't take responsibility. Be obedient and wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come back to play with you. Otherwise, don't think of following me anywhere else in the future." Li Sun was scared. He did not have any temper. He went to find Lu, and the others to play Monopoly. He muttered, "I'm not young anymore, I'm not a child anymore. I still have to obediently wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come back to play with me. I'm also someone who can do big things." The people of the Zhang family also started following him around, afraid that he would suddenly run away. 3 days had passed since the first report from the Tubo spies. The Tubo spies did not manage to find any useful information. More than 10,000 people had disappeared within their borders just like that. No one knew if they were alive or dead. It was very mysterious. The only news that came back was that the Tubo people were under great pressure. The Tang army could not be found in the territory, so they had to increase their military strength. They had already started to recruit soldiers from other places. There was a gap in the supply of food, and the Tubo people were tortured. At this moment, the capital also received the news again. It was still sent by Gao Lishir. Li Longji did not have a good time these few days. If it was a talented adult, he would not be like this. However, the talents of the experts of the Zhang family were not ordinary. The 2 little fellows were also so cute. When he dreamed at night, he would dream that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were captured and killed by the Tubo people. When he woke up, he would be covered in sweat. He would feel the comfortable bed that the Zhang family sent him and would not be able to fall asleep for a long time. The officials of the imperial court also felt this kind of oppressive atmosphere. Because of the 2 little fellows, everyone could not help but take a few more glances at Jianan Road. Since they were 10 months old, they gradually started to understand things. They did not cry or make a fuss. They were obedient, filial, and eager to learn. As long as they were not mentally twisted, they all hoped that they would be able to return safely. Of course, they also hoped that they could have such a child in their family. The morning court had just ended. When Li Longji and a few of his close officials were discussing matters, Gao Lisher hurriedly left and returned. He said to Li Longji, who was not in a good mood but had to discuss matters. Chapter 624. At this moment, Li Longji was discussing with Prime Minister Zhang Shuo and Song Jing, who had already been dismissed as Prime Minister, about the newly built canal. Because Li Sun and the Zhang and Wang families had given them a lot of money, the canal had been built quite well, and it had already been connected to more distant places. If the canal was connected before the autumn harvest, they would be able to transport more food from all over the capital when there was insufficient food. When they talked about this, Li Longji was reminded of the Zhang family and his two children, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The completion of the canal was obviously a good thing, but it did not put him in a good mood. Zhang Jiuling was not much better than Li Longji. His old housekeeper, who could no longer do anything, was also there. When he was building roads and relay stations back in his hometown, Zhang Zhong, who was the provincial governor of Luzhou, had given him a lot of money to help. He had also given him comfortable furniture and sea-dried goods. Currently, there were two beautiful little red fish swimming in the glass fish tank at home. It was almost time for the fish to come out. However, the two children of the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shuo had gone missing with the logistics battalion. Moreover, they had gone missing in Tubo. How could he be at ease? Zhang Shuo and Song Jing had also received a lot of things from the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shuo. Now, every month, they would receive tonics from Huayuan County's Dai Hospital. The four of them were thinking about the children of the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shuo while talking about the canal that was built with money. It would be strange if the atmosphere was good. The canal is done. It's just a little bit away from being connected to the canal. It will be very convenient to use the Zhang family's explosives. The place where the canal crosses the Yellow River needs to be reinforced with cement. You said that the Zhang family had also contributed a lot to the canal, right? That's right. The transportation of food this year will be easier. After the canal is connected, will the two children be able to get out of danger? Before Gao Lisher came in, these were the last words Li Longji said. He was thinking about something else. As he spoke, he brought Xiao Bao and Cuckoo out. Therefore, the four of them looked at each other. They felt it was funny but could not laugh. They could only sigh in their hearts. Gao Lisher ran in with a happy smile on his face, waving the letter he had taken from the pigeon. News from Wing Prefecture. What happened to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? When Li Longji heard that it was about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he threw the matter of the canal aside. It was not important. With the Zhang family and the Wang family around, they could fix it if they wanted to. If the two kids died, wouldn't the Zhang family and the Wang family go crazy? What would the two experts do if their disciples were gone? Li Longji and the other three could not help but show a nervous expression. Fortunately, when they saw Gao Lisher's unconcealable smile, they felt that it should be good news. The two kids ran around Tubo and came back in fright. They were not caught. Gao Lisher did not dare to hesitate. Lightly coughing, he recited, "Reporting to Your Excellency, we received news from Tubo that Xiao Bao Huanhuan personally led the logistics battalion to provide emergency assistance and successfully converged with them. Leading the remaining 12,000 soldiers, they fought in the boundless Jinchuan, breaking 4,000 men of Tata Datu's logistics battalion, completely annihilating them, breaking 3,000 men of Tata Datu's vanguard battalion, breaking 2,000 men of each of Tubo's 3 divisions, seizing and burning their provisions and supplies. After that, leading the main force of the Tang army, they disappeared into the Dechuan." Gao Lisher had tried his best to control his body, but he still could not help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. Li Longji and the other 3 froze like they were carved out of wood. They only recovered after a few breaths. Li Longji pursed his lips and did not make a sound. He clenched his fists tightly and his chest rose and fell. It was obvious that he was trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Zhang Shuo and the other two's faces were also flushed. They could not find their usual composure. Zhang Juling was the first to speak. Congratulations to your majesty. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have obtained the true teachings of the expert. They are invincible when fighting outside the country. With one person speaking, the other three almost simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. So Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are fine for the time being. Good, it should be the two of them commanding the army. Guotu does not have that ability yet. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo grow up, we will have no worries. Hee, these two kids are really capable. Let's put aside the matter of the canal for now and talk about it. Yes, talk about it. Li Longji was happy. He felt that even though it was about to rain outside, it was still so comfortable. He, who rarely smiled, opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth curled up. He loosened his fists and rubbed his hands together. Zhang Shuo and the other two also realized that the originally dark room had suddenly become bright. Your Majesty, I believe that Xiao Bao and Huan Huan will definitely be able to return safely with a body full of military merits. I really can't think of how you want me to go to such a place to look for them, successfully find them, and then immediately lead the defeated army to consecutive victories. How can you do that? They are still two children. When Li Longji asked Zhang Shuo and the other two, Gao Lisher's eyes turned red. He couldn't help but imagine two 9-year-old kids. After receiving the imperial edict, they gathered the people from the logistics camp and rode on their horses with their little faces up high. They resolutely chased after the setting sun in the west. That was where Tufan was located. After searching and searching, they avoided the search of the Tufan patrolling cavalry again and again. They successfully found Guotu and the others on the Jinchuan mountain range. Looking at the dispirited soldiers, they took out the food they had brought and distributed it to everyone. Guotu, who had lost the battle, was a coward. No matter what, he did not dare to command the army anymore. He pushed the responsibility to his godson and daughter-in-law. The courage of more than 12,000 people was now on the shoulders of his godson and daughter-in-law. His son and daughter-in-law had no choice but to lead the troops. As they ran, they thought of a solution. After thinking and thinking, they finally thought of what others had taught them. They ran around the mountain and fought again and again. Every time they fought, his son and daughter-in-law would fight with the determination to die. Under the encirclement and pursuit of the enemy, they escaped again and again and again, found a chance to counterattack. With the 12,000 remaining soldiers, they wiped out the same number of enemies. In the end, because there were too many enemies, they stole food to replenish their supplies and hid together on the cold snowy mountain to warm themselves. It was quite pitiful. Gao Lisher, who had already treated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as his godson and daughter-in-law, felt more and more like this. In the end, he could not help but cry. After hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji, who had been happy just a moment ago, also thought of the predicament that the two children were going to face. With a sullen face, he slammed the table and said, "Guotu, you can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Do you think that Guotu can't take it anymore?" and gave the troops to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If they win, he will get credit. If they lose, it will have nothing to do with him, right? This official thinks that General Guo might. What general? He's not a general anymore. I'll dismiss him. Let the children fight for the generals. The great Tang doesn't want them. Before Song Jing could finish, Li Longji was already dissatisfied with the way he addressed Guotu and dismissed him. Song Jing hurriedly changed his words. This official thinks that the criminal Guotu might not have given up his military power of his own accord. When the sand table in the imperial court deduced that he would form an alliance with others, Guotu was already obsessed with power. He probably had his eyes on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's logistics camp. Your Majesty also knows that the logistics camp has 56 people from the Zhang family and 200 people from Commandery Prince Tang. And these 256 people have been trained by the Zhang family and can be said to be the elites of the elites. Coupled with the financial and technical support of the Zhang family, their equipment is definitely superior to other soldiers. Guo wanted to take advantage of his superior numbers and wanted to take over this group of people. In the end, he probably underestimated Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and was forcefully taken over. Your Majesty should know that Zhang Wang's inner courtyard can take over hundreds of officials and handle the government affairs of a prefecture alone. The protector of the seedlings is also proficient in the art of leading troops. This official guesses that the 12,000 soldiers and 12 battalion commanders have all been replaced. Thus, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can be easily ordered around. This official suggests that Pingzhou should be ordered to release news to inform the people of Tubo who will be defeated. This will infuriate them and they will have no choice but to surround and annihilate them. This will create an opportunity for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to escape. This official agrees. Zhang Shuo and Zhang Juling agreed at the same time. Then when Guo comes back, we can't let him off easily. That's right. Zhang Wang's inner courtyard can take over the government affairs. The meticulously trained protector of the seedlings will definitely be able to lead troops. If an ordinary servant can be trained to this level, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two smart little fellows, will definitely learn more. Li Longji's expression turned back and looked at Gao Lishir, wanting to hear what he had to say. Gao Lishir was also thinking about how to let his godson and daughter-in-law come back alive. He knew the art of leading troops and understood that the more anxious the other party was, the better. With the abilities that his godson and daughter-in-law had shown, it was still possible for them to run back to Pingzhou amidst the chaos. It was better than hiding in the mountains. Seeing the emperor looking over, he nodded and said, "This official thinks that other than releasing the news, we should also let the Pingzhou government troops act as if they are about to leave the border and attack. This will restrain more Tubo troops and prevent them from acting rashly." Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded and said, "This is a good idea." Gao Lishir quickly went to write the decree. Li Longji was also in a good mood to discuss the matter of the canal with Zhang Shuo and the other two. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were being remembered by others, had already left the mountains. Who would be willing to suffer the cold for no reason? The two of them led the troops all the way to the north. After walking for a few days, they turned east, which was the direction of the Tang Empire. There were a few Tubo villages here. The most important thing was that the crops were early rice. It was the kind that was planted early and had just matured. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led people to help the local people harvest the crops out of kindness. The local people just had to stay at home. Zhang Xiaobao carefully investigated the people in the various villages and found people who were prone to betrayal. He controlled their families and promised them great benefits to deal with the patrolling Tubo cavalry. The scouts were everywhere. When they found the enemy, they would first report. The harvesting troops would then stop and hide, waiting for the people to pass by to continue harvesting. The patrolling Tubo cavalry received the order to pay attention to this line of mountains and not let the Tang army come down. At the beginning, they told the people to be careful and to report if there was anything. Later on, they did not find anything and only went back and forth once a day. They were too lazy to ask too many questions. As long as they saw the local people, they would casually ask. Just like this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led 14,000 people to hide in this place. They used the fastest speed to dig a cellar in the local people's houses. If there was anything, they would hide in it. Of course, things were not that simple. According to Wang Wan's words, this was not the tradition of the army. The army had to follow the 3 great disciplines and 8 points for attention. With some changes, it could be used in the few villages here. Other than controlling them and not allowing them to report, they treated the people very well. The doctors that came out with the troops even treated the people. Those that could be treated with acupuncture would be treated immediately. Those that needed medicine would be collected by the local people who betrayed them. The local people did not have a good life. If they were really capable, they would not live on the border of the two countries. If the Tang army came, they would hide in the mountains. If their own army came, it would be impossible for them to hide. They had to obediently serve the Tang army well and give the Tang army satisfactory things. Therefore, other than the local people, most people did not have any concept of the country, let alone a sense of honor. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made use of. The two of them were also clear that not to mention now, even in their time, many people living on the border did not care so much. They would listen to whoever was good to them. Even if the smugglers and drug dealers were good to them, they would cooperate. They would even help to transport the drugs and join in. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to do was to instigate the 1,000 people in the surrounding villages to defect. They would bring food and belongings and find an opportunity to go to Pingzhou. From Pingzhou, they would go to Yizhou to replenish the population of Yizhou. The Tubo people did not expect that there would be enemies with such ideas. The scouts ran around and thought that the Tang army was hiding in the mountains and had not come out. Otherwise, the place would not be so peaceful and quiet. In a harmonious atmosphere, Wang Wan took out the military map and began the next step of the plan. Chapter 625. The full moon rises, illuminating the night, but the bedridden are restless. The sun is fighting for the country in a foreign land, the curtains cast shadows on the trees. The drum sounds in the third watch, the weak water splashes against the shore. Looking at the picture under the lantern light, there is a breeze, no return without victory. In the evening, when the Zhang and Wang families found out that the Tubo had mobilized an army to encircle and annihilate their son and daughter-in-law, they couldn't sleep again. The lights in the rooms flickered on and off again, and they tossed and turned in their beds restlessly. "Husband, the Tubo cavalry has been mobilized, vowing to keep our son and daughter-in-law in the country. I wonder if they've found them. Where did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo go?" The Jiang Wang clan looked at the shadows on the window, hugged Zhang Zhong's arm, and said worriedly. Zhang Zhong put one hand under his head and looked up at the ceiling. He calculated and said, "They're hiding. They're probably hiding in the mountains. Other places should have been surrounded long ago. Don't worry, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are smart. They'll be found in a few days. Since young Master Song sent people here, they should be out of the pass soon. Let's end this quickly. We'll go to Luoyang to be an official. That place is far from the border. We can't let the children do the fighting. If it really doesn't work, we can go to the capital to be an official. It won't be a small matter," the Jiang Wang clan said as she rested her head on Zhang Zhong's shoulder, thinking about the future. "Okay, be a small official. It's best if you can be a county magistrate. Just give me a county around the capital. Go to sleep." Zhang Zhong comforted her and closed his eyes. He wanted to sleep, but he knew that after Xiao Bao and Cuckoo returned, it was impossible for him to be an official in Luoyang or the capital. "Xiao Bao, help me think. Which route should we take to bring the civilians, logistics personnel, and injured people back to Pingzhou? We'll definitely lose if we bring them to war." Wang Wan, who was hiding in the village, looked at the map under the light and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was temporarily acting as a secretary. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and flicked the oil lamp to make the room brighter. He shook his head and said, "We can't go anywhere. The Tubo cavalry will definitely patrol back and forth. We might be able to hide if there are less than 100 people. But there are 1,000 civilians, nearly 1,000 injured soldiers, and more than 2,000 people who came with logistics. In addition to the large amount of rice that you want to transport back, there are close to 5,000 people. Unless the Tubo people are all blind, you still want to leave behind the 3,000 or so horses used for transport. If they walk back, they won't be able to reach their destination for at least half a month. Then let's create opportunities for them. Come, help me memorize. Wang Wan stared at the map for a while and finally had an idea. In the darkness of the night, the pale moonlight shone on the walls of Pengzhou's pass. The patrolling soldiers vigilantly looked out from 1,000 miles away. They had a very important mission after receiving the order, and that was to immediately report if they found any Tang soldiers escaping back to avoid delaying matters. At this moment, two people of similar height were led by a captain to the wall. The two people were not dressed differently, but the things they brought made the soldiers feel puzzled. One of them had a large eagle on his shoulder while the other had two large dogs. Whether it was the eagle's eyes or the dog's eyes, they were cold. Fortunately, they were very obedient. The eagle didn't move and the dogs also followed beside their master without making a sound. Zhang Lang, I can only send you up to here. Prepare the rope. The captain of the other two people said to the two people and ordered them to take out the rope. One end of the rope was tied to the wall and the other person went to look for a basket. At this moment, Zhang Lang said, "There's no need for a basket. We can go down. Qian, 1N, go." The two large dogs very sensibly used their teeth to bite the rope. They glanced at their master and stood on the wall. Bit by bit, they retreated and hung there. Under the shocked gazes of the soldiers, the two large dogs were put down. Zhang Lang climbed down the rope and Zhang Ying followed behind. The eagle on his shoulder flew up by itself. When the two people and three animals were no longer in sight, the soldiers on the wall looked at the captain. One of them leaned forward and asked, "Boss, who are they?" "They're from the logistics camp in Ezhou. I heard that they took the military station from the capital and rushed over 800 miles. As for their purpose, it's not something you should know," the captain said to the soldier who asked the question and then turned around to leave. The remaining soldiers looked at each other. They were actually from the capital. The two people who were sent here by the military station were definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were going to reinforce the troops in front. They didn't know what abilities they had. I say, could they be two killing gods again? Just like the two children of the Zhang family. I heard that the troops won consecutive battles under the command of the two children. Damn, the people from the logistics camp in Ezhou are all evil. A soldier whispered to the person next to him. Everyone nodded. They also wanted to see what the troops that left looked like when they returned. The soldiers didn't know what the two people could do, but the commanding officer of Pengzhou had already received accurate information. The two people came from Sanshui County. It seemed that their surname wasn't Zhang at first. After being taken in by the people of Sanshui County, they changed their name. It was to match the two children of Sanshui County. How could it be that they were simple to send two people from thousands of miles away? As soon as the two people entered the Tubo territory, they began to run wildly. They wanted to find a place to hide before dawn to avoid being discovered by the patrolling Tubo cavalry. After running for 4 hours, the two people finally arrived at a small mountain at dawn. The forest on the mountain was relatively dense. They entered one after another before finding a place to rest against a big tree. "Brother, where do you think the young master and young lady could be? If they are far away, won't they die from exhaustion?" Zhang Lang drank a mouthful of water and poured it into his palm for Qian and 1N to lick. "I don't know. Let Shui Yun look for them later. This time, the young master and young lady are trapped. Young Master Song sent the two of us over to help the young master and young lady. No matter how far we are, we have to go. Without the Zhang family and Wang family, we wouldn't be where we are today. Our parents wouldn't be able to live a good life either. If we encounter a small number of Tubo cavalry, kill them and take their horses. I hope that when we arrive, the young master and young lady won't suffer any harm." Zhang Ying took out a piece of meat and threw it to Shui Yun as he spoke firmly. When the sky brightened a little, Shueyun spread his wings and flew into the sky, turning into a small black dot. Zhang Ying, Zhang Lang, and the two large dogs took the opportunity to rest. The Tubo cavalry was in groups of 5, running back and forth on the roads where the Tang army might appear. Jiji was the leader of a group of 5. He set off early in the morning with the hope of discovering the Tang army ahead of time and earning a great merit. However, he was also a little worried that the Tang army would discover them first and fall into an ambush. Of course, it would be even better if they could encounter local commoners who were afraid of war. Usually, they would be able to obtain some benefits from such commoners. 2 pieces of leather or a large piece of dried meat would be considered a small gain. It would be even better if there was a slightly beautiful woman among the commoners. When he thought of meeting a woman and having fun with her in his arms, Jiji couldn't help but pull his clothes together. It was still very cold in the morning, especially when riding on a horse. When the wind blew, the front of his chest would be cold to the bone. The 4 people behind Jiji were also very much looking forward to meeting commoners fleeing for their lives. A few days ago, they met a family of 4. Not only did they steal 3 pieces of good leather, but they also relaxed with the woman of that family. In the end, on the second day, they met another family who hadn't run far. Needless to say, that woman naturally had to serve them for a while. This time, they hoped to meet a few more beautiful women. At that time, they would be able to enjoy their bodies for at least 3 days. After 3 days, they would cross the border and could only give them to their brothers. When the 5 of them were galloping on their horses, a small black dot in the sky stared at them. When the 5 of them were still a few li away from a small mountain in front of them, the black dot sped up and flew ahead of them. Big eagle. It's a pity that it flew too high and couldn't be shot down. Otherwise, its feathers would be worth a lot of money. The 5 of them also noticed the eagle in the sky. Jiji looked regretfully at the eagle flying away and said with yearning. The other 4 were also just thinking about it. They didn't think that they could shoot down the eagle with their own abilities. Finding a woman was more important. After a few li, the 5 of them quickly arrived at their destination. When they saw the small mountain in front of them, they dismounted and let the horses find something to eat. The 5 of them climbed up the mountain to see further. The wind in the forest was still weak, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. Jiji, why don't we find some hay here and make a nest? If we meet a woman in the future, we can bring her here. One of the 5 of them suddenly had an idea and came up with this idea. The others' eyes lit up. If they really found a woman and brought her here, they could enjoy her during the day and tie her to a tree at night. That way, they could use her for many days. Jiji laughed. That's right. We'll do it when we reach the top. With a goal in mind, the 5 of them walked faster. When they were about to reach the top, they were still thinking about women and didn't know what was waiting for them. Just when the 5 of them reached the top of the mountain and relaxed, a shadow suddenly flew down from the tree behind them. With a muffled sound, a big hole was bitten in the neck of the last person, and blood spurted out. With a muffled groan, the man was pressed to the ground by the eagle's charge and couldn't get up anymore. When the other 4 of them heard the noise and turned around, 2 of them had been nailed with crossbow bolts. The other 2 saw a big thing in front of them. Then, their necks heated up and their vision turned black. They lost consciousness. At this time, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang unhurriedly walked closer and checked the 5 corpses. Only then did they bring the 1 eagle and 2 dogs, who had just performed a meritorious service, towards the horses that the 5 people rode. The water cloud once again flew high into the sky. Chapter 626. The Tibetans only discovered that 1 squad was missing at night. Once they discovered it, they didn't just discover that 1 squad was missing, they also discovered that the number of patrols in various places was missing. If someone was able to calculate the losses in these few places, they would get a number, 12. 12 teams of patrols disappeared just like that. No one discovered the corpses, and no one saw the horses. The Tibetans didn't seem to care too much about the sudden disappearance of 60 people. After all, they didn't go to other places to ask. If they lost a team, it was very likely that they had encountered a pack of wolves. Such situations were very common in the bushes and mountains. After being ambushed by more than 10 wolves, those with slow reactions wouldn't have the chance to run back. The most frightening thing was to dismount and let the people and horses rest while they were being surrounded. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that someone had found the fleeing commoners and was eating and living with them. This kind of situation wasn't rare. If someone wanted to investigate, they would say that they had found traces of the enemy and had been following them for a day. No one suspected much on this day. However, if there was no reaction when a team was missing, then for 3 consecutive days, there would be people missing every day. Furthermore, the previous team hadn't returned yet. Then, there would be something wrong. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang searched for 3 days but still couldn't find the Tang army. Shui Yun flew with all her might. Other than searching for the Tang army, she also had to report the Tibetans to her master. After that, it was up to 1 eagle, 2 dogs, and 2 people to cooperate in battle. Usually, the eagle would swoop down from behind the enemy, grabbing one with his claws and biting one with his beak. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang would shoot with their crossbows and arrows. The remaining person would be left to the 2 dogs. One would be responsible for pouncing down from the horse while the other would be responsible for biting the throat. Both were in a team of 5, but Zhang Ying's team was always able to find the enemy before they ambushed. The Tibetans, on the other hand, were always unlucky. In 3 days, Zhang Ying's team of 5 dealt with 40 teams of Tibetans. In total, they had a total of 200 people. They also obtained 200 horses. Luckily, there were many horses in the place where the 2 of them lived. They knew how to keep the horses, otherwise, it would be difficult to control them. This time, the Tibetans finally realized that something was wrong. Since the teams of cavalrymen were missing, it definitely wasn't as simple as encountering a pack of wolves or finding a woman. As a result, the originally scattered cavalry began to shrink, and the 5 teams became 10 teams. This action was effective. Although they still couldn't find the person who launched the sneak attack, they weren't attacked for a day, and the number of people who went out returned the same. However, after only 1 day, there were more teams that did not return. This time, 10 people and 10 horses disappeared in one go. After Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang realized that they couldn't cooperate with each other to wipe out the 10-man team like before, they thought for an entire day and finally came up with a plan. Zhang Lang or Zhang Ying would change into tubo clothes and find a hillside to dig a trap. Then, one of them would shout from the front to attract the 10 men. When all 10 of them had fallen into the trap, or when some of them had fallen into the trap, the 2 of them and their animals would work together to eliminate the others. On this day, they used the same method to deal with 3 groups of people in the same place. When they were dealing with the last group of people, one of them reacted quickly. He ran out on a horse and prepared to go back to report. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he reacted, his horse couldn't outrun an eagle. With a dive, he was finished off. On the 6th day after Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang arrived in Tubo, they finished off another 4 teams. The 2 of them led their 265 horses and no longer continued to fight with the Tibetans. They continued to head north. Out of the 5 horses, 4 of them fell into the trap and were buried. The last one had 5 people killed to solve its food problem. The Tubo people were already confused. Just how many people were attacking them? Could it be that the main force of the Tang army was here? Only if the number of scouts was 5 times more than the Tibetans would they be able to kill all of them. As a result, the focus of the Tibetan search returned to the area where Tata was ambushed. There were still 10 teams of scouts, but there was another team behind each team. They were not far away and could vaguely see the people in front of them. This way, if something happened, they could shout loudly or see it with their own eyes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the team to rest for a few days. All the rice was harvested and harvested. They treated the local people much better than before. Furthermore, by bad-mouthing the Tibetans, they guided the people to talk about how they were bullied. This made the people hate the Tibetans even more for stealing their things and raping their wives and daughters. They hanged the heads of 2 villages. These 2 village heads had bullied the people in their villages together with a certain tribe of Tubo. They also divided the things in the village heads' houses. This made the people feel relieved. Wang Wan also asked the doctors who treated the people to talk about how good Izhou was and how happy life was there. They told the single men that there were beautiful women in Izhou who liked men like them. They also told the old people that there was a place specially prepared for the old people in Izhou. If they had children, they would tell them that all the children in Izhou could learn to read and write without spending money. To single women, they would tell them that there were many capable men in Izhou who wanted to marry women like them very much. They would not even let go of their children. After giving their children some rock candy to treat illnesses, they would tell them that there were many more delicious candies in Izhou. The local people gradually surrendered under such brainwashing. They looked at the Tang army. How good were they? They didn't rob the people's things, raping the women in their families, and eating the hearts of the children. They even helped to work and treated the people's diseases. Of course, they didn't know that when the logistics camp of the Tang army first arrived, they slaughtered a village. On this day, Wang Wan saw that the wounded people had almost recovered. Those who were seriously injured wouldn't die easily on the road except for those who died. She prepared to lead people to create an opportunity for the local people and the people in charge of logistics to escape back to Pingzhou. In fact, there was another way, but Wang Wan didn't plan to let the people use it. It was not a good way to go. After dawn, Wang Wan began to make preparations. They would start the operation at night. Those who needed to sleep slept, and those who needed to tidy up their things. The last batch of clothes was also washed. When they were dry at night, they would wear them. The smell of blood was much stronger than before. At noon, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It seemed to be attracted by something below, so it lowered a lot. When the people in the village saw clearly that it was an eagle, it turned around and flew away. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also saw the eagle. They felt that there was something wrong with the eagle's movements. The 2 of them took a closer look with their binoculars, but they couldn't see what was wrong with it. 30 li away from the village, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were waiting with their 2 dogs. There were another 20 horses in the team, but the 2 of them were wounded. They encountered a group of 10 Tibetan cavalrymen in front and back. As the horses were too obvious, they were discovered. In a situation where they couldn't hide, the 2 of them first used the horses to charge. Then, they abandoned the crossbows and used the bows to shoot at the Tibetan cavalrymen. They ran out of arrows, used up the 2 muskets, and shot out arrows. They won the battle with knife wounds and arrows on their bodies. Even Qianan's head was cut by a knife, revealing the bone. It stopped bleeding and lay in its owner's arms. Shui Yun was released to check if there were any enemies chasing after them or in the surroundings. In the end, Shui Yun found the Tang army's clothes that were drying in the village. After circling around to confirm, she rushed back. After Zhang Ying and Shui Yun had a simple conversation, he happily said to Zhang Lang, "Let's go, we found our men in front. Quick." As he spoke, he carried one N onto the horse. Zhang Lang also carried Qianan. The 2 of them led the 285 horses and headed towards the village in front. The distance of 30 li was less than 2 hours if the horses galloped at full speed. When the 2 of them were about 6 li away from the village, the members of Team 0, who were in charge of guarding, saw them. When a tree fell, the people observing from behind did the same thing. When Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were 5 li away from the village, the people in the village had already made their preparations. The clothes that were hung up to dry began to be collected and the people went into the cellar. The people in charge of guarding in front were thinking of ways to hide themselves. Therefore, when Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang ran to the village, they were dumbfounded. The village was peaceful. A child was playing in the mud by the river outside, an old man was squatting by a big rock outside the courtyard, and a woman was standing outside the fence with a basin of washing clothes in her hand, chatting with another woman inside. Shui Yun, where are the Tang soldiers? Zhang Ying looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He suddenly doubted his eagle training skills. Could it be that there was a problem with communication? Shui Yun had seen it when it was in the sky. The people were all hiding, but it could not speak and could not express itself so clearly. It looked at Zhang Ying and then at the house of the person who had just taken the clothes in. It cried out anxiously. Fortunately, there was not only one Ying in the team. There were also 2 big dogs with sensitive ears and smell. They were also smarter. They barked at the house at the same time. Zhang Ying turned around and glanced at Zhang Lang, as if to ask if his dog had discovered something. There are people. Zhang Lang only said 2 words. Actually, Zhang Ying did not need him to say it. He also knew that there were people, and there were many of them with weapons in their hands. The 2 people who had seen them came out one by one. Don't do anything. We are the villagers of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. We are now part of the logistics camp in Yizhou. Look, this is the proof. Zhang Ying saw that the person in front of him was holding a powerful crossbow that he also owned. He lifted the 2 bows' clothes and revealed the rice seedling pattern inside. At the same time, he showed the gun at his waist. Perhaps he felt that it was not enough. He opened his backpack and showed the binoculars, compressed biscuits, and commonly used medicine to the other party in case the other party's hands trembled and shot an arrow. Looking at the scattered items, the other party put down the crossbow. They were on the same side. They were indeed on the same side. Outsiders would not be so well equipped. When Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang heaved a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood out. They looked at the 2 people and found that they did not recognize them. Zhang Xiaobao asked doubtfully, "You are?" "Little master, little lady, I am Zhang Ying. He is my brother Zhang Lang. We are the brothers that Steward Song helped to take in." Zhang Xiaobao and the others did not recognize Zhang Ying, but Zhang Ying knew the 2 of them. There was a portrait and he had already remembered them. Zhang Xiaobao remembered and nodded happily. I know. One knows how to train eagles and the other knows how to raise dogs. It really is the 2 of you. Did you encounter any danger on your way here? Quickly get off the horse and have a good rest. Little master, little lady, we finally found you. It's good that you are fine. Our family is worried, and so is the imperial court. Little master, Qian is injured. Let the doctor take a look at it. We can't let it die of illness. It was not easy to raise it. It killed so many Tibetans. Zhang Lang was in tears. He jumped off the horse with Qian in his arms and brought it to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan looked at the dog raised by the other party and was envious. This dog looked fierce, but when it was held in the other party's arms, it felt its owner's attitude and its eyes became gentle. It was a good dog. It was almost as good as the dog she saved on Lu Zhou's mountain. That dog was smart, but this dog must have been trained. The doctor quickly rushed to the front. He treated the dog and stitched it up. He also checked the injuries on Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang. The horse was taken away and hidden. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were treated while they talked about how they came here. Little master, little lady, you are really amazing. You went to the front line in the name of the logistics camp to provide reinforcements. Then, you led the army to fight on Jinchuan and killed more than 13,000 enemies. You successfully escaped the encirclement of the Tibetans. No one could find you. The family was both happy and worried. They were afraid that you would lose a pair of eyes, so they sent me and my younger brother here. My younger brother and I received the order and went to the military station. We rushed to Pingzhou 7 days ago and searched for you for 7 days before we found you. Little master, little lady, with Shueiyun here, we will definitely be able to return safely. Should we leave immediately? Zhang Ying meant that they should leave now and go home. They could not stay in Tubo. It was too dangerous. There is no hurry to go home. It was not easy for me to rest and reorganize. If I don't teach the Tibetans a lesson, how can I face the people of Wangjiang? How did you get through these 7 days? Where did you find the horse? Wang Wan did not intend to go back. When she took over the troops, they did not have much morale left. Furthermore, they were not in good condition. At that time, she was able to lead the troops to victory. Now that they had rested for a period of time, how could she leave so easily? Hearing the young lady's question, Zhang Ying began to talk about how he and his younger brother sneak attacked the enemy during these 7 days, how they searched, and how they were injured when they were 30 miles away. Many people gathered around to listen, including Guotu and the others. They all looked at the 2 injured people in front of them and listened to the calm story without much passion in their tone. However, their hearts were stirred up with monstrous waves. Guotu looked at the surrounding generals and whispered, "No one in the Zhang family is normal." All the generals nodded in agreement. The 2 young fellows sent by the Zhang family were able to command the troops to go in circles with the enemy. After 2 big circles, they eliminated a large number of Tubo people. Their losses were minimal. This was fine. After all, there might not be a single ruthless person in 1,000 years. However, looking at the 2 people sent by the Zhang family, in 7 days, just the 2 of them killed 290 Tubo people and brought back 285 horses. According to this, there was no need to use the main force. If the Zhang family had nothing to do, they could just send 2 people out every few days. The Tubo people would probably be wiped out in less than a year. After Zhang Ying finished talking about his and his younger brother's experience, he realized that the gazes of the surrounding people had changed. They were filled with respect and admiration. Huzi went forward and sized up the 2 of them. He grinned and said, "Good, good. You didn't weaken our reputation. Let the Tubo people know that they can scheme against anyone but us, the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, even if they are thousands of miles away, they will still have to bear the consequences of revenge. Any one of us can take care of them. How did you sell these eagles? You gave one to each of us in the Miao protection team and raised them for fun." Huzi's words sounded reasonable at the beginning, but his intentions were exposed at the end. Zhang Ying was also honest. He replied, "Eagles like the cloud water are rare. Usually, it costs about 600 strings of cash to raise them. Some people raise them cheaper. If you don't spend too much money to catch them, you might be able to use them as hunting eagles with a few dozen strings of cash. Mine is a war eagle. I raised it specifically for the young master and young lady. From the time I got the cloud water to the time it could fight together, I spent more than 1,000 strings of cash. The cloud water is bigger than other eagles. It can easily grab an adult and fly in the sky. When I came here, I thought about it. If I see the young master and young lady, and if we are surrounded, I will let the cloud water grab the young master and young lady and break out of the encirclement." As he spoke, Zhang Ying took out a few tags from his backpack and introduced them. "The cloud water is very smart. It can fly to designated places. There are 2 tags for each type. When I bring the cloud water to a place, I just need to throw down a tag. If the cloud water needs to fly there by itself, I will take out the other tag for it to see. When it sees the tag, it will know where to fly. At first, it could only recognize one type of racket. Now, it can recognize 6 types of tags. The cloud water has worked very hard. Wing Province is too far from here, and the mountains are too high. I didn't dare to throw the tags to others, so I put one in Pingzhou. The cloud water can go back at any time. The Tibetans are dead for sure. Good Eagle, you have done a great service. Stay here and help us kill the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao laughed, but his voice was childish. There was no imposing manner in it. Wang Wan also looked at Zhang Ying and the cloud water with satisfaction. Of course, the one she was most satisfied with was Song Jinggong. He had left the 2 people behind. Who would have thought that the 2 people who were about to starve to death back then would have such ability? Wang Wan knew that the cloud water was very useful. In a time like this where there were no advanced communication methods, the cloud water could help to pass information back and forth. If the Pingzhou side found an opportunity to send troops, they would tell her side, and the 2 sides would cooperate. The cloud water's reconnaissance ability was like the hot air balloon in the past, floating in the sky to command. In the beginning, the cloud water was used for reconnaissance. Later on, it developed into shooting with pistols. Wasn't this just a simple military satellite? Not to mention 1,000 strings of cash, it was worth 100,000 strings of cash to raise one. After everyone was done being happy and shocked, Zhang Ying took out an imperial edict. He looked at Guotu and the others and said, "Guotu, accept the edict." Guotu and the others were stunned. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, the contents of the imperial edict dealt a huge blow to Guotu and the others. They were stripped of their official positions, and at the same time, were asked to go back to receive their punishment. The position would be taken over by either Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan. If the 2 of them didn't lead troops and someone else did, then that person would take over. It was written very clearly in the imperial edict. If it was either Wang Wan or Zhang Xiaobao, then in addition to taking over the position of real power, they would also be given the title of General of the Army, a lower 2nd-rank official. If Zhang Xiaobao obtained this position, then Wang Wan would be conferred the title of a 2nd-rank imperial lady. If Wang Wan obtained this position, then the rank of a 6th-rank official that was originally given to Zhang Xiaobao would become a lower 2nd-rank official, Jin Ziguang Lu Daifu. The 2 of them would have to prepare their own clothes and ceremonial rites, and they wouldn't be rewarded with money or cloth. Guotu was both envious and afraid. He could see how much the imperial court valued these 2 children. If the commander was changed, there would only be real power and no other official, and they would only be rewarded when they returned. However, it was different when it came to these 2 children. There seemed to be an endless supply of 2nd-rank official, one for each of them. It was useless to be envious of others, it was better to think about oneself. At this time, Zhang Ying added, there is also a saying. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you 2 children quickly come back. If Li Shi wants to recognize Xiao Bao as his adopted son, then do it when we return to the capital. Don't run around outside. The wind on the mountain is strong, and it's cold and cold. If you don't listen, come back and beat me with a plank. When Zhang Ying said this, the surrounding people gasped. Everyone was shocked by the emperor's attitude towards the young master and young lady. Most of the emperor wouldn't say this to his own son, right? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. The 2 of them didn't expect Li Longji to have such a cute side. Xiao Li is really a good person. Even if he is pretending, he rarely pretends in front of others. Once these words spread, I can be a dandy in the future. Let's see who dares to provoke me. Xiao Bao whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded, then we can't go back. Xiao Li's words are worth the lives of 10,000 Tubo soldiers. We can't let him say it for nothing. Guotu was speechless. What was this called? He thought about himself and knew that if no one spoke up for him, then once he returned, he would be finished. He didn't dare to run, and he couldn't run. His family was still in the capital, and how could he run out of this village? The emperor could just send 2 people to deal with him, and the eagle called Shui Yun was watching from the sky. When he thought of this, he set his eyes on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't want to seize power, and he didn't want to take revenge on others. The emperor had personally said that he wanted them to go back quickly, and he even showed a caring expression. Chapter 627. When Guotu and the others heard Wang Wan's words, their hearts finally settled down. With Wang Wan's words, it was much more useful than others pleading for mercy. Even if someone in the imperial court really wanted to deal with them, they would give Wang Wan some face. Gao Lisher actually wanted to take Xiao Bao as his godson. With this, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished when they returned. It was fine if they didn't want to be a general. Even if they were given command now, they wouldn't be able to command. If they were really given command, they would definitely run away. However, looking at the little girl, it seemed that she hadn't played enough and was preparing for something big. If he had known earlier, he would have directly given her command of the army when they passed by Yizhou. Then, they might have been able to take over Jin Chuanqing by now. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a letter and even took out the proof of the leader of the enemy's 1,000-man team. He tied the letter to Shui Yun as well. An eagle was more convenient to use than a pigeon. It was stronger, unlike a pigeon. If you wanted it to carry something, it had to be able to carry it. Shui Yun sensibly spread its wings and flew away. Wang Wan started a new arrangement. With the addition of a strong helper, the plan couldn't be carried out like before and had to be used. Together with the logistics, transportation, and medical team, there were a total of 4,000 people. They brought the bad horses and loaded the food and headed east. When they reached the foot of the snowy mountain, they headed south and returned to Pingzhou. The remaining 10,000 people who could continue to fight were divided into 3,000 crossbowmen. Each of them had a horse, forming a light cavalry unit and 3 reinforced battalions. Other than these 3,000 people, the remaining 7,000 people were divided into 3,000 people who stayed in the village to continue the civil engineering construction. Inherit the fine tradition of the People's Liberation Army. The other 4,000 people went up the mountain. Wang Wan was determined. The troops had finished resting and had a large amount of supplies. There was also the existence of military satellites. In addition to the dog's sensitive hearing and smell, if she didn't do something and let the Tubo people know how powerful she was, she would write her surname backwards. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's vow, he could only tell her that it was fortunate that her surname wasn't Tian. Otherwise, there would be 2 more ways to write it. Wang Wan, who had originally planned to take action at night, ordered the troops to take action now. Guotu and the others, who were supposed to go back, requested to stay. At least they could help out with the captain's work. After all, they had also learned a lot. After hearing Wang Wan's order, Guotu humbly asked, "General Wang, may I ask why we don't move at night? It's easy to be discovered by the enemy during the day. They've already discovered it. Zhang Ying killed 20 of the enemy's riders 30 li away. How could they not know? 20 riders is not a small number. They will definitely come in contact with each other once in a while. When they discover that the blood tribe is gone, they will definitely come here. At that time, they will search the village." Wang Wan didn't look down on Guotu at all. She answered his question. "Oh, that's right. How should we get there?" Guotu was very eager to learn because he couldn't guess Wang Wan's next move. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. If a general couldn't guess the opponent's intentions during battle, then what was the point of fighting? Leave. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a good place? I have to make use of it and kill at least 10,000 Tubo soldiers before leaving. Up the mountain. Wang Wan didn't plan to run. With such good conditions, as long as they weren't idiots, they would think of a way to scheme against the enemy. 4 hours later, the Tubos soldiers discovered that 2 groups of people were missing. They were already vigilant and immediately sent people to search. In the end, a group of 100 encountered a battalion of light cavalry. They were shot down by the enemy's crossbow arrows at a leeward area. They didn't even manage to escape. They were still wearing armor. The light cavalry only had a single piece of clothing and didn't even have leather armor. The food they brought was only enough to last them for 2 days. They were all chasing after speed. The disappearance of a group of 100 left the Tubos soldiers no choice but to send people to check again. This time, 2 groups of 100 returned. Before they could run to the location, they encountered a battalion of light cavalry. At the same time, the wind was against them and they were shot down. This time, they learned to be smart and scattered to escape. In the end, they discovered that there were enemies in every direction. The 2 groups of 100 lost contact with the Tubos soldiers again. This time, the Tubos soldiers didn't continue to send a group of 100, but a group of 1,000. Unfortunately, when the group of 1,000 rushed over, they were all gone. In the middle of the night, who would want to play with them? Why weren't they sleeping? The group of 1,000 didn't dare to rashly advance. They slowly arrived at the village and discovered that there was no one here. Those that could be brought away were all taken away by the commoners. This time, they finally understood where the enemy had been hiding. They were actually hiding in these few villages. It seemed that the commoners were also bribed. When the group of 1,000 saw that there were no enemies, they could only send 200 people back to report. The remaining 800 people stayed in the village. The wind was weaker here and it wasn't that cold. When dawn came, the reinforcements that the 800 people were waiting for didn't come. The 200 people who went back to report last night were also gone. When the 800 people didn't dare to scatter and return to their encampment, they told the situation. The generals in the headquarters were all stunned. How many people were there in the Tang army? How could they leave all 200 cavalry behind? Could it be that this was where the main force of the Tang army was? Since the Tang army in the village was gone, where was the main force of the Tang army now? Tatatu also received the news. His men were still on the mountain with 13,000 men. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but he didn't dare to. If he went back, his position would be gone. He had lost 7,000 men. How could he think about it? Therefore, he kept asking people to send him supplies. He always lied that he found small groups of Tang army chasing and annihilating them. After hearing this news, Tatatu's first reaction was that the opportunity had come. He sent a message to the other divisions, saying that he knew where the main force of the Tang army was. They were on the mountain and he asked for reinforcements. He could bring his men to fight a head-on battle. The people in the other divisions didn't believe him for a long time. The last time they sent 6,000 men, all of them were annihilated. They even sent reinforcements. Maybe the main force of the Tang army was still at the place where his 4,000 men were killed, looking for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Damn clairvoyance. How can they see so far? If we continue to fight like this, we will be in a passive position. Didn't those people who went to Tang to collect information and secretly recruit officials know how to bring back a few clairvoyants? They could have found one and let the craftsman learn how to make one. Tatatu hated himself when he thought that he was always one step behind the enemy. He knew the use of clairvoyance. They could discover the enemy in advance and make arrangements in advance. They could ambush or retreat, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. If he had one, he would definitely not lose. Attatatat 2 days had passed. All the Tibetans were looking for the main force of the Tang army, but no one could find it. 3 hours later, when the remaining men found the 3,000 men and turned back, there was no one at the place where they were ambushed. Judging from the marks, they should have gone down the mountain. I told you that the main force of the Tang army is here. Look at the density of the arrows. There are at least 3,000 men. If there are 3,000 crossbowmen, how many saber and spear soldiers are there? If they are not the main force, then what are they? The messenger sent by Tatata repeated his words. The people in the divisions had no choice but to believe him. That's right. 3,000 crossbowmen. According to the ratio, they were definitely the main force of the Tang army. The main force of the Tang army should be ambushing Tatata in front of the road and the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. They had to go up and down. But this time, they didn't send reinforcements to Tatata directly. Instead, they wanted to take the credit themselves. The 3 divisions had 6,000 men each. This way, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed and annihilated. When the 3 divisions arrived at the place where they were ambushed, Tatata received news that the 1,000 men he sent to find the main force of the Tang army had been ambushed. Only about 100 of them had escaped. At this time, even if they were defeated one by one, he would accept it. As long as the 18,000 men behind him could avenge him, he would accept it. Wang Wan was very relaxed at this time. It was different with an eagle. It could fly in the sky and scan the ground. It could cover an area of dozens of kilometers. Even if it flew more, it could see the situation within 100 kilometers. Shui Yun had made a great contribution. Every day, someone would hunt fresh game for it to eat. Now I finally know why it is so difficult to fight against the grassland tribes with eagles. Only the eagle can restrain them. Unless more people are sent, unless the enemy's main force is ignored and the enemy's civilians are wiped out directly. Otherwise, the same number of troops can be used to determine the result. Wang Wan liked Shui Yun very much. It was so comfortable to bring it around the enemy's territory. Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy. He planned to ask Zhang Ying to train more people like Shui Yun and catch more eagles. It was just money. He would give as much as he wanted. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan's words, he asked, "Does that mean that as long as you have this eagle, you will have no opponents?" "No, that depends on who is in command. If it was my instructor back then, with the same number of people, I would definitely win against him if I had the eagle and he didn't. However, if he had the current number of people in Tubo, it would be like child's play for him to beat me. The eagle isn't omnipotent. There's a tactic called feint, another method called disguise, and another method called marching. Not to mention him, even those old generals in the early Tang dynasty have ways to force me away. If I continue to fight, then I will definitely lose. Of course, it won't be that easy to catch me. We can escape on our own at the most critical moment, and when we return to our dynasty, we will have more soldiers to fight. At that time, it won't be just 15,000 soldiers. I will not be so stupid as to not have the face to meet my elders. As long as I am alive, there is hope. Yes, the Tibetan cavalry has moved out. It is almost time to wrap things up. I will give Shaoli a gift. Wang Wan was not arrogant enough to think that she was invincible. She also did not deliberately belittle herself. If she had something good, she would use it. Who cares if the Tibetans had telescopes or eagles? Could it be that she could not throw an atomic bomb at them if they did not have one? The Tibetans felt that this battle was too difficult, but they had to fight. This was a battle in their own territory. If they did not fight the enemy, how could they live a peaceful life? The people of Tatatatu formed a horizontal line and surged forward. 18,000 people who were waiting to take advantage of the situation also followed closely behind. They hoped that this time, they could eliminate the enemy's main force in the vast Golden River. In the middle of the night, the Tibetans lit up their torches. They did not intend to rest and continued to move forward. Just after they moved forward for another 2 hours, 3,000 light cavalrymen ran over from the village and attacked the 18,000 people supply team. Fire arrows filled the sky and lit up the dark night sky. The 3,000 light cavalrymen did not continue to fight. After they finished burning the things, they took out the horses from the opponent's stables and turned to run again. Crazy, the Tibetans were crazy, especially the people from the 3rd Division who came to help. They questioned Tatatatu, "Where is the main force of the Tang army? Didn't you say that they were on the mountain?" They left Tatatatu alone and the people from the 3rd Division went down the mountain together to help. There were more than 5,000 horses. What if they were all lost? The provisions were also burned. Tatatatu also saw the flames in the distance, but he could not figure out why the main force of the Tang army had run away. It was too fast, unless it was the cavalry. However, he still felt that the main force of the Tang army was right in front of him. To prove that he was right, he divided the team into 4,000 and 6,000 men. The 6,000 men continued to move forward while he led the 4,000 men to chase after the 3 troops. He wanted to see if the main force of the Tang army was there. 2 hours later, large dark clouds appeared in the sky. It seemed that there would be a rain before dawn. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck a tree not far away. Tatatu and the others were shocked. Then, the sky turned dark and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Tatatu was still puzzled. How could a thunderstorm make such a commotion? Before he could figure it out, the people in the team started to fall one after another. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. Tatatu looked at the scene with the help of the torch. He was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "There's an ambush." He wanted to show his heroic spirit and continue to charge forward instead of retreating. However, when he saw the spear that pierced through his subordinates and gloomy dark, he wisely chose to escape. As he ran, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao chased after him with their men. The 4,000 men had stayed on the mountain for a few days, and they were finally able to put their skills to good use. The spears made from the branches they cut down were also very useful. Illuminated by enemy torches, they knew where to throw them. Tatatu did not rest in the first place. He only wanted to lure the main force of the Tang army. Now that he had lured them, he did not have the strength to fight back. After running for a while, Tatatu came to his senses and shouted again, "Throw away the torches. Throw them away. Quick." Once the torches were thrown away, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's men would not be able to aim accurately. They did not dare to light the torches as it would be easy for them to be forced into a corner and counterattack. The people of the protection team, go ahead. Act according to the plan. Wang Wan wanted to teach Tatatu a lesson. This was a good opportunity. When she saw that it was dark everywhere and only thunder could light up the place, she immediately ordered the protection team to move out. The people of the protection team rushed into the enemy's team. As they ran, they shouted the Tubo language that they had learned, "Oh no, the enemy is coming. Run!" The people behind them listened to the sound and threw their spears. Wherever there was such a sound, they would not fly so as to not hurt their own people. After running for a while, Tatatu's men and himself could not run anymore. They could not help but slow down gradually. Some people stopped running and turned around to fight with the Tang army. Taking advantage of the darkness, they really killed some people. "Oh no, General Tatatu is dead. We are surrounded. Hurry up and surrender. Oh no, Tatatu is dead. Surrender." The people of the protection team could not find Tatatu's location and could only continue shouting. This time, a small number of Tubo people stopped running and knelt on the ground to surrender. There were 2 people beside Tatatu who knelt down. Tatatu was so angry that he killed them one by one. He shouted, "Who said that I am dead? I am still." Before he finished shouting, he covered his mouth. He realized that something was wrong. Wasn't he giving the enemy a specific location? Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. Just as he shouted those words, countless spears flew towards his position. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and rushed down the mountain ahead of time. Behind him, there was a series of screams. Tatatu hid behind a tree and shivered. Damn it, this is too cruel. I will become a porcupine if I am a little later. He did not say anything. The people of the protection team continued to shout that he was dead. This time, he did not say anything. Otherwise, another wave of spears would fly toward him. There were blurry silhouettes everywhere, and he did not know if they were his allies or his enemies. Tatatu thought for a while and took off his clothes. He found a corpse beside him and put them on himself. Taking advantage of the darkness, he slowly crawled to a place. Even so, there were still people who threw spears at him and landed on his calf. He was in so much pain that he grimaced, but he did not make a sound. As he crawled, he realized that there were more people. They seemed to be running behind him. Listening to the shouting, he realized that it was the Tang army. This time, he did not dare to move. He lay on the ground and waited. As long as the Tang army rushed over, he might be able to escape. However, his plan was ruined by a flash of lightning and a child's voice. When the lightning flashed, a voice said, "Eh." This person was hit in the calf. How did he die? Look. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately came over from beside the two children. Tatatu already knew who the two children were. The spy in Pingzhou had sent the news. The ones who defeated him were not the generals, but the two children. When he heard the news, he did not believe it at all. Otherwise, he would not have the face to live. At this time, when he saw the two children in front of him, he was shocked. However, he understood that it was indeed the two children who were commanding the army. The opportunity was right in front of him. Tatatu did not know where the strength came from. He did not care about the spear in his calf. He pushed off the ground with his hands and rushed toward the two children in front of him. He thought it through. As long as he caught the two children, no one would dare to touch him. When he brought the children back, it would be a great achievement. The people from the seedling protection team had been sent out, and it was so dark, the people guarding Zhang Xiaobao and Wan Wan did not even have time to react. They could only see a blurry shadow leaping over, heading straight for the little young master and little Mississippi. Just as they were in a state of panic, they saw the figure that was pouncing towards them fly away in a flash. Damn, we are going to be generals soon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan retracted their legs at the same time. They cursed and put down the arm that had just shot the arrow. It was really scary just now. Young master, young lady, are you okay? The person next to them asked with concern. There were already people over there who held down the person who dared to sneak attack them. They would not let him die easily if he dared to attack the young master and young lady. It's okay, little guy. How dare a disabled person who was hit by a spear fight with me in Cuckoo? Do you really think you are a hero? Do you think you are me, who can escape from the search with a broken arm? Zhang Xiaobao replied. He lowered his voice so that only Wang Wan could hear him. Wang Wan laughed and said to the people in front of her, "Bring him here. I want to see who is so smart and knows how to play dead." Tatatu did not know how he flew back. He felt a pain in his chest, then his thigh and arm. He could not move anymore. Wang Wan did not need to continue to give orders. She could not. She asked people to light torches and look at the person who almost succeeded in the sneak attack. I am not convinced. I am Tatatu. You can't kill me. I want to fight with your generals again. Tatatu did not hide his identity anymore. That way, he would die faster. The life of a soldier was not worth anything. He still wanted to fight with the two kids. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. They did not expect to catch a big fish. They looked at the person in front of them carefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "No wonder you always lose. You don't even know how to put on makeup. Look at your clothes. They are too small. You don't need to fight with your current appearance. You are lucky today. There is no poison on the arrow. Otherwise, you would have died." Chapter 628. A heavy rain fell, as if it wanted to wash away all the blood in the world. It continued to rain until the evening of the same day, and it showed no signs of stopping. The Tubo people still couldn't find the main force of the Tang army. Not to mention the main force, they couldn't even find the Tang army. All the provisions of the three troops were burned, and more than 5,000 horses were lost. When they were about to find Tatatu and ask him why the main force of the Tang army wasn't on the mountain, they sent someone back to report what happened that night. More than 3,000 of the 4,000 troops of Tatatu were killed, and Tatatu was nowhere to be found. After this battle, more than 7,000 of the 20,000 troops of Tatatu were left. The people of the three troops were speechless. They thought that if they were still behind Tatatu at that time, Tatatu wouldn't have been killed by the enemy. If they were not the main force of the Tang army, who could they be if they were able to kill more than 1,000 of the 4,000 troops? More than 20,000 people had died in the hands of the Tang army. To be more precise, it was 23,000 people. Many people had died in the camp that was attacked yesterday. 15,000 Tang soldiers came in, but after being ambushed, there were only 12,000 left. Including the logistics troops who did not have much fighting power, from the beginning until now, these people had killed more than 20,000 people on his side. The main force of the Tang army didn't seem to be affected at all. They were still able to fight and win. The news just came yesterday. It was said that the commander here had been confirmed. The girl of the two children was now 9 years old. Her name was Wang Wan, and those who were familiar with her called her Cuckoo. She was the daughter-in-law of the Izhou provincial governor. She was a very sensible girl. She was cute, pretty, and educated. It was said that she was the best at making wontons. Such a little girl of about 9 years old, took over the defeated Tang army and then fought against the army on his side. The distance she covered could be said to be thousands of miles. She schemed and set up ambushes everywhere. She was invincible and invincible. According to the art of war, she was as swift as the wind, as slow as the forest, as fierce as the fire, as immovable as the mountain, as unpredictable as the shadow, and as swift as the thunder. When did the Tang army have such a person? When did the great Tang become accustomed to letting a child lead its army? These did not seem to be important anymore. What was important was that the main force of the Tang army was still there, and they were still as ruthless as before. No matter how hard they searched, they were still nowhere to be found. The Tubo generals had already lost their temper from the beating, but they had no choice but to fight. She had already released the news that she was just a child, and she was the one who killed them until their blood flowed like a river. If they couldn't even deal with a child, what kind of country would they have? As a result, more troops were mobilized and the Iron Cavalry took up their positions. So many people, so powerful, all for the sake of defeating a 9-year-old girl, Cuckoo, a very nice name. Recently, the officials of Pingzhou no longer placed their official duties as their top priority. All they thought about every day was how many Tibetans had been killed by the logistics battalion. A few days ago, Eagle had already delivered the latest news to Pingzhou. When the officials of Pingzhou saw the battle report, they were speechless. The person had been confirmed. She was Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law. She had led her people to defeat the Tibetans again and again. The evidence was the item on Eagle's body. Now, no one doubted anything. They only hoped that this genius general could continue to kill for the great Tang. The news quickly spread to the surrounding areas. When the wealthy families heard about it, they wanted to work hard to have daughters so that they could be like Wang Wan and lead troops into battle. It could be said that they were both men and women who had been reborn. Of course, no one knew that this was what they thought. They also didn't know that this sentence only appeared when the great Tang was in danger. The people of Izhou also received the news. Zhang Zhong was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He didn't expect that not only were his son and daughter-in-law fine, but they were also hiding under the eyes of the enemy. The army that they led didn't lose too many people and still had the strength to fight. Jiang Wang clan and the people of the Wang family were also glowing, especially Wang Wan's father. In the past, he always felt a little inferior. Although his daughter was powerful, the one in charge was his son-in-law. He followed the Zhang family everywhere and wanted to do something to prove himself. However, he never had the chance. Now, the chance had come. Did you see it? Did you see it? The daughter of the Wang family is not just a decoration. The child of the Wang family is also powerful and can fight. Who can? Who in the world can have a 9-year-old daughter like this? In his joy, he dragged the people from the various strongholds to drink as much as he could. At the table, he kept talking about how he felt when his daughter was born, and how he felt now that his daughter was born. He was right. Even if the chief of the stronghold didn't want to listen to his boasting, he had to bear with it. He knew that he wasn't boasting. His daughter had done it. Old Man Pai and the other two gathered again. They looked at the news and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Old Man Chang said, "Look, it's not wrong. It's the two children who are commanding, and it's cuckoo." Did an expert teach the two children different skills? This time, the Zhang family and the Wang family's momentum has been established. In the future, ordinary people won't dare to provoke them. If they can compete in civil and martial arts, who can be a match for them? Old Man Pai didn't expect Cuckoo, who always smiled when she talked, to have such ability. In the past, when he was with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he mostly looked at Xiao Bao. Cuckoo always stood behind Xiao Bao. One was to support him silently, while the other was to protect Cuckoo at all times. But when it came to fighting, Cuckoo automatically stood in front, while Xiao Bao ran behind Cuckoo to support her. All the logistics were done by Xiao Bao. How were they still two children? Many adults couldn't do this. When one appeared, the other immediately hid. One was in the light, one was in the dark. What would happen when this pair of children grew up? Yes, they didn't need to grow up. They could do it now. If they were given a chance, they would definitely grab it. It seemed that he didn't make the wrong choice and helped the right people. In the future, the Tang Empire would be handed over to them. Thinking of this, Old Man Pai sighed and said, "I hope Cuckoo comes back soon. If she's surrounded there and something happens, it'll be a loss for our dynasty. If there's no other way, we'll force Pingzhou to send troops. Aren't there many people who want to join the army now?" Old Man Ya tried his best to control himself and not let himself get too excited. His body had always been weak and needed to rest. He was afraid that he would get too excited when something happened. He, who had been the Prime Minister many times, had trained himself to not be shocked by honor or disgrace. But when faced with such a situation, he couldn't treat it with the same attitude as before. Xiao Bao was only a little over 9 years old, but he was able to arrange the logistics so well that the soldiers in front didn't have to worry about the rear. Cuckoo was also a little over 9 years old. She was born in the same year, same month, and same day as Xiao Bao. She was able to lead the soldiers to contend with the strong enemies of Tubo and not be defeated. Even if she was 10 years older, no, 3 years older, at least there would be a 12-year-old Prime Minister, right? But the two children just had to be exposed at such a young age. They couldn't even hide it. Perhaps it was because they had been hiding it again and again. Yao Chong was really frightened. He had never heard of such a thing. He thought that Tubo must be feeling even worse. So many generals were being toyed with by a 9-year-old girl. Wouldn't they go crazy? Alright, now Tubo's days weren't going to be good. They had mobilized so many soldiers, and even the Steel Cavalry had to come out. The Steel Cavalry was the troop that protected Tubo's capital. How much did they have to force Tubo's people to do this? All of the mobilizing of the army was money, and they had profited. With the current dynasty's small military force and the money from the Zhang family and Wang family to organize the logistics, they had dragged Tubo into mobilizing so much financial, material, and manpower. After taking a few deep breaths, Old Man Yao gradually calmed down and said, "I think that should be the case. Let Pingzhou mobilize the army. Right now, the people there all want to join the army and serve our dynasty. This is all because of Cuckoo. If a little girl can do it, how could those grown men not be able to do it? Even if they don't mobilize the army, they have to act like they are going to attack and cooperate with Cuckoo. Otherwise, Cuckoo won't have it easy. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are gone, what kind of situation will that be? If that's really the case, I'm willing to exchange my old life for it. I've lived for so long, and I've lived long enough. Nothing must happen to Cuckoo and Xiao Bao." Old Man Chang was the most direct and immediately expressed his position. Old Man Pai didn't say anything, but from the expression on his face, he was willing to exchange his life for it. Just as they were discussing whether or not they should use their status to force Pingzhou to make a move, the imperial edict from the capital arrived. It was specifically for Old Man Yao and Old Man Pai, telling them to fully cooperate with Zhang Zhong and Yizhou. At the same time, another imperial edict was sent to Pingzhou, ordering Pingzhou to make preparations to attack. Just as the others were making their moves, Wang Wan began the next step of her plan. She placed a team of nearly 4,000 people on the mountain. She and Xiao Bao personally led 3,000 light cavalrymen to cause trouble for Tubo. After the rain stopped, the road was difficult to travel. Perhaps all the generals were unwilling to attack the enemy under such circumstances, but Wang Wan was an exception. The things she learned didn't care about the influence of the weather. In the past, the troops she commanded were all-weather combat troops. To others, this kind of weather was unbearable, but to her, it was an opportunity. So what if the ground was muddy? If her side was muddy, so were the others. Whoever could take advantage of the terrain would be able to win. In addition, with the help of clouds and binoculars, Wang Wan was confident that she could fight Tubo again in this kind of environment. She would make them tremble when they saw her in the future. The 3,000 light cavalrymen set off with 5 days' worth of food and a large number of arrows. Their target was the 3 troops that had just gathered Tatatu's 7,000 people. Chapter 629. Bows and crossbows are hidden, saddles and horses are hung, hooves are torrential, angrily trampling Jin Chuan. Life is on the blade, soul is on the bottom, arrows are like a storm, wind is like a storm. Ask the enemy if they are afraid, their bodies are in the yellow sand, blood is spilled. Looking at the Jiangqiangua pagoda from afar, he sneered and flicked his hair. Perhaps it was because of the rain, but Kumyuk had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Looking at the sky that was not completely clear after the rain, she always felt a chilly wind blowing, even if it was in the tent. In fact, he knew what he was worried about. He was afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of Tatatu. 20,000 people against 7,000 people, it did not seem to be a lot, but the other side only had a little more than 10,000 people. At that time, the Tang army was still in low morale and did not have much rest. At this time, the Tang army's morale was so high that his own army could not compare with it. Moreover, they hid and rested for such a long time. It was true that the general was the courage of the soldiers. It was true that the same soldiers became different after changing the general. His own army also had 20,000 people, and the logistics department of 6,000 people sent out did not lose too many people. But why did he not dare to completely follow the order to launch a battle line to kill? Was he afraid? Was he afraid of a 9-year-old little girl? Kimukahu was not surprised that the other side killed so many people on his side with such a small number of people. The most powerful generals in history were even more powerful than this. He could not understand how a 9-year-old girl could be like those famous generals. If she was on his side, he would feel that the little girl fought a battle pleasing to the eye, but she was not on his side. Reporting, General, the scouts of the 1st and 2nd teams of the Wind Cavalry encountered the enemy and retreated. Only 21 people out of 300 escaped. Just as Kumu and Kuhu were thinking about how to follow the order without losing too many soldiers, a messenger ran in from outside the tent and reported to them. Kimukahu did not seem to have any reaction after hearing it. He looked at the scenery outside the tent motionlessly. The messenger did not dare to disturb him and stood aside to wait. After a while, Kimukahu said, "No wonder I always felt a gust of cold wind. It turned out that I was targeted. It seems that the Tang army is ready to attack my army. Well, tell me, what kind of enemy did the 1st and 2nd teams of the Wind Cavalry encounter?" Reporting, the brothers who came back said that they encountered about 3,000 Tang soldiers. They were lightly armored and their arrows were like flying locusts. When they came face to face, a large number of brothers around fell. Fortunately, the road was muddy, so they managed to escape. The messenger was also worried. He was afraid of encountering the main force of the Tang army and that little girl. Kumu and Kuhu began to ponder and muttered, 3,000 light cavalry. This means that they are the ones who ambushed the logistics. The main force of the Tang army is still on the mountain. Mud is good. The messenger listened attentively. He didn't know what to do with the mud, so he could only wait for the general's order. Pass down my order. The 6,000 men of the 8 battalions that were sent to reinforce Tadagaritu are to return immediately. The 6 battalions will split into 6 groups and spread out the distance between each other. We will search as we return. Gather all of our cavalrymen. Equip them with light armor and crossbows. Wait for orders. Find Sangchichi. Kamuku, who originally did not want to let the headquarters go up, but now that the enemy had their eyes on them, they had no choice but to go up, even if they knew who would be at a disadvantage. After the messenger left, Kamuku laughed sinisterly and muttered to himself, "Little girl, this time I'll let you know that not everyone can let you come and go as you please." Wang Wan, who had defeated nearly 300 Tufan soldiers, led her troops and left. She ran into a forest and started to get busy. Shui Yun flew down and told Zhang Yingshan the news on the mountain. She then flew away and continued to monitor the situation on the mountain. She also sent an order. Zhang Xiaobao took out the small pot on his back and lit the fire. He was busy making food for Wang Wan. He was only making food for her. Fighting a war was also very mentally taxing. She had to replenish her nutrients. He poured oil and slowly boiled the sugar. After a while, the sugar changed color and the fragrance floated out. The surrounding soldiers who were looking at them inhaled the fragrance. However, no one came forward. No one wanted to share the food. This was a meal for the general so that he could lead them to victory. Zhang Xiaobao took out pepper and a few other seasonings and stir-fried them in the pot. He looked at the cut meat at the side and sighed, "Ai. It's not easy to get some pork here. I'll just make do with the wild pork. I've already marinated it with white pepper, starch and wine. The fragrant red braised meat needs to be cooked slowly. It will only taste good after 2 hours." Wang Wan leaned against a tree and rested while thinking about what the enemy would do. Occasionally, she would look at Xiao Bao, who was making the red braised meat for her. She revealed a happy smile. During this period of time, Xiao Bao had taken the time to make good food for her. He would do whatever he was told to do. He never felt that he shouldn't listen to a woman just because he was a man. The surrounding soldiers were also envious of General Wang. Although men didn't cook much, the little young master's food was really delicious. Just by smelling it, it was fragrant. When they heard the people from the logistics camp calling him, it seemed that the little young master had a higher status at home. They didn't expect that he would not fight for power with General Wang and would do whatever he was told to do. This kind of a man was not easy to find. Yes, a woman like General Wang was also not easy to find. When the little young master was at home, would he be bullied by General Wang who could command him? As everyone was thinking, one person unconsciously said it. Zhang Xiaobao was watching the fire. When he heard this person, he turned his head and asked, "You haven't married yet?" This person was shocked and thought that he was doomed. Why didn't he guard his mouth and let the little young master hear it? He quickly shook his head and replied, "No, my family is poor. I can't talk about a wife." "Oh. Don't be afraid of being poor. We are poor, but we are not poor. You fought with your life in Tubo. When you go back, you won't be poor anymore. For those who fought with my little madam, if they died, their families would double the compensation. If they were alive, they would also receive a large amount of money. When the time comes, I will help you find a wife. You have to work hard," Zhang Xiaobao said gently to this person. Okay. When this person thought that he would have a wife in the future, he immediately felt embarrassed. He lowered his head and blushed. But in his heart, he felt that something was wrong. He had clearly offended the little young master. Why would the little young master be kind enough to find a wife for him? Zhang Xiaobao did not expose him. He looked at this person carefully and remembered this person. If this person could really go back alive, he would find a wife for him. The kind that was good at fighting. Let's see if this person would still badmouth him. Another person at the side joined in and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, I already have a wife at home. I don't know if I can get a concubine when I go back. My cooking is not good at all. I don't care if you get a concubine. If you have the ability, you can get one yourself. I will teach you how to sing a song, okay?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at this person and said, Okay. I will sing and you will remember. Maybe I will say goodbye. Won't come back again, do you understand? Do you understand? Maybe I'll fall down and never rise again. Do you still want to wait forever? Zhang Xiaobao sang the song with a slightly altered melody to the man, and the people around him also listened. Little young master, I thought about it and decided not to find a concubine. The one at home makes clothes that fit me very well. Everyone in the village praises her. They also say that I am very lucky. I won't marry. If you don't marry, then rest. You still have to kill enemies. Dignity needs to be exchanged with blood. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he added some firewood under the pot. He turned around and went to Wang Wan. He squatted down and massaged Wang Wan's head. At this time, Wang Wan was almost done thinking. While enjoying Zhang Xiaobao's massage, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you sang really well just now. Why don't I change the military songs that I learned before and teach them? It can also improve their morale." Okay, but the premise is that you have to make more money so that you can give enough money to support the army. In the end, the Tang dynasty couldn't raise an army and there was chaos. The soldiers listened to who is who. Let's give the money to Xiao Li and let him take it out. Then the army will listen to him. I like him more. He is very tough when dealing with the outside world. If we follow him, we can fight a few more wars. In the future, your family will eventually be separated. You can't always follow my family. You need to build your own family. Your younger brother will be supporting your family in the future. You need to have a good reputation so that you can protect him before he can start his own family. Zhang Xiaobao thought that most of the content of the lyrics was different from what it was now. For example, the love of the motherland. The people now listen to who raised them, especially the soldiers of the various regional commanders. This is not good. They need to centralize power. Money. Everything needs to be done with money. They also need to use Li Longji's name. Otherwise, they can start an uprising. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. In the future, they will fight whoever is not satisfied. Weak countries don't have diplomacy. They need to occupy more land and get more resources first. You can decide how to earn money. This time, I am prepared to cripple Tubo. I will make sure that they will not be able to recover within 10 years. Kamukahu's 6,000 men have retreated. They are retreating in different battalions. What is he trying to do? Zhang Xiaobao asked the information he just received when he heard about the war. What else can he do? Shuiyun is not back yet. When it comes back, let it go to Kamukahu's side to take a look. He must be gathering the cavalry. He wants to use 6,000 men as bait to waste our horses and arrows. It is too obvious. He is smarter than Tadamatu. He knows how to use bait. He probably knows that we can only use light cavalry to fight against light cavalry. Wang Wan was very familiar with this kind of thing. There were many examples. For example, during the tank battle at Station 2, they could stop their own tanks from moving and let the enemy constantly look for suitable places to attack to deplete the enemy's fuel. Would a tank without fuel still be a tank? Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he heard that Wang Wan had a plan. Compared to Wang Wan, Kamukahu was still inexperienced. By the time Zhang Xiaobao finished cooking the red braised pork, everyone had rested enough. Wang Wan had a good meal and ordered the 3rd Cavalry Battalion, Light Cavalry, 1st Battalion, 1st Battalion, 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, 1st 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 Battalion. 1st Battalion, 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 3rd Battalion, 1st 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 Battalion. 1st Battalion, 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 1st Battalion. Chapter 630. Following Wang Wan's order, the 3,000 light cavalry split up and swept out like the wind. Out of the 6,000 Tibetan 8 battalions that acted as bait, other than the one in the front that was unscathed, the other 7 battalions were all attacked. The light cavalry took the upper hand and shot out a wave of arrows. They did not wait for the other party to react and just left. After a while, they would come back again. Every time, they would take away 30 to 50 lives. The 7 battalions of the Tibetan army were already beaten to the point that they could not take it anymore. At the same time, they felt sullen. They recognized the arrows that were shot at them. They were all from the logistics department at the foot of the mountain. It was not a good feeling to shoot their own people with arrows. Each battalion only had 750 people. Seeing that their numbers were slowly being whittled down, they could not do anything. The light cavalry really came and went like the wind. If they were to run back to the main camp from here, they would probably die. Every battalion sent the little bit of cavalry they had back to report, hoping that the reinforcements would come sooner. In the end, the battalion simply stopped running and formed a defensive formation. It was very effective. Every time they were attacked, they did not lose too many people. Soon, Kamukahu received the news. He was also reluctant to send 6,000 people to kill. However, if he did not do this and let 3,000 people escape, it would be more troublesome. If he killed 3,000 people, it would be 3,000 people. After hearing that all the 7 battalions were attacked, Kimukahu finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the Tang army would hold back. Order all the cavalry to set off. Kill. Send someone to tell Sang Chi to hurry up. This time, I'm not only eyeing those 3,000 people, but also leaving a part of the main force of the Tang army in the mountains for me. Humph. Scheming against the unsuspecting. I want to see how big of a wave that lass can still create. The messenger quickly passed down the order. Kimukahu put on his armor and prepared to meet Wang Wan personally. Although he felt that it was embarrassing to put the lass in such a high position. The troops set off. Kimukahu gathered 4,000 light cavalry and rushed forward. They were prepared to attack the Tang army that had lost their horses and arrows. Kimukahu's team only had 5,000 people. As for the other 5,000 people, they had already been sent out by him. This time, he wanted to give the Tang army a fierce blow. Beside Kimukahu, there was a person who was supposed to be in charge of the army. When he saw that all the soldiers in the headquarters had been mobilized, he worriedly said to Kimukahu, "General, that little girl Cuckoo is also not an ordinary person. Should we join forces with the other 2 troops? Or do you want someone to send a letter and recruit the 2,000 or so people from Tada Shimadu on the mountain? There's no need. Could it be that you want my Tubo's 67,000 people to move out at the same time to capture a single girl and deal with her 10,000 people? The other 2 divisions can't possibly move against me either. That way, I'll get the most credit, so how could they be willing to do it? The more than 2,000 people of Tadakidu on the mountain had no use for them. They were already scared out of their wits. This little girl didn't know her limits. Did she really think that she was invincible just because she had a few pimples with Tada? If she was given another 10 years, she might be able to become a famous general of her generation. However, I won't give her this chance. Kimukahu vetoed the suggestion of the person beside him. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to find other people to join forces with him. However, just like what he was thinking, other people wouldn't be so cooperative. They might even be waiting for him to return empty-handed. This time, the person beside him didn't say anything. He could only hope that the general's plan would succeed. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. If that little girl Cuckoo was really powerful, wouldn't she be able to see that the 6,000 people were a trap? The Tang army's light cavalry didn't care about what others thought. They listened to General Wang's orders and carried it out very seriously. Even if it consumed a lot of horsepower and arrows, they still persisted in attacking and harassing. Even if they could only kill 10 people at a time, they would shoot the moment they entered the shooting range. They definitely wouldn't give the enemy a chance to counterattack. By the time Kimukahu's 4,000 light cavalry arrived, half of the 7 battalions had already been killed. Just like that, 2,600 people were killed. When the 4,000 light cavalry arrived, a loud and clear eagle cry sounded in the sky. The Tang army's light cavalry immediately began to retreat and meet up with Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's group. They started to run towards the north. However, their speed was obviously not as fast as before. The horses' noses were constantly blowing out white gas. The 4,000 light cavalry who came with a purpose didn't care about their own injured people. They urged their horses to chase after them. Each one of them had their bows and arrows ready. When they were within the shooting range, they would shoot. This distance was not a normal distance. The other party's horses were still running forward. Furthermore, they were in the wind, so they had to be very close to them. The Tubo people's shooting range was not enough. However, the Tang army's shooting range was enough. Each of them continuously turned around and shot without aiming. They let the Tubo people completely understand how difficult it was to chase after the light cavalry. When the Tubo cavalry had more than 400 people, they finally caught up to the shooting range. Just as they were about to shoot, many ropes suddenly popped out from the ground in the middle of the group. The Tang cavalry in front of them also took out something from their pockets and threw it on the ground. It was a triangular nail-shaped wooden block that they made when they were resting in the forest. When the Tubo people's horses stepped on these wooden blocks, they couldn't run anymore. Although it wasn't as powerful as iron, it wasn't too bad. Those who were caught by the ropes directly jumped down from the horses or were pressed down by the horses. There was no way for them to escape. Half of the Tubo cavalry were directly taken down. The remaining half didn't need to chase after them. They were all carefully controlling their horses to walk the maze. At this time, a rain of spears suddenly shot out from the forest, followed by shouts of killing. Shui Yun shouted excitedly in the sky. It was very clever and didn't come down to do any sneak attacks. It was also afraid of being shot by the arrows. Perhaps it knew that it had completed a very important task and sent the 4,000 people here to prepare. The remaining Tubo cavalry knew that they were finished. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also thought so. They didn't turn back to continue attacking. They led their people to rest and prepare for the next battle. At this time, Zhang Qiqi was running with all his might with 5,000 light infantry. He had received the order to set off in advance. He bypassed the main battlefield and advanced towards the villages where the Tang army was hiding in the east. He wanted to ambush the main force of the Tang army that was retreating. He ran until he was almost out of breath, but he didn't dare to think about resting. Speed was the most important thing in war. If he didn't make it in time because of laziness, then he didn't need to live anymore. The position in the east was indeed good. He didn't see any Tang army scouts, nor did he find the bodies of his own people killed here. Zhang Qiqi felt that he was about to make a great contribution. But he didn't know that if he didn't run to the north and continue to go east, he would have found the 4,000 people of the Tang army that retreated to Pingzhou. Among them, there were more than 1,000 local people. With his 5,000 people, he could definitely easily take down these 4,000 people who didn't have much fighting power. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested for a while and recovered a lot of strength, most of the 4,000 pursuing cavalry had been dealt with. Only the slowest ones at the back were lucky enough to go back and report. Every dead person was replaced and the horses that could still be used were brought back. Of the 4,000 chasing horses, only 700 were still usable. The rest were finished. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led people to cut the horse meat. They also filled the first pile of water bags in the nearby river with water. They collected the bows and arrows of the Tubo people and distributed them to those who didn't have them. After all these things were done, Zhang Qiqi's troops also ran into the village for a short rest. They were waiting for an ambush in a while. Wang Wan didn't give him a chance to rest. She led everyone in the direction of the village. When Shui Yun first found this group of people, she and Xiaobao were frightened. They thought that this group of people went to chase after the retreating logisticians. Komukahu didn't slow down with his 5,000 people. They had already arrived at the place where the 8 battalions were located. There were 6,000 people in the 8 battalions. Now, there were only 3,000 who could still fight. More than 2,600 people died, and the rest were seriously injured. It could be said that the losses were heavy. Komukahu would be lying if he said that he didn't feel bad. But when he thought that the cavalry in front of him had wiped out the enemy's cavalry, he and Zhang Qiqi would work together to severely injure the rest of the Tang army. That would make up for the losses here. He believed that he could ask where the main force of the Tang army was when he caught the people of the light cavalry. After gathering the remnants of the 8 battalions, Komukahu led the team and continued to move forward. He also asked everyone to run. This way, they could move faster and avoid the Tang army from escaping in advance. But what he waited for was not the news of the victory of the cavalry, but more than 100 cavalry who escaped. After a series of inquiries, Kamukahu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. The main force of the Tang army actually appeared. They even cooperated with the light cavalry to destroy his cavalry. They even used tripping ropes. Was it a precaution in advance, or a plan to deal with his cavalry this time? At this time, Kamukahu was like Tatatu at that time. He had no idea. If it was the former, he could immediately lead people to kill. If it was the latter, should he chase? It turned out that not being able to guess the enemy's tactics on the battlefield was so uncomfortable. Chase, no matter what, I have to see the main force of the Tang army. It's best to see what that little girl looks like. I have to figure it out. Kumyuk made up his mind. The group continued to run forward. After an hour, he saw the corpses of people and horses. Needless to say, they were killed by spears one after another. The blood gathered together and flowed into the river in the east, overflowing the pits left by the horses. When the Tubo people saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. How ruthless a 9-year-old girl was. It was obvious that the people on the ground were the last ones to be stabbed. It was the same for the horses. None of them were left alive. In a more spacious area, someone even used something to write the mark of a pit. The blood was drawn in and formed words, Tubo words. Tubo plotted to destroy the Yangtze River embankment and directly killed 1655 people of Wangjiang in Shuzhou. Today, I ask you, Tubo, do you still dare to do it? Seeing such words, all the Tubo soldiers were speechless. They finally understood why the Zhang family sent out such a killing god. It turned out that it was to avenge the people who were killed by the spies they sent to Wangjiang in Shuzhou. Wasn't this too vengeful? Something that happened so far away actually came to Tubo to look for it. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Ruthless, really ruthless. Now, they finally knew how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family were. They would remember this name. Kamukahu could no longer describe his feelings. Was it fear or anger? Provocation, a blatant provocation. Being questioned by a 9-year-old girl using the blood of their own people in such a condescending manner. This was a challenge to a country with one person's ambition. No matter what he thought in his heart, no matter whether he answered or not, he was at a disadvantage and had no face left. Chase, I want to tear her apart with my own hands. Chase after her and fight it out. I want to see how they can escape. The anger in Kamukahu's heart was finally suppressed by fear. He was a general. If he could swallow this insult and let others threaten his own country, wouldn't he still be human? More than 7,000 Tubo soldiers also thought the same. If they retreated or stopped, wouldn't it be telling the 9-year-old girl that they didn't dare to do it? If that was really the case, they should just find a rope and hang themselves. It was a shame. There was no need to mention the grievance in their hearts. More than 7,000 people ran madly following the tracks. When they reached the front, they were all dumbfounded. The 5,000 people led by Sang Chichi were being surrounded and shot by the 7,000 cavalry. From the looks of it, more than 1,000 people had already fallen. Kamukahu finally understood one thing. The Tang army that he was thinking about just now was prepared with ropes and specifically targeted him. Half of the bait he sent out was eaten. The 4,000 light cavalry could be said to be completely annihilated. Right now, this army that was supposed to be used for an ambush was found and killed by the other party. It was impossible for something like this to happen suddenly. It must have been planned by the other party. At this moment, the Tang army that was surrounding and killing suddenly stopped. A group of people came out from the group. In the front were two very cute children. When they were a certain distance away, the little girl immediately started to shout the Tubo language that she just learned. Kamukahu, right? Today, I killed your soldiers to take revenge for the people of Wangjiang. Let me ask you personally, do you still dare to do it? Tell me, do you dare? With a pew sound, 2 streaks of blood spurted out from Kumukahu's nose. His body swayed and fell to the side. Everything in front of him was pitch black. When the Tubo soldiers heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too much of a bully. If they had a rich vocabulary like Zhang Xiaobao, they would definitely curse at the top of their lungs, "Fuck your mother," and then charge over to kill. However, they did not curse like that. They all cursed their own words and charged over without a care for their lives. Retreat, slowly wear them down. I don't believe it. When Wang Wan saw that the other party was charging, she turned her horse around and ran. The Tubo people did not care about the speed of the other party as they chased after them with all their might. In the end, without Kamu and Kuhu's command, the 7,000 Tubo people who came later and the remaining 2,500 Tubo people who were surrounded and shot down by Wang Wan's 7,000 cavalrymen. The method was very simple. Run in the direction of the wind and then charge at the place where the arrows were not lethal. Then, with the help of the wind and inertia, they would shoot arrows and not give the other party a chance to retaliate. Without Kamukahu's command, the Tubo soldiers chased with all their might. They were determined to stop the Tang army. When the Tubo soldiers had chased for more than 30 li, they were already out of strength. After many people were killed, Kamukahu, who was supported by others, woke up. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately ordered his troops to retreat and hide in the village. They formed a defensive line and were not allowed to attack. This battle lasted until night time. The Tubo soldiers were only left with around 6,000 people. The Tang army also ran out of arrows and piled up their horses. Only then did they retreat. Kamukahu entered a commoner's house and was in a daze. 20,000 people were plotted against by the other party step by step. They were only left with around 6,000 people. It was over. It was over for him. He clearly did not underestimate the enemy and even made arrangements. How could he not be able to outsmart a little girl? Could it be that she was the reincarnation of a military god? With such a cute and obedient little face and such a rosy little mouth, why were the words that came out of her mouth so infuriating and her actions so ruthless? Kamukahu was not the only one who did not understand. The Tubo soldiers who felt that they had escaped a calamity would also dream of a little girl with a face full of smiles. She personally held a sword and looked at her brothers beside her one by one. After killing one, she smiled and asked if they dared to do it. As a result, countless people were frightened awake. Just as the Tubo soldiers were thinking that they had nothing to do for the night, a dozen people ran down from the mountain and finally found Kamukahu. They reported to Kamukahu, who was still unable to sleep. The 2,400 people who had been recruited on the mountain were attacked by the main force of the Tang army at night and were completely annihilated. They were released and said that the main force was here. They wanted to pass a message to the general and ask if the Tubo soldiers still dared to come. Kamukahu fainted again. Perhaps it was because she had experienced it before, she woke up faster this time. The first thing she did when she woke up was to kill the people who came back from the mountain. Kamukahu, who was unable to sleep, was patrolling the temporary camp. At around 6 o'clock a.m., the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Countless fire arrows flew into the village. Night attack. The Tubo soldiers could only drag their tired bodies and prepare to face the enemy. In the end, the enemy shot dozens of people to death and burned down a bunch of houses before retreating. The Tubo soldiers continued to prepare to sleep. However, at around 5 o'clock a.m., the Tang army came again. Fire arrows flew and then retreated. Just like this, Wang Wan ordered her men to seize the time to rest. At the same time, she ordered people to take turns to harass the Tubo soldiers. Kamukahu clearly knew this tactic, but he could not think of any way to deal with it. If he did not do anything, the enemy would definitely see the opportunity and send a large force to suppress them. He could only go along with it. He hoped that the other two divisions would come to support him soon. He had already sent out a messenger and hoped that it would not be stopped. When the sky was about to brighten, the Tang army finally left and did not continue to harass them. At the same time, the other two divisions also used their fastest speed to send a message, telling them to hold on for one more day and that they would come to support them. Kamukahu, who had relaxed, ordered a portion of his men to be on guard outside. He did not want to let the rest after the Tang army launched a sneak attack. In the end, an hour later, 3,000 Tang soldiers suddenly appeared in the village. They raised their swords and killed the Tubo soldiers who had just fallen asleep. At the same time, the Tang soldiers outside rushed back to attack from both inside and outside. When the sky was bright, the attack ended. Kamukahu was relatively lucky. He rode a horse and led his 300 personal guards to break out of the encirclement and escape. The remaining people became the offerings for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to worship the people of Wangjiang. The two of them brought all the Tang soldiers to temporarily build a sacrificial altar. They kowtowed 3 times and prayed to the 1,000-bone pagoda at Wangjiang in Shuzhou. Following that, Wang Wan left behind some words and led everyone to the yellow sand in the north. When Kamukahu and the other two divisions of reinforcements rushed back, they saw that all of their men had died there. There was also a sacrificial altar, and there was also a line of words written with blood. To the souls of the people of Wangjiang, I ask you again, Tubo, do you dare to come again? The people who saw these words and the scene gave the 9-year-old Wang Wan a name, Demon Fiend. When the Demon Fiend was angry, red blood would flow for 1,000 miles. At the same time, they gathered the other two divisions of people to inform the other divisions behind them and chased after the yellow sand. They had to take revenge. Chapter 631. As Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the army north, the people of Pingzhou quickly learned of many things. Pingzhou's government army had urgently recruited 120,000 people. Anyone who was willing to join the army would be given a share. They pretended to be ready to attack Tubo at any time, but they restrained themselves. When the people in the various strongholds in Wing Prefecture heard that the child of this official, who was like a brother to them, was fighting with the Tubo people, they took out the little money they had just saved and insisted that Zhang Zhong buy food for the government soldiers so that they could go and rescue the child as soon as possible. In addition to money, the adult men in the various strongholds also requested that Zhang Zhong organize a logistics camp to go kill the enemy together. Now, the logistics camp's combat ability had been recognized by the local people as being more powerful than the vanguard. Zhang Zhong persuaded and refused, but he didn't dare to tell others the truth. Pingzhou's government army was just putting on a show. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo returned, those who had to farm and those who had to have children would do so. It wasn't to the extent that ordinary people would go to war. Zhang Zhong's days were much better now. With the reputation that his son and daughter-in-law had made, the merchants who were originally hesitant to be invited happily came to Yizhou to cooperate with them. They were afraid. The new information that the spies sent back from Tubo made them worry that Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law would come back and find out that they didn't cooperate with Zhang Zhong. She would lead the troops to wipe them out. They now believed that the Zhang family and the Wang family were the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Based on the abilities of Demon Fiend, they were certain that he didn't need to bring any powerful troops. The usual guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were enough. Wouldn't dealing with people like them be child's play? The pigeons flying from Yizhou to the capital were clearly not enough. The capital had already sent 3 cages of pigeons in case of emergency. This time, Gao Lishir brought the news back during the morning court session. Li Longji even temporarily stopped the court session to wait for Gao Lishir to do something else. None of the officials in the court objected. Even LV Yenzhua, who had always been at odds with Zhang Zhong, remained silent. Everyone wanted to know if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had returned, or if they were still hiding there, waiting for an opportunity, or if they had been caught. Gao Lisha ran back and forth. This time, he didn't have the time to take a look. He didn't know what was going on in front of him. As soon as he returned to the hall, he looked at Li Longji and waited for him to speak. Previously, Li Longji had slightly lost his composure in front of the three officials. This time, in order to avoid such a situation, he first took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before instructing Gao Lisha, read. Gao Lisha slowly opened the letter in his hand. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva to soothe his throat, he read, "This official, by Go, Yao Chongqin, the commander of the logistics camp in Izhou, Great General Cuckoo, after defeating 13,000 Tufan soldiers, hid in a few villages near the Dachuan River. He formed a group of 3,000 light cavalry and attacked Komukahu's troops. Komukahu led the troops to encircle and annihilate them. With 8 battalions of infantry as bait, 4,000 light cavalry attempted to devour them. Another 5,000 infantry hurriedly marched around the village, vowing to destroy the main force of the Tang army on the Jinchuan front line. Komukahu personally led 5,000 officers and 4,000 light cavalry to hold the rear. One day later, 8 battalions of infantry successfully lured Cuckoo, exhausting his horses, dispersing his arrows, and exhausting his soldiers. When the 4,000 light cavalry arrived, Cuckoo's light cavalry was already exhausted. When he read this, Gao Lisha's hand trembled. His throat suddenly became dry. He didn't make a sound and looked down. The people in the court felt their hearts skip a beat. It was over. Li Longji, who had long been mentally prepared, still couldn't control himself. His expression changed as he angrily said, "Read." "Yes." Only then did Gao Lisha realize that when he didn't make a sound and continued to read, his expression became a lot better. By this time Cuckoo had led the light cavalry to kill more than 2,600 of the 8 battalions of infantry. When they encountered the enemy's light cavalry, they ran with all their might, luring the Tufan's light cavalry to pursue them. Later on, they ambushed the 4,000 Tang army on the mountain, tripping the horses and throwing spears. When Komukahu led 5,000 men to arrive, the 4,000 light cavalry were all gone. Then they drew blood on the ground, saying that the common people of Wangjiang in Shuzhou had died miserably. This disaster was attributed to Tufan. Would Tufan dare? Furious, Komukahu led his troops to continue the pursuit. At this time, Cuckoo led 7,000 light cavalry to kill 5,000 Tufan troops who took a detour. In front of the two armies, they asked again if Tufan dared. Komukahu was so angry that he fainted. He seized the opportunity to attack and kill, forcing Komukahu's troops to enter the village and defend. In the middle of the night, they turned to the river and killed Komukahu's more than 2,000 men. Then they attacked in batches throughout the night. At dawn, the 3,000 Tang warriors who had been lying in ambush in the tunnel under the village joined forces with Cuckoo's troops to attack from the inside and broke Komukahu. Komukahu took advantage of the chaos to escape and led the other 2 troops to rendezvous. Blood flowed like a river in the village, bodies everywhere. There was also a sacrificial altar, offering sacrifices to the common people of Wangjiang, asking again if Tufan dared. Tufan's 2 troops pursued again, pointing their swords to the yellow sand. Cuckoo was a demon. Someone wrote a poem, "Tender face is sweet and beautiful, laughing and talking slaughter the world, corpses piled up like a river, asking June dared." The more Gao Lisha recited, the better his mood was, the faster he recited. After he finished reciting, he was thirsty and snatched the cup specially made by the Zhang family from Zhang Shuo's hand. He unscrewed the lid and gulped down a mouthful of water. Zhang Shuo did not have any intention to snatch the cup back. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Good kill, good question, let's see if Tufan still dared." According to what you said, Cuckoo and Xiaobao have already led their men to kill more than 35,000 Tufan soldiers. If they could come back, they did not come back and instead led the 2 Tufan troops of 40,000 men to kill in the desert. The people who reacted nodded one after another. It seemed that Cuckoo had not killed enough. Li Longji also picked up the cup of tea beside him and drank it. He usually did not drink when he was in court, but now he was afraid that he would reveal it because of his agitation. He used this as a cover and hid his face behind the cup. However, his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect that it was indeed that little lass, Cuckoo, who was giving orders. This little lass was really capable, and her heart was really ruthless. She did not show any mercy when she killed people. He also had portraits of her and Xiao Bao here. These two were very good-looking children, especially when they smiled and showed two dimples. How could they kill until they vomited blood and corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river? How much hatred did this little lass have to become like this? The commoners of Wangjiang should be satisfied. In the future, if Zhang Zhong were to become an official somewhere, no one would dare to make a move against the commoners of that place. The Demonfien's reputation was built on human lives. Her delicate face was sweet and beautiful, and her laughter could slaughter the world. It was indeed so. Good, when she came back, he would not let her go out and raise her. When she grew up, wouldn't she be even more powerful? At that time, when there was a war elsewhere, if she really could not handle it, he would send her out. When Li Longji thought of this, he calmed down and passed the cup of water to the side. Wei Wei looked at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court with a smile, waiting for them to calm down. All the officials in the hall were also digesting the news that they received. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. More than 35,000 Tubo people were killed, and the Tubo soldiers were toyed with. Especially when they were asked, it was truly too delightful. Of course, there was also one person who was feeling afraid while feeling happy for the current dynasty. That person was LV Yenzhua. He knew that he had done a lot of bad things behind the scenes. Although he had never succeeded, he had still done it. Today, he even said that the emperor gave Cuckoo and Xiao Bao too high an official position. If Cuckoo were to know about this. Alright, this matter has been settled. When the army returns in triumph, we will discuss the matter of the rewards. Where were we just now? Was it that Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were given too high an official position? Then what position should they be demoted to? Or was it like what LV Qing said, that the two children should not be given official positions? LV Qing, say something else. At this moment, Li Longji opened his mouth and looked at LV Yenzhua. This official is here. LV Yenzhua had no choice but to stand up. He hated himself for saying this today. Wouldn't it be fine if he said this a day later? Wang Wan had made such a huge contribution. Even if she was given an official position, no one would be able to say anything. Otherwise, she would be sent to fight against the Tubo army. LV Yenzhua, who stood up, looked around and coughed, "Your Majesty, what I mean is that we should wait for them to grow up before giving them official positions. They are still young." Young? A general by the side widened his eyes and asked. They are not young either. That Gan Luo was proficient in politics at a young age, and Xiang Lu was a congsher at the age of 7. They are not young, but this official is afraid that I am the monarch of Lu country and the Qin king. That I can't protect Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. That the Tubo army is the one that killed Xiang Lu, and that Cuckoo can't return in the end. Li Longji's mouth fell again as he stared at LV Yenzhua. LV Yenzhua's heart tightened. He knew that he had said something wrong. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao really didn't return, he would be the first to suffer. Wasn't he saying that the emperor was as useless as the monarch of Lu country, that he couldn't protect the capable people of the country? After Li Longji asked this question, he didn't wait for LV Yenzhua to explain and immediately issue an edict, ordered Jiannan to mobilize the elite troops to attack Jinchuan and Gada City. Let me occupy those two cities. Why can't I protect the two children who fought for the country? Even if I have to use people to fill in the gaps, I will bring back Cuckoo and Xiaobao. There is no need to discuss the matter of the two of them being mere empty officials. Is there anything else? Li Longji was really angry. Was he that kind of muddle-headed and incompetent emperor? He was waiting for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to help him more in the future. Not to mention that the two adorable children had an expert to teach them, even if they were as monstrous as Xiang Lu, he still had to protect them. That was only for the monstrous talents of other countries, not for Great Tang. The officials began to discuss other matters. All of them tried their best to avoid the Zhang family and Wang family so as to avoid being implicated. LV Yenzhua also kept quiet. If he continued to find trouble, he would be the first one to be torn apart. The first thing that was sent out was the imperial edict. Li Longji was originally prepared to fight with the Tubo army. Originally, he wanted Guo to launch a sneak attack, and after the Tubo army attacked, Jiannan would mobilize the army to launch a successful counterattack. Since a large portion of the Tubo army was destroyed and a portion was lured away, it was the perfect time to launch an attack. At the same time, it would make things easier for Cuckoo. He believed that Cuckoo would definitely be able to lead the troops to defeat the Tubo army and return victorious. He heard that the two children were good cooks, and perhaps he would have the opportunity to taste it personally. Chapter 632. This time, the news was received from Wing Prefecture after the first two pigeons had flown for half a day. Perhaps the second pigeons had flown faster, and the first pigeons had arrived not long after. The matters in the imperial court had already been discussed, but the court had yet to be dismissed. It was a good opportunity to see if there was any new news. It shouldn't be bad news. Even if they couldn't win against Wan, they could still escape. The two people that were sent after her could escape with the eagle. Sure enough, it wasn't bad news. In the letter, it was written that Yun Shuifei had made arrangements after arriving at Pingzhou. He wanted Pingzhou to take over the logistics and Tubo's 4,000 people, as well as provisions, and send the commoners to Wing Prefecture. At the same time, he wanted the imperial court to go to Sanshui County to find the person who raised the eagle with Zhang Ying. He wanted this group of people to go to Pingzhou, and when they arrived, they would cooperate with Pingzhou to make a feint attack against Tubo. This would slightly restrain the Tubo's armored cavalry. Then, he would transfer 10,000 elite troops from Jiannan Circuit to secretly go to the villages with tunnels under the cover of the feint attack. Don't forget to go to Wing Prefecture to get things when you go there. It was the charcoal and vegetable oil that had been collected some time ago. Bring them to the villages and wait for him to come back. Hide well and don't be discovered. When he returned to the army, they would cooperate with him. He wanted to send a general who didn't need to be too capable, but had to be obedient. When the officials in the imperial court heard this news, some of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Cuckoo, this little lass, was too formidable, right? She had already started making arrangements for the following matters. She was really bold. She actually wanted to ambush Tubo at that place. Didn't she already use that village once? Wasn't she afraid of being discovered if she used it again? Didn't she start buying the vegetable oil and charcoal a long time ago before Zhang Zhong arrived? She even wanted to bring it to the villages. Could it be that she would need it at that time? What was it for? How was Cuckoo planning to use 10,000 people to ambush them? Li Longji didn't expect that Cuckoo's arrangements would be so far away. She had already prepared provisions in Wing Prefecture, and even asked him to go to Sanshui County to find the eagle. She also made arrangements to send Pingzhou to make a feint attack. If this was the case, wouldn't his previous decree disrupt Cuckoo's arrangements? This arrangement was no longer a tactical one, but a strategic one. Should he take the lead, or should he listen to the little girl? Li Longji found himself in a difficult position. At this moment, LV Yenzhua felt that his opportunity had come. He looked enviously at the officials in the imperial court who had beautiful cups. Thinking that no one in his family had ever given him such a cup, he felt that he could build a good relationship with the Zhang family. Thus, he stepped forward and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not." "If you don't know, then don't say it." Li Longji was still angry with LV Yenzhua, so when he heard LV Yenzhua's question, he didn't give him any face at all. LV Yenzhua was stunned for a moment. That wasn't right. What followed should have been, "It's fine." Why did it change? "Your Majesty, may I be so bold as to say something?" LV Yenzhua shamelessly ignored Li Longji's warning. Seeing that the higher-ups didn't object, he continued. "This subject thinks that Miss Cuckoo is a rarely seen general. She must have her reasons for making such arrangements. There is no harm in following her instructions." "Then did we issue the wrong decree?" Li Longji asked. "No, how could your Majesty be wrong? Cuckoo isn't wrong either. This subject thinks that Cuckoo had Pingzhou feign an attack because she was afraid that the generals leading the army would be at a disadvantage. After all, the Tufan cavalry was mobilized, so she had Falcon follow. She was worried about the other generals and didn't understand them well. She was worried that our court would suffer too many casualties. Does your Majesty agree?" LV Yenzhua continued to explain to avoid being misunderstood. Li Longji thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." All the civil and military officials in the imperial court also admitted that they couldn't find a general as powerful as Cuckoo. There were generals who could win battles, but they couldn't find one who could kill so many enemies with so few casualties. It wasn't like in the past, when there were still many famous generals. Seeing that the emperor agreed, LV Yenzhua continued, "However, our court can't always let Cuckoo lead the army every time there is a battle. Wouldn't our court have no one? Your Majesty can send troops from Jiannan Circuit. At the same time, send 10,000 elite soldiers to follow Cuckoo's instructions. As for the deployment, Cuckoo is a famous general and will adjust accordingly. If your Majesty agrees, this subject will personally go to Sanshui County to train the Falcon to coordinate with our court's march. This subject's neck was stiff last night and has already had someone check it. The effect wasn't good. This subject also wants to go to Dei Hospital to have a look." In order to ease the atmosphere, LV Yenzhua shook his head. He really felt that he couldn't move. All the officials in the imperial court laughed. Even Li Longji didn't have a sullen expression like before. In that case, Minister LV will be tired from the journey. Li Longji also wanted to see if Cuckoo could immediately adjust according to the layout. In his mind, Wang Wan was already a famous general. A famous general naturally understood that the situation was not constant, and the water was impermanent. In any case, the danger would be smaller if the troops were sent out. Even if the matter was settled, LV Yenzhua found an opportunity to ease the situation. Of course, he wouldn't take a carriage. There was a boat, and the river wasn't frozen yet. Wang Wan was still leading people to escape. This time, she was satisfied. After killing so many people, when the news spread to Shuzhou, the people there would definitely cry and then be very happy to avenge them. The message from the eagle was written by Zhang Xiaobao. He also had his own arrangements. Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to have such a plan on the way to Yizhou. Riding on the horse, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I found that you are really suitable for logistics. You have arranged everything that you can think of and that might happen. Otherwise, you would have to do it now. I will reward you by making me red braised pork tonight." Women are starting to rebel when they have the ability, right? You want to reward me by making you food. Good idea. There are still 40,000 people behind us. I don't want to be buried in the sand. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. He didn't have nightmares at night because of killing too many people. Wasn't it just a few people dying? His hands were also covered in blood. In the future, when he became a local official, who would dare to use the people to threaten him? The surrounding soldiers were also more relaxed. Although close to 1,000 people had died in this battle, they had still fought to show their might. What was the use of being a soldier if they didn't fight? Only when they killed their enemies until they became obedient and didn't dare to look for trouble would they be able to live a stable life. A peaceful life was built with their lives. Just like the song that General Cuckoo taught, "You don't want to be a soldier, I don't want to be a soldier. Whoever comes will protect the motherland, who will protect the home." Which country was afraid of death? Which country's people were waiting to be bullied? Wang Wan didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao said. In any case, the food she ate had to be prepared by Xiaobao. Others suffered when they were fighting, but her food was not bad. She made a handful of wild vegetables, and Xiaobao could wrap them into a box and fry them. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao mention the arrangements, Wang Wan was not worried. This was her field of expertise. She said, "Take it slow. There are still a few days before we enter the desert. They won't dare to send light cavalry." "That's good. I was worried about the lack of horses. All in all, we only have a little more than 8,000 horses. There are still 1,000 people who don't have horses to ride and take turns to run on the ground. Their speed is a drag and they are tired. I know what they are thinking. They want to force us into the desert. They will block us outside and look for an opportunity to destroy us. This time, I will let them know that our army is a strong army that can fight in all weather and all terrain. Be prepared. Hunt more prey. I have use for it." Wang Wan did what she said. She sent people to see if there were any wild beasts around. If they encountered some small village, the poultry and livestock raised by the people were also fine. If they used weapons to exchange with the people would be very willing. The two groups following behind did think so. They didn't dare to send cavalry to chase and kill. It was easy to be schemed against. But it was easier to drive the Tang army into the desert. They would see what they could do when the time came. Kamukahu had no right to make a decision. In fact, according to his idea, they should fight now. Even if the Tang army died, it was still a little bit. How could 40,000 people lose to less than 10,000 Tang soldiers? But the army belonged to others. He couldn't command it. He was only allowed to go with the troops because they pitted him. Kamukahu gathered his remaining soldiers. In total, there were less than 1,000 people. He barely managed to form a battalion. Half of them were injured. They were given to him by the two groups. It turned out that Tata's soldiers were taken in. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to form a battalion. After following behind for 2 days, Kamukahu had enough rest. As long as he didn't think about the deaths of so many of his men, he would be like a normal person. He always wanted to take revenge for the deaths of so many of his men. Seeing that the Tang army in front was not moving fast, he felt that this was an opportunity. Hence, he found the leader of the other group, Lufu Tuda. He discussed with Lufu Tuda about borrowing some soldiers. He didn't need a lot. He just needed 3,000 cavalry. He brought his men and ran to the front to attack. If he did this, at least the Tang army's deployment would be disrupted. Otherwise, why would the Tang army be walking slowly in front of them? Could it be that he and his men were so scared that they didn't have the courage to go up against the 9,000 soldiers? After Lufu Tuda heard Kamukahu's idea, he decisively rejected it. He meant that Kamukahu, how dare you say such a thing? Don't you know how your own soldiers are being taken care of? Kamukahu returned to his tent gloomily. Looking at the 700 soldiers in the battalion, he shook his head. He could only give up on this idea. He felt like he had lost an opportunity, but Lufutura was tempted. The reason he rejected Kamukahu was because he didn't want Kamukahu to succeed. If that happened, Kamukahu would be able to make up for his loss. That wouldn't do. The reason why he let Kamukahu follow was because he had fought with the Tang army before. Even if he lost, he would still understand the Tang army in some aspects. Thinking about Kamukahu's plan, Lufu Tuta decided to follow it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still busy with their preparations when Shui Yun flew to Pingzhou. It would probably take another 2 hours before it returned with news. Very quickly, night fell. Zhang Xiaobao baked spring pancakes for Wang Wan, braised some wild vegetables with salt, stir-fried some shredded meat with rabbit meat and made a bowl of soup with some bird's egg that he picked up. Although the ingredients were few and simple, the taste was not bad. Wang Wan rolled up a pancake and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "When we go back, why don't we open a small shop and find 2 people to be workers? I'll be in charge of the accounts and you'll cook. We have a big shop, why don't you say that I'll be in charge of the accounts? I'm familiar with this. If I don't do it well and just lose money, won't I die of exhaustion if the food is delicious?" Shui Yun is back, let's see what it says. Zhang Xiaobao watched Wang Wan eat. He was happy that Wang Wan was enjoying it. Of course, he felt that it would be better if Wang Wan could watch him eat. At this time, Shui Yun flapped its wings and landed. It rubbed its head affectionately with Zhang Ying and cried twice. No one knew what it was trying to say. They just watched Zhang Ying stroke Shui Yun's head and feed it something. Then, he took off the thing tied to his leg. "Little young master, little miss, this is a letter from master." Zhang Ying could read quite a few words and knew who it was just by looking at the cover. He said as he passed it over. "My father. What happened to my father? Did something happen in Wing Prefecture?" Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and was puzzled. Maybe he wants us to go back early. Xiao Bei and the others probably miss us. Let's take a look. Wang Wan stuffed the last bit of the cake into her mouth and said vaguely. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little homesick. He didn't ask for much, as long as he could see his family every day. That kind of happiness was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. He opened the letter, scanned it from beginning to end, and threw it to Wang Wan. He tapped his face with his hand and thought about something. Wang Wan hadn't read the letter yet. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she knew that something had happened. Someone had been marked by Xiaobao, and it was a very serious kind. The consequences wouldn't be good. She took the letter and read it. The first part was written by parents to their children. They said that it was cold, so they should be careful outside, eat more meat, and go back early. If they couldn't win, they should run. Don't foolishly fight with others. Everything at home was fine. The second part was written about recent events. It said that the people of Wing Prefecture were very cooperative. Merchants from other places also came to invest a lot. It was estimated that after the new year, they would be able to build a foundation here. Even if they weren't here in the future, the people of Wing Prefecture could continue to live a good life. They harvested quite a lot of fruits and used them to make fruit wine. They also harvested grain. Recently, the price of grain was much higher than before. In the past, a bushel of millet cost 16 copper coins. Now, it had risen to 24 copper coins. Perhaps, the price would fall after the autumn harvest. Their family did not lack money, so they accepted the expensive grain. It was important to plan early to make wine. The growth of hemp this year was good. Originally, they thought that the price would be cheaper, but it also rose by half. Many merchants here heard about the matter of set breeding and began to buy livestock and poultry. Fortunately, their family had bought a lot of mules in advance. Should they buy more? Or let the people of Wing Prefecture raise chickens in the mountains, just like in Sanshui County? This was what was written in the letter. It didn't mention who was scheming, who didn't cooperate, or what kind of decree the imperial court had sent. It seemed very normal. Wang Wan was puzzled. What was in the letter that made Zhang Xiaobao do such a scheming action? After waiting for a while, Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was still meditating. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiaobao, are you in trouble? You've never thought about things for such a long time before." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, took the letter, and read it from beginning to end. He threw it aside and said, "Troublesome, it's really troublesome. If I were at home, it would be easier. I ran so far away and can't do it at any time. Say, in an economic war, how slow is slow, and how fast is fast? When it's slow, it can be done for a year and slowly plan. When it's fast, it's a race against time. If it's slow, it can't be done. If it's a step late, it can't be done. Isn't this troublesome?" "Ah. I asked you to read the letter. Did the letter say that it's an economic war?" Wang Wan took the letter and read it carefully. There was nothing wrong with it. It was normal for the price of grain to rise. Now that the autumn harvest was coming, it was the time for the last round of price increases. Then, the price would drop a lot. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Yes, an economic war, and it's coming fiercely. If I'm not wrong, it must be someone from Tubo behind the scenes. He's a master. Why haven't I heard of such a talent in Tubo? If I were in Wing Prefecture now, I wouldn't be afraid. Can he overturn the heavens? Why can't I see it?" Wang Wan didn't doubt Zhang Xiaobao's judgment. When a person like Xiaobao operated, it was like fighting a war. It was hard to predict, but it was hard to figure out what was wrong with the ordinary information in the letter. After asking, she saw Zhang Xiaobao's eyes looking at the night sky in a daze. Wang Wan thought about it again, but she still couldn't figure it out. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Don't tell me that's your perception." "Perception? Oh, perception is sometimes right and sometimes wrong. I believe in perception, but I believe in data analysis more. Let me tell you. Look, the price of grain has risen. It's normal. It's the last price increase before the autumn harvest, and then it should fall. Fortunately, we can make a profit in the process and buy the farmer's grain at a low price. The price of hemp has risen. It's normal. Hemp is also a crop, and it's spread. Ordinary people don't see any problems. After all, my father's reputation is there. Looking at it separately, everything is under control, but it's not normal when they are put together. In the simplest way, the oil companies in our country are carrying out a unified rectification in order to obtain greater profits in the future, so as to improve the oil refining technology and standardize it. What do you think the consequences will be?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan after analyzing a little. "Consequences? Of course, the price of refined oil will rise. But this behavior is wrong. The rectification can't be unified. It needs to be done in batches. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact on society. Isn't it obvious that they are shouting at the state?" Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. "That's right. The reason why the oil companies are doing this must be because of the political faction behind them, especially when they're about to change industries. This is because it doesn't just affect refined oil, but also the overall economic environment of a society. The stability of prices is supported by productivity and the transportation industry. The unified rectification of the oil companies is using their own losses to threaten a certain faction. What if they restrict electricity? The transportation costs increase, and the energy consumption increase. Just these two factors at the same time can cause the price of social goods to rise by more than 40%. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the things that might happen to him and Wang Wan at that time, and then said, "What I want to say now is what my father wrote in the letter. Our plan to rearing livestock includes livestock, but only pigs. The rearing of sheep and cows is still under experiment. My father said in the letter that the price of livestock and poultry will rise, and so will the price of grain and hemp. The problem lies in my father's words. Fortunately, my family bought a lot of mules in advance. Tell me, how do we rearing mules? Mules can indeed give birth occasionally, but normal people can't use mules for rearing mules, right? Wang Wan nodded. Indeed, who would raise mules for? Could it be that they were not preparing to give birth? If it's according to what you said, it's really the Tibetans behind the scenes. They want to attack our transportation industry, and through this, make the price of goods in Jiannan City rise, and make the people unable to make a living. Wang Wan shivered. She knew the power of economic warfare. For example, Zimbabwe in the past, and the Soviet Union before that. No, if that's the case, I really don't care. What's there to attack in the transportation industry? We don't have trains, cars, or planes here. We don't need animals to pull the goods. Don't we still have boats to transport them by water? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she suddenly realized that it was impossible to do things that were not in her field. When it came to war, Xiaobao could only think of ways to replenish his supplies. He was unable to give timely and reasonable commands, and he could not come up with too many tactical arrangements. But when it came to economics, it was definitely Xiaobao's world. When a letter was sent over, he could see the traces of war in it with just a glance. Then tell me quickly, what are they trying to do? Do you care about it now? Wang Wan humbly leaned beside Zhang Xiaobao and asked with a smile. She understood that whoever was in the field would speak, but she did not believe that Xiaobao was really afraid. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao laughed contemptuously and said, I'm just too far away, and it's not convenient for me to give commands. He dares to use such petty tricks on me. When I tried to play tricks, he would have already died. Don't laugh. Cuckoo, shouldn't we be more proactive? The best would be to launch a sneak attack on the logistics of the Tibetan army. The Tibetans have no money, they can't afford to fight. If my guess is correct, the imperial court must have made a new move, and it's bigger than what we thought. At the very least, the move in Pingzhou is obvious. War is a battle of money the Tibetans don't want to lose. Some of them have already noticed that something is wrong, so they want to make money. The purpose of the acquisition is not to restrict us, but to develop them. That's why I said that the person behind the scenes is not bad, he can be considered a little talent. What a pity, sigh. I know what you want to say. You want to say that it's a pity that we met you, so stop bragging. Come, I'll give you a flatbread, I'll eat less. The taste of your flatbread is not bad, it's just that it's not chewy. Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and rolled a flatbread for him, then gave it to him and said. It's broken, how do you want me to make it chewy? It's fine if you give me some big rice noodles, or I'll make you steamed noodles tomorrow. After fermenting, it's better than the steamed noodles now. And let's do it like that, I'll make soup dumplings for you. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the flatbread. It was indeed like what Wang Wan said, the taste was not good. Chapter 633. Wang Wan kept feeding Zhang Xiaobao the pancake until Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and said, Tubo realized that they don't have enough money and can't afford to fight, but they don't want to admit defeat. This is mainly because of you. Don't think that you only led 10,000 people back and forth to fight, but Tubo mobilized a lot of people. They can't keep up with the logistics. They are also waiting for the autumn harvest, but they can't not come after us. At the same time, they have to guard against the main forces of the Tang army. If it was in the past, they should be the ones to collect more taxes from the people of their own country. But this time, a person who thinks that he is powerful suddenly appeared, so they came up with a plan. If I were to name this plan, it would be a contract selling operation. In fact, it is almost the same as cash flow. As long as there is a sum of money, they can use this money to buy assets, such as houses or food. When they are buying, they can discuss and give a portion of it. When they don't have any other money, they don't want this money. Then, through the operation, they can change this agreement slightly and be able to borrow money from other banks. If it were me, I would sign 2 contracts. One is the successful transaction contract, and the other is the subsequent repayment contract. It is just to trick people into trusting me. I think that person is doing the same, unless he has more money to operate. Then what is the use of this kind of false proof of assets? It can be exchanged for more cash. Wang Wan still understood this point. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, yes, it is to use this to exchange for money, and then use this money to buy local food and livestock, causing the price of everything to increase. But he shouldn't have bought mules. Does he think that everyone is a fool? Does he think that I am a decoration? The problem now is, how many things has he bought and how much money has he used to pawn these things? The more money he has, the more food and livestock he will buy during the autumn harvest. It will create a situation where the price of goods doesn't fall even though it is the autumn harvest. How can it not fall? How much can he buy during the autumn harvest? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's analysis but did not agree with the latter part. How could it fall back? Businessmen pursue profit. How many businessmen can see through such a plan? When the price of goods in a certain region increased, they would not think of suppressing it. They would work together. That person from Tubo would not say that he was from Tubo. If he wanted the merchants from Great Tang to cooperate, he would look for relevant merchants to cooperate. The simplest way to put it was that when foreign hot money was hyping up the domestic financial market, how many businessmen in the country could fight to the death? How could there not be domestic funds adding fuel to the fire? I'm sure that after the autumn harvest, the price of grain will rise instead of falling. Moreover, it will give people the impression that the price will continue to rise. As long as the people can still live, they will cherish the grain and not sell it. The Tubo people will increase the hype and achieve their goal. Their goal is that's to sell the grain from Tubo, as well as the livestock and poultry from Tubo. Once he sells them all, he won't want the money he invested in them anymore. Everything will turn into bubbles. Many merchants from Great Tang who do the same will suffer losses. Great Tang's commoners who don't grow grain will suffer losses. Yes, those who grow grain will also suffer losses. The merchants have 2 choices. One is to raise money to continue raising the price of goods. The other is to sell at a loss. If they choose the former, it is easy for trouble to happen. Some of the citizens do not have grain and it will cause social unrest. If they choose the latter, once they sell their grain, the price of all the goods will fall again and again. Then, the Tubo people will be able to buy them at a very low price. Am I right? Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his words and analyzed. Yes, that is the case. However, this is not the final goal. It is not a peaceful time now and we can only rely on pure economic means. What do you think will happen when the Tubo people suddenly attack Great Tang? Zhang Xiaobao continued. Yes, it will make things very difficult for Little Li. After all, the cost of transporting grain from outside is much higher than the value of the grain itself. If transportation is still not possible, then I know what to do. The military is to serve politics. Wang Wan had completely thought it through. She picked up the binoculars and went out to look at the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about Wang Wan. He held his chin and knocked on his face. After thinking for an hour, he muttered to himself, since that is the case, then let's let the Tubo people see what an all-around war is. Let them understand that there is no distinction between the front line and the rear. Let's use both the military and the economy together. After muttering to himself, Zhang Xiaobao started to write something. When dawn came, he asked Shui Yun to send it to Pingzhou. Pingzhou still looked like they were ready to go to war. They did not know that someone was fighting an economic war with them. Even Zhang Zhong did not expect that a letter he wrote would decide someone else's fate. Until 2 days later, when a horse that was about to die of exhaustion rushed over, Zhang Zhong saw the news that was delivered and realized how great of a thing he had done. He wrote a letter that had a huge impact on the current situation. After changing his handwriting and copying it again, Zhang Zhong sent the letter to Old Man Pai and the other two. He immediately went to make arrangements. This time, his son was in charge of remote command. The people in the inner courtyard of Zhang family and Wang family were mobilized and were very busy. Even Jiang Wang family, who usually only cared about her own family's matters, had no choice but to stand up and cooperate. Husband, it seems like I have to write more letters to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in the future. It's just taking in a mule, but Xiao Bao actually saw through so many things. If it was someone else who said this, I would definitely not believe it, but Xiao Bao is right. This time, my family will have to take out a lot of money first. So be it. It's better than being schemed against by others. Qiao you have a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Otherwise, we would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. At this moment, Zhang Zhong had already put aside the shock of receiving the news from before. If it was him who did it, he really wouldn't know what to do. However, with his son's plan, he wasn't afraid. He knew his son's ability, so he just had to follow his instructions. After Jiang Wang family heard Zhang Zhong's words, she said with a rosy face, if it weren't for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened to us. The people of Tubo are indeed not ordinary. Unfortunately, they met Cuckoo during the war. When they were calculating the economy, they were discovered by Xiao Bao. Then, they can forget about it. While Jiang Wang family and Zhang Zhong were speaking with confidence, Old Man Pai and the other two people were looking at the news sent by Zhang Zhong and fell into a certain state of mind. They didn't know that it was Zhang Xiaobao who was helping them remotely. They thought that it was the experts from the Zhang family who found out that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong only sent them a part of his son's analysis. It didn't include the response at the back. Therefore, Old Man Pai and the other two people were very anxious after seeing this analysis. What should we do? What should we do? Should we send people to catch the businessmen who raised the price? I don't know if it's true or not, but it should be true. The Zhang family has never done anything wrong. Old Man Chang was the most anxious. The matter at the front line wasn't over yet, and something else had happened here. Old Man Pai carefully read the analysis 3 times before saying, the Zhang family is indeed not ordinary. After seeing what is written here and thinking about it carefully, it really is so. There are actually such capable people in Tubo. Fortunately, we also have the experts from the Zhang family. Otherwise, this time, we would have suffered a big loss. How did the Tubo learn this kind of economic knowledge? Could it be that it's that game of Monopoly? There's quite a lot involved in that, especially the top-level stuff. If that's really the case, then I can only let more people from my dynasty go and have fun. I can't just stop it, and I can't stop it anyway. Old Man Bai sighed at the fact that there was someone more powerful on his side. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been tricked by the Tubo people? If others were only analyzing, he knew a lot of things. There was news that the Tubo people were preparing for the autumn harvest. Not only did the commoners have to work, but it was also said that some of the tribes had to come out to help as well. What did this mean? It meant that the Tubo people were indeed lacking things and were waiting for this year's autumn harvest to be good. In the past, the Tubo people were facing difficulties, but at that time, they could only think of using war to obtain things. This year, they actually used economic means. Old Man Yao also frowned his white eyebrows. He looked at the analysis and understood the Tubo people's general plan. He didn't doubt it, but analysis was just analysis. He didn't write down any specific countermeasures. Could it be that there was no way? He really didn't want to believe that the experts of the Zhang family couldn't come up with a countermeasure. How was that possible? If there was really no countermeasure, what was the point of analyzing? Thinking about the experts of the Zhang family, Yao Chong said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang, "Why don't we ask Zhang Zhong and see what kind of countermeasure he can come up with?" "Yes, ask Zhang Zhong. As long as Zhang Zhong comes up with a countermeasure, it will be the expert's countermeasure." Old Man Chang agreed. Old Man Pai started to write a letter. "I have to tell this to the emperor and see if the imperial court can come up with a countermeasure." Just as the three old men were preparing to send a letter to the capital, Zhang Zhong's memorial was sent out. It was also a pigeon, but this time, it was from his family and not Old Man Chang's. Zhang Zhong really hoped to have an eagle like Shuiyun. He didn't need to waste pigeons. Shuiyun only needed to let it remember what sign was placed in a place and it could fly over and back by itself. Pigeons couldn't. Once they flew over, they would be gone. They needed to be put back in a cage. Wherever the pigeon nest was, the pigeon would fly there. However, there was only one Shuiyun. It was a true companion. It could send letters, monitor the enemy, and cooperate to kill the enemy. There were more than 100 eagles in Sanshui County, but none of them could catch up to Shuiyun. Now, Shuiyun definitely couldn't be brought back. Without Shuiyun, his daughter-in-law would definitely feel very uncomfortable. By the time Old Man Pai's letter was sent out, Zhang Zhong's pigeon had already left for a long time. This time, Zhang Zhong followed his son's idea and exposed his son. However, he used a test story to cover up the expert of the Zhang family. When Zhang Zhong was waiting for the merchants to arrive, Old Man Pai and the other two arrived first. Just like what was said in the letter, as long as he waited, they would come over and ask. Then, they would cooperate with him. It was indeed correct. "Yongqing, why do I feel that the tea we drank last time tasted wrong? Don't tell me you used other teas to make up the numbers?" Old Man Pai spoke as soon as he saw Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong thought to himself, "You can keep pretending. My son already mentioned that you would come over." He even summarized the words he said at the beginning. One of them was to mention the tea leaves first. Fortunately, he didn't mention fishing. So it's Master Bai. How can the tea be bad? How about this? I'll go and brew the tea now. If I find that it's different from yours, you can take my tea away. That way, it can't be bad, right? Zhang Zhong also learned to be tactful and followed along. Old Man Pai nodded. When he saw Zhang Zhong go to get the tea set, he didn't wait for Zhang Zhong to brew the tea and said, "Drinking tea requires one to be in harmony with the mood and environment. The environment here is not good. Then, should we go to the river? At this time, the riverside is not bad. Some of the grass is yellow, while others are green," Zhang Zhong probed. "Yes, that's right. Look, I even brought the fishing rod." Old Man Pai immediately followed along with Zhang Zhong's words. When he was speaking, his follower came over and showed the fishing rod to Zhang Zhong. When Zhang Zhong saw the fishing rod, he felt sad for Tubo who wanted to fight an economic war. "This is my son." Not only did he see the economic war, but he also had countermeasures. He could even predict Bai Go's reaction in advance and had a follow-up response. "No matter how powerful Tubo is, can you compare to my son's finger? Yes, according to my son's words, I can't beat you to death. This is a true plan of mine." He can predict the enemy first. Plus, he has a daughter-in-law who is good at fighting. It will be easy in the future. Seeing that Old Man Pai's people took out the fishing rod, Zhang Zhong was not surprised. He also took out a set of fishing equipment from the table beside him and said to Bai Go with a smile, "If Master Bai didn't come, I was going to go fishing too. Let's go together." Bring the tea set and go together. I've already prepared the bait. It's enough for 4 people. Therefore, while Old Man Pai and the others were surprised that Zhang Zhong also wanted to go fishing, the 4 of them went to the riverside outside the city. The weather was not bad today. It was not cloudy, and there was no fog. There was a group of children playing upstream. The 4 of them had different thoughts, so they didn't care if the child would affect the fish. Everyone was just fishing for the fish. Zhang Zhong divided the bait and casually threw out the fishing rod. He did not expect any fish to take the bait. He was fishing when he had nothing to do. If he wanted to eat fish, he would just use the net. He still had many things to do. If it was not to learn this kind of special method, he would not have come. Her son and daughter-in-law had said that not all business had to be done in the office. Sometimes, there were more business to be done at the wine table, tea table, card game, and all kinds of leisure and entertainment activities than in a proper place. It was the same even if they went to the brothel together. Of course, he did not want to think about it. He could not do anything to let Xiao down. Besides, his son would not agree. Even if he really found a brothel, he could not expect to be accompanied by a woman. Last time, he was forced to go there. In the end, there was no woman accompanying him. A group of men came out. That time, he saw his son's methods. When he came back, his son looked at him differently. He was wronged. He did not want to find a woman. Even if there was a woman accompanying him, he would not do anything to let Xiao down. Looking at his son's regretful and disappointed eyes, he felt that the sky was dark at that time. Zhang Zhong left behind a sequela. Whenever he was about to talk about business with someone else, he would remember what happened in the past. That one time was enough. If anyone fucking dragged him to the brothel again, he would fall out with that person. This was because he did not have a woman. If his son could not take care of himself, and a woman came out, how many people would die? Whoever dragged him should go and make arrangements for his funeral. Zhang Zhong's thoughts flew away while he was fishing. Old Man Pai changed the bait a few times, but he still did not catch anything. Thus, he said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongqing, I just realized that fishing is also a skill. You know that the fish are in the water, and you also know that the fish need to eat, but sometimes you are not in a hurry to catch the fish. Just now, I was in a hurry, so the fish did not eat the bait. Don't you think so?" Zhang Zhong also put away his fishing rod and changed the bait. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he glanced over and thought to himself, "Sure enough, my son was right. This old man likes to play with people when he is fishing. Lord Bai can actually see the skill in fishing. I admire you. I don't know how to fish. I just remembered today. I had nothing to do, so I asked someone to prepare a fishing rod. Maybe it's because the fishing rod is not good. I am not sure." Zhang Zhong followed the steps written by his son. The small book also included this. According to his son, it was because he had been in contact with the fish for a long time and was familiar with it. It was a part of psychology. Old Man Pai waved his hand. Rather than saying that the fishing rod is not good, how can the fishing rod of the Zhang family not be good? Then you won't be able to find a good fishing rod in this world. To put it bluntly, only your father-in-law can come up with a few ideas in this area. It's a pity that you can't go and take a look like him. He hasn't been doing too well recently. When Zhang Zhong heard Old Man Pai mention his father-in-law, there was no longer any hatred in his heart. If there was anything to hate, it would be his own lack of ability. Which father would be willing to give his daughter to a man who was nothing? If Xiao Bao was bad, would the Wang family have let Cuckoo stay in their home? Thus, he said, Lord Tai Shan is indeed quite free. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, let them go and take a look. Then bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are sensible and won't cause trouble. That's good. This old man has a long tongue. Let me say something. After all, we are a family. The knowledge of fishing is easy to learn, but the knowledge of fishing is not easy to learn. Between people, just like between a man and a fish, there is always the existence of benefits. Or to put it bluntly, it is called seducing each other. Don't you think so? Old Man Pai then changed the topic to fishing. Yes, after hearing what Lord Bai said, it's really like that. Zhang Zhong didn't have a script now. His son didn't expect to mention this matter either. Then Yongqing, what do you think about the economy? Is it the same as fishing? For example, if someone from Tubo wants to do something in this area, do you think he's a fish or a fisherman? Old Man Pai put the bait and threw the hook in. Of course he's a fish. No matter how good Tubo's economic warfare is, it still depends on who the opponent is. It's still too early to be a fisherman. He has to learn. Give him 10 years, and it's already not bad if he can roughly learn it. Does he really think that he is so free in the water and can hide behind other fish to eat the bait? Lord Bai, don't worry. Not all fish are so smart. It's just that it takes a lot of effort for one person to fish. If it's a fish in the water, Lord Bai, Lord Yao, and Uncle Zhang will fish together, then it will be easy. Zhang Zhong was relieved and finally returned to a normal topic. Chapter 634. He rides a bamboo horse, but when he approaches, he falls headfirst. In the courtyard where they lived together, the two young people played without suspicion. When Zhang Zhong accompanied Old Man Pai and the other two to fish, Wang Wan's younger brother rode a bamboo stick and imitated his sister's cavalry. When Xiao Bei tied one end of the rope to a rock and held the other end in his hand, he fell. His forehead was bruised and he cried loudly. Xiao Bei squatted innocently at the side and said that those who surrendered would not be killed. Wang Wan's younger brother wiped his tears and shook his head. Liar. Those who surrender will die even faster. Xiao Bei's group of children caused quite a commotion. The children in the stronghold in Izhou had already split into groups and started fighting. They took turns to be the Tufan and Tang soldiers. Usually, the Tang soldiers won. If the Tufan army won, they would have to start all over again until they were defeated. How could the Tufan army win? This kind of game originally existed, but now it had a clear position. It was not the officials catching the thieves, but the Tang army fighting against the Tufan army. The commoners did not care about how the children in their homes made a ruckus. As long as they did not cause trouble and played with the other children, it was fine. Occasionally, when they were happy, they would tell the children what they heard about the battle. They would exaggerate and embellish the story. Even the storytelling style used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the Little Pear Garden in Huaiyuan County was copied and told in restaurants and tea shops. The commoners were also willing to listen. Even if they had heard it many times, even if the versions were different, they would still listen attentively and feel comfortable. Gradually, it formed a trend of the whole people resisting the Tufan army. In the past, Blind Huang brought along a granddaughter to sing poems for others to make a living. Every time he raised a granddaughter, he would find a decent person for his granddaughter to marry. After that, he would find another granddaughter in a desolate place to teach her how to sing. In the past 20 years, he had already raised 3 granddaughters. Just as he was preparing to find another granddaughter to sing and earn money, he suddenly discovered the profession of storytelling. He felt that he could also learn how to earn some money. After learning for 2 years, with the knowledge of traveling extensively, he really did learn it. Because there were too many storytellers in the capital, there were only a few jokes that he could tell. Blind Huang, who was determined to find more opportunities, came all the way from the capital to Jiannan Circuit. As he walked, he told jokes, and he really did manage to save up some money. After arriving at this place, he found that there were indeed many stories that he could tell. After inquiring with the commoners who knew the general situation for a few days, he made up his own stories. Narrowing his eyes, he found the Yishui city at the intersection of the Great River and the Yishui River. In the city, there was a restaurant called the Linjiang Restaurant. It was 3 stories high and took up 10 zhang of the street. It was not small, and it was bustling with the noise of carriages and horses. The waiters in charge of welcoming customers were coming in and out of the restaurant. With just a glance, one could tell that the business was good. It was a good place. Blind Huang pondered for a while and decided to tell his stories at this Linjiang restaurant. He rolled his eyes, trying his best to show the whites of his eyes. The stick in his hand was now in front of him, and he slowly walked in. He was secretly worried that the restaurant would not let him in. In the past, he had encountered many situations where he was chased out. However, this restaurant had its own style. It did not matter if you were walking, riding a horse, or sitting in a carriage. It did not matter if you were wearing a brocade robe or a hemp garment. Once you entered, you were a guest. Blind Huang had not even entered the restaurant. He was just walking in when a waiter came over to help him. He looked around and saw that there were no other customers. He shouted for someone to enter the restaurant and arranged for him to stand near the door. When it was time to leave, it would be convenient for him to stand at the side and wait for someone to order something. Usually, the ordinary people who came here would finish their noodles or get a plate of salted beans and a bowl of the worst wine. The waiter felt that this old man was the same. It was impossible that he would go to the 3rd floor and order some exotic delicacies. Blind Huang did not plan to spend money to eat here. No matter what, it was more expensive than other small stalls. It did not matter if the food was good or not. It was fine as long as it could fill his stomach. However, if he did not order anything, what would happen if he was chased out? He could only choose the cheap things. He asked for a plate of salted beans and asked for tea. He did not order anything, meaning that he only wanted to eat a plate of salted beans. The waiter did not care. Even if a plate of salted beans was not enough to buy the tea, he still served it. This tea was not good tea. If one wanted to drink good tea, they had to order something else, the kind that cost money. He also took half a head of garlic and placed it on the table. Eating garlic was a common practice. Many people asked if there was any garlic when they entered. If there was, they would eat it. Blind Huang was a little flattered. He didn't expect that Linjiang restaurant would be able to do business to such an extent. It was almost on par with Shuiyun restaurant in Sanshui County. Over there, no matter what they ordered, even the cheapest 1 copper coin dish would be given 4 small plates. Of course, beggars did not need to go through the front door. They would wait at the back. If there were leftovers, they would naturally bring them. Even if there were times when there were no leftovers, there would be leftovers and a large wooden barrel filled with vegetable soup. In terms of benevolence, Between the Clouds and the Water looked down on its peers. After praising Linjiang restaurant in his heart, Blind Huang reached out and picked up a bean. He threw it into his mouth and tasted it carefully. It was not bad. There was also the fragrance of anise. If only there was a bowl of wine. When the waiter saw that the old man did not order anything else, he turned around and went back to work. He could not be like the 3rd floor, waiting outside the private room at all times. Blind Huang ate a few beans and drank half a bowl of tea. He cleared his throat and slammed his hand on the table, attracting the gazes of the people around him. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "This is the first time I've ever heard of this. I have traveled north and south, crossing 1,000 bridges. There are many things in the world. Immortals are always happy and unfettered. Mortals cry and laugh when they are angry. I have been to Tang to see the rising tide. I have seen the beautiful peonies of the capital. Today, I have come to Jiannandao. Jiannandao is shaken by wind and rain. Tubo invades the border every year. The fog rises and the heart is anxious. Flying cavalry runs below the city walls. Arrows rain from the top of the city walls. Let me tell you about Cuckoo. Tell me about her battle robes at the age of 9. After this opening speech, Blind Huang took another sip of tea. He wanted to give the others time to react. If they knew what he was doing, they would not think that he was crazy. The surrounding people were indeed attracted. The first part of the speech was not bad and was easy to understand. When they heard the last part, they knew that he was going to talk about a heroine. Everyone became spirited and stopped chatting. Those who were drinking also stopped, waiting for this person to continue. Blind Huang's ears twitched. The surrounding people were quiet. He coughed and continued. When Cuckoo was 9 years old, she studied military books diligently. One day, the sound of horses' hooves and flags fluttered. It was the emperor's army. One order was sent to Yizhou Prefecture, and the other to the Great Tang army. When Cuckoo received the order, she looked to the west. Her heart was worried about the death of 1,000 souls in Shuzhou. She wore a purple tasseled crown on her head, 100 battle robes on her body, cloud boots on her feet, and a swallow ring saber in her hand. Blind Huang stood up as he spoke. He even gestured as he spoke. It seemed that this was really the case. Okay, go on. The surrounding people only listened for a short while before they paid. They did not care whether Wang Wan could really carry the swallow ring saber or not. In any case, they just wanted to praise her. Blind Huang did not expect that after just a few words, someone would pay him. Good, talking about this was better than talking about other things. He was excited. He pulled down his collar and rolled up his sleeves. He did not look like a storyteller, but a butcher. After receiving the order, Cuckoo led people to Pingzhou Pass. At Pingzhou Pass, the west wind blew. Year after year, the wall was dyed with green blood. Cuckoo urged her horse to rush there. 7 days later, she stood facing the pass. At this time, a scout came to report. Guotu's army has been attacked and is trapped in the Great Jinchuan. It is extremely urgent. When Cuckoo heard this, her eyebrows raised. She held the swallow ring saber in front of her and shouted angrily, "Hey! Tubo bullied our Great Tang because we have no people. Men, gather the troops and follow this general to kill." That is truly the sound of iron hooves suppressing the border. If we don't kill Tubo, we swear we won't return. At this point, Blind Huang paused. No one cheered. They were all waiting for him to continue talking about how Cuckoo killed the enemy. Although the crowd had already heard many versions of the story, they still wanted to hear more. This was especially true for this storyteller. He seemed to be even better at telling the story. Blind Huang continued that Guotu was originally a valiant general, but unfortunately, he encountered the famous Tubo general. Guotu had been beaten until he was at his wit's end. He was about to lead the remaining soldiers to fight to the death with the Tubo army, staining the battlefield red with blood. Suddenly a troop of elite cavalry appeared from the direction of the Great Tang. These elite cavalry trod on one side of the battlefield and looked in another direction. Their spears were like a forest, their sabers were held horizontally in front of them. They advanced like the wind and struck like thunder. As the saying goes, the general is the soldier's courage, the soldier is the general's soul. How could good, well said. It's the logistics camp in Yizhou. We don't need too many powerful soldiers to fight Tufan. The logistics camp is enough. Speak, quick. The audience continued to shout, and the sound of money being thrown increased. It wasn't just the people around Blind Huang who were excited. Even the people who had just entered and heard the last few words were equally excited. Boss Chi, listen, there's another person talking about Cuckoo. This one seems to be better than the others. This time, Cuckoo has really done a great service to the country. Good job killing her. What does Boss Chi think? Among the people who had just entered, one of them asked the person who was standing in front of the crowd. The corner of Boss Chi's mouth twitched. Wei Wei nodded. Good, good. What a good Demonis cuckoo. What a good Ejo logistics camp. Good, good job killing her. Chapter 635. Chi Dongjia and his group went straight to the third floor, chose a private room with a view of the river, and sat down. They casually ordered a few dishes, waited for them to be served, and waved the waiter away. Only then did Chi Dongjia retract his gaze from the rolling water outside, and said to everyone, "Everyone, we have to hurry up with the harvest. Otherwise, when others find the opportunity, the money will." Boss Chi didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. If they couldn't harvest enough, they wouldn't get enough money. Someone sitting next to Boss Chi asked worriedly, "Boss Chi, what if we can't sell the grain after we harvest it? The autumn harvest is in a few days. Usually, we should slow down the harvest. After the autumn harvest, we will continue to harvest. Are you afraid that I don't have enough money?" Boss Chi didn't have any room for negotiation. That's not it. The money that Boss Chi is putting out is enough to harvest the grain of several states this year. I'm just worried that it won't be easy to sell. The person who spoke just now kindly reminded him. Boss Chi put on a mysterious smile and said, "Of course it won't be easy to sell the grain, but I have a method to turn the grain into something else. When the time comes, I will have to rely on you." Well said, well said. Since Boss Chi has a plan, we will harvest enough grain. As for the higher-ups investigating, if someone investigates, I will do my best. Don't worry, I have already arranged everything. After we harvest the grain, we will all be rich together. Come, drink. Boss Chi said confidently to everyone. He raised his cup and drank with everyone. Zhang Zhong was still fishing by the river. He didn't catch a single big fish, only a few small fish. He estimated that 4 people's fish would be enough to make fish soup for the little ones. If they wanted to eat braised fish, they would have to wait until they were big enough. Old Man Pai changed the bait once. With a shake of his wrist, he threw the hook into the river. He looked at the children bathing upstream and said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongqing, since we are going to fish together, shouldn't we go upstream?" "Lord Bai, you must be joking. It's just a fish, so there's no need to go so far. The middle reaches will do. There should be some children in the middle reaches who can't resist the temptation and help the fish hide. They might even release the fish that is hooked. Lord Bai, you just need to control the children in the middle reaches. I'll do the work in the lower reaches." Zhang Zhong said to Old Man Bai as he retracted his pole and pinched the hook in his hand. The bait had been eaten and the fish had not been caught. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong in surprise. When did Zhang Zhong learn to speak like this? Moreover, from their words, it could be heard that the Zhang family didn't care at all this time. They seemed to be very confident. Could it be that the Tubo people were so easy to deal with? Or could it be that the ability of the master of the Zhang family had reached an unfathomable level? Zhang Zhong seemed to have seen through Old Man Pai's thoughts and said, "This time, Xiao Bao will be in charge. It's time for him to train. It's just that the Shui Yun is flying here and there. I'm afraid that it will delay the battle over there. When the other hunters come over, send a few more. Although they can't be compared to the Shui Yun, they can still help to check the enemy situation." Xiao Bao. He's in charge. Could it be? Old Man Pai was shocked. He was worried that something had happened to the master of the Zhang family. Did he feel that he couldn't do it and wanted to test Cuckoo and Xiao Bao in advance? Once the 2 kids succeed, the expert can rest assured and leave. This wouldn't do. The master had done a lot for the Tang Empire. No matter what, he had to have a title and be conferred a title. Moreover, he hadn't met the master yet. Even if he met him once, it would be fine. Zhang Zhong understood the meaning behind Old Man Pai's words and sighed in his heart. How could there be a master? The masters of the Zhang family and Wang family had all gone to the front line. If there really was a master, why would Xiao Bao be in charge from so far away? He had to fight with Cuckoo and take care of this place at the same time. Only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could do this. If it were someone else, even an adult wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone a child. Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Zhong didn't want to continue, so he had to change the topic. He asked, half of the Yongqing family's inner court has gone to Pingzhou. Do you still need more people? Yes, but the people in Lord Bai and Lord Yao's family are not enough. This time, we need to transfer people from Sanshui County. Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng are urgently transferred over. Together with Su Si, the three of them are enough to deal with the Tibetans. Zhang Zhong didn't expect that in his son's letter, he would ask for those two people to be transferred over. What was the use of those two people? Old Man Pai knew of Su Si. Back then, he was in charge of setting the price at the market beside the Wang family's river. In the past, the Gu family was a very ordinary farmer in Zhuangzi. He wasn't valued by the Gu family. However, when it came to the Zhang family, it was different. He never did anything that was assigned to him. The Zhang family's ability to judge people was also extraordinary. Today, the two people that were transferred over through the military station were perhaps the other trump cards of the Zhang family, just like Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang. Who would have thought that the two people sent by Song Jinggong would be so powerful? Not to mention searching for people, just the two of them, 2 dogs, and 1 eagle were able to find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They actually killed 290 Tibetans and seized 285 horses. Looking at the situation, the other two people were also transferred over at the crucial time. Otherwise, why didn't they transfer Song Jinggong? Song Jinggong was in charge of a region, so there was no doubt about his ability. Who knew how many more people like him the Zhang family had that hadn't been revealed? They were really well hidden. Old Man Yao listened at the side. What he was most concerned about was whether this mission was really controlled by Xiao Bao from a distance. If they really won, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo returned, would they continue to be idle like they had nothing to do, or would they be given actual positions? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were second-level nominal positions, one for civil affairs and one for military affairs. Zhang Zhong's position should also be raised. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right for an adult to have a lower position than his 9-year-old son. Old Man Yao thought about it and really couldn't understand at the moment. He might as well let others worry about it. He asked Zhang Zhong, Yongqing, when will the real fishing begin? It's better to have a detailed plan. We'll start right away. I'll give you the plan later. Xiao Bao has already done it. Please help me take a look and see if there's anything missing. The child is still young, so he might not have thought it through. Zhang Zhong's goal was achieved, so he didn't want to fish anymore. He put away his pole and left. He even said a few words of modesty for his son. He didn't believe that the 3 old men would be able to see any problems with his son's plan. He had already looked at it, but he didn't understand it. He would have to wait for the next plan to come back. 2 pigeons spread their wings and flew towards the capital to get Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng. When they passed by the capital, they had to ask if anything had happened in the imperial court. There probably weren't any rewards, so those people were too stingy. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind grew stronger. Wang Wan went to observe the terrain last night. She didn't find any good ideas. The 2 tribes of Tubo actually kept a little distance from each other. They didn't even send out scouts. They just followed the traces left behind. If they wanted to attack, it was like facing a turtle. They couldn't find a place to attack. Wang Wan didn't want to use less than 10,000 people to charge head-on. Although she hoped that others would use normal methods to fight, she didn't like it. There were too many people who died in a head-on battle. Unless they were forced to the point of no return, they could only face the enemy head-on. Otherwise, she preferred to plan slowly. She would eat a little bit at a time. When she ate more than enough, it would be enough. She would use guerrilla warfare to fight. Of course, at this time, if there were dozens of large copper cannons on the naval gunboats, she would dare to attack the two-bow cavalry under the cover of the cannons. With the cannons moving forward and the cavalry's speed, it would be too easy for them to charge at the infantry. Now that the sky had darkened and the wind had gotten stronger, Wang Wan went to observe the terrain again. Opportunity. Any change in the weather was an opportunity for the troops in battle. It just depended on whether they could grasp it. According to their current speed, they would arrive at the desert in 4 days. Wang Wan stood on a very small hill and observed the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao squatted beside her and dug for wild vegetables. There weren't many wild vegetables in the autumn, but it couldn't be compared to the ones in the spring. Zhang Xiaobao said more than once that if it was spring, he could make a small root vegetable for Wang Wan. It would taste very fresh with cat's ear soup. Wang Wan looked for a while and was very disappointed. The hill was too short, and it was difficult to grasp the overall situation. She turned her head and shouted to Zhang Ying, who was at the foot of the hill, "Call Shui Yun over. Catch me and take me to the sky to have a look." Zhang Ying was a little worried, but he still made a net with a leather rope and sent it to Wang Wan. He let Wang Wan put it on, tied a piece of wood to the leather rope, and called Shui Yun to catch her. Shui Yun was indeed obedient and did what it was told. It didn't know how it communicated with Zhang Ying, but it flew up and slowly swooped down to catch Wang Wan. Wang Wan held the binoculars in one hand and grabbed Shui Yun's foot with the other. She was afraid that Shui Yun would be happy and let go of its claws. One person and one eagle flew up and hovered high in the sky. Wang Wan's field of vision widened, and she looked left and right happily. After a while, she put away the binoculars, took out a piece of cloth from her body, and threw it out. Zhang Ying saw the cloth and whistled. Shui Yun slowly swooped down again. When Wang Wan's foot was about to touch the ground, it let go of its claws. Wang Wan rolled forward with the force, jumped up and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's flying. They're flying. How satisfying. If I were to raise 100 of these eagles, wouldn't I be able to form an aerial unit? I think that if we can find a way to find more than 100 Shui Yun, it's better to spend the energy on research. Maybe we can even build an airplane. Have you thought of how to scheme against people?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the Shui Yun that had landed on Zhang Ying's shoulder and was rubbing its head against his face. He dispelled Wang Wan's unrealistic fantasy. "I thought of it. It's going to rain, and the traces on the ground will be obvious when it rains. We were prepared and knew in advance that we were going to the desert, so we brought a lot of supplies. There are 40,000 people in Tubo, and they didn't steal as many horses as we did. How much food can they bring with them? Didn't you want to use salt to pickle vegetables? Now we have it." Wang Wan patted the dust on her body and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Chapter 636. Kimukahu brought his men and followed the others. After a few days of traveling, he didn't notice anything. He didn't know why, but the calmer the Tang army was, the more worried he got. It was just like when the Tang army was hiding in the village. Once it was ready, when the time was right, the Tang army would give him a ruthless blow. He could be considered to have met that female general, Wan Wan. Perhaps the little girl had been able to fantasize about all of those strategies. Thinking back to it, it was like a dream. Now that there was no movement for a few days, it was probably going to be troublesome. And the sky was also dark. Could it be that they wanted to attack in the rain? No, he had to find someone to talk to in case he fell for it. After thinking about it, Kimukahu went to Lufututa. Lufututa was busy with the cavalry training. When he saw Kimukahu, he seemed a little embarrassed. He pulled Kimukahu into the tent. Lufutude, don't tell me you want to follow what I said and send light cavalry to attack the Tang army. No, it's too late now. Definitely not. If you want to attack, you have to wait for the rain to stop. That little brat likes to use all kinds of terrain and weather to attack. She can find an opportunity when there's fog or when the weather is hot. Listen to me, don't think about attacking her now. Continue to shrink your troops and slow down your marching speed. Increase the distance between you and her. After the rain passes, we can talk about other tactics. Also, it's best to send someone to take care of the logistics. Kimukahu knew what the other party was thinking. He wanted to bring the cavalry out, but the other party didn't agree. Now he was actually doing it secretly. Sigh. It's fine if you want to take credit, but not now. Lufutude was pointed out by others and felt a little embarrassed. When he heard that Kimukahu stopped him, he thought that Kimukahu was afraid that he would succeed. In the end, he gave the idea for nothing. If he listened to him, he would be a fool. When he said it was fine, why couldn't he do it? I have my own plans for this matter. Are you used to living here? Why don't we get someone to carry you around? That will be more comfortable. Lufutude looked around and said to Kimukahu. He seemed to be very friendly, but his attitude of keeping people at arm's length was obvious. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Lufutude. Since that's the case, I'll head back first. Seeing that the other party didn't listen to him, Muko couldn't do anything. If it were him, he wouldn't listen to others either. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough people in his camp and couldn't do anything. Otherwise, he would think of something. After sending Kamuk out of the tent and watching him leave, Lufutude laughed coldly and said to the people beside him, "Did you see that? This is a power struggle. He pretends to be kind, but in fact, he is not. Pass down the order. Tonight, the cavalry will attack in the rain." The heavy rain made the originally dry ground muddy. It was just evening, and the sky was so dark that it was hard to see far away. Lufutude's cavalry was ready. At this moment, the people in front of the team who were carefully observing the tracks suddenly ran over. The Tang army increased their speed. From the distance between the horses' footprints and the people's footprints, especially the people's footprints, the distance between every 2 steps was larger, indicating that they were running. Ran away. Chase after them, order everyone to run and chase after them. The cavalry don't attack first, it will waste the horses in the rain. Hearing that the Tang army increased their speed, Lufutude immediately ordered the troops to follow. When it was midnight, Lufutude realized that the Tang army had not stopped. Lufutude could not let the soldiers continue chasing. He did not want the Tang army to take advantage of the fact that they were exhausted to get down from their horses. Lufutude's troops were already too far away from the other troops and it would be easy for something to happen. Lufutude's troops stopped, but the Tang army continued to rush forward. After running for another 2 hours, more than 2,000 people were left to rest. The cavalry and horses went elsewhere. The road was difficult, and the cavalry couldn't increase their speed. The horses were almost exhausted, but the troops continued to force their way forward. Luckily, they didn't need to carry many people, and most of them had already dismounted and left. When the Tibetan team continued to move forward at dawn, the logistics team that was not too far behind also arrived at the hill where Wang Wan stood yesterday. In the heavy rain, the people from the logistics team moved even slower, but they did not dare to waste time and could only force their way forward. Yesterday, they had to put up a cloth to block the rain for the rations and take care of the horses. All of them were exhausted. They only rested for 4 hours at night, and they had to hurry again at dawn. What if something happened in front of them and they pushed the blame to the logistics troops? Sunny rode in the front and looked back at his troops. Many of the 2,000 men nodded after every step they took, as if they wanted to sleep. He looked at the ditches in front of him and the potholes in front of him. He did not know whether to curse the heavens or the troops in front of him for moving so fast. Sunny did not know whether to curse the heavens or the troops in front of him. Hurry up, it'll be fine when we catch up with the troops in front. What are we doing here? It's all potholes. Carry people, carry the carts over. Are we just waiting for the horses to pull the carts over? Sang shouted at his men when he saw the carts getting stuck in the potholes one after another. The 2,000 soldiers in charge of transporting the carts had to pull at the front and push at the back. They had to lift and carry the carts so that the troops could move forward slowly. It took them an hour to get past the hill. Just like that, the troops behind them and their carts got stuck in the potholes from time to time. After another 15 minutes, all the carts reached a relatively flat area. The 2,000 logistics troops were so tired that they couldn't stand properly. Sang had no choice but to order, rest for an hour. Damn the weather. Fix the broken carts quickly. Don't waste our time. Hearing his words, everyone relaxed at the same time. But at that moment, countless people rushed out from behind the hill they had just passed. Fire arrows rained down on the carts. When some of the carts were on fire and some were smoking, the usual rain of arrows fell on the 2,000 logistics troops. The logisticians were stunned by the sudden attack, and Sunny Ring was the first to be shot dead. More than 10 arrows pierced into his body at almost the same time. After losing their commander and being ambushed, the logisticians started to fight on their own. Some of them crouched on the ground to avoid the rain of arrows, some picked up their weapons and ran towards the direction where the arrows came from, some ran in another direction, and some just stood there, waiting to be killed. Wang Wan personally commanded the troops to attack. There were more than 6,000 people here. They hid for a while before the rain started. The horses continued to run. In the rain, it was hard to see the depth of the horses' hooves. It was impossible to determine how many things were on the horses' hooves. With the rain washing away, the traces disappeared. She waited for the rain for this opportunity. As expected, the main force of the Tubo troops went to chase after their horses. The logistics troops had to stay behind. How much food was sent to 40,000 people at once? When Lufatura was still looking for a chance to send his cavalry to attack, the sky behind them was covered in thick smoke. Even from so far away, they could clearly see the sky formed by the smoke. Another Tubo troop that was slightly slower was the first to notice the situation. The first thought that came to their mind was that the logistics troops were attacked by the enemy. They sent out 2,000 cavalrymen to check. In the end, the wind was blowing in their direction. The people who came over were all in tears from the smoke. Not only were the people uncomfortable, but the horses couldn't stand it either. However, they had to come. When they rushed over, they saw the burning carts and the corpses of their brothers. Some of the corpses were very far away. They ran for more than 2 miles, but they were still killed in the same place. Blood mixed with mud. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. They didn't see the enemy and didn't know where the enemy was. The leader of the cavalrymen shouted, "Put out the fire. Use the mud on the ground to cover the carts. Don't let all the food burn up." The 2,000 cavalrymen endured the pain in their eyes and dismounted from their horses. They used their hands to throw the mud mixed with blood onto the smoking carts. After throwing the mud for a while, Wang Wan led her men out from the back of the mountain. She also shot a rain of arrows to protect the new cavalrymen. The water cloud continued to hover in the sky, in charge of monitoring the movements of the other Tubo troops. This time, the cavalrymen weren't completely wiped out. More than 200 of them rode back and escaped. In the end, they encountered more than 600 people and 8,000 horses of the Tang army. The Tang army seemed to have been prepared. A large portion of the 200 people were killed and the rest took a detour. The Tang army didn't chase after them. They rushed to Wang Wan's side and let Wang Wan lead the men to chase after the escaping cavalrymen. After chasing for a while, the water cloud fell. The troops changed their direction again and went through the empty space between the two Tubo troops. This made Wang Wan very surprised. She initially planned to take a detour and go around the two Tubo troops together. She didn't expect Lufutura to forcefully move his troops and create some distance between them. This saved them a lot of time. Lufutura looked at the thick smoke behind him and was dumbfounded. Not to mention the general, even a normal soldier would understand what was going on. The army provisions were being attacked, and they had to scrimp and save for their meals. Camus also stood there and looked at the smoke in the sky. He didn't feel surprised at all. He muttered, "I was right, right? The demon fiend is the demon fiend. We can't give her any chance. She can make use of anything. The terrain, the weather, and the enemy's formation. When dealing with her, we can't think of how to defeat her. Instead, we have to think of how to defend ourselves. Even if our troops are 4 times stronger than her, we have to defend like an iron bucket. As long as we can force her away, we will win." On the other side, Mumukushu's men had already returned to the camp. He told them about the attack and the ambush on his side. Mumukushu immediately ordered his men to defend and gave up on extinguishing the fire. He was also afraid that once they split up, they would be tricked by that little girl. Lufutura sent men back to take a look and didn't rush forward. He was prepared to wait for the other division to come and discuss what to do next. Now, they weren't forcing the Tang army to enter the desert. Instead, they were thinking of how to prevent the Tang army from killing them. Chapter 637. The world of mortals is bitter, disputes never stop, flowers bloom and wilt, autumn comes and leaves fall, cold and hot. If one does not admit defeat, how can there be evergreen trees, dancing in the clouds, looking back on the past to remember? Kill. The moment the order was given, countless arrows flew towards the Tubo Luftura's tribe. The Tubo people immediately raised their shields and hid behind, hoping that they were not the unlucky ones. Ever since Luftura's army was ambushed yesterday, he had already dispelled the idea of sending cavalry to the front to attack the Tang army. Their morale was gone, and no matter how they thought about it, they could not win against the Tang army. The fire and passion in the soldiers had also been extinguished. They clearly knew that there was a lass in the Tang army that humiliated the entire country, but so what? There was nothing they could do. They could not chase after her, they could not hit her. As long as they tried to trick her, there would be a loophole in their side. The lass would not let go of any opportunity. They could still hold on if they hid, but once the battle formation changed, they would definitely be used. At most, the troops would advance a little faster, and in the end, the logistics would be ambushed. The Tubo soldiers felt very sad. It was not that they were afraid of death and did not charge, but as a general, you should at least give them a chance to charge. It felt like they had met a strong opponent when playing polo. The opponent was clearly 1 man and 1 horse breaking through, but they could only retreat step by step. Even if the ball was right in front of them, they did not dare to use their poles. If they used their poles, they would be overtaken. Luftudis saw that the opponent would take away hundreds of people every time they attacked, and he felt more and more frustrated. He could not think of a solution, so he could only look for Kumukuhu, who was more accurate with his words. Kumukuhu's heart had long been numb. He watched the Tang army come and go like the wind. Every time the enemy attacked, they would attack from the direction of the wind. Whenever they were happy, they would come back and shoot another round. If there was a weakness before yesterday, it was that the Tang army did not have enough horses. There had to be someone running below. After Mumuhushu's cavalry was dealt with yesterday, the Tang army still had some men and horses left. The supplies that they sent over were all taken away by the Tang army. The bows that the Tang army used were from Tubo, the arrows that they used were from Tubo, the rice that they ate was from Tubo, and the horses that they rode were from Tubo. There was no need to continue this war. In the future, as long as the Tang Empire had Cuckoo, Tubo would not dare to invade their borders. Just as Kumu and Ku who were sighing in their hearts that they were the ones who made Wang Wan famous, Lufutura came looking for them. Kumu Kuhu, I regret not listening to you. The Tang army is indeed good at sneak attacks. If we were to face them head-on, I am confident that I can defeat them. Quick, give me an idea. Lufutura was still unwilling to admit that he could not win against the enemy's general. He attributed the victory to the enemy's sneak attack tactics and hoped that Kumu-ku could give him a good idea. Let's retreat and let the stronger people come over. Or we can withdraw our troops and enter the city to defend. Our 40,000 men are not a match for her. If she really leads the Tang army to face us head-on, we won't be able to return even if we want to. According to the new information, Pingzhou is preparing to leave the pass at any time. There won't be any reinforcements from other places. There won't be many people escorting the provisions. If they can sneak attack once, they can do it again. Unless one group follows behind and the other group supports the supply team. Let's retreat, both groups retreat at the same time. Don't give her a chance. Kumu-ku analyzed the situation in front of them and gave such an idea. Of course, Lufutura was unwilling to listen. We are being attacked by less than 10,000 Tang soldiers and we have to abandon our defenses. If the Tang army sends out 100,000 soldiers, won't our Tubo be destroyed? No, definitely not. Wouldn't that be admitting to a little girl that we, Tubo, won't dare to do it again? Kumu-ku, are you scared after being beaten? Yes, I'm afraid. I really don't dare to fight against them unless I have a more elite team and use soldiers to make up for the lack of generals. If you still want to fight against them, then stop and wait for the logistics. Let them shoot. When they run out of arrows, then slowly follow behind them. The two units must not be separated. Kumu-ku nodded in agreement. He was very clear that he could not compare to the little girl in terms of scheming. To deal with such an opponent, they could only rely on numbers and steadily advance. They must not have any devious thoughts. The Tubo people were hesitating. Wang Wan was much more relaxed. Everyone had a horse and they could fight and run as they wished. Although the enemy scolded them and said that they did not have the guts, so what? She was still a child. Adults should not lower themselves to the same level as a child and should protect her. Zhang Xiaobao was still in charge of cooking. He caught a few wild boars and let him use the salt he stole to marinate them. He was going to make ham and bring it back for his family to try. He wanted to see if the taste of the Tubo wild boar's ham was different. After seeing Wang Wan happily studying the map, he kept it and said to Wang Wan, I am going to write a letter back and ask the imperial court to help spread the news that the one commanding the front lines is not the 9-year-old Wang Wan but someone else. Wang Wan is just trying to anger the Tubo army. What do you think? Sure, I know. You don't want to push me up now. If that happens, our peaceful life will be gone. At the very least, we can't let the people talk about us all the time. Don't worry, I don't want to be Wu Zetian or Empress Dowager Xiao. My goal is not to be like them, dancing on the tip of the blade and contending with the various powers. I want to hide behind and make Tang Empire stronger and stronger together with you. Some people like to be heroes and some people are willing to create heroes. I belong to the latter. What about you? When we go back, what do you want to do? Wang Wan understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words, and she agreed. If one pushed one's position too high, one would sometimes lose sight of one's original ideals. In order to maintain one's position, one would have to pay too great a price. At that time, although many people still knew of one's abilities, the people of the Great Tang would gradually forget about it, and one would be able to return to their original lives. Me? I haven't thought about it yet. I want to make a county with you. I will be the county magistrate and you will be the chief registrar. Let's wait for a few years. When Tang Empire's economy is prosperous, we will find a new way. Wars with foreign countries are inevitable. Otherwise, when the material life is good, people's pursuit will increase and the internal pressure will be too great. Zhang Xiaobao did not have a definite plan. He needed to wait for the imperial court's attitude to make a decision. Wang Wan nodded. Then when the time comes, we will find a poor county and slowly govern it. I don't think it will work. Let's talk about the future later. First, help me analyze the current situation. They are like turtles. They are too annoying. The weather gradually turned cold. The people who worked in the fields began to prepare their tools, waiting for the autumn harvest. The commoners in Izhou's stronghold were much more relaxed than the commoners outside. There was only so much land that could be used for farming. They would be content if they collected enough to eat for a year. There was no shortage of salt at home, and there was enough cloth to make clothes. The children had more candy in their hands, and the women had more jewelry. The men organized to go to the snow mountain with Governor Zhang to build a ski resort. The businessmen who came to participate in the investment also sent money to Izhou. Each of them was given a membership card. With this card, they could enjoy a 50% discount. Spending was spending, profit was profit. They could not enjoy it for free just because they had invested money. Originally, not many people really wanted to come to this place for recreation. The sport of skiing had not yet become popular. Who would be willing to come to the mountain to suffer from the cold? They could not stand the reputation of Bai Go and Yao Chong. They also wanted to make friends with Zhang Zhong. However, when they saw people demonstrating skis and sledges on the mountain, and the laughter of adults and children, they felt that this place was not bad. Especially when they were tired, they could take a hot bath and have someone massage them. Their whole body would feel comfortable from inside out. At the same time, there was a place for hunting in the ski resort. There were many kinds of wild animals on the mountain. With the local people protecting them, there was no need to worry about accidentally dying. Zhang Zhong organized people to build a restaurant at the top of the mountain and at the bottom of the mountain. It was in the form of a self-service restaurant. There were corresponding well-enclosed suites for people to discuss secret matters. He did not even refuse the people from the brothel when they came to cooperate. The ski resort also adopted a membership system. It seemed that people who came to the resort would not just pay the fee to play. They had to be members first. After paying the annual fee, part of it would be used to manage the resort, and part of it would be deducted when they played. The membership card was also different from other places. It was made of tortoiseshell, and it showed one's identity when one held it in one's hand. Zhang Zhong also asked people to secretly advertise that the really rich and the really rich people would not like to look for lively places to eat, drink, and play like bumpkins. Zhang Zhong himself liked to go to lively places very much. He did not want the so-called identity that was flattered. He was independent of the circle that others had set for him, and he was aloof. Then Zhang Zhong started to build a winery. It was a very big winery. Before the wine was brewed, the reputation would be built first. A lot of money was spent. He did not need to recruit people who had experience in brewing wine. He first trained them, and during the training process, he would also get a salary. Naturally, the winery needed to have things to brew wine. Zhang Zhong and Wang raised a lot of money and prepared to buy food. After the autumn harvest, they first talked to the people and ordered the food. The price was much higher than the current price. A bushel of wheat was 30 copper coins, and a bushel of rice was 45 copper coins. The price of other things was also increased. But at this time, the imperial court suddenly issued an imperial edict, ordering Zhang Zhong to prepare money, to build roads from Izhou to Izhou, and to strengthen and widen the roads connecting to Izhou. It was not known who leaked this imperial edict, but many people knew about it. Zhang Zhong was dumbfounded. He immediately stopped the winery and began to transfer money from other places to Yizhou. It was estimated that it would take at least 4 months to escort the grain from the capital to Yizhou. Zhang Zhong was helpless. He borrowed money from merchants and used his family's assets as collateral. At the same time, he went to talk to the people who had agreed to harvest the autumn harvest. He delayed it until 1 month after the autumn harvest. He bought the grain at the price of 35 copper coins per bushel of wheat and 50 copper coins per bushel of rice. He also wrote a written agreement. If the people did not accept the grain at that time, he would compensate the people half of the money and use the ski resort's shares as collateral. Chapter 638. On the road from the capital to Jiannanlai, 3 riders were riding through the dust. One of them looked much weaker. He was leaning on the horse, and his face was pale. The other 2 were a man and a woman. They looked much better than this person. They didn't look tired, and their bodies followed the rhythm of the horse, making it easier for the horse to run. However, the 3 of them didn't speak. They urged their horses forward. After an hour, they came to a stop and changed horses. The one with the weaker physique sat down on the ground. He tried to struggle to stand up but to no avail. He said to the other 2, "You guys go first. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a break. You guys can make arrangements when you arrive. You're a man, but you're not as good as a woman. You're holding us up," the woman said to the man sitting on the ground. "Look at you. How are you a woman? When you do things, you're a tomboy. I told you not to come, but you insisted. It's useless." The man was not happy. "Han Xianfeng, is this how you treat someone who saved your life? If I didn't use acupuncture and medicine to save you, you'd be dead. You need to know how to repay kindness." The woman turned her head and said to Han Xianfeng. Han Xianfeng let out a long sigh. There was nothing he could do, so he didn't hurry. He sat down next to that person and said, "Mi Fan, I'll remember this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll force you to train. Tell me, how many things have you delayed? I don't know why the young master called you here. Am I good? Yesterday, when we were on the road, I reminded you first. That's why you didn't fall into the ditch. You're ungrateful." Mi Fan panted heavily for a while. She rubbed her hand gently on her leg and grimaced in pain as she drank some water. "Yes, ungrateful. Han Xianfeng, we're talking about you. You don't even care about saving your life. Are you still a man?" The woman next to him found an opportunity to scold Han Xianfeng. Han Xianfeng looked up at the sky and said helplessly, "Jiu Meileng, I beg you. Don't keep talking about saving my life. I was just tired from the boat race. That was Sanshui County's Shaoluo Shui. How could I die? Not to mention exhaustion, even if he was really injured, would there not be a good doctor? I managed to dock the boat with great difficulty and wanted to find a car to take me to get a massage, but you jumped out from the side. Without saying anything, you pushed me to the ground and stabbed me with several needles. I don't even know where you got the medicine and forced it down my mouth. Nonsense, I'm a famous doctor who is proficient in both the pen and the sword. I picked the medicine myself and specially used it to treat fainting spells. My medical skills are definitely high, otherwise, how could you be awake when I was performing acupuncture on you?" Jiu Mei's cold face reddened slightly, but she continued to argue. "I want to close my eyes and rest for a while. You're pricking me so much that my whole body hurts. How can I not wake up? And that medicine, why would it treat fainting? It's more like it's for intestinal blockage." The strength that I saved up after resting with great difficulty was all thrown to the toilet. "If your medical skills are high, why don't you go to Huayuan County's De Hospital to find a job? Why do you insist on following me? When Han Xianfeng thought about what happened that day, his face turned as pale as Mi Fan's, and his body trembled. It must have left a deep impression on him. Jiu Mei touched the bag on her back, which contained her needles and herbs. She said embarrassedly, "Who said that I didn't go to the hospital? But they said that I still needed to practice. They asked me to go to Yawang Mountain to massage others and identify the acupuncture points. I'm a woman, so how can I go there? I wanted to practice slowly. I walked all the way, looking for patients, and then I met you. I saved you out of kindness, and I heard that you were close to the Zhang family. I was hoping that you would arrange for me to go to Huayuan Hospital when you repay my kindness. Who would have thought that you're such an ungrateful person? Fine, I'm scared of you. Don't mention saving lives. I don't have the ability to arrange for you to go to the hospital. They don't hire people based on personal relationships. With your medical skills, even if you sneak in, how many patients will you kill, let alone take a normal exam?" Han Xianfeng was tortured to death. If Jiu Meiling wasn't alone and didn't have a family, and if she hadn't been observed by the Zhang family spies, and if they hadn't found out that she had other skills, they would never have allowed her to follow them. This woman was indeed good-looking, especially her figure. If she didn't always wear a dirt gray robe and change into other colors, many men would definitely yearn for her. But this woman was always muddle-headed. Her so-called medical skills could have become a nickname in some county in the past, but she insisted on going to Huayuan County and Sanshui County to treat patients. What were those two places for? Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. Han Xianfeng only joined the first family in Linshui County after passing the test. He was the son of an official and didn't give any face during the test. How could the medical standards there be bad? As for Huayuan County's Dei Hospital, it was the pinnacle of the Tang dynasty's medical science. Even the imperial doctors in the palace had to go there frequently to communicate. Every year, they would be tested to decide whether to stay in the palace or not. What could a half-baked doctor like you do in such a place? At this time, Mi Fan said something fair, "Mrs. Zhou, actually there's nothing wrong with massaging. Doctors shouldn't discriminate between men and women. In the eyes of doctors, there are only healthy people and patients. Dei Hospital wants to give all ordinary doctors a chance. Going there to give massages requires skill. After you go there, remember the acupuncture points clearly. After passing the test, you might have a chance to enter the medical school to study. The research there is unparalleled in the world. This time, I didn't want you to come, but when I saw you, I suddenly felt that you might have other benefits, so... Xianfeng, look at him. He's flirting with me. Listen to him, he wants to get benefits from me. I'm a woman, what benefits do I have? Won't you help me? Then you're ungrateful. Mi Fan, how could you flirt with Jiu Meiling? Come, let's get on the horses and have 100 rounds. Han Xianfeng was scared. Before Jiu Meiling could finish, he helped Mi Fan, who had rested for a while, onto a horse. The two rode off first. Jiu Meiling stood where she was, tilting her head and thinking. She also pulled over a horse and mounted it. She was much faster than Han Xianfeng and Mi Fan. After 100 feet, she reacted and shouted, "Han Xianfeng, stop right there. How dare you lie to me? What skills do I have to be chosen by Mi Fan? Medical skills. Humph, you want to get rid of me? In your dreams. My horse can only run 6 steps in one breath. The one you control can only run 5.5 steps. The distance is about 120 feet. This military horse can run 6 feet per step. In 400 breaths, I'll catch up to you." Maozhou, Tonghua County was a small county. There were not many people coming and going. The local people also lived their own lives. Everyone spent time traveling to the county every day. However, such a small county was always bustling at the middle and beginning of each month. People who came from neighboring counties and from further places all came early because there were a few horse companies here that specialized in buying and selling horses. Whether it was buying or selling horses, if one's eyes were sharp enough and his mouth was sharp enough, he could achieve his goal. There were so many horse companies here. Some were bought from other counties, and some seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one knew whether it was because no one was willing to investigate or because they didn't want to. That was how the horse companies in Tunghua County survived. There were dozens of small horse companies, but not 100. Many horse companies didn't have fixed positions. As long as you brought in a dozen horses at one time, others would admit that you were a horse company. There were 4 largest horse companies here. They were named East, West, North, and South. The one named East was called Donghua Horse Company, and so were the others. The 4 horse companies competed with each other, but at the same time, they worked together. Among them, Donghua Horse Company seemed to be the leader. The owner of Donghua Horse Company was surnamed Yen. It was said that he had fled here 30 years ago. At that time, he was alone with a 6-year-old son. He had the ability to identify horses. At first, he looked after the livestock for the local people. Later, he found horses from other places and sold them here. Little by little, his family business was established. 15 years ago, his son married the daughter of a local rich family, and Donghua Horse Company was established. Over the past 15 years, the Ma Trading Company had grown bigger and bigger. Not only did Master Yen own the business, but he had also taught 3 of his disciples. They had all established their own businesses, and were the owners of the other 3 Ma Trading Companies. Most outsiders would not know what was going on inside. Identifying a horse was a skill. If you didn't know how to identify a horse, it was obviously a bad one. Even if you spent the money on a good one, no one would refund you. As time passed, more and more people could tell whether a horse was good or bad. Tonghua's 4-family horse company came up with a new strategy. Horse gambling was only open for about 2 hours. In the morning, before the sun rose, someone would prepare many horses in the shed. If they liked one, they would pay and take it away. Every horse was the same price, priced at 20 strings of coins. Some people had good eyesight or good luck. They bought a fine horse and became rich overnight. More people bought an ordinary horse or even a sick horse. Ordinary horses had 10 strings of coins, and some had a few strings of coins. They could only pull carriages. As for a sick horse, if it was cured, it could be sold for a little money. If it could not be cured, it was not worth a single cent. Today was the first day of the new moon. Those who came last night, or even earlier, waited outside the stable before dawn, hoping that they would be lucky enough to get a good horse. The people of the horse company were also prepared. They looked at the sky and gave orders. The road to the stable was opened, and everyone rushed in like a tide. Chapter 639. As soon as this voice was heard, the people picking the horses inside became anxious. They were afraid that the good horses they had their eyes on would be snatched away. Those who did not have the financial resources and courage to participate in the horse gambling curiously sized up the person, wanting to see who had the financial resources to buy all the horses. Horse gambling was not just a few dozen horses for people to choose from. Every time there were 1,000 horses, no more and no less. If one wanted to buy all of them, they would have to take out 20,000 strings of coins. 2 years ago, someone did this once. He thought that he could get a few fine horses, but in the end, he spent 20,000 strings of coins. There was not a single fine horse among the 1,000 horses. In the end, he sold the 1,000 horses and only got back 5,000 strings of coins. He could not afford to lose more than that. At that time, this person came to ask why there were no fine horses. The people of the horse trading company were not afraid of trouble. No one said that there must be a fine horse among the horses. No one forced anyone to buy a horse. If there was no fine horse, there would be no fine horse. However, there were always horses with a value of more than 50 strings of coins. There were also horses with a value of more than 100 strings of coins. Using 20 strings of coins to buy a horse with a value of 100 strings of coins, was it not enough to earn 10 strings of coins? Perhaps there would be a chance for a military horse to appear. It was not bad to give it away. In the end, no one knew what kind of method each person used. The people who bought the horses left dejectedly. The 4 horse trading companies were still standing tall. Some people said that the owner of the horse trading company gave a fine horse to the local officials. Some people said that the owner of the horse trading company had a big backer. There was no conclusion for a while. They did not expect that there would be another person who wanted to buy all the horses today. Everyone had the intention to watch the show. They wanted to see what the final result would be. Usually, the people who bought the horses would immediately watch here to find a good horse trainer. Today, the 2 people on the horses did not know which one was the horse trainer. If the person behind was the owner, then the person in front was naturally the horse trainer. However, the person in front was too young. No one believed that he could judge the horses. Could it be that the owner personally judged the horses? The people who had entered the stable hadn't paid yet, so they naturally couldn't bet on horses anymore. One by one, they walked out angrily, their eyes looking at the 2 newcomers. It could be said that they were brimming with killing intent. The big deal was here, and the people of the horse company invited the owner out. There were 4 horse companies and 4 owners. The owner of the Eastwall Horse Company looked to be less than 40 years old, while the owners of the other 3 horse companies were slightly older. As for the old owner of the Eastwall Horse Company that everyone was looking forward to seeing, he did not appear. Greetings to the 2 of you. Were the 2 of you the ones who wanted to buy all of the horses? Donghua Horse Company's boss Yen cupped his fists and asked. That's right. The person on the front dismounted and turned back to help the person on the back as he answered casually. Everyone looked at the 2 people under the light of the lanterns and found that the 2 people were indeed wearing good clothes. They were wearing Sichuan brocade robes. The person with the identity of the master had a round jade pendant the size of a copper coin on his waist. When the light flashed, it was blood red. If it was not dyed, it would be worth a lot of money. Boss Yan glanced at the 2 people and said, according to the rules, once sold, there is no refund. Have the 2 of you thought about it? I know. Pay up. The owner ordered, and the person next to him took out a luo of flying money from the money bag on his shoulder. There were a total of 20 pieces, and each piece was worth 1,000 strings of coins. After someone checked the flying money and confirmed that there was no mistake, the 4 owners had a trace of a smile on their faces. While writing the receipt, they asked someone to call for the horse driver. It seemed that the 2 people could not drive the horses back themselves, so they could only pay someone to drive them. If it was not too far away, the horse company would arrange for someone to drive the horses. They would not take the money to drive the horses, after all, they were big customers. After ordering someone to bring tea to the best shelter for resting, Boss Yen said to the other party's master, how should I address this honored guest? Do you want to look at the horses first? No need to look at the horses. When the other horse markets open, we will buy enough and take them back together. The owner brushed his robes and placed the jade pendant on his leg. His thumb and index finger naturally touched it, appearing a bit arrogant. Then where does Boss Chen want to go? If it is not too far away, we will immediately arrange for someone to help you. Does Boss Chen want to buy a few horses that are pleasing to your eyes? Yen Dongjia carefully sized up this old Master Chen and asked with a smile. Buy. In a while, as long as the price is right, buy all of them. I am preparing to build a horse farm in Luoyang province. If it is not too troublesome, send them there. Oh, it seems that your horse company is not bad. You can help me find other horses that are 30% more expensive than the market price. Buy as many as you have. If there are mules, oxen, donkeys and other livestock, that is fine too. Old Master Chen continued. When the people beside him heard that it was Luoyang province, they realized that it was not too far away. If they slowly drove the horses, they would arrive in half a month. However, they did not understand why this person wanted to buy other livestock. Everyone thought so. Boss Yan also asked, what is the use of the oxen and mule that Boss Chen wants? Oxen are to be killed, used to plow the land. Donkeys and mules are naturally used to transport beans. Horses cannot only eat grass. Is there a problem? Boss Chen picked up the teacup and started to drink tea. He began to wait for the other party's reply. Without waiting for Yan Dongjia to speak, one of the people nearby couldn't help but ask, this old Master Chen, if I have the livestock you want, would I also buy it at 30% more than the market price? You? How many do you have? You can't expect me to follow you everywhere. I don't have much time. Boss Yan, please excuse me. Boss Chen, don't think that I didn't find many, but there are many people here. If each person found 10, there would be a few thousand of them. Furthermore, how can 10 of them be taken out? However, let me say this first. Now that the price of grain has increased, and the Zhang family in Yi province has taken away a lot of mules, the market price will be expensive. Moreover, it seems that there are people selling them recently. If the time comes, if it is expensive, you can also buy it at 30% more than the market price. You can first write a letter and leave it with the broker as a mortgage. If he doesn't accept it, then you won't have to pay for it. Is that okay? Boss Chen did not wait for this person to finish his sentence and very magnanimously decided. After he said this, the people around stopped buying horses. Those who sold horses also stopped selling. Since they were going to buy the horses for Boss Chen, it was more important to quickly find other livestock to earn money. Boss Chen seemed to be very happy. He drank a cup of tea and did not mind the unpleasant smell here. He brought his subordinates and walked around. Go and tell my father that we have a rich family. I am not afraid that he won't be able to afford the blood jade pendant carved with a qilin. Yan Dongjia instructed the person next to him as he followed behind them. When it was noon, Boss Chen bought all the horses for sale here and told them that he would come back to buy them in 2 days. After he left with his subordinates and the people sent by the horse trading company to drive the horses, the head of the 4 biggest horse trading companies in Tunghua County gathered all the managers of the other horse trading companies. When the other horse trading companies arrived at the agreed place, they suddenly found that the boss of the East Horse Trading Company was also there. They all went up to greet him. It was not easy to see this old man. Boss Yan, who rarely showed his face in public, smiled and agreed with everyone. When everyone had arrived, he coughed and was about to speak. The others consciously stopped talking with others and looked at Boss Yan, waiting for him to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, this old man has gathered all of you here today because of what Boss Chen said. Some of you may know where my horse came from, while some of you may not. But regardless of whether you know or not, I have to say it. This is an opportunity. Even if that Boss Chen doesn't want it in the end, the things he left behind as collateral will be enough for us to make a fortune. The horses of the East Horse Trading Company were indeed secretly transported from elsewhere. Not only the East Horse Trading Company, but the horses of the other 3 major horse trading companies were all like this. It was not easy for the horses to come over, but they came over. However, there is a rule there, which is to first send the money over and then look at the horses. As the saying goes, if there is money, everyone gets it. If such a big business is monopolized by the 4 horse trading companies, I think everyone will feel bad. The 4 horse trading companies will probably be finished. I will stop here. If anyone is willing to use money to buy horses from elsewhere and then sell them, hand over the money first. What kind of horse do you want to buy and how much, you can ask my son. When I am old, my body will not be able to take a few words. Everyone, please eat first. This old man will take his leave. After Boss Yen finished speaking, it was as if his body really could not take it anymore. He was supported and left. Everyone did not care if he was really like that. After all, the path was pointed out. As for whether they left or not, it was not up to them to care. Some people immediately wanted to go home to get the money. Some people were afraid that Boss Chin was a swindler. What if he did not pawn enough to buy too many horses? What should they do then? Some people felt that they should borrow some money. The 4 major horse trading companies were very rich. If they did not have enough money, they would not be able to earn much. Who knew when such an opportunity would appear again? Each of them had different thoughts, so they drank absent-mindedly. After a quick meal, they dispersed. The owners of the other 3 horse shops stayed behind to discuss with their masters how many horses they wanted to buy this time. While the Tang people were worried about the horses, the Tubo people were also worried about the horses. In the end, Lufatura didn't want to retreat. After thinking hard for a day, he came up with a good idea. That was to let the Tang army eat up a logistics team. This team wasn't from the main force anyway, so it didn't matter if they died a little. He wanted to form a cavalry team with at least 10,000 horses. He estimated that he would pull away from Mumukushu and wait for the logistics team to be eaten up. Then, these 10,000 horses would be able to move out. The nearest wind was always from the north. He was also going north. At that time, the cavalry would have the advantage of the wind direction. He did not believe that the little girl would be able to guess his plan. However, he did not have horses. He went to Mumukushu and asked. They could only send out 2,000 horses. Originally, they had 5,000. They needed to leave 1,000 to guard the camp. The other 2,000, needless to say, were all under the Tang army. If he did not protect the camp, he could still gather 5,000. If he had 8,000 against 9,000, it would not be reliable. Mumukushu was still thinking about how to gather the cavalry when Wang Wan led the 9,000 light cavalry to the back of the 2 tribes. However, they did not attack the Tubo logistics team. Instead, they went straight south and cut down trees to pave a road by the Ruoshui River. The cavalry and the logistics team panicked and immediately returned to report this news to the Tubo headquarters. At this time, the Tubo people realized that Cuckoo, this 9-year-old girl, was very difficult to deal with. They had no choice but to organize people to stop them. This was to prevent them from crossing the mountains and entering the Tubo territory. 3 days later, the official army of Pingzhou was also mobilized. When the 2,000-strong Imo Dao unit appeared, the Tubo people became nervous. The cavalry did not dare to charge recklessly. The scouts ran around. Then, the Pingzhou cavalry appeared. The 20,000 cavalry roared and headed straight for the Ruoshui River. The Tubo army had already set up their formation on the other side of the Ruoshui River. They wanted to stop the Tang army at the Ruoshui River. If the 3 tribes were still there and were not lured away, the Tubo people would not be so anxious. After setting up the formation, Zhang Zhong let Li Sun, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Yao lead the troops. Together with the people gathered from the local area, they arrived at Pingzhou together. In Pingzhou, they used the imperial edict to get the military rights of the newly recruited soldiers. A total of 40,000 people were mobilized. They carried their weapons and rushed out of Kiguan. Another 10,000 people secretly left behind. They took a detour and headed towards the villages with underground tunnels. At this time, there were countless eagles flying in the sky. The Eagle trainers who had just arrived at Sanshui County did not even rest before joining the troops. When Zhang Zhong led the people out, they immediately spread out and started to harvest the Tubo autumn grain. When Wang Wan led the troops to harass the Tubo army and slowly arrived at the desert, Zhang Zhong had already harvested all the grain and retreated back to Pingzhou. When the people of Pingzhou saw the carriages of grain being transported back, they opened their eyes wide and were speechless. Although it was still a little bit away from the best time to ripen, it was already not bad. They all thought that since the Zhang family's child was very daring, Zhang Zhong, the provincial governor, was also not small. He actually went to harvest the grain under the enemy's nose. Very impressive. Old Man Pai and the other two were also very surprised. When Zhang Zhong wanted to borrow the troops, they thought that Zhang Zhong was worried about the child at home and wanted to go and help. They even tried to persuade him. In the end, they did not manage to persuade him. Li Sun acted as if he wanted to see the world burn and followed him to harvest the grain. Not to mention that they did not expect this at the beginning, even Zhang Zhong was the same. He rode on his horse for 2 days before he stopped wasting time. It was mainly because of the opportunity created by his son and daughter-in-law. He did not know how the two children were able to calculate this when they were being chased over there. They actually led the cavalry in a large circle and acted as if they were going to turn around and shake off the two Tubo troops. It gave people the feeling that they were going to cooperate with the Tang army to attack the Tubo cavalry. It meant that they were going to forcefully cross the mountain and the Tubo army could only send troops over. Wang Wan used her mobility to turn around and then went back to restrain the other two troops. As for the Tubo army, they had already harvested all the grain. The Mo soldiers and cavalry all went back and waited there. It was unknown if they were looking for another opportunity to attack. How are they still children? They are clearly famous generals. Their deployment of troops is superb. If I had known, I would have followed them to take a look. Old Man Chang rubbed his hands excitedly and said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai was also in a daze. He, who had seen all kinds of storms in his life, had to admit that Wang Wan had shocked him too much. It seemed that there were not many people in the world who could use tactics to such an extent. Not to mention tactics, she could even cooperate with Peng Zhou to achieve strategic results. Old Man Yao blinked twice and said, "What did the emperor say in the message?" He said that he wanted to see Cuckoo's ability and whether or not she could adjust her tactics at any time after making a move here. He said that the situation is not constant and that a famous general must have this kind of ability. It seems that the emperor doesn't need to worry. Cuckoo is not an ordinary famous general. Any general who can cooperate with her will feel very comfortable. They will act according to the situation without the slightest intention of being forced. Furthermore, they made an additional arrangement and harvested the grain at the Ruoshui River in Tubo. That's right. It seems that we have to follow the Zhang family's wishes and hide Cuckoo among the ordinary people. Such a general will not be casually deployed in the future. When there is no general available, when will we send Cuckoo out and decide the situation with one battle? This sword is really too sharp, so people are reluctant to use it. Old Man Pai looked to the west and said. The people in charge of the joint harvest in Izhou also returned to the stronghold excitedly and talked about what happened there. Because of the existence of Zhang Zhong, they knew more than ordinary people. They told the story of the provincial governor's daughter-in-law with exaggerated details. The chiefs of each stronghold breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered people to send the good things in the stronghold to Zhang Zhong's brother. At this time, they really regarded Zhang Zhong as a brother. Not only did Zhang Zhong call them brothers, but also Zhang Zhong's peaceful attitude towards them. In the past, they thought that Zhang Zhong was afraid that they would be difficult to manage, so he did this. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law could lead the Tang army to victory. Would she be afraid of the 4,000 people like the other officials who came here before? According to the people who understood military affairs, a person who could use the army like this was definitely in existence like the god of war. In other words, if Zhang Zhong wanted to, he could turn his face and all the strongholds in Izhou would be finished. A good person, a good brother, a good official. The people in the strongholds finally acknowledged Zhang Zhong's identity as an official and acknowledged the Tang Empire's absolute rule. The Tubo people also knew about the situation, but they could not think of a good solution. What they regretted the most was that they arranged for the spies to destroy the embankment at Wangjiang. If not, Cuckoo and her family were still in Suzhou. How could Li Longji send them to manage the logistics? If they did not manage the logistics, Cuckoo would not have come out of seclusion to take over when Guotu was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. If she did not take over, how could they lose so many soldiers? How could they be like now, being led around by others? A famous general of a generation might be silent forever and not be discovered. They would not have to be so embarrassed to be pointed at by others and asked if they still dared to do so. Lufutuda and Mumu Hushu were also questioned. They were asked how they let the Tang army escape. Lufutuda couldn't say anything when he was being questioned. He had only eaten one meal today and was still hungry. When Wang Wan's troops returned, they didn't forget to attack another group of troops that were transporting the provisions. How is this still Tubo territory? This is her backyard. If she wants to fight, she can play, and if she wants to leave, she can come and go like the wind. I finally fucking understand what the Great Tang's art of war is about. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain. What a good wind, forest, fire, and mountain. She's used it so mysteriously. Lufutuda slapped his thigh and said with a face full of grief and anger. The messenger beside him carefully controlled his breathing so that the general wouldn't vent his anger on him. The messenger didn't say anything, but Lufutuda still wanted to find him and asked, "Tell me, am I useless? Didn't they also get their grain taken away? Weren't they also hiding at the Ruoshui River and defending? They were afraid that the Tang army's Immerse saber would not allow them to mobilize their troops. Am I not afraid of the light cavalry of the Tang army? Am I able to command the troops like my own arms? If they weren't worried about the demon fiend, why would they send troops to defend? If they weren't on guard, why wouldn't they send troops to attack the harvesting troops led by Zhang Zhong in Izhou? Tell me, do you blame me? Say it. No, no, it's because the demon fiend is too powerful. All is fair in war. Who knows what she will do with her men? The messenger was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that the general would kill him if he was unhappy. Yes, it's because she's too powerful. Whoever killed the people of Wangjiang and came up with the idea should take responsibility. She shouldn't have looked for me. I'm not that capable. But now I know how she knows about our army's formation. Eagle, it's the eagle flying in the sky. I want to shoot it down too, right? Lufutuda's current state was very unstable. His words were also very jumpy. Yes, yes, I heard that after the Tang army moved out, they moved back and forth. There were countless eagles in the sky. No matter what the Tubo army did, the other party would be able to react accordingly. It's that eagle that helped. There have been eagles flying in the sky for a few days now. It's that eagle that told the Tang army our formation. The messenger carefully moved towards the entrance of the tent and said softly. Lufutuda didn't have the intention to kill the messenger. Instead, he slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, it's the eagle. It's the eagle that gave the message. Then tell me, if we need light cavalry to deal with the light cavalry, what do we need to deal with the eagle?" Use bows and arrows. The messenger replied. No, right, we also need to use the eagle. It flies so high, can you shoot it? Send someone back and ask if there are any eagle trainers in Tubo. Don't use normal hunting eagles. It's useless. Those that fly in the sky are definitely not normal eagles. How much money does Izhou Provincial Governor Zhang Zhong have? He can send a normal eagle to his daughter-in-law. Find me an eagle. Once I have an eagle, I won't be afraid of her anymore. At least I won't be ambushed by her. Don't you think so? Lufutura denied the messenger's thoughts and said his own judgment. Yes, it's an eagle against an eagle. Then I'll go out now to pass the order. The messenger found an opportunity to leave. Go.